Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day number 2 of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. We are here at the West Invitational. We're in region 5 out of 6 with the 6th region, Mid-Atlantic, starting actually tomorrow. This will be the first regional that we run Monday to Friday. So the 6 regional winners, once again, the prize here of this event is to qualify for our grand final event, which takes place at the Gateway Center Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, May 7th and 8th. Tickets are on sale right now at CECC.GG. Make sure to book your hotel information. Everything is on CECC.GG. So make sure to check that out as soon as possible. Like always, I'm your host on the day, Paulie Hype. I'll also be commentating Valorant with the lovely Catinator 3000, our first day commentating together. Over on Esports U2, we have Overwatch to start the West Invitational. It'll be Valorant here on the main channel. But Overwatch will be commentated by Nerdy Bird as well as Septilence. They have been doing such an amazing job from day one. So as we get ready, the first game here on the day for Esports U is going to be UCI. That's Irvine taking on Sac State in the first semifinal. The second semifinal we have is Hawaii versus SJSU. So 2 action-packed, best-of-3 semifinal action here to start off the day. And without further ado, we're going to jump on over to our casters. So if you're watching here on Esports U, it'll be Valorant with Paulie and Catinator. Esports U2 is going to be Overwatch with Septilence and Nerdy Bird. So without further ado, let's get right into the action on the day and jump on over to some games. All right, so let's head on over. Hello, everyone, and transition from the host right on over to the caster desk. It's Paulie Hype alongside Catinator 3000. Catinator, what's going on, my brother? It's good to finally be here with you for a set.
What's going on, Paulie? Man, you really bringing in the truth of the host with the most. I mean, you're hosting and you're getting the most out on the desk, and I got mad respect for you, Paul. I can't wait to see what you look like over here in the matchup. I know you got a little casting talent under the brow, so I am excited to see it and excited to see these matchups, man. Starting with the University of California, Irvine up against Sacramento State. The group stages were interesting, Paulie. They were very interesting for all of these teams coming through. Some close games and, well, some not close games when we go over and we look at Group A. There's some very dominant matches, especially coming through from both Hawaii and Sacramento State. Hawaii was a little bit more dominant,
Right.
but Sacramento State was right there next to them, going punch for punch. So I got to give this one early over to the boys at Sac State, but UCI, they had a couple dominant matches as well. They had a 13-1 against Weber yesterday over in Group B. So we'll see what they got in the tank.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting stuff. You know, Hawaii had been a team that had been mentioned a lot to me on the side of cast that I wasn't too familiar with about a month or so ago, and I've just been seeing them just storm teams across the board, across the tournament scene here in Valorant. So I'm excited to see them in a semifinal matchup against SJSU. And I'm actually just trying to get Valorant open right here so we can get into the spectator client. But UCI was another team, like you said, they had some dominating performances. They got going late, but they played spectacular. And we'll see. We didn't see Sac State yesterday on stream. So at least I didn't get to see them in Pool A. So we're going to see them coming out here. And this is just going to be some exciting action for Valorant. I mean, look, we're here on a Sunday. There's not really a lot of situations where it's a bad day. We're casting Valorant. You know, we're here to build the collegiate esports scene. And we have our grand final event, which is just a short couple weeks away at the Gateway Center Arena. So really excited for that as well.
Oh, absolutely. Excited for the composition as well. Pretty standard, not going to lie to you. Pretty standard all the way through. I'm interested to see Sleepy Sun pull out that Brimstone, because that Brimstone has been on his way out for the Omen, which is going to be won by Flo on the other side of things. Because the Omen feels more consistent right now. Just the ability to throw those extra smokes. And then Brim one stem beacon. Everyone said, we don't want him anymore. I don't want to play with you anymore. Drop the toy in the dirt. But Sleepy Sun will pick it back up. So I'm expecting Sacramento State to really want to look for quick retakes with the stem beacon, or looking towards really running it down on the attacking side. But we got 12 rounds before we get there, so expect that onto the retake to give some room. And a little background on Sacramento State. These guys playing the ECAC conference, which is the round in the Esports U Hub, and those guys, their open division team, first seeded, their A division team in the middle of the pack towards the upper half. So pretty good roster, playing consistent matches, not just in tier 2 spaces, but here in collegiate tournaments. So they know what's up, they know what's going on, and we'll see if they can show UCI that.
Yeah, and this first round going to start out here right off the rip as we are getting on in. Here we are, grand final day, as this first round for Valorant has only just begun. Sleepy here drops that first smoke, and it looks like a quick rush in though. Ooh, Nibbler winds up taking out Sleepy. Sleepy, you thought he had the right-click shotgun attempt there with the alt fire, but it looks like this bomb's gonna go down pretty quick towards B here as the aggression comes out.
It's looking that way indeed. So to take one. He's got one trade to go through mid. Jason Ive has a world of work to do against this team pushing onto the side, and just that's a waterfall to come through. You can't stop the water, and he'll road away from the back of sight. Flow will be awarded that frag, and that leaves two to try to make their way down through CT. One lane, great pop flash from the KO. Kyle not to be flashed though. Tucks far enough green box that does not pop in his eye, so he'll grab the first. Flow will grab the second. It's a great mid split to come through from UCI to grab that first round. I do love to see teams not just take the classic we'll go main, we'll push strat, especially on the pistol. A lot of times we see one-dimensional pistol strats because people say it's pistol, we can't really do much, we don't have all the util, like what's the point? And I like to see teams actually go play mid and play the strat anyway. Very good early round.
Yeah, and there's the great stuff there. UCI needs to get on the board as they did. They'll get this secondary bonus round here and push it out, of course. And we'll see how it plays out. This is still early. We're still in these opening rounds here as we're seeing a setup over onto Cat side. UCI playing very aggressive here. Push out onto Cat. They're going to find a moseying on KO here right to the right of the door. He's going to hear them now. They already know he's there. Flo winds up taking on Kumugi, and Crimson falls as well. It's going to be a rush out from Stormtrooper, who yesterday just had such a fantastic day. Smoke goes up top here, and the ace side Catinator is now locked in charge. This is what Stormtrooper does.
Okay, just now gets one back. We'll try to right click with a second classic. Flo will shut that one down rather quickly, though. Almost a flawless anti-eco to come out of UCI. Pretty clean stuff from them. And what do you expect? They pull out the Spectres. They're going to get in. They're going to get the job done. They do just that. Right. They run through. It's an easy burst execute for them. Kumugi's nice, pretty solid. The 0 point to come through Cat. Only tags one, though. Just a little bit early. It grabs Flo. That's it. I mean, you kill the smoker going into the actual execute, but not for very long, and the rest of the team is able to come through main to seal the deal anyway. They check the corner this go around as well, and they've been good about that. They've been recognizing CECC likes to play close contact, and they're dealing with it effectively.
As we see this blind come out here from Omen, this time a garage push. UCI so far on the day has just played overall very aggressive. Crimson here tries to push out into long A and does not work in his favor as Nibbler takes him out really quickly here. Jason Live will trade out Flow as well, but so far Stormtrooper, oh, Jason Live with the shock dart winds up connecting right there into the B push and winds up getting a double kill. Stack State using this third round full buy to potentially get back on the board. This bomb will go down A side though with the counter push towards the other side.
Yeah, now they've given 2 rifles away. You come through these 2 A players now, upgraded from those Spectres, 2 rifles picked up off of the kills they got getting into the site. It's very interesting split push early. 0 points broken before it can get anything. Nibbler's had definitely been seen. Good flash, though, to come through. Sammy's got no vision, and Nibbler will take full advantage. A 3-piece to come through for them. Tagged once by the dart, tagged again. Almost certainly going to get wallbanged and will. Jason Ive, easy ace to win out the round, and Calpie will send it straight back. Will sneak around scaffold. Will come through window, and UCI, they'll able to convert their bonus. They take all the guns down for Sac State, and an early push from Crimson, Paulie, does not lead to the success you would hope for. And if you watched yesterday,
right,
Sac State's game 1, it was a rough showing for them. They got 0-13, and they said, "Listen, man, it's early. We haven't warmed up, guys. We can't aim." That's what they said. And then the rest of the day, they played a good game. So I don't know.
All right. Well, that's like a half truth, right? Because I can totally agree. I totally agree with that, right? I'm not saying that there's no such thing as warming up, but I mean, let's be realistic here. I'm somewhat warmed up no matter what game I play. You know, I am an ex-pro. You warm up across the half the set, but we're seeing a push in though. It doesn't matter because UCI is just playing super aggressive, and Sac State might have the same warm-up issues as yesterday. You know, it's another morning here. So the problem is that in a best of 3, to throw an entire map, whether it's due to warming up or whatever the case is just so detrimental into the long play. As UCI does get this bomb down, they're up 4-3 right now. Again, Cat, and it looks like they are in control to get this 4th point once again.
Yeah, it does certainly look that way. And UCI The anti-eco was clean with Spectres. No shot I won't be clean with actual rifles. Kyle will grab a 2-piece. Was going for the 3, but Cowpie will snatch it away. 4-0 scoreline for UCI. And, you know, Paulie, actually, I agree with you. I want to give them some copium, you know, just for the Sac State fans in chat. I want them to get to just, you know, breathe a little bit. But you make a good point. Aren't you always warmed up? Aren't you a gamer?
Well, I'm just thinking, like, you know, if we're talking warm, we're talking practice? Like, we're talking warm up? No, I just feel like you gotta, you gotta bring it to the table. Look, you might be able to use that excuse for a first half, but a whole map,
a first half. I mean, I like that.
You know, that's a little bit, but either way, you know, we're just really joking around. Obviously, everyone has their own sorts of warm up patterns and traditions. And look, sometimes you just have a bad game. You can chalk it to not being able to warm up, but a 13-0 is a bad game. So, as we see UCI here so far, though, against Sac State, I mean, 4-0, playing super aggressive, and they're going really. This is a team that doesn't. You watch the pros play, right? You see them watch, and they take a long time. They wait till the final 30 seconds. Kills going down everywhere. Nibbler with a triple, of course, on the KO, entry fragging into A. But when you watch the pros play, they'll sit in the spawn until 30 seconds, 45 seconds, and then make a play. UCI does the opposite. They go off the clock. They literally rush up site, and they use their pace rushing to different sites, different rounds, to kind of dictate their offense. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's a very confidence-driven strat. So if you're able to consistently win rounds, that means that confidence never sneaks away from you. Recon will come out. Information for both of these players here. Nibbler will wide swing, and you can't really blame him for the wide swing. Just grabbed a 3K, was feeling confident in the aim. Has to hit that shot, though. Sitting on 30 HP, Jason now just needs one to the body and is able to grab it. So that is going to be the first round picked up from Sac State, an 8-4 KD for Jason I. Was really trying to hold this team together right now and has done so. He's glued one round up for them to keep that ball rolling, but they are going to have a very, very tough time with the rebuy here. I wouldn't blame them to force up around it. Jason I can buy one. The rest could technically buy rifle and lights if they'd like to, just won't be able to get util. Sleepy Sun should realistically go for a Spectre buy here just so they can buy the smokes. And
they're going to buy it out, yeah.
So there you go. It works out.
Yeah, it looks like they're all gonna buy it out here, and this is the problem because if you start getting into these rounds where half the team's buying, half the team's not, you never really get a full defensive attempt or offensive attempt. So it'll be a full buy here, despite economy being pretty low for Sac State. They did come off this round. They really need to secure this second round, though. That's gonna be a great nade on Stormtrooper, but it's not gonna be able to kill him. Flo does find Sleepy Sun over towards the backside, and now it's gonna be just. It seems like a rotation out onto B.
They step log. There's an opportunity to entirely swing tile here. Nibbler's caught it, though. Sammy will be caught out very early. Kamiya's one Nano Swarm will be awarded a pick.
Just for Fury online.
Drone tag. Tag for one. Will not grab a second. Stormtrooper will swing through, though, and all that chaos, all that distraction to grab the final 2 pieces. 5-1 scoreline for UCI. Instant bounce back to come through from them. That means I don't know
about warm up, but UCI yesterday was on fire. Today they're coming out swinging, and it's the same exact 2 people too from yesterday. It's Nibbler and Stormtrooper that were just on fire the entire day, constantly picking up kills. They're sitting on sec. They've already used ultimates, and they're sitting on them again so far. So 3 ultimates here for Sac State versus UCI. You know, if you're Sac State, it's pistol round. You got to use some of these ultimates to try to pick up some guns here on the ground. Get kills and obviously then pick up guns. But Kamogi, he's going to push out onto Cat this time. He's kind of getting tired with the rushing. Maybe he sits, I'll sit in a second corner. And look, Catinator, once again, this time it's just the A side. An opposite side push again, right on in, no hesitation. Flo finds Kamogi on the push over in Garden. And now they took A side in what, 15 seconds?
I don't even know if I'd give it 15.
Exactly. Right. Well said. So UCI here, bomb does go down, and now Sac State looking for any sort of way to get on through heaven. There's only one real way to entry. Stormtrooper finds one, Nibbler finds another, and now it's 5-on-2. Stormtrooper using the judge. We saw that yesterday as well, and he picks up 3. This guy is always in the right place with the judge, using the jet dash, using the updraft, using the cloud burst to make other walls. I mean, his judge play was fantastic, and he made it work again, like as his full buy gun.
Nibbler's post plant is phenomenal on that close box. It's a tough angle to play because you can't allow for a very wide swing to scaffold, or they just get all your head for free, and it's an angle that you definitely do not have the advantage on. But because the timing is so good and the comms are so good from the close gen player, he consistently has a pop flash ready, and it's always a free pick. Every single A post plant's been a free pick for Nibbler there, as long as he's alive. And he almost always is, because he's always the player entering them in. being a phenomenal use on the KO. Perfect paranoia for Stormtrooper to grab in off that Blade Storm early. Once again, it'll be Jason Knight back to the side. He's been here every time. He's caught out immediately. UCI, they're in. And yeah, that one's less than 15 for sure.
Once again,
The whole round's less than 15.
Yeah, and three members go down to the Blade Storm. Cal 5 winds up finding Crimson over the middle. And right now, you know, I know it's a best of 3 here, but Sac State has got to find something. Catinator, is there anything you're seeing that could potentially lead to some Cat State success here? I know they only have 1 round, but I mean, 7-1. This is not faring well for Sac State.
Well, the issue right now is just consistent close contact from this team. Like, the only thing, if someone's trying to play aggressive, you got to give them the space. You got to retake, right? You can't hold them. That's a given. I mean, we joke around about it, but 15 seconds into the round, they're already into your sight. You're not going to hold it from them. You're just not. That KO is doing a perfect job of shutting down your utility. Means you don't have anything on the defensive. They get to walk in for free. So your options are, we either aim battle them and we hope for the best, or we give them the space and then we retake on our own terms. Right now, they're not giving that space away. You see consistently players trying to play in smokes, trying to bring their way out to make hero plays. And sometimes when you'd go down a bunch of rounds, you say, it's got to be me. I got to be the big man. I got to step up. I got to do something, or we're going down. This is how it's going to be. It's not like that. Relax, regroup, go with the team, and then retake together. And until they slow down and retake this together, I think we're going to get the same result. I also wouldn't hate to see them move some agents around here on sites. The fact that Jason Knight has consistently been caught to the back of B site in the same place almost every time. That go around, last round, we see him towards the front side of Green Box. Typically, he's been back at Boathouse, but same story regardless. They know he's the last B site anchor player, and they always have him caught off. Here, they're going to look to play everybody mid on the eco. I don't hate that either. Just run it down eco, get this round over with, get moving on, and then whatever you talked about in your actual timeout, show me on the gun around, because it's got to be something different.
Right. Well said. Well said. Great analysis. And we'll start this round number 9 here, UCI. Sleepy Sun, though, finally getting a nice shot. Sammy as well. Kamogi. Now, this is what we're talking about. Kamogi finds 2 there with that Sheriff well placed. Kamogi finally getting some kills here. And now it's just 1 member of UCI alive. And it's going to be Kyle. Great gun behind Kyle, of course. But UCI, Sac State's going to get their first chance here at finally this second round. And the beautiful thing about Valorant is that once the economy starts flowing in your favor, as long as you start hitting your shots, you really give yourself a shot to come back. But right now, it doesn't matter. Oh, Kamogi winds up saving the day with a triple. Thank God for that, because Kyle was about to go off and make me turn off. I was going to turn this game off. I was going to turn off the stream right now if he hit that triple, because Sac State, I mean, you know, just at least they wind up clutching out that round. Great job by them.
Yeah, the reswing comes through just in the nick of time. I got very scared for a moment there, because Sammy gave a free one away. They just started coming. I said, please, guys, it's a 1v3. Play as a team, play as a unit. So don't get as many guns out as they would have wanted to in that round, but they get 1, which means that they are going to get a full buy into this one. So they've got rifles yet again. Okay, boys, you won the eco. Surely you can do it with rifles. Upgraded utility. Do it again. Great dart to come through. Crimson will burn the dash and will get his life burned away as well. Kyle has that one. Kamogi's caught. So once again, it's close contact from the KO. It's a dead KO. It's sight wide open. And it's been consistent play for that 0 point that just keeps getting shot. And if UCI doesn't shoot that, there's an opportunity, but they do every single time. And it's put in the same place every single round. They know about it. So they only will burst execute A now because they know where the util's going to be.
Yeah, and that's just the name of the game, and that's just how it's played on the economy level. It's not just economy in weapons, it's economy in abilities, it's economy in pushing, it's economy in overall strategy as well. And I might be saying economy, that could be the wrong word, but either way, it's resource rather in different areas of the game outside of just gun purchasing and number value. So UCI is dominating from that part of the game as well. 14 kills here as we take a look. Just 6 deaths for Stormtrooper. He was the standout player yesterday. He was playing, I believe it was, I think it was Reyna. Either way, he was playing off Jet. I think it was Raze maybe. And he was having okay games. And then he jumps back on Jet and he closes out day 1 with, I think, 24 and 5, I think it was. Is something like that, you know, and just absolutely dominating. I'm really going to be interested to see if UCI wins this. UCI versus, first off, either SJSU or Hawaii is going to be an awesome game, as we're seeing once again. Oh, nice by Kamogi. And that kind of stinks because Kamogi had an opportunity for a nice double or triple there, and he only walks away with 1, which is still awesome, but he loses a lot of that advantage as this bomb looks to go down A side.
Yep, unlucky for sure. Guys, he picked up. Hunter's Fury to tag one as well. Nibbler will fall into sight. So the plan hasn't gone down just yet, and this lockdown will make sure that Kyle has to swing for it. Is able to break it at the very least. So allows for Flo now to have an opportunity to make this play on the lurk, but only good for one. Sammy's got the trade. So very low KJ to sit in A main. Spike down in front of him on site, just being baited right now. Turret's going to have information as soon as they try to step into the angle. That's an easy swing for Jason I to come off of it. Caught by bullets. We'll back up just a minute. Shockwell to come through towards A main. Nanoswarm to kill time. It's one player to worry about. It's got to win the 1v1 with Sammy and then the second 1v1 with Jason Ive. Right now,
they need this round.
Plenty of time, 30 seconds.
Yeah, and they need it bad. Cow Pie is going to just situate, and there it is. Sammy finds it, and well placed. They were pushing at the same exact time with Jason Live, as well as Jason Ive and Sammy. So this is going to be good. 3 to 8. I mean, at this point, they're hoping for an 8-4 half. So
yeah,
we'll see if Sac State can wind up, accumulating it. But they're starting to get on the board. Crimson's going to go with the op at 1 and 11
first in the game.
Yeah, right. Very well noted, right? No chamber this time around, so which is kind of interesting. But we'll see if he gets a kill with it because 111, you need to pick that up there. Even Kyle bottom fragging on UCI is 7-4. So if they can pick up this 4th round Sac State, give them a little bit more of an opportunity, easier opportunity for the half, but it's going to be a rush once again. And Stormtrooper using that dash, no problem at all. Double, he doesn't care. Blade Storm, and now he's going through CT, Cat.
I mean, this round, you can chalk this up pretty easily. It's the fact that UCI's played Cat A main burst execute every round. So you see the stack come through from Sac State. They just played an extra player actually over there on the eco. They played 4 to A instead. And that's an easy read for UCI to say, okay, they're going to do the same thing because we keep playing A. Let's just not go A and go B at the open. And it was.
Yeah.
Good paranoia early as well to come through that allows for that close contact player to have absolutely no vision. And that comes off the conditioning once again for UCI to recognize they love to play as close contact. We'll catch him early. But he's got nothing to do. Kind of why I'm vamping over it. Cal Pie will finish that one off 9-3. There's a curse to be activated, I suppose, but see what happens. I mean, they've got the Brimstone, and I'd argue that's typically if you're running in your composition, you're running it to play the offensive side of things. But technically, right now, if you want to burst execute, you got to play UCI's game, and we know how well they just played it, so surely they have a counter for it.
Yeah, and so far, 9-3 half. Sac State has not been able to find their footing. And they'll have another opportunity here. The map's going to flip. It'll be Sac State on offense now and UCI on defense. And look, you get the pistol round, that brings you to 4. You get that free second round, brings you to 5. You got to fight for a tough 3rd round, but then you can get there. There's ways to get back into the game. They've got to win this pistol round, though. If they lose this pistol round, I don't want to say it's over, but it's looking like it.
Yeah, it'll be very hard. It'll be very hard indeed. We can say that.
We can agree that, right? In the pure math and science of the game, losing this pistol round to UCI would be very hard indeed.
Oh, this might be just an untraded frag for Flo because no one's there to help the KO. That's no flash just now.
There.
If they get stuck Cat, they can't get out. That dark cover makes it incredibly hard. Stormtrooper will make it harder. We'll grab 2, 1 before, 1 after the dark cover. Second one to come through. Flo just trying to cheese a little bit. Sneak his way up Cat. These guys will walk back. Cowpie will catch 1 to mid. Crimson. Nice 1 stab. You're going to need 4 more, though, and Kyle will catch it. The body shots 10-3. UCI will take the pistol, and
that was clean.
That's the problem.
That was clean. That was clean. Stormtrooper picks up 2 with the classic. Made it look easy, and the second one came through the smoke. He still winds up connecting with the shot. So Stormtrooper is dialed in today. Remember, if you're watching here from home, this tournament, the winner of this event will get a $1,000 scholarship fund in addition to qualify for a bid into our grand final event at Gateway Arena May 7th and 8th. That's coming up in just a few weeks. I'm really excited for it. And this is going to be the largest, biggest collegiate live event ever produced in esports. We're putting out first as we're seeing Stormtrooper trade out with Crimson. And now it's going to be a 4-on-4 affair. Sac State trying to find their 4th round. UCI trying to close this game out as they're approaching 11.
Please. They can't take this. I can't take this. Oh, the Omen Classic. The TPOA. Right into another. Kamugi will shut it down. We'll find a nice 1 tap. We'll get Pop Flash. The Bucky to come through. Oh my goodness. It's 0 build Fortnite. We queued the wrong mode. Kyle will find another. Crimson to fall. 11-3. The scoreline for UCI.
There's no way to take that round.
Into the bonus.
There's no way to take it. There's no way to take it on the pistol round. That's why you push by. There's just no way to go around it. Stormtrooper's going to go right into the op this round. Some of his team is going shotgun. They're almost messing around at this point. Actually, he's going to go Odin.
Almost.
They're going to try to end it. What's that?
Almost, he says.
Yeah.
They're having a little bit of fun over there in the Cali side of things, but can you blame him?
This is so interesting. He's going classic. Oh. That well.
0 point early. Means no recon to come through for Kyle. So just get a couple bits of spam coming through. Okay. You see, I almost pull everybody on rotate off of 1 0 point early round. They 0 point their own and say, wait a minute, there's one A main, boys. Can we relax? And they come back. They'll still be set up. Flo once again is going to take close contact. He's been here every round with the judge. So, with the shorty round 1, but same difference. So they should have a good idea. Jason and I will pre-fire. As he should. We'll grab that one. Stormtrooper unfortunately going to be there to help, though. So he's going to upgrade his Sheriff to a Phantom. Because once again, no one's helped Flo.
Right.
Longbot's going to be towards mid. You can Cloudburst as your Crimson. Has done just that. Good play. But he allows Calpie to step right out of it for a 2K. 3K into the round for him. A nice little 2-piece there. Sleepy Sun will sneak out. He needs a lot to be found. He does find himself 2 of his own. We'll close door. Gonna have 1 on the flank right now. The turret obviously down because that Killjoy not alive. Hey, but if you have a real gun, you kill this guy, bro. If you have a judge, bro, you kill this guy. It doesn't matter. Second pop flash.
Finding Sleepy, and that's going to be the 12th. It is point game, 21-9 for Stormtrooper. Another 20-point game here in map number 1. I keep forgetting this is map number 1. Like, wow, UCI has just been so dominant on it. I say we just run. Let's change the game. Let's run this to 24 and 1 map.
Okay.
We'll do 1 map. We'll run it to 24, and that'll be the best of 3.
You want to go that far? You don't want to just like CS scoreline it, like 1st to 16? A little extra juice.
I don't know. Let's maybe we just get a second map and play Valorant the way it's supposed to be played. So never mind. Either way, yeah, this has been a showcase here, and we'll see if Sac State. This happened yesterday, right? Sac State had a tough game. They wind up coming in and qualifying for semifinals League 2. So the map number 1 is not an indication of where the game will finish, but where it is right now is the case.
Yeah, most certainly. Push gonna come out CT very early for this quick retake. Jason have Sammy to connect for the first 2. Kyle's traded 1 back. It's a hard shot for a node, and especially to get back of sight. Clean look right now. Spams from Kyle, just looking for anything, looking for an inch here. Sleepy Sun is going to fall. Stormtrooper looking to take a whole mile. Find a second. The B-main player going to fall. Jack pulled the back of the site. Sammy tagged, but alive yet. They know you got to be boathouse. There's no other options here. The recon going to push him out. Great, right? Like from Stormtrooper, we'll wrap that one up. And you know, this guy's going to change his name. Stormtroopers aren't supposed to be able to hit shots. He's only hit them. 13-3 your scoreline in map 1.
13-3. UCI Central Irvine is just killing it right here as they wind up winning their first map. Wow, you know, Catinator, key takeaways from that first game.
There's a couple. The first one, first and foremost, is Sac State playing pretty heavily for close contact, which you can only do if you're hitting the shots. And if you're not hitting the shots, you've got to adapt, right? And we just never really see a change come through for them. I feel like they're probably pretty cracked players. I've seen them play before. They can really dominate teams if they do win those close contact duels.
Right.
This go around, weren't able to win them. So that hurt them big time. We never saw agents swap around on their defensive end. So UCI just got the download early. You see them consistently burst execute Cat. You see them always break that 0 point. They bait it out early. They send 3 up Cat. They get the 0 point from Kamugi. They say it's game time. And they do give that respect to Kamugi at the same time. He's been good. He's usually good for 1. And even on the eco, he's good for 1 with the Sheriff. So they send 3 there to make sure that they're still getting the trade and then sending the way through the A-main players as well, just in case they're needed, which they never really are. This gospel player recognizes by the time Kamugi's gone. They're not going to push. It's not going to happen. So the burst is good for UCI. The util is good for them. The read's there. And, well, Sac State looking at map 2. Looking at map 2 for sure.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Well, when we come back, we will have map number 2 of Sac State versus UCI. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant when we return.
It's just so funny to see somebody say, I am potato with a straight face. It's hysterical. But these players, I'm sure they've got nothing but straight faces on the right now. Speaking of potato, the man going for that early goal. Zap going to be the one to block it out. Ball State and Akron, two teams really trying to make a name for themselves here at the CECC Midwest Invitational. So we're going to have to see what is brought to the table from them. Already half a minute off the clock. This is a crazy thing to say out loud. This is the longest we've gone without a goal today.
Oh, no, I think we had a full minute. It was in game three, and it came very, very close before a first goal. I will agree. The thing about it, though, is a lot of the challenges that actually came on Ball State's side, they were fighting in front of the goal the entire time. So Akron, I think, still have a decent hold on the current scenarios. Unless Ball State can manage here and take a couple shots, and their shots are going a bit wide. But Akron so far, if they have the ball, if they're on the right side of the field, will be in a better challenge.
Yeah, and this is interesting. This doesn't feel like a traditional game one kind of feeling out period. This feels like a level playing field, right? We've seen great offense and defense from both these teams already. We're only a minute and a half into this. So there is some great progress to be shown, great growth already to be shown right now. I mean, as simple as it sounds, this ball comes down to who picks up that first goal. Because the first goal might be the only one we see in the game as close as this one already is.
Yeah, and seeing some of these air challenges actually has me a little bit worried. Because it might turn into a game of how many people can be sent into the air after the ball.
Yeah.
That is something that we see fairly often when the teams are pretty stagnant. They just start going for kind of those Hail Marys like you were talking about, and it was a good try. Once again, blocked out. Ball State and Akron, their defense is pretty airtight here, I will say. And I'm pretty sure I've just got the Christmas, so I feel sorry for whichever team that is.
Yeah, it looks like Reticence is going to get hyper-aggressive there. Deister, though, great defense. I remember Deister from yesterday, clear as day. Amazing offense, incredible defense as well. Arguably one of the best well-rounded players we've had the opportunity to see this weekend. And you see that happening a little bit already. Now, Will is going to go down. He's going to be very briefly in favor of Ball State. Akron now going to be trying to turn ball back in favor, but here comes Zath up and above. Bird is playing. Nope, it is a car up in the air. A little confusing, I know, but follow me on this one. Zath is going to get that hyper-aggression toward the midfield. Luigi, the next one to come in, trying to find that, forcing Akron into that defensive play style. Will demoed again. The physicality from Ball State, very clearly kind of what they're aiming for to succeed.
And honestly, the jockeying for position just shows how quick both these teams are on their feet right now. No one is getting a clear read on the ball.
Right.
That is something that I appreciate from both defenses, is they are constantly being challenged on the wings. Again, angle shots are some of the worst things if you don't have the whole goal to shoot at. So to constantly put your opponent on edge like that means that you have a higher rate of defense so that all their shots are going to be taken from the low and mid angle off of the corner, and neither team can be prepared for it. Akron, though, I think they have a little bit better read. So that's going to be an aerial challenge. Open goal, maybe with a great block coming out of Akron once again.
Yeah, Zath from the heavens there goes from being that defender to that offense, trying to find some great opportunities to some of their own. Reticence, though, the goalie extraordinaire, finding some great value. Potato almost with an own goal, and oh my goodness, the double intentional collision there from Akron, trying to keep the ball above goal. They were able to do just that. I'd say about the skin of their teeth on that one. That was a last-second opportunity, and they were able to keep the goals down. Now 73 seconds left on the clock. Ball State desperately trying to break through Akron's defense, and this just might be the opportunity. The crossbar is going to catch the ball. Unfortunately, in Akron, now they have been given the opportunity to flip the ball back in their own favor.
This is under a minute here. It is getting ridiculous. Again, no goals scored last game.
Right.
We had, it was, I believe, 15 goals across 3 games. That is insane to think about. That is over a goal a minute. I will let you know that is a goal a minute. That is crazy. We are 0-0 here, counting down 40 seconds, and these balls are now starting to get dropped straight in the center, and that actually, I feel, doesn't bode well for either side, right? Whenever you stop it, it means you're not angling, you're not taking a chance to take a shot. You want that ball constantly in motion, and stopping it means you're either having trouble reading it or having trouble even hitting the ball at the proper angle.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this may sound slightly hypocritical, because I feel for a lot of what I've said this weekend is that you want to play slow, you want to play calculated, but I feel both of these teams aren't being necessarily opportunistic, right? They're only going for calculation. You can't do that because it's fast-paced and calculated, because I'm confident to say 7 or 8 out of 10 times, your calculations aren't going to work, right? You've got to be opportunistic. This is the first overtime. This is the first overtime of the entire weekend. It's the 0-0 OT, but now that clock is going to start ticking up, my friends. That is the beautiful thing about Rocket League. There are no draws. There are no ties. There is that golden goal.
It's hard, right? These are both teams that won, and they know the strength of the opponent. They know one wrong mistake causes a lot of problems, and that does tend to actually build up walls very quickly. If you're in a defensive mindset, but you said it, right? You have to be aware that you have to be a little bit more aggressive. You have to think that game. It sounds bad. I equated a lot to a game of poker. It's a lot of you have to throw in your chips. You have to be willing to take that risk. You have to be willing to put your team. Oh, there it is! Potato! He is a potato, but he's a fast one. That's going to be the goal for Akron. They will go ahead and manage.
I mean, that potato's the best driver I've ever seen. I don't know about you, but I mean, that is some impressive gameplay there. We saw a Ball State as well. I think it was Zap. We've seen this so many times. The tail of a single second making all the difference. And Zap was right there, just a couple of frames, less than a second away from finding that defensive block. And unfortunately, again, almost only counts the horseshoe, right? You've got to find that defensive block. You've got to be playing that one step ahead. You're going to miss shots.
Yeah, and this is one game where I actually feel like both games are right. So that last shot, I want to just point out how challenging it was. There were multiple members in the corner, so it was very hard to get that confidence where I get like right now out. And yes, my name is back up there for a second. But this time I expect the team to be a little bit more offensive. They realized that both were going for the defense. And again, that's a feeling out period. Now I want to see the challenging much harder. Everyone's going for those hard shots, going for those hard reads. And be willing to take that chance to gamble big and gamble to win there. So the ball now on the side of Ball State. They're going to try and break it up.
Absolutely, and Ball State, they've got to put their money where their mouth is at this point, right? And I was thinking about this, is perhaps there's almost a level of respect between these two teams, right? Everybody's almost respecting each other a little too much. They don't want to go for those opportunistic plays. They don't want to go for those crazy chances because they think we make one mistake, they're going to capitalize, right? So I think that's really what we're seeing is rather than just playing slow or, maybe, they're certainly not playing poorly, right? They're almost playing too careful, and I think we just need to see a little more spontaneity, if you will, coming out from these teams. It's going to be Luigi with a serious airball there going high up above Reticence. Perfect timing, right place, right time. Zap now. That defensive hero, Luigi goes for the pickup but throws it right into the wheels of Akron. Potato coming around that corner trying to find a goal, hopefully earlier than the last one. 3 minutes and 45 seconds already, 75 seconds off the clock. Ball State finding ball control once again.
Still the air ball challenges right now. And once again, we're back at that same situation, taking down a minute and a half here. And running out of boost in the air is one of the worst feelings as well. And that's also, like I said, that's why aerial rocket league is one of the most difficult and challenging aspects. Managing your boost in the air so you don't fall. The last second right now will now out as well. So they are challenging as well. But then no one's taking too many. They're not putting three anymore. Again, I like it so far. Just want to see them go for a little bit, two-man offensive and try and make this combination play.
Yeah, so there's definitely been some positive progress here on the defensive side of both teams. I feel like we're seeing more consistent defense. A lot of the goals from last game didn't go in simply because of a bad angle or the crossbar or the side of the goal, but this time there's been a lot more player interaction coming through. Now, Potato, speaking of player interaction, has been obviously the star player so far. Picked up the only goal that we've seen between these teams. Now, Akron, they're going to be looking for another one. Deister tries to find a Potato, though, the man of the hour. He puts it away. The second goal online. Akron finding themselves 1 point in the lead. This time, about 2.5 minutes faster. So, definitely looking strong here. But Ball State, 2.5 minutes to tie the series back up.
Yeah, and this is the nice part. So when I was talking about it, you can be confident in taking the defensive stance all the way into overtime. If that's how you want to play, that's fine. It just means that there's more pressure on the latter stages. There's a reason why scoring early is nice. You give yourself a little bit of wiggle room to work with. And that's a demo open. Oh, Potato can't get any speed on the ball. If he had gotten speed, that would have probably gone in there. So, nice attempt.
Oh, no way! Oh.
Reticence! That is it!
Reticence has had enough of this. I mean, just from the heavens, midfield, about halfway there, an open goal. I think that was so, I want to use the phrase, so out of pocket, so sudden.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. It's the West Invitational. Paulie Hype alongside Catinator 3000. Catinator, we just saw first map go over to UCI, going up here. What are you looking forward to coming into Haven?
I'm looking for compositional differences first and foremost. We had pretty much the same composition. Only difference was being that controller pick, the Brimstone coming through for Sac State, and the Omen coming through on the other side for the University of California, Irvine. I think the Omen was a lot more successful, but I don't think that success really translated because of the controller pick. I think it translated to the lack of utility for either of these teams going into actual defensive holds, to the fact that both teams adopted KO. It's been very big in the collegiate scene, and it's been an absolute nuisance to deal with. Consider KO a better arena that can actually help the team, for one, can still frag out on their own, which we definitely saw the KO doing so for the side of UCI. And then you also get the element of the 0 point. And the 0 point was massive for UCI. I guarantee there's no defensive utility ever for Sacramento State. They were able to walk their way straight into the site. Here, honestly, this is going to sound crazy. Don't beat me up, Poly Hype. I'd like to see Sac State run an Astra here and run a double controller, because I think they need that against UCI. I think they need some extra defensive prowess.
The only problem is that if they do that, what happens when the sides flip?
Well, the sides will be flipped to start, so that's a good point.
But I'm just saying, on the attacking side of that double controller comp, they're going to struggle. And
no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So we'll see how it plays out. But you know what, though? I agree with you. I think that even despite the Astra nerfs, man, just Cosmic Divide, it's just cheap freaking move. I mean, it's just a cheap move no matter which way you slice and dice it. I know she's not being picked anymore, but still, she's still viable. But we'll see kind of a pretty much mirror comp. Is it a mirror? It is. No?
It is indeed. And, well, I say the Astra because the one advantage we're going to get is the fact that they can move that Astra anywhere on the map. And then that allows you to be able to throw util regardless of 0 points or not. Unfortunately, we have no in the game. The KLs get dropped. We'll go double initiator with a round of Sova and Sky instead. We go back to the classics.
Right. And Chamber is going to finally make an appearance here over on Haven. 3-site, more offensively based, obviously being 3 sites instead of 2. Going to give the offense a little bit more opportunity to plant. But, you know, Haven, one of my favorite maps. I really enjoy it. Everyone seems to like, what's the map that everyone really loves? The newest map. I just name is slipping me right now. What is it?
I want to say you're trying to say Fracture. But
Fracture, yes. I'm trying to say
I don't know who loves it.
Really? I thought the overall consensus was that people love Fracture. I hate it.
No, Polyhive. I'm sorry.
Really? Opposite. Okay, good.
I like to watch Fracture. Everyone else hates it.
Everyone else hates it. You like it, you said.
I like to watch it. I think it's fun to see teams just learn the map. It's just something different to do. It's very different.
It is different. And the one thing that's really fun about it is that it's a small map. And I don't know why we're bringing this up. Like, there's no point to talk about this right now. But this first round is going to start underway. Let's see if Sac State here, bringing it back to the collegiate esports level, can do something. Is this UCI just on a bender? It's UCI just going on a bender. Back door. Flo does get taken out. Stormtrooper's going to trade it out for a double. And now it's stuck in the middle.
Wait, what?
What just happened?
What? Okay, so UCI runs 4 up A, too short, too long. Sac State run it down A. That's usually what happens. Right, Sac State's stuck towards window. They have a little bit of space A lobby. They get the trip early from Crimson. That trademark comes down. It slows the entire push for UCI. Or it doesn't slow the push. Excuse me. It spots the push. It doesn't slow because UCI shoots it. But they have all the information. And instead of playing their 4-on-3 advantage to go back towards A lobby, they take a fight into the B site and say, we're just going to beat them there. They get caught by Stormtrooper who grabs 2, and they just kind of let themselves get contained.
Yeah. You
get 2 options there. You have to pick one. They just pick the worst working mode.
Yeah, they were stuck, though. It was either push back into spawn or go into window, so they figure, all right, well, let's rush B.
Yeah.
Get out of here, but that's not going to work, obviously. So, well done either way. And now this time, I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Sac State. They're kind of playing a little bit more aggressive. They're going to come right up at the short, but Stormtrooper beats them all there. Flo takes out 2 with the Marshall from behind at the shot dart. All the team, wow, UCI is just storming in and takes them all out like an erratic extermination. I mean, Jesus. Ridiculous. And now 2-0 here. I know was the bonus round, the force push. And now this third round is going to go over here. Going to give the opportunity for Sac State to at least have some guns. Give them a dying chance in this one.
I love the flexibility here for UCI. Stormtrooper, nutty on the jet, said, give me the Omen, man. Let me have some fun. Flo says, all right, I guess I'll play the jet for you. And they're still having successes, at least early on. It's only been 2 rounds, so still plenty of time. But interesting to see these players completely swap the dual sync controller roles and still find that early presence. They throw dart early A long. They get early information. They send the chamber all the way over to garage now. Very early reads coming through from UCI. And so far, those reads aren't too shabby. It's a default coming through for Sac State, a very slow default. They're giving you what you've been looking for, Paulie. Late round executes.
Yep. And here, this is more of these a slow push that we're kind of talking about here. Sac State moseying around in their spawn. They're slowly coming out. We're approaching that 1 minute mark. So they'll finally start making their way over into garage. But surprisingly, Catenator is actually not being manned by anybody. They do have the chamber
Trademark will do it for them, but you can step around it. It's not
right
for the whole distance, especially if you cloud burst it. So good play for Kamugi to sneak through early. We'll catch Stormtrooper. Flo will catch one back down C long. So that split, not going to find the spacing they'd hoped for. Right now, going to be contained into garage and look to move back into mid area. They do control what? Kalpai gets away with murder there. The running gun spray through garage wall. You love to see it. Every wall bangable. You know, my mom says you missed 100% of the shots you don't take.
You're sick, Catenator. You're sick. 2-0 here as we push on in. Bomb's going to go down by Sleepy. And
good shocks.
Start from Kyle just perfectly. Here comes the Owl Drone, but Crimson. Owl Drone, a little sloppy placement here from Kyle. UCI getting a little sloppy, cocky. And this actually gives Sac State an opportunity despite UCI still being up 2-1. Crimson does find another kill here. The fusing comes out. Flo winds up sticking the half and getting the kill. Wow. Well done to Fuse there. UCI 3-0. Even when I want to try to commentators curse UCI, it doesn't work.
Doesn't work. Does not work. Drone placement was interesting, but the rest of the team came through, cleaned things up pretty nicely on the retake. Close for Flo. That's a hard fight for him to win, too. Spectre in his hands playing the long-range angle. Just got to hit those body shots and is able to come home with them. Gets a half, gets a swing, and wins the 1v1, and that's how that one goes. Who hits those shots there? And he's the one who hits them. Gonna look to take that judge now into garage. They haven't been manning it. You called that out earlier, Paulie Hype. They've been instead playing the trademark. They'll know about it now, and they'll hear the judge as well. So Flo not gonna be able to make this play he wants to here. Surely they don't run into this.
Yeah, it looks like
you've heard us you twice.
Yeah, and that's what I'm nervous here. It is going to be all right. So Flo does get found here, and it's so scared. That Omen smoke is so long lasting that they were scared to even push through it. They knew he was there. They know he has the judge, but there's nothing they can even do about it. So he's just going to sit there tight knit as Kamugi in Bladestorm trying to make his way into
timing
tight and gets found.
Ooh, that timing there for Stormtrooper to pull the smokes just as Kamugi is able to turn that corner. Fortunately, it will not warrant a kill, so he's safe and sound for now. Oh, Jason wants this so bad. He wants this so bad. You please. Okay, there we go. The noise will get cut. They'll move over. They'll start to work A instead. A long Silva will spot one. Oh, good dink from Jason. Ive to come through as well. Flo finally with that judge will find one into the droning Kyle.
Wow.
He still will get caught. Crimson will catch Kyle back though. We'll pick up a Vandal for his troubles. Full blind right now on the paranoia. Guiding Light will come through Heaven as well in just a moment. Flash to come through, swing as well. Niddler to pick up one. Crimson to sight. Has 2 frags right now. Gonna need an ace to win off this round though. Seeking this dark cover. Trying to make a play. Will sneak out with a headhunter to find one. Looking for a second, but Flo with the judge will shut things down. He's the jury and the executioner in this round. It's a 4-0.
There's nothing you could do. I mean, UCI is just making it. They're just playing fantastic, and I mean, not even the most calculated in terms of scientific fantastic, as in like you would say, oh, they're playing as a perfect Valorant team. They're just playing aggressive, and more importantly, look, this is a shooter. You hit your shots, you're going to be playing well, and they're hitting all their shots, no hesitation, and they're playing confidently. So sometimes that outmasks the strategy aspect of the game when it's going down real time.
We'll keep the judge cooking. And Sac State looks to cook something up down towards A long. Kyle's got the weight of the world on his shoulders right now. We'll grab one, and there's no refrag, so all good. All Gucci. Drone will spot Stormtrooper. Easy shrouded step away. Back to the top of short. Oh, look how much space Flo is taken. They pull noise. Trying to get them off the angle. Trying to get them to realize they're contained and back away. Cloudburst's trademark has been done from Flo, and he's suddenly here with the Blade Storm, but will not find anything. A big moment. A lot of build-up. Anticlimactic finish, though. Sammy and Sleepy Sun shooting their way out of danger right now. Sleepy Sun good for 2. Sammy will find another. 1v1 now. Calpie makes a step. Sammy knows. Has hit the one tap, though, and cannot. Calpie will have it. 10 HP Omen just needs that one shot and finds it. Sneezes on him. 5-0 for UCI now.
And so far, 5-0. UCI is just making this look easy, and it's no slight to Sac State. They're playing really well, and yeah, and this is, like you said before, similar site based kind of on ideology in the game. Very similar site to what the map we saw last round here, and it's been executed very similar the same way. So the third side has given UCI even another opportunity here.
They're gonna flash flow into this angle early. And he gets flat for it. That is exactly what you want to have. They will find the head of Sammy too, so he's gone through his own dark cover. And the Seekers are out. They're looking to finish this round up. Crimson will pull the Tour de Force out, and we'll stop flow for now. Still more work to be done, though. Trademark has spotted one on the flank. You see, have to play for it. Good pop flash for Nibbler to find one. Crimson still tucked with the Tour de Force. Try to step for the bait. Looking for the knife. They're slowed. They're trying to find it. Crimson good for a 3K. Looking to find another. Calpie will swing around with the op of his teammate. Flows up. We'll get 3 kills into the round. Calpie will get the third. 6-0 for UCI now. They switch things up just a little bit. They move flow all the way over to C Long. They get him in nice and early. You can see that one getting set up from a mile away before the spawn walls even dropped.
Yeah, and the execution has just been on point once again. 6-0. Sac State, I mean, what can Sac State do here, Catinator? Is there anything at this point? You know, I don't want to say if they go up 7-0, it's almost like, you know, back on blacktop basketball where it's a skunk, but it's like what's going on here?
Well, they can do something. I don't think you're gonna like what they can do though.
Gotta hit shots. It's what it's coming down to. The strategy has not outmet. The gunplay has been in favor. Nibbler winds up shooting right through the Omen smoke there, the blind, and then Nibbler again with a double. Flow finds 3. There's just 2 members left here, and wow, I mean, UCI firing off at all fronts.
Paranoia from Sammy. It's good enough to get him out. Out the angle he's going to be, but there's 2 in the spawn, so they still got to do work. They're gonna find their way out of this one. Pinched as ever right now. The nerves slowly starting to break off for them. More people will find one. That dark cover gives so much room for him to peek, and we'll find the first. Sleepy Sun good for 2. Looking for a third as well as they try to bring the knife on him. Looking to send the knife back, but Nibbler will come around to get it. 7-0. A little extra squeeze in the pockets. UCI technically could use it. They've been losing decent amount of members each round, so a little extra eco never hurt you. 7-0 the score line. So they take that anti-eco. Now we get back into that gun round. Sac State 100-second of force for this one. A little bit of decreased utility, especially for that chamber, but nonetheless, they've got guns, they've got full armor, so you can get themselves around.
They gotta find a way to get something here. And the funny thing about UCI is that they even push the lanes, they push the long angles that you necessarily would just if you were gonna play super seriously on defense that you wouldn't necessarily even look or peek. They don't care. They just do it anyway. They're so down for the aggression. Kyle's going to pick up the alt orb here, get him one more towards Hunter's Fury. And this time it's a congregation around mid. Still playing very slow as Sac State. Almost seems like they're second guessing themselves.
I'm scared of this peak. Jason I falls here. He gives info to Spike. His team's going to be close. Good double swing. Good flash as well. Jason has found flow. They keep that Spike up as well. Trademark.
Fresh here coming out from Komogi. Komogi does fine with the Phantom. Nice shot on Kyle.
Nice shot indeed. Nibbler will be back. We'll pop flash towards long. We'll walk right into short though. And Komogi's already taking the space. We're going to find another. Now that chamber dodging the trademark is an opportunity. Calpie only to find one though. Crimson's got the trade back immediately. Stormtrooper's not going to check this dark cover, and Komogi has the timing on 3 players this round. A 3K to come through. Does all the work getting them in. He gets Sac State that first round. Gotta keep it pushing though. We ain't done just yet. UCI gonna be low money. So I should have this one too.
Hey, if you don't believe in yourself, no one's gonna believe in you.
That's true.
So Sac State's got to will themselves back into this one. We can only talk about it so much. At some point, it has to come from the entity. So Sac State gets themselves on the board. Great job. Let's see if they can bring it here into a second round. Do you think they need to get it all more aggressive? We're seeing almost every single round them kind of just hesitate and hang around lobby, window, so on, kind of wait for a pick. They're playing playing default. Do you want to see them play a little bit more aggressive? Do you think that would work?
That's a hard read, right? Because when they were playing aggressive, they just were losing the gunfights, right?
Right.
Stormtrooper gonna have this angle dark cover. He's caught by drone. Drone sees, but it does not matter. You just cannot get that call out to him in enough time. Flow find another 2 with the Bucky. It's a cleanup all the way through. Every player found by both Stormtrooper and Flow. UCI gonna be 8-1 now. They immediately bounce back. It's a force buy for them to come through as well. And honestly, you can play more aggressive, but you're losing the gunfight, so it makes it difficult. They're kind of hanging in spawn, defaulting for half the round just because UCI has been pushing lane so heavily. It's like, okay, just let them push us.
Yeah, let them pick
grab ourselves a frag, then we'll start moving. But it's the thing of where, like, they do the right option of waiting to capitalize on over aggression, and they just lose the fight anyway, which is it's tough.
Yeah.
Like, you've got the right solution, just
Right.
somehow the calculator can't get the answer right. Like, I don't understand. It just says it returns error every time. I don't have a graphing calculator. It doesn't know what to do. It can't write a line on it.
You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. There's no way around it here. Sac State, UCI. This is the first set here. As Kamogi is in Bladestorm, does push in, but Kyle just hangs back. Wades plays safe.
Okay, no way.
Stormtrooper finds
No
another
shot.
teleport back into mid. Their Omen play does get found as Sammy does take out Stormtrooper, but 3-on-3 affair here. Sac State could actually still walk away with this one.
But that was Nibbler's flash. That's unfortunate. The time on the shuttle step isn't terrible. Nobody turned either. Like, they didn't realize until like about 2 seconds later. But Nibbler's pop flash at the same time. So a little miscomm there from UCI. That could have been a crazy play.
It was
Nibbler
close.
pop flashed it and nothing comes off of it. But I like that. And that's interesting to see from the Omen. Little Omen shenanigans. A little more fun to have than Brimstone. You just got that one tablet, the bracer. You throw 3 smokes, you're done. Omen gets a little cheese plays to be made. That one won't work out. So Sac State are going to be looking at that 3-on-3 right now. They got else to work with as well. And walking to this trademark here garage. Walking to Nibbler as well, garage window. But they've actually taken his head off his body. So going to look to go towards C. Calpie, the last man back, the anchor. Going to find one, but no more than that. Sleepy Sun has a trade. That's plant going to go down to the C site. Both players' ultimates could play the Hunter's Fury to win this one if they need to. Kyle, we're going to have darts set up now. Coming through from backside of Defender Swan. First one will not get a tag. Clear everything pretty early. He knows they got to be long. One crossing the cubby. They can honestly play this hard off of time.
Ooh.
Kill 1v1 now.
Nice shot by Kyle there on the shock dart. Obviously knew it was there. Sleepy just going to wait here. Play it nice and slow. Hunter's Fury.
Kyle can walk up long here. And he knows it.
He's going to go. He's going to come. Yep.
Kick down to the gun in time. That's easy for him. This is a question if he can get back to spike in time, and I think he has this.
Ooh, it's so close. He has it.
That's the hard thing. If you lose Sammy there, it's much more difficult to play for that ultimate because Kyle knows that he's got the timing, and he absolutely does.
Yeah, that was just textbook, right? That was textbook. He knew he had the timing. It was just totally played confidently right there. UCI picks up the 9th out of 10. So, I mean, the first one was what? It was 13-3, I think it was, 13-4. And this one here, so far, not faring much better, if not worse. Sac State has not had any success. Their pushes have been kind of stagnant, and, you know, UCI has just been capitalizing across every aspect of the game.
They're warming up, man. Just hold on. It's coming. Blow out for one. Oh, my goodness. They'll use that jet dash to get away as well. The tailwind's clean. 2 early frags. Kappa find another, and he'll rendezvous away. That's the only thing about these agents with the ability to get out quickly. They'll get in, and they will indeed get out. Crimson found one. Both the trade. Kyle getting the work in. We'll find the trade transfer as well. Onto Crimson. Try to find anything he can with a headhunter. The ego's been absolutely annihilated. 10-1. Your scoreline, only one gun to fall on Flow. He'll fall to now buy an operator into this round, looking to close out the half.
Amazing stuff here. I mean, just textbook Valorant. And more, you know, I don't even want to say textbook Valorant because I just feel like it's mechanical at this point. Not mechanical in terms of they're just mechanical better players, but mechanical in this map, in this set. The shots from UCI have been pinpoint accurate. They're playing aggressive. Their callouts have got to be on point because they're literally putting Sac State into bubble traps like mid-push. They're flanking around on defense, flanking back around the offensive attackers. But Sammy winds up actually doing some cheeky little weasel teleport and wind up up to heaven and killing Kyle. Oh, nice job. Stormtrooper.
Timing. Second timing not going to be there, though. Crimson will be mid-window with that tour de force. Phil has to shoot dart. Oh, Sammy's TP. It's a hard timing play. Crimson shot not going to be there for short. Nibbler gun not in hand just yet. Sleepy Sun good for a nice 2-piece. They have the info on flow. Sleepy's able to swing through for the second short kill. Cowpie 1v3.
As we take a look here, Cowpie just along board. 3 members are up, so this round is at least looking in favor of Sac State here, trying to pick up their second 1-on-3 affair. All members of Sac State just in position, and right there, Sleepy will not even hesitate. Take out Cowpie. Good job. Second round goes over to Sac State. Gets him back on the board. Hey, in the end of the day, Catinator, until the 13th round, the 13th hour has struck. This game is not over, and Sac State can bring it in. Granted, if you hit the Vegas odds, they would be low, but they can bring it back, no doubt about it. So we're in the third
green every time.
Here.
My money's green every time. That's why Sac State's on the green time. They're about to return me some extra cheddar.
There it is.
Lie to you, Polyhype.
Let's go. This is so 10-2 here on Haven as we just kind of getting into this tournament here. This first semifinals matchup. Second match coming up next is going to be Hawaii against SJSU. That's going to be a really fun set that I cannot wait to watch. That'll be coming up right here on Twitch.tv/esports. Sorry, Cat.
After map 3.
That right, correct.
Start to move with the trade early. The Omen's both going to get involved. Sammy playing around his own dark cover.
If map 3 came out right now, this would go down as one of the best Valorant matches in esports, in the current esports. One up, right? It has to.
You're being a little too respectful of these other matches.
Flow disconnected. Sac State has a chance.
They're going to look to capitalize on that chance as well. As they run their way down A-long, Crimson will be close with the Headhunter. Got to find these shots and got to find them fast. And we're not. You know, hit the rendezvous key. And he's out. Out of dodge. Out of safety. CT rest of the team. They should have flashes here to work with as well. Okay, well. The other two should have flashes to work with here. Crimson will get caught by a second shotgun kill for Kyle. That dart missed. Unfortunate, that one is going to join the SpaceX astronaut program. Stormtrooper to find one. Jason has one back with the right click. Looking to throw a second flash, but it's Nibbler's flash of his own. So it's 11-2. UCI, they'll take the round. And all good. Sac State, they're forced up by players. I would force in this round. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't put myself on match point to play for a gun round and then every other round too.
Yeah, well, gun round on match point, and then what, 9 to 10 straight in a row, or you lose. Not the
I mean, UCI can do it. Surely Sac State can.
Yeah.
Sac State in a row.
You know, and this is something I actually do want to talk about. You know, it is so important for you collegiate teams to be entering in all these events, in all the collegiate tournament events, because just getting the experience, having the pressure on you of being in an event. You know, when we had all of our lands from 2021, South Bend and Kimmissee, Florida, the players had never been to lands. It was either their first or maybe their second, or literally almost all of them was their first land, not their first tournament, but their first land in terms of not being online. And having the pressure of being there was an added pressure that back when I was competing, I totally remember like it was yesterday. It takes time to weave through that and be able to play your best on land. Some people are better at it than others, as we're seeing UCI once again just come in and take this point game match. But, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's just important to really make sure you're getting in these matches. So credit to every single player that enters, because being here, competing, getting the experience is much more valuable than almost any other part of the tournament, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's massive to have opportunities like the CECC for college students to get these opportunities. And I really do see that pipeline translating in the future, man. Having LAN experience, having so many reps played, and we see how good these rosters are getting. I mean, UCI's putting on a show for us right now.
Right.
That pro pipeline at collegiate is going to be here soon, especially with tournaments like this coming up from the CECC in Atlanta. It's going to be a massive event. It's really going to open up what collegiate could be to a lot of these pro organizations. Like, listen, I'm no prophet, but you might want to take my words for that, Paulie.
No, you hit the nail on the head, man. I would tell you if you didn't. You were exactly right, and that's what the goal of the CECC is. We want to show colleges, universities, as this bomb goes down here. Once again, UCI just playing dominant. It's gonna be a 5-man retake here.
They're playing 5-on-4 just for fun. The Jetson Swan.
Oh, right, yeah, I forgot. I didn't even see Jet down there.
Not playing,
right.
Dog.
5-on-4. Jason Ives does wind up finding one, so the opportunity will come. Even though this bomb goes down, Sac State has an opportunity. Stormtrooper though finds 2, even with the 5-on-4, man. Jesus, Cowpie.
He disconnected. They didn't take the tech pause on purpose. They just want the fight. They're getting the fight. Sleepy Sun and Jason Dive swing through short long, and well, they'll take a little defuse for their trouble. Seekers will be up for Jason Ive, and
what map do we play one? Ascent? On map one? What do we play map one?
Yep.
Ascent, right? You're right. Okay. 10, 13.
Floating island in the
Trying
sky.
to get a score here, and now we're on Haven, and very similar here. So, I haven't seen Fracture. Are we running Fracture in this event? I have not seen Fracture.
I haven't seen it yet.
Right? I haven't seen it yet. I wonder. I think it's like set maps per. Maybe it's set maps per map. I don't know. Either way, we'll see how it plays out.
Well,
Map 2.
We didn't say day one, just the fact that everybody's comfortable pretty much only on Ascent in the collegiate space.
Right.
Ascent, you play Ascent, and then if you're only playing best of ones, it's like where's going to play Ascent? It's
Right.
easy.
We did play right. We did play that.
But if you're a pretty good roster and you're playing best of threes and you feel comfortable, playing Fracture can be a pretty big pick for you, especially if it doesn't get banned. But it almost always is one team's first ban. So it's very rare that we see it. We did get to see it last Invitational, though, funny enough, in the last qualifier.
People don't like the fact that you can 4-push both sides. You don't like that?
No, 4 ult orbs is too many. It's hard to count. I can't even count past 2.
Yeah. Well, that's what's kind of fun about the map, if you ask me. That is one of the things that I enjoy about it, the extra resource to be able to build ultimate and kind of go off here as
no.
Oh. All right, 12-4. Sac State's feeling it. It might be late, but they're feeling it. Only got to win 8 straight, 9 straight.
All right, I'll give them the feeling it tag after this round. That's the eco for UCI. They're back to rifles now, and Flo's back in the game. So this time around, it's no funny business. See, they want to take it. Looks like it is going to be that quick A right at the very moment. Sac State, they're starting to get that groove going on. They're willing to push spawn on the anti-eco, get a little bit of that confidence back. They're going to keep that confidence rolling. Take like a caffeine pill if they want to make something happen here in this one.
Yeah, I got a few fourth next to me. I'll chug into here in a second. But Cal Pie does wind up finding Crimson here, and Sac State has got to find this 5th round. As it's just a chaotic split. It's going to be a rush over onto the A site, and Stormtrooper Flo winds up finding Sleepy as well. Bomb's going to go down. And just like that, UCI is going to secure this one 4-on-1. And unless a miracle happens, this is no Elm Street. So
Sammy wins
I don't know.
It's Sammy time, baby. 100 Fury going to come through. Force him all the way back to the backside of his own spawn. He's able to find a paranoid that tags 2. Good for the first frag. Oh, the little juke. The little juke to go short. Thank you, Sight. They've cleared it for now. They have no idea where the CB's gone through. They haven't come through, and Cal Pie, he'll win out the 1v1. It's 13-4. So 13-3 game 1 for UCI, 13-4 game 2. Just taking it to them. It doesn't matter whose map it is. They're dominant. They played incredible Valorant yesterday. Sac State did as well. Needed the warm-up, though. Never came.
Yeah. Well played. University of Central Irvine. They are going to advance over to the grand final matchup. Well done. Amazing stuff as we take a look here at the scoreboard. 4 members of the team in the top 5. That's always going to read success, if you ask me. But when we come back, we will have some more Valorant action for you. We'll have semifinals number 2, Hawaii versus SJSU. Kyler, I hope you're watching from the Esports U team. He's been preaching Hawaii all month long. Well, it's time for them to show up and qualify for CECC on the big stage. Let's see if SJSU has something to say about it. We'll be right back with some more collegiate Valorant action.
Really kind of a secret attack, if you will, a sneak attack from Ackerman. They found themselves up now 2-0. If they can turn that into a 3, they might be able to walk away with game 2. Only 128 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and with that, honestly, with how the game played out, Ball State, it's very difficult to flip the switch mid-game.
Yeah.
Flip the switch from defensive to offensive. And that is what they will have to do. They'll have to say, well, at this point, you kind of gotta
man.
A team hat trick.
A team hat trick. The silver lining there, and of course, that third and final one going to come from the Boost Bandit, Will. So we're definitely going to see what is brought to the table here from Ball State. Akron, I think they've really woken up a lot in the second game. The first one close, they almost felt a little bit lucky. They walked away with that overtime goal. With these, cold-blooded, calculated. They are not taking chances. They are finding phenomenal opportunities, or shot opportunities, as I would like to call them. And this is just going to be, Akron's game for the taking. Only 100 seconds left.
Yeah, and you can see it now. They are going much more aggressive. It took a little bit to get the ball rolling, no pun intended, but it is that point where you realize, hey, we can play safe. Maybe we can go a bit more offensive. Maybe we can start to go the line. And yeah, they're finding it now. They're realizing that the opportunities were sitting in front of them the entire time. You just have to be willing to reach out and grab it.
Yeah, so game one, truly a feeling out period, right? Had to decide how aggressive can we get in Akron. They've certainly noticed. They have found out how aggressive they can get. Ball State having that crucial mistake of leaving the goal wide open has been capitalized on twice now in one game. To score double what it could have been had Ball State had a defender in the back third.
Oh, that was actually a just an angle off. And again, now we're seeing Ball State start to do the same thing, which I'm very, very happy about. Again, the transition period, you move your mindset from defense to offense. It takes a certain period of time, and if Ball State can hit that now, that means game 3 they should be fully online and ready to go to challenge for some of those goals. And so far, a mad scramble for this ball right outside the goal of Ball State.
Absolutely, Akron, they have just turned it up to 11, right? They've certainly increased the heat. Just an amazing job so far, and it's going to be some incredible progress. 48 seconds left on the clock. I mean, Orbital, we're getting to a point. Are we going to see a game 4 at all this weekend? It's been nothing but shutouts so far. And I mean, in terms of game scores, some actual games have been incredibly close. But right now, we've got nothing but 3-0s, and Akron, they're trying to keep that dream, that tradition almost alive. This has just been, I still can't believe this is a team that told me they were nervous to be here. They have done nothing but show up.
Yeah, and when you talk about game 4s, I'm telling you, it's going to be like game 3 that says, we're not going to see a back and forth between the two. It's just the I don't know why. And don't ask me why. I don't have a sixth sense. You feel it in your bones or something like your dad likes to say. I don't know. But there is just that feeling that once a team takes it, it's a momentum base in the mental game here at Atlanta as well. So yeah. I very much assume that's what's going to happen. And Akron go ahead and take game number 2 much more convenient. By the way.
True. Well, technically 300, right? They didn't score 1 last game, so technically, you know,
don't do math.
Not to hit you with the technicalities here, but I think that's only a 3. I don't know. I could be wrong too, but definitely Akron just making such a clean, stronger appearance, really coming out strong. And I mean, again, we're still very early in the morning, right? We're definitely on the earlier side of the tournament bracket, so maybe they weren't as warmed up as they wanted to be. You know, maybe the recognition was still settling a little bit in game 1, but game 2 they absolutely turned it up to 11. You know, maybe they got a little bit closer to their monitors, honed in just a bit. Maybe had some better team communication. We saw, I think, every goal except for the one from Renaissance from the heavens, you know, was an assist play. It was nobody really running away with the series. So definitely Akron as a whole, great coordination and communication. Let's see how far that carries them in game 3. But Luigi, my man Luigi's got something to say about this. He said, hey, you guys have been talking a little bit too much about Akron. Let's show you what Ball State really has to offer here in game 3.
I swear I'm a psychic. I said it was going to be that game 3. Teams are going to kick off, and people are going to come awake. Ball State, it just takes one. It takes a single moment for your team to flip that switch and say, we need to get it going. And now it's on Akron. Akron are activated. They are activated. They should be challenging.
Oh, man,
just like that. Alrighty. We got a game of Rocket League coming out here in game 3. And instead of Akron going up 1-0, they're chasing Ball State to score.
Yeah, and you know, this is kind of this phrase I made up, right? Maybe it even applies to real sports. I don't pay attention to real sports that often, I'll be honest with you. But I always call it the esports factor, right? Where a team waits until kind of that final hour, that last opportunity to really kick it up to 11. We see that so many times across all games, Rocket League, Overwatch, and so many others where this team will be, you know, they'll have an unfortunate run, but as soon as it comes down to that final minute, that final fight, that's when this team really kicks it up. And we've seen Ball State do just that, a 9-second goal. They've already got a tie-up here with Akron in game 3. Let's see if they can give us our first game 4 of the weekend.
Definitely going to try here. But again, you activate once, you got to keep it going the entire time. It's not a little burst of energy. It's not that, hey, it's one and done. You got to keep a momentum base, and I'm surprised. They sent 3 defenders there. If anyone had followed up with the second shot from Akron, that would have been a wide open goal.
Yeah, that triple defense there, the triple commit, can't say I'm a fan of that personally. That's a communication error. That's everybody trying to be the hero, trying to keep the score tied up. But like you said, anybody from Akron, had there been a second player there, that was a free goal for them. So Ball State, they've got to be really careful. They've been leaving their goal open a lot as well, kind of that open goal. We saw that happen twice in the previous game. It almost happened once in this one as well. So Ball State, they really need to be consistent with keeping somebody in that back third. And it feels like we've got a lot of I think call spotlight players. You know, and those spotlight players want to be on the offense. They don't want to pick the defense, and I think Akron has noticed just that. Will with a great pass coming through into himself. Great play. Akron going to find themselves up 2-1.
That is the equivalent of a bison.
Yeah.
I will say that because it is such a nice, gentle tap. And the fun part about it offsets the defender who doesn't know. But again, you are predicting where the ball is going to go. And with a gentle tap, being able to redirect it. So very well done on that goal. That is one of the more simplistic ones we've seen thus far. And I highly appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now 2 minutes off the clock. Akron finding themselves 1 point in the lead. Ball State, I mean, they really kicked it up to 11 at the start here. The only goal we didn't get to see was the one Ball State made. But what have I been saying? You know, that open goal, it is really starting to be the nail in the coffin for Ball State.
Yeah, and again, I will appreciate it though. Ball State, you went for that goal. You sent it as hard, and I respect the heck out of it. Just again, the gamble didn't pay off this time, so good try. Now you got to get to it. We got one in the first 9 seconds, right that way. Right all the way to the end of the game, but it's starting to fall apart a little bit here. Akron getting 3 in a row very, very quickly.
Potato farming a highlight reel clip right there. Immediately past Deister, goes past the second defender, that is Luigi as well. Rolls it right in, seemingly effortless toward the end there, just lets the ball roll himself in the goal. And this was 2-1 25 seconds ago. Akron, they have just, I feel like I've used this phrase a lot today, they have turned it up past 11. We're at 12, we're at 13 right now. This team, they're pulling absolutely no punches. Reticence finds that 5th goal for Akron here in game 3.
It looks rough, but set it right. Activation is key. And I was always worried, game 3 are where the team will make or break it. Either it is close out at 0, or a team will come back from next goal or get a game 5 possible reverse sweep. Akron looking like they're keeping the status quo of 3-0 series here. Yes, Ball State was able to get one, but Reticence racking it up. I thought it was going to be a few more, but I think they are crushing it.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're looking pretty close here. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're getting danger close to what is often referred to as a Brazil coming out here at 7-1 here for Akron to be the first one we have of the weekend. So I want to see if that is definitely what we're looking at.
Yeah, you know what? Brazil fans won't exactly appreciate that. That is a sore memory for them, I think.
Yeah, I'm definitely not Googling what is a Brazilian rugby league right now, just to make sure I'm talking about the right thing. But yeah, it is a 7-1 in reference to the 2014 World Cup. So we're going to have to see what Akron does here. They can find one more they can give us a Brazil. I just really wanted to make sure, you know, I had to be sure that I knew what I was talking about. Now, only 120 seconds left. Akron, you know, I hate writing teams off a little early, but the reality of Ball State scoring 5 times in 2 minutes is incredibly difficult.
I'm still so frustrated at the fact that you pulled that one out, and I'm just, oh man. But
I
yes,
exposed myself too. Nobody would have known I Googled it. I said it.
I just want to make a joke about it, but no, this is, I agree with how it's moving so far. It's a great save, but Akron are always ready. They're starting to get a great handle on a ball read, where they're going to move, where their shots are going to go. Either Ball State's starting to get the move to desperation, or Akron are just getting a little bit better. Neither is wrong. Just the fact that Akron got online a bit faster, they're now warmed up and they are punching it here. They're wanting to punch their team into the finals, and I think that is a great way to kick this off. 1 minute left. Just a pretty good defense or a pretty solid offense, and you're set.
Yeah, and you know, definitely something I think I've noticed as well inside of Ball State is they are incredibly willing to use their boost, right? I feel like every time we spectate one of the players, they're sub 10 boost, if not at 0. And Akron, they don't seem to make that same kind of judgment on how often they want to use their boost. They're always around 40 or higher, right? They always like to have that boost available. And I think that's kind of where this game has been separated, is Ball State, they haven't been able to keep up in terms of literal speed. And that's why a lot of these goals have been found for Akron.
Yeah, with the last 30 seconds coming down here, you can see Akron, they're just starting to juggle the ball a bit, and I agree, right? That is a thing that, again, we've talked with some of the teams about. Right. It's controlling those boosts. Sometimes it's not even their fault. Right. Sometimes it's the fact that when they're landing, they can't get to a boost point in time. They're looking for another one, but yeah, Akron have done such a solid job of maintaining that dominance of the field. 7 seconds left, and it looks like Akron with the pinch right at the goal line. They're looking at it, almost in. It's going to be cleared out. Deister just listen. He's like, just come on, get it on the ground. Let's go ahead, finish things off. Akron just dancing it all the way through.
Akron wants that Brazil, but no. Looks like we're hanging out in Indiana here today. No.
And fun to see these teams still come out, play with their hearts on their sleeves, and be able to show off a bit more of maybe what they couldn't prior in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love both these teams. We've seen both these teams really show up today, just this weekend in general. Oakland trying to really find some goals here. To Sonic Boom back in action here. One of the star-studded players, arguably one of the highest individual scorings this weekend. But it's going to be Mega who finds that first goal for Oakland here. Only 17 seconds off the clock, and things are spicing up already. Oakland finding themselves up 1-0.
Yeah, Kentucky, you know, they won the first one. Someone's probably like, all right, maybe we should kick this up into high gear. And I want to see them be able to show up what they showed in game 2 as well. Some crazy aerials, maybe some chances at those open goals if they can. So going ahead, getting a few bumps. You can see along the wall, Kentucky is riding that pretty hard on the left side of their goal, and that's going to might cause some problems. But no, clearing it out pretty easily. Invader is going to go ahead and take that one over.
Oh yeah, we see Oakland going for a defensive block. So they had an open goal, so it really came down to Matthew, kind of that final defender, that final opportunity, and they were able to find it before getting immediately demolition by Festive there. So it's going to be that 3v1 so briefly, and as Matt respawns, the Sonic Boom will despawn. Get demolition there taken offline, but it's going to be Matthew who does pick up that second goal for Oakland there. A bit of a back and forth between Kentucky above the goal, but Matthew, the opportunist as always, finds that goal.
Yep, and that's the importance of clearing properly. That is the unfortunate scenario. You have to practice that a lot, and it's very difficult to get down properly, I will say. So very well done to capitalize on that, be able to make it 2-0 with 4 minutes still left on the clock. That is plenty of time to still manage a couple more goals. Chances moving through here. Again, Kentucky, they're on the back end, and they'll bring the fence. And they want to start pressuring for their own shots. Because honestly, Oakland's been on the aggressive side the entire time.
And I think my favorite thing about Showmatch, and I touched on this a little bit during the first game, is that competitive edge is still there, but the competitive stress isn't, right? You're no longer fighting for a spot in a bracket. You're no longer competing for X amount of prize to go to a position somewhere. You're just competing to do all of the mutual love of the game. I think that's my favorite thing about Showmatch is just like this. I'm sure Sonic Boom and everything about Showmatch is racking up these scoreboards here, trying to go for, I think, probably his 5th or 6th shot on goal in just shy of 2 minutes. A great dodge there from Unrivaled. Apple sends the ball high enough to disrupt Oakland, which is a best of 3. I hate it. That usually means I did something wrong, but it is going to be a best of 3 to Oakland. If they win this game, they'll only have to win 1-4 to the blink of an eye 2-0 with Kentucky. They're fighting tooth and nail to find this great ball, but some great momentum up to this point.
You know what you probably said? You probably said first. You know, that was probably
I probably did. Oh, man.
I'm beating the horse with that now. But I do agree it is a best of 3. And my favorite thing is also this is the time to try out all the things that coach said you couldn't do.
Yes.
So it sounds bad, but there are some things that coaches say you probably shouldn't do because it's not good to try and do that in a game, right? It's just too risky. It's too so-and-so. But in these games, you can let it go. You can say, all right, I'll try that random thing that I learned back in practice school, like a couple hours ago maybe, and you want to try and show it off. You want to get that great highlight clip that is mainstay on the screen. And if they do try, you know, there are some crazy flicks and goal competitions that you can do that can send 150, 160 balls, right? Screaming for the goals.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, you know, kind of do what the coach said not to. I am a little sad they're also not traditional vehicles, right? No scarabs, no Batmobiles, no battle buses, right? We're definitely sticking with the known and loved vehicles, the tried and true, but Unrivaled Apple's getting us something brand new. Going to be able to find that first goal for Kentucky. Oakland going to be up by 2-1. Kentucky fighting for their lives, trying to tie things back up here in game 1.
I mean, they're doing it, right? Yes. Remember, the first 2 goals from Oakland came all the way, and I think the first one in 5. And here, remember, it's only a goal every 2 minutes that they really have to accomplish. Now, you can go ahead and tie things up. You want to aim for that goal a minute, you'll be able to take it out from the So, plenty of opportunities still left. Open goal right now, and that's a roller. Invader just rolls it right in.
Yeah, that was a completely free goal. I mean, that's an Invader from beyond half field here. Going to be able to just send it. Like you said, open goal, rolls on his Becca. Couldn't do a darn thing. The angle they were approaching from, all they would have done was knock it in a little faster. So that was a goal, a guaranteed goal for Kentucky. They have tied it back up. You're almost the last series all over again, tied up 2-2. It's going to be Showmatch's to clear closest we've had all weekend. They're the ones that don't matter for the bracket, yet they are the closest that we have been feeling up to this point. Kentucky, I mean, it'd be great to see them walk away with a game 1 victory after going 2-0 so early on.
Yeah, it's like if Messi just went out on the pitch and was like, yo, show us the coolest trick that you can do and he just runs it. That would be what that is. That would be so much fun. It's so awesome to see. But a couple shots are going a little bit awry right now for Oakland. This is, you know, even in a show match, you still don't want to lose. That edge is just, listen, it's a show match, it's fun. I still want to beat this opponent. It's going to possibly happen again. Both sides challenging each other. A couple demos left and right. Ball bouncing between Kentucky, having a little bit of trouble maintaining that position. So Matthew going on the defensive, might pop out with that setup. A little bit of aerial battle there. Apples tries to lay it in, but can't finish it off.
Yeah, Festive Invader here, gonna go for a little bit of action, but passes it right on to Sonic Boom. 43 seconds going to tick away here. Both these teams fighting for their lives, right? Fighting for that victory in game 1, but you know, there's always that chance of an overtime. We've got a lot of those today, absolutely 0 of them yesterday, but they seem to be a real popular feature in the world of Rocket League today. 30 seconds left, only half a minute for one of these teams to walk away victorious in game 1.
Movements on the edge here. It is going to be Invader once again going a little bit on the offensive here. A nice dribble into Flick is going to possibly set it up for the clearance, and Graydon is going to try and challenge here on the edge with 10 seconds. The prep is there. Okay, so this prep is actually good. Oakland is going to run it out, and that might be another chance. Oh, shot on goal a little bit too rough, and now playing with those last couple seconds of extra airtime.
Yeah, it's a Sonic Boom, goes for the pass. Wasn't quite able to land it there. It's going to be 2-2 tied up. Overtime, that clock going to start ticking up instead of down. Let's see how long until the first goal makes an appearance. What was it last time? 48 seconds?
Yes.
So yeah, around 48 seconds. Let's see if they can get it any faster, and let's see how much further they're willing to take this overtime in game 1.
First overtime was, I think, no, we've only had one overtime, and it was like 43 seconds, and then there was a very quick goal on another set. So chances are there.
Oh!
Onside of the shot, nice block coming out here from Matthew. Being able to pinch it, and another shot by Graydon. Sonic Boom, making sure that no one gets the explosion at the end. It's going to be a challenge. Sonic Boom running open. It is an open goal, but can't get control of the ball, so it isn't about that.
Now we are encroaching on a tournament record here in overtime. I know it's really not that crazy. It's only less than a minute, but we are going to be passing it still. I wouldn't be surprised to see us jump perhaps into a minute plus. These teams have both been what feels to be very defensive-sided. We've seen some great double defenses, some great double plays in a row, but now somebody's got to put that point online. It looks like Kentucky is going to be the one to try and do it. They're going to be able to get a little bit of action. Ball bouncing out of the corner, sending toward the goal of Oakland. It looks like they're going to go back in. Graydon past one defender, not quite past two. Finds the demolition, perhaps a second or two late. And it looks like it's going to be Unfriable Apples with that tertiary attempt. Mega finds the disruption. And all of a sudden, Kentucky finds themselves on defense. An open goal, just barely going to be caught out by Unfriable Apples. Sonic Boom with the second try. Not able to find it either thanks to Festive Invader. Here comes Matthew. Great setup onto Mega. And no, it will be Graydon. All three defenders have made an appearance. Unfriable Apples for number 4. But number 5 going to go a little bit wide. Kentucky back in the driver's seat.
Jeez, that was a quick exchange of blows and no one's able to score. That is textbook defense and offense right there. That's it. Matthew, out of nowhere, is able to take it home. They go ahead and take game 1 of this best of 3 show match here. Oakland stepping up 1-0 over, I want to say, the uncrowned showcase champions here of Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky doing a great job so far. And Matthew being the last one to score is actually a great lead into my next point. There's way too many people here named Matt. I have to say, there's a Matthew on the Rocket League team. There's another Matt in the Rocket League. I think there's a Matt in Overwatch, and then my name is Matt also. So it was really unsettling to hear them calling Matt on stage and stuff. And I was like, wait, I'm not supposed to be up there right now. But it has definitely been something either way, whether we share a name or not. Matt looking great there. Honestly, very strong. Oakland really waking up, reminded me much of the Oakland team that we saw yesterday. Yes. Very strong. I don't think they were scored on a single time yesterday, but they were once. They really were strong. They seemed unbeatable at the time, and they really seem to be giving us that same energy here in this show.
Yeah, it's one that, again, it's releasing that tension. It's that scare factor that's gone. And they also, as we lean more into it, that level that they had before rates higher and higher that they can go to. And one of the things that I really hope people don't is oh, why weren't they playing like this before? Again, it's the pressure difference. And especially the players, you can't go back and automatically replicate what you just had. It takes time, it takes patience to be able to get to that point. There's a reason it's called the zone. Sometimes for some players it's not readily accessible, right?
Yeah, sometimes you can be in it just as often as you can be out of it. It's never something you can intentionally put yourself in. Just sometimes you're having a phenomenal day. And that's just how some of these teams have been, whether it be yesterday or today. But now, the show match, it looks like things are going to be strong here. Going to have some great action. I believe Oakland is up 1-0.
Yes.
It says Kentucky, but it is actually Oakland. So
I was looking at that. Are we going off of who doesn't win? And that's actually how the show match works.
they are looking to take a great victory here. They're able to pick things up over Kentucky. Oakland is already getting a little bit aggressive, but it's Kentucky who puts away that first goal. They're going to try to tie things up, take us all the way to that coveted Game 3 of this show match.
Yeah, that's going to be a solid one. Invader getting that beauty of a shot off right by the defender there on the right side. So again, they have those angles. That's the thing, is the angles are there. It's just the defense is much better. Normally, if the shot just goes right at the beginning, you're like, okay, it was a shot, missed shot, of course, but these are blocked shots, vastly different than your standard I just missed. The goalpost is just too big.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely want to see kind of the answers that Oakland has available. You know what I mean? So we see Kentucky coming out super strong. They find the early goal, a little shy of a minute. And I want to see Oakland really kind of step it up, beat that level to Sonic Boom. Probably one of the strongest front runners I've seen as an individual on a team. So I really want to see them pick up like they were able to yesterday. Those passes from the remaining Oakland players really making a world of difference. And I also want to call out, I appreciate that Festive Invaders player banner has Christmas lights on. I thought that was very nice. It has the holiday lights available. So that was, I like that they're on theme. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. There are some people that would get very upset and say you're skipping over a holiday in there, and there's like 2 or 3 that before October 31st and all that stuff, Halloween. Someone's getting upset about that. Why are you saying that? Your literal tag.
I didn't say anything more, bro. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're the only person that knows what just happened, and I'm going to refuse to admit that it did. So
listen, I will radio broadcast the fact that you did that to me up here.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I just made I just am not a biggest fan of Halloween, but that has nothing to do with the current discussion. So let's get back to Rocket League. We're going to jump right back into it here. Oakland, they are still trying to find that first coveted goal. The first half of the game already coming to a close here, so they want to be able to pick themselves back up, tie it again, and really run away with that. Festive Invader, though, I've got to say, feels like they've flipped the switch here in Game 2. They really turned it on. They found an aggressive goal, and their defense just as strong. So a very impressive, well-rounded player, and let's see what they're able to do. Speaking of the devil here, going to be able to get ball control, and as I say it, going to lose it. Matthew will get demoed, but still, Graydon picks it up. Kentucky trying to go for the setup here. Another demolition, and that leaves an open goal. Festive Invader, the man of the hour, finding that second goal for Kentucky.
Yeah, that was on the back of some great demo plays coming out here, just being able to clear out that side. And honestly, I don't even think he was expecting to hit that one. He went a little bit too far under. I think the tail flip at the end was actually what gave it. So if he was planning that, perfect execution. And it looks like they are going to go a little bit ham here, 2 minutes 30. And something I also want to kind of talk about is the fact that, again, with such tight defenses for both of these squads and how much they're challenging, each goal actually means a lot more than in the other ones.
Right.
So if you watch teams, and just like that, Sonic Boom goes ahead and gets a freebie in there. So that's a solid play right there. You see what I'm talking about here. It's not so much about these setup shots. It's not so much about those opportunities. When you're facing 2 impenetrable shields, it's not about how strong the attacks are, how coordinated. It's about where did that crack come from? Where did you slip under and get that shot in? And so far, it has been just these monumental, openings that haven't found a challenge and worked on.
So this feeling maybe a little bit like, when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Both these teams expected to be that front runner, that outcomer, if you will. And so far, we've seen some incredible individual play. I also want to comment on that last goal that we saw from Oakland. All 3 players participated. It was that Hansa Mega right into the hands of our boy Sonic Boom. So it was really a great play. We're looking for another one. Going to follow a little bit wide. Festive Invader picks up the action off the back of it. Now it's going to be in favor here of Kentucky all over again. Mega struggling to Sonic Boom as well. They want to flip this back. 90 seconds remain. Tie things up, force it overtime, and maybe take the series 2-0. But they've got to really pick up the game because Kentucky, they are pulling no punches.
Yeah, and that was a near miss on that pass. And remember, once it starts slipping, once you start getting a little bit nervous, it gets a little bit harder to pull some of these complicated maneuvers off. And these patterns that you run in practices aren't always going to work for you. You have to always be ready to overcome, to adapt, and take your chances of. Now once again, Oakland, 1 minute remaining. Where are they going to move to? Matthew watching that ball skyrocket straight to possibly an open goal. A little bit of a wide, and now Festive is going to go ahead and grab it, flip it right back to Sonic Boom. Is going to go to challenge him, and Apple's winning on the wings. He's going to keep it on the wings.
Yeah, unrivaled Apple's, as you said, trying to keep solid attempt, but best invader right place, right time, and open goal, a little bit wide to the right. Now we're alive on the shoulders of Matthew. Perhaps that shot from Matthew also reveals in the air. Sonic Boom goes for another attempt. Matthew is persevering. Let's see what comes from it. It's up high, above unrivaled Atlas. Mega finding that shift, finding that momentum, possibly in overtime, in the garbage time, and there it is! The Sonic Boom puts it away, forcing a 2-2 overtime into the garbage time. That was a 0-0 on the clock, but Sonic Boom, the man of the hour, arguably the strongest player individual that I've seen all weekend, keeps the game alive, forcing an overtime. Let's see if Oakland walks away with a 2-0 victory.
Sonic Boom, I don't know if he forced it or not, but he forced the defender to actually go for the ball instead of sitting in that goal. It's so difficult to pull off, and it made it work. Beautiful job to get that one in. And again, both goals so far, I think, have been scored by Sonic Boom in this game, and that's going to be a challenge coming in. So now we're starting to see a lot of these midfield shots. They're just going for it, and that's it.
That's it. It's over. Unrivaled Apples able to pick up game 2, and for the first time all weekend, I think across both games, I think this is the very first time somebody is not getting something owed. Maybe there was 1 or 2 lucky ones in there, but either way, we are definitely seeing a game 3, a map 3, whatever you like to call it. But either way, we're getting more action here in the show game before the winners finals, which will be coming up next. But of course, I mean, we've got to see who walks away from this. Oh, yeah. I was so positive Oakland was going to take it after that solid performance in game 1, and then all of a sudden, I mean, coming back to life, Kentucky just chef's kiss performance there. Unrivaled Apples cooked to perfection there, really carrying the team in that final overtime.
It's the only way to play, right? This is how you play. This is how you watch all the action unfold. And again, it comes down to the fact that each goal means a little bit more.
Yeah.
There are some games where you see a run up of like 7-7, 7-8, 7-9, whatever you want to say. And it just feels like the goals lose their meaning after that. After that point, it's quite literally, oh, I just got a point.
No way.
Like that. But these ones, everyone feels like a hard stab into the chances of your own team. And that's why I love teams that can play defensive, but also those minuscule goals that come out give so much credit to these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be 4:35 on the clock. Now, I want to see what kind of comes from each of these teams. Does Oakland try to take an early lead? Do they get a little more hyper-aggressive, trying to find it? But no, instead it's Graydon who has the answer for that. Going to be able to pick up that first point for Kentucky, feeling very reminiscent of Game 2. Kentucky, it feels like they've really found their footing here in this matchup.
All right, Kentucky, the Showcase Kings here, getting a little bit upset. And they're like, look, we came too close the last one. I know you guys won one series. We still got to take it home. We still got to take it home. So they're trying to move a bit faster here. 30-second goal is great. But again, Sonic Boom is the one we want to keep eyes on. I'm wondering if they're going to start targeting him and start just trying to demo him pretty much anytime he gets close.
Speaking of demos.
Yeah, Graydon got the short end of the stick there.
Yeah, Graydon got disintegrated. You know what I mean? Just absolutely obliterated there. Sonic Boom picks it up, finds it. Oh, Festive goes for one of their own, but the Sonic Boom coming in at the same speed is going to be exactly there to catch that ball when they need it to most. Great aggression now from Kentucky. And just an open goal. Mega hands it to Sonic Boom, and that is a soccer equivalent of a slam dunk if I've ever seen one. Just effortless there, completely clean across the field, immediately in the back third. Picks it up, ties it on the minute. 4 minutes left in the game.
That style right there, that was a long haul ball into a clip, and it's like you said, it's that dunk, it's that slam dunk going in, alley-oop, whatever you want to call it, and it's tied 1-1 again. 4 minutes. These guys are not going to let up at all, and we're starting to see some stylish wall clips, and I want to see them play with all of the facets that they have available to them. Both sides of the walls, the ceiling, everything, bounce it off of anything to get that right angle, to find that opportunity that you need. Matthew, of course, playing a little bit back defender, trying to clear it out from Kentucky.
Absolutely. And Matthew, speaking of trying to clear things out, trying to clear up that scoreboard as well, trying to give Oakland that 1-point lead. Unfortunately, caught out by, I think, 2 of the 3 defenders on the side of Kentucky to Sonic Boom, finding ball control with the ball, moving crazy slow, no momentum available, goes for the double tap. Let's see the follow-up. No, it's Unfriable Apples with that disruption there, giving Kentucky ball control. Mega with a disruption of their own. Here comes a cleanup crew from Matthew, an open goal currently in favor of Oakland. They just have to get over there to find it. To Sonic Boom, meets Graydon in the air, steals the ball away. It's going to be Unfriable Apples on the pickup. Oakland doesn't have the boost, and they're incredibly lucky that went a little bit wider. They'd be 1 point down. Oh, they very well still may be.
These are close now. These guys are playing very, very aggressive now. So the teams at this point, the 2 teams that we are looking at on the defensive stance, have pretty much given up on the defense, right? These are teams just going hard, going at it, and they really don't worry too much about who's in the goal. If you can get back to the goal, great. Don't worry about it so much because we can challenge in the midfield. We can challenge when they're going for the shots itself. And it's that man-to-man defense almost. It's that, listen, the goal's there, it's whatever, but if we can catch them in the air midway before they even make their shot, we'll have a better chance.
Yeah, no doubt about that. They really will have a positive opportunity here. 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Do we see another overtime? That would truly be the icing on the show match cake, right? I mean, just they're giving us all we can ask for and more. A little sad I still haven't seen a battle bus, but I get it. There is honor on the line, so we don't want to go too far. But I definitely am excited to see which one of these teams walks away. Oakland, they have really been trying to keep the momentum, but Kentucky, they have been answering with the perfect aggression every single time. The offense and the defense, a very strong, well-rounded team that we've seen in this show game so far.
And Apples, he was actually trying to set up for his team right there and unfortunately ran out of boost. So that is one of the scenarios. Dodges one defender but can't find the other. And Vader is going to get locked out. A little bit of a tap though. Tried to throw the defender off, but Matthew is going to be able to find that handle. Now in the mid, it is going to be another defensive knockback. And Kentucky so far have done their job. They've done their due diligence, but it's slowly eking out onto their side. That nose down is not good. Apple was trying his best, but it gave a little bit of control right back over.
Yeah, so I've got to say, Kentucky's defense, very notably strong, right? We can definitely see their defense is their comfort comp, if you will. It's where they really like to be. But I always say, in a game of Rocket League, a strong defense is great, but you will never win without a strong offense. You have to score to win. You can't just bunker down and try not to move, right? So Kentucky, their defense, seems like they've really kind of got it figured out. They've got the momentum. But if they can figure out how to channel this same energy into a consistent offense, that'll take this team from good to great. I truly think so.
And it's about getting that experience. It's about learning how to improve yourself in these matches. Like, what do you need to work on? Oh, maybe it was our defense, or maybe it was our read of the opponents. And you take all this information back, you get a little bit better, and from there, you manage to move up in the power rankings. So it's going to be better and better as time goes on. But with 30 seconds left again, we still have to figure it out. It's 1-1, 1-1 all the way through. And 30 seconds left. Sonic Boom, he's looking for it. His teammates want to set him up for success. It's the question of, can they get the pass off? Can they get the right shot?
Oh, and it's going to be great and going for, honestly, an open goal from Oakland, but Mega has plenty of time to get there. There's no immediate follow-up, so now it's going to be cleared to the back third, back to Oakland's back third here. So we see Graydon going for the setup, still tied 1-1 overtime. Seemingly inevitable. Graydon goes for a goal, but Sonic Boom picks it up. Here comes Graydon once again, but he spikes it right into the ground. Mega able to catch it there. Ball touches the ground. We are back into overtime. That is twice in a row. These teams are taking us all the way. They're taking us the full mile.
Yeah, they're taking us the full mile, and they might already run like 0.9 of it because, again, some of those goals have come right off the kickoff. It's not going to happen here, of course, but it's come so close, and I love it. Seeing those kind of like, oh, well, yeah, game's over, pack it up, let's go. We didn't expect that either. So bounce up in the air. Mega is going to take that chance. Sonic Boom can't find the angle. That could have been a potential shot. Double tap, not going to angle the way he wants.
Yeah, unfortunately. I want to talk about as well, we always keep talking about, oh, this isn't necessarily competitive. It's not the tournament bracket, but this is great for VOD review, right? This is great just for practice to improve as a team, both in and outside of a tournament bracket. They always say the closest games are the best for VOD review, right? The ones you just barely lost or the ones you just barely won. And I mean, look at this, second game in a row out of 3 that we are going into overtime. So it really does not get much closer than that. But Mega from Oakland is ready to tie it up and this put a little bow on top and ship it out for my favorite holiday. That isn't Halloween. But that is going to be Oakland walking away 2-1 victorious on the series. Our first game 3, which I'm super excited about. And they just, chef's kiss. A phenomenal series, really down to the wire. And I can
do one call to make sure they're coordinated. We're getting ready to hop into map number 1, though. We're starting off on Ruins to kick off the semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup here. Ruins, I think, is going to be interesting because I think if we're going to see a Widowmaker at all from any team, here it is, right? This is arguably the most Widow-eccentric map in the game. It's one where we really see Widowmakers make or break things for teams, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We may not see them at all. I really want to keep an eye on these main tanks, and I want to keep an eye on the DPS slot for a very special reason, but we won't go too far into that quite yet.
No, I think we're getting ready for some shenanigans. Bethel is down to play Northwood as well, arguing for the turret. Do we get the turret 1v1? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
We talked about it, Northwood, they love putting on a show. Bethel, they told us last night they were going to try to do this, and it looked like they have succeeded. We are going to get a Torbjorn Hammer 1v1 as soon as the point unlocks for that first cap.
And you know what? Both these teams are ready for it. They'll surround the point. It's Big J5 versus Tyler. They've got the hammers out. The Dukes are up. Let's see who ends up taking the win as they surround the point here.
Scratch it. Forget 6v6. Forget 5v5. We've got 1v1 right now. Tyler versus Big J5. Bringing the heat as soon as this point unlocks. It is going to be a Torbjorn 1v1.
Give me a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get at it! Big J5 versus Tyler, both immediately popping their overloads. Going at it, swinging the hammers fast. Tyler with a quick little disengage. Both of them drop just below half HP. Big J with an advantage. Tyler going down.
Oh,
Big J with the Northwood! First take over to Bethel!
Bethel, they are going to find that first cap. Oh my goodness, Big J5, he told us he'd win, and the man meant it. 28% on the Torbjorn already, and counting. Bethel, they are ready to tear it up on Ruins.
Northwood's angry though, Tyler. A 4.5k hit scan player. This guy does not mess around with the Widowmaker. Let's see how they can start to fight back. They've got a good bit of space. They've got the Sigma Winston already locked in. Zach and Booth off has to translocate out, and Bethel holding their ground strong, using that Torbjorn that they've so rightly earned to hold on to it. Now Tyler finds a connect. First shot, seasons out, man tank down, but the grapple shot onto another, grabbing Tyler. Sure, they're not here to play around.
Yeah, clean as a whistle. Northwood said, yeah, we'll let him cap first. Let's just not let him cap anymore after that. Tyler bringing out the Widowmaker there. G-Rob tearing him, I think, a 3K to his own right. A phenomenal performance, but Bethel, 40%. I mean, if they win another fight, they're up into the 70s. They're up into the 80s.
And they got to build up a little bit of ultimate. Big J will swap over to a Tracer. We saw him do extremely well on this pick yesterday. And with the help of the remaining team to dive with them, I think they can do pretty well. Seasons will be peeled off the rest of the team. No, another shot from Tyler connects, though. And you just can't take any of the space for granted. Or that's what's going to happen to you.
Yeah, somebody's got to do something because Tyler, not the type.
It's a symphony of dinks.
Yeah, not the type to miss a shot. And that's really what I'm worried about here. Like, the other 5 in Northwood might be able to let go of their keyboards and let Tyler just have a field day for a little while because this kid's terrifying. I mean, all things considered, this Widowmaker, a very difficult hero, and Tyler's making it look like a field day.
I mean, we've talked a lot about the support line and the tank line for this team, but Tyler, somebody who comes in for the team, plays extremely well. Like, I think it's rightful we say their name a little bit more. Bethel, though, are going to be the one stepping up. Momo, she's got a self-destruct to try and get them in here, but probably wants to make this fight last a little bit longer. They'll make the engage happen with the Coalescence, and now it's the Primal trying to knock everyone off. Quibsy's looking for the big play. Could try to juggle the Winston off, but as Northwood coming ahead with 2 supports getting in on the action, landing the left, able to pick up their own. Bethel looking for a re-engage because this is a possible fight, but not with the Winston going down.
Yeah, see, I love the idea to attack the Widowmaker, but I think we needed Quibsy to follow through there. I think they needed to get the kill because that could have helped Bethel on the follow-up engagement. You'd be trading a main tank for a Widowmaker, but if Bethel could flip the 5v5, that really could have been the fight opener, the engagement they needed.
Now Cowman up on the high ground. Parkour!
Love to see it. Cowman, top tier Sigma tips right there.
That's contenders player
It
moves.
is.
Like, the movement, as they call it, you know? Throwing a couple more hyperspheres, though. And now Prediction Rock doesn't quite connect onto what they were looking for. The point ticks over to Bethel. Tyler is in on the flank, though. In from behind is pretty problematic. The EMP catches out 3. Grob looking to try and equalize things on Soldier 76. Drops a Biotic Field, and with the Brigitte peeling for him, he's incredibly hard to remove from this position. Gets another one, and now is looking to finish this fight off with the remech not available for the Diva. There's no more defense matrix. It's just up to the DPS to finish this off, and Northwood take it back over.
Yeah, that was going to be a great swap there for Bethel. I think the 3MP came a little bit too early. I think Zach maybe needed to wait till the rest of the team was a little more ready for it. You know, it felt kind of like, okay, I'm going to E, and then they already had. So there was no reaction from Bethel, but Northwood able to take Ruins 100 to 50. Bethel, they've got a moral victory under their belt.
Yeah, I was going to say, they won the Torb 1v1.
They won the Torb 1v1. I mean, that's...
We need a trophy for that.
Absolutely.
That's what we need. A bigger trophy.
True. A bigger one made out of gold, you know, maybe. Like, it was a good Torb fight. It was great. But now moving into Lighthouse, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Lucios, on the supports, and Tyler on the far as well. Anything with that boop ability, right? Anything that has the capability of taking somebody off the map. I think those are going to be our star-studded heroes for Lighthouse.
Yeah, Tyler's swapping over. Jake's got a lot of work to do. Big swaps from Bethel, though, getting over from the Winston onto a Wrecking Ball. This is something we didn't see from them too much in the past. Quincy's going to be one to man it up, and they've got a whole mobile composition. Brandon and Jake, though, I see as big targets for Northwood.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I remember talking to Bethel yesterday kind of about the Pharah v Echo discussion, and we kind of all agreed Echo is just kind of a Pharah with better mobility to some extent. So we're going to see Tyler versus Zach, which one of these folks really kind of comes out on top, if it's going to be due to the DPS engagement or maybe some other role entirely. But as Brandon falls early, I mean, just what a great way for Northwood to start a fight.
They're doing such a good job of giving that far all the resources they can. Zach's being forced back, and in the meantime, Tyler has an orb on them to constantly to keep them alive. Bethel's been picked apart, though, and that dive that we were talking about early on in the sports is completely successful. Yes, Momo's done an excellent job peeling, but to try and peel away the Pharah and the rest of the team here is quite a tall task for one player.
Yeah, so the swap onto the Pharah, like you said, is actually pretty intelligent because Momo, she's notorious for peeling for her supports, peeling for her teammates. But when the Pharah's in the sky, as soon as she goes after Pharah, everybody else is free game. She can't peel two places at once, right? So that's going to be a huge issue here for Bethel. Northwood doing a great job, especially keeping the Pharah alive with a Brig Zed. I mean, that's impressive in its own right.
All right, Northwood with control of the point, set themselves up. Not an ultimate to their name quite yet. Tyler is getting pretty close, but Bethel even further away. Big J5's trying to make an impact on the fight with Landon out of the way. It's looking all the more likely. One up for Big J5, and they're looking for the fight win. I know Bethel's got a lot on the line here. Looking for one around the side with Jake there. That's a fight one for Bethel, and I know someone who's waiting to give them a reward.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes. That is a fight win for Bethel. Oh, that is something completely different. But yeah, no, Bethel, they're going to be stoked. They just want to fight fair and square there. Now Tyler is going to be able to find Zach in this engagement. Picks up Momo as well. A fight that was so clean, so effective for Bethel. Immediately dismissed by the DPS line of Northwood here. I've got to say, Bethel, I think we need to get off the Zenyatta, personally. I feel like the peel hasn't been appropriate for this Zen to really be working out.
Yeah, you're asking for a lot from your team to both peel and find the engagement onto Tyler. Either way, Brandon's going to go for it. Let's see how it works out for him up here. He's working kind of passive charge towards the Transcendence, but that's not a good ending for Jake.
There's that Roadhog.
The Hog's already back out, and Cowman, a nasty Hog, actually, amongst Hogs. Season's out, and I'll be honest, Big J5's doing everything he can to muscle this one through. Another one for him! Eventually, Tyler retaliates with a barrage of his own, but Big J5, he's putting a dent in him.
Yeah, Big J finds one, Tyler seems to find two.
You know,
so maybe just a little bit more momentum for Bethel. Maybe a little bit more support on the Tracer. Just engage, help Big J5 get into the fight. Now Brandon again taken offline by that Pharah. I think we need more mobility in that department. Maybe a Moira could work wonder here. Maybe a Baptiste as well can make a huge difference. Zach going for the Zenyatta swap, a bold move, not one that's going to work well.
A bold move. I think that's pretty accurate. A creative composition. Bethel will.
Nice.
Is that a fight win?
I would count that as a fight win, personally. So that's two fight wins.
Okay. And they get the clean up on the flank, taking out Landon and Grob. Nearly taking it back over. Goes right back over to Northwood. We're playing hot potato.
Yeah, Reginald, if you're out there, that is two fight wins, just so you know. And that's going to be a great boop from Quibsy, but you hit the Pharah. She's the one person you're not booping off the map. Now, however, Lep going down. That is colossal progress. Brandon pops the Transcendence to keep the team alive. Bethel, they may be able to win this engagement.
Unholy Ultimates, Batman. That was a lot from Bethel. I mean, it was Mines, it was Duplicate, throwing a Pulse Bomb and a Transcendence. They do have a rally to make this one count, and with Landon out of the fight, that's a really valuable ultimate because they're going to have a support ult, whereas Northwood won't. So they need to find an engage early here to really capitalize on it. Season's, he's trying to sniff out Landon, dude.
He knows he's nearby. He knows Brendan is nearby, and he's going to have to pop the Primal Rage to stay alive. Both DPS down already, though.
Oh, my. Look at the jungle. Look at it.
There
no,
she goes.
Relax. Relax it. No. Oh, my God. That was brutal.
Very good primal control. That is a lot harder than Seasons just made it look. I mean, he only missed one of the punches, 6 in a row onto Jake off the map, and Northwood wins it. Now, remember, Reginald, that was 2 fight wins for Bethel, but Northwood does end up winning Ilios in a 2-0 fashion.
I heard his name's not actually Reginald.
It's not. It's so weird. His name's not actually Reginald. I don't remember what it actually is, though.
Oh, man. Cincinnati, eat your heart out. Northwood and Bethel are the ones here on stage, though. And Northwood comes out with 1-point win, looking for more. You know what? In the best of 3, I want to know where Bethel's taking this one next.
I have some hunches, but I think it's my own kind of decision. I don't really know what Bethel's going to choose to do.
Yeah, and I mean, the ways that you can play this map, you have dive, you have double bubble, you have ball compositions, you've got Winston Diva. There's a lot of different options for the dive here that we could see them go to. Maybe they play the old Irish dive, Symmetra Reinhardt, which is an old reference. If any of you get that huge shout
getting
out.
through this first choke point.
Yeah.
Symmetra also on defense used to be a massive pick here on this map. You haven't seen this map that much today.
No, I mean, most teams here haven't really liked the dive all that much.
Right.
But Escort really has been the highlight. We have gotten Dorado a couple of times alongside Havana. So Gibraltar just not the map that people want to play. It is the most pure dive map, I would say, in the game. For Ball State, it's not what they want to play at all. And considering this is their map pick, it's not too surprising. They're going to go on the defense, lock in Orisa Hog, try and get some nice picks off. On the defense, totally acceptable, totally good composition. The questions arise on the attacking side, but for now, I think they're going to be doing just fine. Yeah,
I like Ball State's composition here. I mean, it is a traditional comp for this map. You have the Symmetra, you have the backline flank here from the Sombra as well. You have that massive front line here and kill potential with Hornbach on the Roadhog and the shield there from Penn Park, and then the overdrive as well.
go ahead from Zengi.
Yeah, I'm actually, this might just be for a first pick. I think I'm wrong here. I misread that they were on the attacking side. So there's the Hulk.
Okay.
No Hook comes out. Tanks, do they go back or do they stay? There it is. Swaps in for
Very
Park.
wise,
Hornbach
very
probably
wise
going
indeed.
as well. They're going with the classic dive, and the Symmetra's going to be going away as well. Escorted this time by Zanebeast on the Ana, which is something that we really did think was a highlight of City Center. And they'll start charging their way up towards that first Nano Boost here in a second. As Bethel forced back onto the high ground. Poke begins. And Ash is under pressure, so Zach can't really get too much done here for a second. Backing away calmly, and again, this is about charging up those Anas as best you can for both teams. For Bethel, it's about getting the Nano Boost online. For Ball State, exact same thing. So far, though, Brandon about 10% ahead in that charge. Big J5 just pressuring them back in the meantime.
Yeah, this is the great stuff here. Big J over on that side, controlling that health pack, and Quipsy's up top on the Monkey, and he's doing a great job here, electrifying 3 members, but he does get stunned by their Brigade.
Yeah, there's no real engage try to these teams. This is purely patient. They're playing for the Nano Boost. The picks come out in the meantime, it's because somebody overextended. At the same time, both of the Monkeys are out of the fight, so this is about to get real awkward without Brandon in the mix. This is a lot harder for Bethel to hold on to than it is for Ball State to push.
You know, it's so interesting watching Diva either on Hornbach as well as Momo. The damage mitigation potential if you're a Diva player, as we just see Momo clean up 3 with the help of J5. But the damage mitigation that Diva players bring to the game is absolutely insane. And so far, Momo has done such an amazing job as self-destruct is online.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quickly charged one as well. Hornbach will equalize, but take a look at those Nano Boosts. We talked about how important those are. Those are going to be going onto the Winstons to really amplify that damage and force the supports back. And if Zanebeast pops it early enough, we'll see Brandon under so much pressure that they'll never really get the opportunity to actually utilize. There's a chance here that Jake comes up with a big whip shot and denies that pressure, though. And he does! Down goes the Monkey onto the low ground. The dive's unsuccessful for Ball State, and they will get it traded out. Unfortunately, Quibsy is down, and that's a big loss. They've got a lot of ultimates online, but with the hack coming out in the back line, Big J5's in big trouble, but he doesn't even need the recall! Just sends him with the 1v1 as Bethel establish themselves on top.
The crazy point is that Miller actually hacked J5 right before J5 killed him, and J5 still finished off 3 despite being hacked. Amazing stuff there from J5. He is a momentum player, he's an energy player, and Bethel, sitting on 5 ultimates right now, are looking perfect so far.
They've got to play into the EMP, though, and as much as Jake was incredible at denying the Nano Boost in the last fight, the EMP feels like what could be the nail in the coffin. It only hits 2, though. Only hits Zach and Momo. And while the Bob was out on the field, Bethel are still perfectly fine. The engagement was so difficult because that Bob was already out.
And we're going to see a switch here from Ball State. It looks like we'll see a Reaper join the party. Just try to get through that chokehold, push out, get some damage on the big boys there when the Monkey dives in. We'll see how it plays out for him. And these teams are just going back and forth, changing and adapting back and forth. Ball State's got to find their footing here, though. They're having a hard time pushing out.
Cowboy on, teleport up. They're trying to play a classic brawl here, and this is what we're talking about with Ball State. This is a composition that they've loved to have been running this entire time, and their map pick taking it here, it's a little odd, but the Irish dive comes out. Symmetra Reinhardt to get themselves on the high ground. And it's beautifully successful. We'd be making Cameron proud right now. 2 kills traded back, though, by Bethel, and it's not quite over yet as Ball State look for a re-engage. They'll back away, but they have the spawn advantage here. So they'll be all right should they survive the remainder of this fight.
Well, Finna does find 1 there on Brigade for Ball State, but Momo is just all over the place with Big J5. They are playing around each other. Penpark does find Jay, but that's not going to do it just yet. Penpark, nice double kill here on Momo, and Big J5 is he'll rotate bottom and try to get this payload to moving. They need to get through this first chokehold door.
And the schmoving they go. It's a bomb into the back line. Connects onto nothing, but does send Bethel packing for a moment. Big J5 taken low on the Tracer. Has the pulse bomb to his name, but not before Zach goes down. It is all up to the Tracer, but down he goes. Miller reasserts themselves on the high ground, and Ball State looking pretty good with these teleporters. Again, back onto that comfortable brawl composition they wanted. Bethel dive in themselves, and with the help of Quibsy, escorted by Momo. They make it happen. It's looking like we're getting the first point hold we've been asking for this whole time, unless this McCree can do something crazy. Miller has a lot of work to do, a lot of health bars to start working on. Oh my God, they're doing their best. Healed up, but eventually taken down. Bethel has the respawn advantage. Bethel has everything they could want, and the hold stops here on point A at Gibraltar.
Yep, but you got to say, you know, Overwatch time, this overtime is ticking down, and there goes the meter, and it's going to be an early hold. Beautiful play as Bethel, Zach on Ash was fantastic. Was hitting tons of dynamite, tons of shots, was cleaning up everything, and Momo was just all over the place for again.
I mean, that was virtually everything you wanted. Again, Ball State, the map pick comes in and it hurts, right? They started playing that dive, and honestly, the Irish dive looked really successful there towards the end, right?
Well, during that last dive, Ash hit Anna hit 3 or 4 with an anti-grenade, and they were not able to clean it up. Big J5 and I believe Momo traded out 3 there, and it just did not go their way.
Yeah, I mean, the DPS star factor here for Bethel. I think we can firmly say that with Big J5 on the field.
Right.
And Zach, who's been just finding pick after pick no matter what they're on. I think that's really been the impressive part so far for me. Ball State, they'll get the opportunity to set up a defense. It's interesting to me that we're actually seeing them set up a dive defense. Like, you can play an Orisa here, and it's totally viable, especially if you're trying to first point hold.
Sure.
You can hold underneath in the mega room. You can set up the old meat grinder, something from like Overwatch League season, whatever.
Right.
When they started playing down there, it's really annoying. And it's great for trying to go for full hold, but they're trying for the dive again here. All they need to do, get coordinated, get on that back line as best they can, and charge up the nano boost. But Ball State don't really have that opportunity for themselves. There's no nano boost. There is an amplification matrix, but the way to win an early fight isn't clear. They're trying to go the distance.
Right. They have Finna here on the Brigitte to try to stun, but overall, like you said, no reason, no Roadhog, sustain comp, something to just D up Bethel. But we'll see how it plays out. This first push around this first checkpoint is gonna, or first hold is really gonna matter here, as we're seeing Big J actually on the Genji for Bethel, as he'll come right up and try to get Ball State under some pressure. This payload though door is already moving.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing Shimada Mata Brothers here for Bethel. You know what? They're feeling pretty happy about it on the attacking side. Force back. Again, that Brigitte doing so much to peel. Jake's been playing excellently, playing as babysitter for Brandon effectively. And it's a tall ask when you're playing against dive competition, but with the cart being pushed all the way up there, that's where we expect it to get. It is one fight territory here for Bethel, diving up onto the high ground, looking for those sports, can't quite catch a whiff of them. As they do get the monkey, that's an even bigger target for them, as now everybody else is sitting here without peel. Big J5 gets away with their life as well, but the turret's starting to go to town for Ball.
Yeah, and I'm loving that pick by US Miller. He goes to turret, he gets DPS on a position of the map that he does not have to worry about. Ash right here trying to find Ninja Curly, trying to find one, but yeah, US Miller throwing the armor, not only for his team, that's going to help with sustain. The turret as well, Pen Park up top, trying to counter dive here, up top on the position, and so far the hold has been strong for Ball State, at least on that first push, but the payload's already 60% of the way.
Yeah, it was a great disengage there from the Ant Matrix by Bethel. They immediately go back in. Following that, they're nearly up to that Nando. 91% for Brandon. Momo's dropping low though, and they might want to take a second here to regroup. Nano's up for Brandon, and they are regrouping. This is absolutely the right call. Look at those health bars, just so low for Bethel. Immediately sends in the Nano though once they're ready to go. Pen Park is up on the high ground trying to deny it, but it's just too much damage. They will trade it out 1 for 1, but Brandon's up and in. Quivsy has the ultimate to pop in the back line, but it's every Ana for themselves. All the supports are being targeted out here. The rally of Finna though is going to find them to calm through the storm, allow this Ball State group to regroup on this point, to hold strong on the defense, but they've got to have the picks to back it up, and that's a start. With Pen Park out of the way though, it's a pretty tough one.
That's going to hurt so much. Pen Park, their big frontline big boy, has been taken out. It's going to be ultimate coming out though from Torbjorn in the back line.
Good timing.
It'll perfect timing, because Bethel was about to get that payload moving door.
Yeah, and it allows their Winston to regroup with them, start getting that ball rolling. Ninja Curly Fry now has a bob. Ooh! No, he doesn't, says Ball State. They drop him down. Bethel immediately shuts that up. 3 players off. The cart's underneath the bridge. They might get one more contest at most here, but all these players need to run for their life. They need some sort of recontest, and the Torbjorn can at least buy them time. Keep these players off until the respawn comes in. Ball State swapping Hornbach onto a ball themselves.
Devastating
Good
stagger.
stall by Finna. It is an unfortunate stagger to see, though. It's desperation is what it means.
That's right.
Ball State are throwing everything at this payload, but they just can't get enough on there. Bethel ended in 2.
Wow, what an amazing job by Bethel. I mean, the entire team was just playing fantastic. I gotta say though, my standout player was Momo on the Diva. She was just she was mitigating so much damage. Up top, down low, fly in, fly out. That's how the Divas played. But also having the awareness by Momo to know when to activate the Vortex and when to not, to mitigate that damage. Amazing stuff there.
Yeah, and
I mean, the standard 1 seed across both game titles here on the weekend, Northwood going against the number 2 seed across both game titles as we get here into Overwatch. So it's going to be Akron versus Northwood here, and this is the grand finals, everybody. Do not hold your applause or anything. Let's get as loud as possible here, and let's just make some noise, because this is going to be an amazing game, Dor.
We're kicking things off, going back over to Oasis.
Yep.
This is Northwood's pick in the best of 3. I'm real curious to see what we get here. Northwood already locking in a double bubble of their own. A little bit of respect being given over to Akron. You can tell they're taking this one pretty seriously off the bat. with the composition, especially after that game that we saw out of them last. Ooh.
Yeah.
I expect Northwood to come out swinging.
Yeah, and you know, it's almost weird. We talked to a lot of the Akron players a lot over the weekend, and it just seems like they all kind of just say Northwood is the standout #1 squad, but I want to see some fight. I want to see some vigor. I want to see some attack coming out for Akron as we start this one off on Oasis.
It's about confidence. It's all about, they know they can play this. They've been practicing so hard for this match, but they can't get intimidated. They can't let it get in their heads. They'll start the engagement off fighting for the high ground. It is dive versus double bubble. Very classic competitions for either side. Northwood being forced back slowly but surely as Nylon searches for that Baptiste. Will get a whiff of him, and as the Immortality Field misses, it's a Baptiste going down in just a moment. Northwood looking pretty good for this one. 4 versus 4 as the high ground is reclaimed by Eric. Neither team has a main tank, but they've got Stun Ape on the high ground, and that's the big deal here.
Yeah, and he's actually over on the Soldier here, so a little bit of hit scan coming out from Big Boy Soldier as we now follow alongside Tyler. And, you know, this first point's going over to Akron, so far, Dor, they're doing the right job. They're going to start this one in the lead.
Making the right moves, but first ultimate up looks to be Nylon's Pulse Bomb, oddly enough, not landing because he got picked off so early in the last fight. You'd normally expect it to be either Landon or Tasmino, but the Stun Ape going down pretty early here from Cowman. There's a lot to worry about. Akron want to trade it out, and they need the Trace to do so, but Nylon just can't get enough done. 2 players being traded out as we get a pause in the server. It's Northwood coming back in with the point.
Yeah, right there. G-Rob winds up finding another, and there goes that pause. So we'll see what happens here and what we have to fix. But, I mean, you know, this is what Northwood's strength is. They play so well, period. They just play so well, period. It's like Akron starts out getting the first point, getting the first round, playing very well, and just like that, Northwood takes it back easily. I mean, amazing stuff there. It's going to take a Goliath to stop the mountain known as Northwood.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the individual skill of Bethel with all the team play of Akron. It is very scary. And I think for Akron, that means you really need to find that pop-up player. You need to find an equalizer. We saw Big J5 do it in their matchup against Bethel not too long ago, and it was a very effective tool for getting them through King's Row. Akron, we know they have the skill on their team, right? Stun Ape, an incredible leader for the team, and you've also got Nylon, who's looked really impressive a lot of the time. This team has all the tools to get there. They just need 1 or 2 people to really step up to the occasion if they want to do it.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy feat, no doubt about it, as we wait for this pause to resume. But, you know, what's going to be the key here? You got your little black book full of info and notes and treasures and all this.
Too many.
Dor is amazing. He has been marketing to the players all weekend, talking to them, finding all the little tidbits of information. I've seen it. I mean, what's going to be the key here? Does Akron have a chance against Northwood?
I think it's all confidence. I was talking to him, and again, it's one thing to be preparing for a team all weekend. It's another to just let it get in your own head. And they, like I said, they have all the ability to do it. So if they can come in with confidence, just not allow Northwood to get away with anything they shouldn't get away with and continue to play their game, I think they're going to be winning all right. I think the big question comes between this matchup, actually. It's a question for Northwood as well, of compositional diversity. We know Northwood can play virtually anything. Seasons and Cowman are incredibly flexible as a tank duo. Tyler and G-Rob have looked fairly flexible as far as we've seen. And Landon and Lep, I don't think there's any questions that those 2 players are incredible. But if Akron can find one composition that they feel like they're better on, whether it be Brawl, whether it be Rush, whether it be Dive Maps, whether it be Double Shield, they have to push as hard as they can. But the problem is, in a best of 3, there's only so much time to figure that out, right? And we're going to a map like Control, I actually think is pretty good for them because it gives them 3 sub-maps, 3 opportunities to try and figure it out. And yeah, it's like the most time you're possibly going to get to actually see which of these compositions is actually working out for you, because Akron are very compositionally diverse. I think that's one of the best things that they've shown us so far this weekend. They're very confident on Rush, Dive, 6-man, no matter what it be. They've played it and played it well. And so if they can find the right composition, I think that's the key for them.
Yeah, the problem is, like you said, it is only a best of 3. We actually had asked the players if they want to do a best of 5. They kept the best of 3, which is all cool. But that does not give Akron a lot of time. Yeah, you're right. You do have the 3 points to potentially test comps and to see what works for your team. However, if it doesn't work, you lose that first map, and now you have the back against the wall, and now you're going to be feeling that pressure, and you're not going to have really any leeway to make any more mistakes. But we'll see how it plays out. We're still early in this one. What are you liking from the 2 compositions as we just look at the starting compositions here in this one?
Yeah, it's funny. They actually look very similar, right? You've got a Zarya Monkey on one side, and on the other side you've got a D.Va Monkey, but they play very different.
Right.
The Zarya Winston is very much meant to play neutral game for a long time. Chip away at you. You jump up, the Winston places the bubble, has already placed the bubble on top of it.
Sure.
You rotate out, you wait for the cooldowns, you do that again, you poke away until you get your ultimates up, and once you get all your ultimates up, the ultimates roll one into another very, very nicely, and you can continue that. It contains a lot of momentum once you get it working.
Very momentum-based team comp.
Exactly. Well, once you win that neutral game, which it does take a long time sometimes, but if you do it, puts you in a very, very good position. From the other side, though, it's very standard bad, right? We're probably Rush, actually, I think is being played. I'm not quite remembering. I think it was
the Winston.
Yeah, it was a play with a Lucio Moira. So a Dallas-esque six-man, normal, what we're expecting. A balled-up composition, and if they can't win the fight early, right, they have a very aggressive composition. The Moira is coming up with the ultimate, likely first in a lot of these situations. I don't think she did in this one, but in a majority of situations, that's kind of the point of it. And then they can find that dive target with the six-man composition, get on top of him, and shut it down, which they did in the first fight. That's why they won, right? They found the Baptiste early, they shut him out, and immediately you win the fight there because there's no more sustain with the double bubble, right? Once that neutral breaks, you're already out, and you've missed your opportunity to get those ultimates up.
That is Akron's downtime here once that double bubble fails. But however, it could also be their strong suit. That Zarya's ability to soak damage and charge ultimate can be the difference maker. But don't forget, D.Va could soak it up as well.
That's right. We're getting right back into things here on City Center. This is fight one for Northwood to remind us where we left off. Both teams coming up on ultimates here. Nylon with the first, but plenty more to boot. That's an interesting TP from Grob. Does he get it off safely? There's not really anywhere to go. He's going to have to regroup with the team. Great tack visor to get them in. Stun Ape with a two-piece. Doesn't even need to move his mouse to do it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Stun Ape is going to be the one for me for Akron. Yeah, we've seen great things from Nylon, but let's see that tack visor go off. Actually, let's see how Nylon plays it as well. He does have a sticky bomb, though, but Eric's going to go down here, but it's Nylon who winds up cleaning up Cowman. Great stuff here. 32% in Akron. Now his ultimates, and they get the point.
Yeah, Northwood spent a lot there, right? Ant Matrix, Death Blossom.
Right.
We got the Pulse Bomb out of them as well. Akron held on to a lot. They're going to have two support ultimates and a Pulse Bomb going into the next fight. It's very hard for Northwood to fight this because as much as they want to play a sustained game, Akron's the one with the ultimates to do exactly that. And by taking out Landon early, they probably won't even need to use those.
Right, and now there's 4 online for Akron, but it's going to be Tasmino who activates his on Moira, as well as Seal for a nice little wombo combo here. Akron is smelling blood in the water. Seal going to find Lep, and it's 60% and running.
Yeah, the fact that they had to use both support ultimates to do that, they were trying to push out in the spawn to get as much value as they could out of the previous fight win, but they used both support ultimates to do it, which now Northwood come in with a sound barrier of their own, which is pretty uncomfortable to play at if you're Akron. So Akron, I actually like what they're doing here and keeping this fight going and trying to force out that sound barrier early so they can maybe find a regroup on this point, but it doesn't look like they're going to get it out. Lep is too good of a player to let an ultimate like that go in a situation where he shouldn't.
And I just love what I saw from Northwood there. Tyler on the Tracer was just all over the place, wound up picking up 3 kills and secures Northwood the objective here. Now, they do have a bit of percentage to make up. However, Akron has used their ultimates, but a nice grenade on G-Rob is going to give Akron an opening.
That's brutal. You have to understand when the teams are this good, that one pick virtually ends the fight in a majority of situations, right? It's about a 70% win rate after you find that first pick. And Stun 8 being pushed off is nearly equalized, but is peeled for. Nylon's looking for one more in the backline, but they've gained control of the high ground, and that's the big thing that we're looking for. Force that Winston off. He's already under critical HP. Seasons is taken down eventually, and now Akron with that one-man advantage, turn it into 2 and start the push back forward. Landon buys a little bit of space for the team with the Amplification Matrix, which will give time for that initial Reaper pick to come back online and at least play as 5 versus 6. But the Coalescence re-engage from Akron is well timed. Just as the Amplification Matrix goes down, they're back in. Grob tries to make the difference, but this Reaper's just struggling to get anything done now. With the bomb being thrown in, Akron are struggling to turn this point over. Cowman equalizes, and they've given Northwood too much time. Northwood regroup, come back with 6, and immediately wipe over Akron.
That is so unfortunate. Akron had pre-won the team fight, but they were unable to get Northwood off the objective. Northwood comes back, picks up 3 kills, and they were also stacking percentage points the entire time. Northwood has just now surpassed 92%, and Akron's only going to have one more chance at this one. Akron had the lead, though, Door.
They would love nothing more than to get on this point. I think they're going to be successful in doing so, but CECC is doing a great job here, right? Separating away the players. Akron with a good dive, though. That was actually a really good job getting past the ulting Winston. They get onto the point of 6. As long as they touch for this overtime, they're going to be all right. Sound barrier out from Pixel Star allows them to stay alive for a little longer, gives them the release on life that they needed to get in this one. Sound barrier out of Northwood, they're committing as well, knowing that this could be their last fight
forcing that ultimate out to try and win the fight, but they were already down players, and Tosmino's got another sport ultimate. It is Amplification Matrix versus Coalescence with the bomb coming over top. That is the meter to take over Akron and get this point going in their favor. We're just still in last fight territory. Northwood coming up on only a pulse bomb. Akron on next to nothing, but they're going to have some nice ultimates to make this stagger work. Tyler,
Oh,
what
that's an
ultimate?
opening
And
for
it
the
means
pulse bomb.
everything doesn't connect it, though. Both divas out of mech and no damage mitigation left on the field. It's up to the DPS, who are now completely open to farm each other. Deadeye out, nothing found. There's a slight lull in the fight as the ball looks for a re-engage. Seasons is in on the back line, but it's a complete trade back and forth. But they found Landon, half HP, booped away. Great peel by Left to keep his main support in it, but Nylon's fine and picks it nonetheless. The main tank's out of the way now. As Akron are fighting for their lives. This is the one they wanted, but it doesn't look like they've quite gotten it yet. The health bar so low, the pool running out. Eric went down without using the self-destruct. Overtime sticking down, but it's Northwood. We're probably going to be running this point right back over, and that wick is going to burn so fast.
Yeah, and there goes that capture as it does go in favor of Northwood. Akron is not going to make it back. Wow, that was an amazing first round.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup West Invitational. Paulie Hype alongside Catinator. 3K or 3,000 Catinator? What's acceptable here?
What are you feeling today, Paul? Are you feeling like you want the short, you want the long form?
No, but I mean, like, what do you like when you were envisioning the name? Did you like it to be say 3K or 3,000? What's the breakdown?
You know, it depends on how smooth it's coming off the tongue. You
Okay,
hear that crisp
all
3K?
right.
I said, okay, I like that. You hear that
3K it is.
3,000? I like that too. You know, it's like
I'm thinking
that's how
Andre
you say it.
3,000. You know, interesting.
That's how
Okay,
you say it, Paul.
I like 3K. 3K sounds like you're kicking the front door. You know, like
I like that. We kicking the front door on this series. In the meantime, we've got San Jose State University up against Hawaii. It's the first seed out of Group A in Hawaii. It's the second seed out of Group B. A 2-1 scoreline for them. A 3-0 for Hawaii going into this one. In Hawaii, well, we talked about it in the green room. We'll talk about it now on the broadcast. They're the best team. They're the best team in this event. No questions asked. They absolutely annihilated absolutely everybody in Group A. And San Jose State, we're going to see if they can catch up to the move. Tempo.
you disrespect UCI. You disrespect SJSU
I say it like
right
it
in
is.
front of their face. Absolutely disrespectful. Let's take a look at the comps here, though. But I respect it. And if you're right, then maybe there's something to be said there. But we'll see how it plays out. First, Hawaii's got to get through SJSU right now, and will cold QT lock in the KO. What do you think of these compositions so far, Catinator?
I like the double controller a lot. It was something that was huge on buying before. It has a lot of successes on the defensive half, so I like to see Hawaii running that because they started on that defense. They'll lose an initiator, but they gain one in the KO. It's like the initiator duels kind of flex thing going on, so not too shabby. Should work out pretty all right. You got the single initiator going on for the other side of things for SJSU. You got just the Brimstone. They're going to be limited on their defensive side. Their attacking side should be fine as long as they're playing Burst Execute. But that's going to come down to if they can find picks or not. We'll see what that case ends up being for them. The Chamber going to be much more forced on the defensive end. That's kind of their last hope when they get to the defensive side. So for them, they'd want to get rounds attacking initially and then make that defensive side a little bit easier for them. So this half's going to be interesting for them, but they are playing against a pretty solid comp when it comes to holding things down.
Well, I want you to be right about Hawaii, but
I am right about Hawaii.
but
I'm right.
I want you to be right about Hawaii, but the thing I don't want to be right about Hawaii is that I do not want to sit through a 13-0 stomp or a
You won't.
3 or a 4. I want to see a competitive game, and that's what I want to see in every esports competition I watch. So this is no different. It's SJSU. Catinator's putting your back against the wall out the gate. Insult.
Okay. Well, we saw how good UCI was, right? We saw how dominant they looked.
Yeah.
SJSU took 11 rounds to them, right?
Yes.
SJSU, they can keep with those
Okay,
big
you're
balls.
using a scaling system.
That gives them a chance to take on Hawaii. But I will tell you this, Hawaii, they kind of ran down Sac State for everything they were worth. Not to say UCI didn't kind of do the same thing, but Hawaii did it on a larger scale. So it's a big task. It's a big giant try to take out. But they start getting the stones in the slingshot that might be able to take down that Goliath. Let's see what the case ends up being. That's into the site already. SJSU is going to go. They lose a player to do so, but they do get it there. They use that wall to plant. That's a beta strategy. Classic that we've seen that one. And Colt Cutie going to give us a shorty out early. We'll switch to the classic now. No bolts in the gun, but figures it out anyway. Mike can prefix the take 2. Chris, would get it back through the one-way. Work to do, though. Going to be Decayed. He'll sit there in the smoke. Teammates trying to ping it for him. Comey will pick that one up. We'll save the diffuser. Spike will indeed get defused. It's teammates to come around. Everybody on Hawaii just got their one, and they got their first round. The pistol is theirs. It's 1-0.
And that was interesting first round there as Hawaii winds up going up. And Prefix, nice peek, gets that kill. 1-0 SJSU. And looks like, I think they're going to force buy here, Catinator. They are.
I'm a strong proponent to the second round force because no one does it. So when
No
it
one
comes
does
through,
it. But here's the thing, though.
it's crazy.
If you have to, so what? You just give up the third. If you don't win this, you don't get the third round, and then you're in all sorts of economy trouble. That's why no one does it.
Well, yeah, but they got a brimstone though.
All right, all
They're
right.
gonna send me through short. Hawaii ain't gonna know what hit them. It's gonna it's gonna be a whole thing.
Go there. Toxin has gone out here for Comey as he tries to put up some attention to detail short A.
There's that Stimmy.
Through. They don't know.
Stimmy time, baby. Nazi in first. Pain shells to go through. We'll force the Viper forward, but Comey do not care. We'll take 1 second to go with it. Looking for the third. A three-piece coming on out of Lamp. Absolutely mows him on down, and suddenly it's looking like that force. Well, it might have been forced out. I'm not going to lie to you. Chris will sit to the backside of short, trying to save it with his teammate over for Shower. Khan's pick him over the headhunter. Old Cutie gonna hunt the head of Chris though. Khan good for a second, but he out the round now. Tesla will take it from CT. He just rotate him through from BCP spawn. It's 2-0 Hawaii. They take it to him, and I'm not gonna lie, they made that force buy look like it was an anti-eco.
Hawaii just winds up coming through Lamps there. I believe it was Viper.
Yes,
Comes
sir.
through Lamps, picks up the triple kill, and I don't know if the comms just didn't reach SJSU's ears in time or what, because the first kill came out and another 3 were taken out before the Viper was Comey was finally killed. So nice triple kill there. 2-0 those we start, and let's see where SJSU is going to attempt this time again.
We had a very extended default from SJSU. Interesting to see on their pistol round. Call me up close to personal. Bonusing hard on these stingers on these specters for Hawaii, and I like that choice because I mean they know SJU ain't got nothing in the tank. So they forced. Well, we get a free round. We get to coast a little bit, build the eco up a little bit more. Then we can start looking at operators in the future. Not sure if they put the op on. Then we have an op agent. The Brimstone's not a terrible choice. You got double controller cooking for you. In the meantime, Comey trying to cook up towards Hookah. Tessie will grab 1. Calling it a fall. It's a very low Choi boy. Has a heal available, but we'll have a pop flash in his eyeballs, and Comey is right there with it. So the Stinger awarded 1. JSU now going to try to move that default on over. They've moved it to the A site where Mike is he's looking ready to go. He's looking poised.
Yeah, I like what SJSU is doing here. They're taking their time. I mean, it's still advantage. Chris winds up finding the headshot as he pushes in, encroachment onto A. But it's going to be a 4-on-2 in favor. Chris is going to get it down, and he's planning right behind this box here. Prefix, though, winds up shooting him with that deagle.
Don't say it again, Paulie.
I won't.
Whatever you do.
Nazi finishes
Nazi
them
grab
off.
1.
Prefix trades it out.
I just couldn't have you say they get the plant down again. I mean, that was you. If you don't say that, Prefix doesn't swing.
He swings.
He
swings and bops him right in the head. And it was well done. Hawaii so far 3-0. So I'm not liking this. Catinator's prediction has been on par so far. SJSU Catinator's got to find some way to get into this site.
Yep. Very early.
They're getting in, but they're getting in too late. Half the team is already gone. The efficiency of the offense has already deteriorated by the time they get in and start planning.
Yeah, exactly right. They're getting in, but they're losing so much to get in that they got nothing left when they're there.
Tank Sensi, you put her in town. Nobody's excited to see it.
So
Viper ultimate does go out short.
That's interesting, slow orb. That slow for SJSU goes down for themselves. So they slow themselves down from bursting out of long, but they make sure that there's no swing to come through, which I like that play because that initial KO pop flash would have swung 2 players. So instead of having to worry about that, they've all played back towards site, but it has given a lot of information away. So Hawaii's been able to anchor these 3 players. Mike will sit pretty with the operator, and we'll have the angle to look at. Viper's pit, obviously still the ace short. The Viper's going to be pushed up as well, so that's info. Op now known about because they will shoot the dog. Question if you're going to play for this or not, because it's not going to be an easy task. Mike will whip the first shot, and shots from the Rays will come through. Teddy to find 1, Chris another. Something they're able to flood their way through. It's just the last member, the Sova towards elbow. Good recon. Some damage through the Sky Smoke, but not a ton. Not enough for a kill at the very least. Rest of the team's got to rotate over. Khan will pick up 1, overextending for Khan out through that Viper's pit. We'll pick up a rifle through the trouble. Brimstone going to be very low, though. They got to try to figure this one out.
Prefix as we stay alongside. It's tested. Nazi, as he encroaches into back over to Tested. You're killing me, Observer. Tested here 3-on-4. So this is going to be actually SJSU's first opportunity. This bomb has gone down. It is ticking away.
This isn't a terrible save. This isn't a terrible round to save on. The eco's not insane for Hawaii right now. I know it feels like it should be because they double bonused.
Right.
But they bought an op this round. They bought the extra rifles for, what was it, 2 members that didn't stand. So they don't really have crazy amounts of money. Comey, if he gets his gun out, he gets a buy for his teammate of Nazi, who's not going to have money because he just bought the op. So they get 2 rifles out of this round as long as Prefix can stay alive here, 5 HP, and his rate is walking, so he'll live. And if we get the tab here, yeah, Comey's going to have a gun. He's going to have the ability to buy one as well. The rest of the team's got to play light, but they are going to be able to get everything out, even buy the op again. So that save, those 2 extra rifles definitely saved them there.
3-1.
Eco play.
Yeah. 3-1 here as 10 seconds remaining. And what do you think the comms, what are the comms like? What are they talking about exactly? Do you think they're talking about the strategy, or do most of these teams kind of, are they making it up on the fly, or is it preset coordinations?
I'm so sorry, I just blanked on that.
It's okay.
Run me back.
Let's go back. Let's go back to the game, Cadenator. Don't worry.
Sure.
Don't worry. I'll cover
I'm
it.
so sorry. I don't know how I just completely missed every word that came out of your mouth.
That's hilarious.
That is
All right,
crazy.
okay, so here we are. Khan, as he winds up coming on in, and a Viper still has just so much utility. She can block you off from so many different perspectives. They know that the offense is slightly coming, or at least teased through shower, but a Viper wall could go up again shortly and block off that line of sight.
Yeah, her wall blocked my entire brain. I was looking at her wall early, see if she's gonna try to flush through for orb. It's lost it all. Lost it all in watching this wall come through. The Viper play's been very nice. And the switch ups as well to come through. And it's the reason why Viper was so popularized on Bind initially. It was originally Viper Astra, and the Astra would go through to play most of the B site and play somewhat of a controller role. It's kind of the same thing you're seeing go down with the Brimstone instead, that Brimstone being lurk towards CT spawn to be able to throw from the bracer. Smokes will come through for the bracer of SJU instead, so they made some space to site. All 3 going to go down here, so there'll be none for post plant. Post plant can't go down just yet either, because Tested is going to be sitting there with the Hunter's Fury, not making it easy for him. Comey, we know they can grab 3 pieces coming out of here in Lamp. They've done it before. They did just a couple rounds ago. Tested will grab one back, the trade on the Teddy. Good pop flash from the KO to come through. Cold QD going to get that one absolutely for free. Khan can't do anything for Benji. He can't see nothing. Comey's come through for a 2K. Khan going to fall. Hawaii 4-1 the scoreline. Probably, hit me with it again. I got you this time. I promise.
You're good, brother. I mean, Hawaii's just playing so coordinated, so calculated.
Huh.
What I was just saying is, I honestly don't even remember the question. Hawaii's being, it's lost in the space of time already. Let's just be realistic here.
For sure.
4-1 though, as Hawaii is just playing, very dominant, and they give you the site every time. It feels like they let you have it. Come on in, go ahead and plant down, and then they approach it from all angles after you're already bottlenecked from the plant. They come from one from behind. They send one through lamps. They sit one just hovering over showers from the initial entry, and then they wind up hitting their shots. And 4-1,
Good read.
just been nothing but pure accuracy for Hawaii.
Comey's moved entirely here. They sent 2 up shower instead, so they're still going to get the same Viper presence, but they're going to get it from different agents. And it means that Comey's going to have this controller utility to use B, because they feel like they're not going to go A again. They've lost A every round. They don't come back. Sure, they don't come back. And they're right. They're going B instead. So they've got Comey's utility to now work with. Mike, they got on close contact. He's feeling himself, and unfortunately, sometimes it goes in vain. Snake about to come through, causes damage to Khan. He is able to sneak through. Tour de force in his hands. Want to be close towards the elbow. Comey tagged a lot by that pain shell. Feet going to be caught as well on the underside of that wall. Tessa will grab one, trade it down out from the back of the site. Now is he going to enter for the team, and he's made some space. Sky Smoke will be there still to CT. About 10 more seconds on that thing. 20 seconds. Longest smokes in the game. Orbital Strike going to go down and stall for a little bit of time. Just so you can't plant just yet. It means that Hawaii are set up for this one. Got the null command as well. They want to throw 2 ults into this one. Wouldn't be a terrible idea, because all that post plant utility going to be negated. The Tour de Force will be negated as well. That's going to be their biggest concern right now. Right now, it's smoked off towards Hookah, but only for so long. Cold Q will step out. No null command anymore, because he's died. Nazi going to take it from the back of the site. That just leaves Prefix. He's got an op. Certainly, you don't retake with an operator. You've got money to work with for the rebuy next round, but there's just no point. You might as well just walk away.
Well, he's still kind of hovering around, and Nazi doesn't want to peek it. They're just going to take the round. So, well done. 4-2. Hey, you got to stay in it here. You don't want to get past that 4-round, 5-round lead. That's when things start getting grim, even in the early parts of the game, if you ask me. So, 4-1. It's going to be a 4-2. Some nice weapon economy going to the favored side here of SJSU, and they're thankful to take the round. A 5-1 would have been devastating over a 4-2. So they're back in it.
Back in it indeed. Hawaii will be back into the bye in this next round. Prefix will buy one. The rest should be able to make it happen. Scrap together some weaponry. And so Hawaii, not broken eco just yet. SJSU, they are slowly turning the key to start that engine back into the game, but they've got to win this round. They win this one, that ignition is firing up. They're revving down the highway, but they got to do it here right now. They're still stuck in the school zone, only driving 20 miles per hour.
4-2-2 is where we are. Here we are at the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup West Invitational. The winning team of each game here at the Invitational will be competing on May 7th and 8th at Gateway Center Arena in Atlanta, Georgia.
How many seats is that?
How many seats?
How many seats is that?
2,500.
2,500?
2,500. We're going to have tons of activations. Atlanta Reign, the Hawks, the Skyhawks, Hawks Talent GT, the whole Hawks Esports, Hawks, everything. Traditional sports and esports. It's going to be a festival. It's going to be food trucks, live music, dancers, cosplay. I mean,
you said 64 teams, right? You said 64 teams?
64 teams. That's right, 64 teams. So it's going to be an orbital strike.
An orbital strike to Lamb. You said showstopper to get in for Nazi and Chris.
Yep, and they walk right in on it.
Go down. SASU use the ultimates because they know if they win this round, they're going to break that eco. So
I love that. I love that strategy there. They break the eco, they use their ultimates, and that is towards their ultimate economy in favor. Sure. That's a minus swing downside and a plus swing here for SJSU. It's coming at the most opportune moment, and the more ultimates you use, the more ultimates you get. So well done here by SJSU to get it on A and get the bomb down.
You might as well restate this up. You can't play through this wall. It's just impossible. It's not big enough. You got to either shoot that wall wider or just not do it at all. Because you see them, they waste the drone trying to swing through that wall just to get an angle on that close corner. Good stim beacon to get out of this. I like that from Prefix. That stim beacon gives them the extra runtime, lets them get out to the back of the site. That wall comes through. They got that one panel open, so they got to try to clear two sides at one time. This get caught from the back of the site. Prefix a nice little double. We'll keep the operator alive as well. We'll dodge that reswing. It's able to take it back and save it once more. Now the question is, if they force around it or not. I got to make that decision there. But they have the util and they have the player count to retake that. But it's a very rough battlefield for them. So much extra cover coming through that wall for SJSU that it's just a big risk, and the risk they didn't pay off.
Well, it got them back in the game, and SJSU can't be happier. Economy on their favor. And let's see where they go here. They started kind of to develop this. Ooh, Mikey, what is this happening for Hawaii? They see him, though. He's ready for it. Well done with the grenade. That was so smart. Ooh, that was
okay,
so
Mike.
Good.
Oh, Mike.
Right back in.
Mike, he can't. He's feral. That's all he needs. Let's keep him pick the fence too.
Get on the grenade.
Where is it? Where is it? Unlucky. Sometimes, if you kill them too hard, Paulie, they go flying. Their gun disappears from the map.
Right.
And you can't grab it, which is unfortunate.
Wow,
He's killed the chamber early, and look who gets the benefit off those rewards.
Wow.
You reap what you sow. Comey's able to sneak all the way forward. Zero points information on Chris.
Oh. And the resurrection actually makes it a 4-4 swing here. As we're seeing this bomb on Sage, slight push into the shower side A. And now, because of the slow pace of SJSU, Hawaii doesn't know if they've gone back over to B or not, Catinator.
Seekers will give that info over. Wall will come up for quick plan outside of short.
Smart play.
Information on 2 to CT at the very least. They don't have information on this U-Haul player, though, so we'll see what that ends up looking like for them. That wall is interesting, too. It allows for a lot of room to the back of the site. That's what Hawaii is going to be looking at here. They've got a null command still to work with. Second retake that they've had it for. We'll see if they throw it into this one. It's like they're looking for this first pick before they really feel comfortable. This time around, they'll say, please throw this thing, man. We need this round bad. They're going to throw it. They're going to look for it. 3 shower. If they can start to budge that gap, they can start to make something happen. Mike grab his 3K with the judge. He'll fall now, though. Nazi did the 2-piece. Colt Q to trade 1 back. He's got to find 2 more, though. 1v2 for him, and he's not going to find it. Chris will come through with that trade to come through out of shower. It's 4-4, and SJU suddenly, they've got things all tied up.
Yeah, I love what I saw there. And Nasi, was the standout player from day one. You know, hit the interview section of the stream and played so well. Did he and now he's starting to return to form here. SJSU has just tied things up 4-4, and they are having a great half here on Bind. This is one of my favorite maps in the game.
How
I have
come?
to say. One of my favorite maps in the game. I just it reminds me of Dusk from Counter-Strike, and that's why I like it. But they like the art aesthetic, excuse me. And I know that means nothing in terms of competitive Valorant, but I like the art aesthetic. I like that it's kind of it's difficult to plant the bomb in the right situations. But this bomb has gone down quite effectively for SJSU the last 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I was about to say, like,
it went down easy.
Like the other two. SJSU have definitely cracked the code just a little bit here. I think it comes down to Hawaii just being a little confident. Because, like, if you really look at it, these first early rounds, you'll see there's X's on your minimap where bodies have gone down. And they're consistently going down very ahead of the defensive line, right? They're looking for a lot early now because they just feel confident, right? Sometimes that confidence can come back to bite you. Turn to arrogance just a little bit. Comedy grab one prefix after another. Those are traded back, though, by Choi Boy and Khan. SJSU get a 5-4 scoreline, taking a lead for the first time in this matchup. Eco's back even. Hawaii is going to rebuy here, and just got to slow it back down. We talked about how good the Viper utility was over to the A. Talked about how nice the wall was looking to the B site. They just keep playing a little. They're playing a little too fast. Michael recognized, say, "Hey boys, listen, can we go back to what we were doing when we won the first 3 rounds? How you guys feel about that?"
Hey, and that's what the timeout's there for. You know, it's to take that second to yourself when things might not be going exactly to plan. SJSU, though, has taken the first lead here of this opening half, and their offensive prowess has been pretty spot on so far. It's mainly come from the fact that they've been able to pick up a first kill early in these rounds, causing rotation, causing defensive scatter, and it's allowed them to then rotate and get the bomb down wherever they see fit. And then they've been executing the rounds to finish them off, which is the other half of it. But so far, SJSU has had 4 successful rounds in a row. The economy is booming over there, and Hawaii's got to find their footing. It's still early, but I'm not impressed. Catnator, you said that Hawaii is going to take this tournament hands down.
Whoa. Hey, what are you talking about?
You were saying. Right now.
Yeah, I was saying.
Hey, I'm just saying that's SJSU's holding ground.
They are. I won't lie to you. They definitely have found an answer. They rooted themselves to the ground just a little bit. Trying to keep the ball rolling if they can take Hawaii once more. But I feel like Hawaii just... Okay, never mind. I said maybe they slow down a bit. They said, let's go faster. Let's just beat them A short. We're better. That was the call. It was not the case. So they've lost the brim early. Thankfully, they got the double controller set up, though. So they still got Snokes to work with. And SJSU will say, wait, they're getting aggressive. We'll hold up a bit. We'll let them get aggressive. We'll try to take that spacing off. Recognize they've gotten all of shower control and look to play off of it. Nazi to come forward. Teddy to come through short. And SJSU just having fun now. They're feeling themselves. They're into sight yet again. The plan's gone down for now the 4th round in a row for this team. Tested to send one back to CT. Got to do more than that, though. The Viper going to come through to help Heaven. 2-on-4 for the retake.
Bomb is taking away. Poison Toxin Stream has gone down. SJSU 4 up. Teddy even supports. I like Sky. Sky's such a fun pick to play. Just it's like information Sova. Like Sova and Sky together on a team. They don't have that, but Sova and Sky is one of my favorite combinations, just from having the recon dart as well as the Sky ult, like kind of offset each other. But 6-4 now, and SJSU, they're having a great offensive half here, Catnator.
They are. Turn things around. They're looking very good. Last 5 rounds in a row have gone their way. Eco kind of broke it for Hawaii here. They'll buy down to that 2K mark, about 1.4, because they got the maximum loss bonus. So they get 2.9K going into the next round. So they kind of can buy a decent chunk of things here and still be able to buy next round. They know that for a fact. So they've done just that. They're going to be buying for last. Looking to get this game to at least 7-5. If they can win the Ecos, maybe something happens. They'll throw the Vipers pit out early. They got the Hunter's Fury to work with. They want to try to stop the plan. SJSU once again going to be playing instead of default. We'll play very slowly. Wait for Hawaii to make mistakes to walk into them. Ultor pick for Teddy. He's going to tuck under that nade. Mike, big frag to pick up on Chris, who goes forward from the nade. Doesn't have a refrag there, of course, because that nade splits Teddy backwards. To go back to the A lobby side of things. So his teammate's fallen. There's no trade there. No gun to be picked up, though, because that teammate is at least somewhere in the back line.
This slow play from SJSU. They are down 1. Brim, Chris got taken out. slightly earlier, Viper Ultimate going to occupy short A, which has limited the amount of entry points, which are already limited on bind. So only 3 opportunities, and Hawaii has clustered hookah. So they're forced right now to go through showers, which is probably their best opportunity anyway. So they're probably not too upset about that. It's going to be a blind, though, as they come in. And they're going to use the wall once again to just get that bomb down. Teddy's going to plant it. Wall has gone up. Comey's going to rotate over with the judge. Joe Boy is going to back away. Bomb does go down. Wall will get depleted. But the setup is here, and it will be a shower situation.
Prefix to grab one from heaven, and suddenly things looking possible for the CECC team. Cole can pick up one with the judge. He's pop flies them away. Orbital strike to kill for time. Then gets the very least a half. And if yes, you got to somehow try to find a way to get back into this thing. That orbital strike is massive. They sit on it. Hawaii's going to grab it. She grabbed this frag as well. Looking for Nazi now, and they've got him. That's rifles to be picked up for Hawaii. That is a massive payday, a bank heist for them as they're looking to get this thing back tied up. Mike is so lucky to live there. The dog's coming straight for his dome piece. It lunges just a little bit to his left. It allows him to do some damage early. It allows him to start breaking the wall early. It allows him to leverage himself for the retake. Not just the fact that he's got utility. He's got his paint shell to kill extra time after the orbital strike. The fact that he's just another body in the way. That doesn't happen if he gets hit by that dog. He would have been concussed. Would have been instantly blasted. So that, I think, might have been the difference in the entirety of the round.
Well, it worked out for Hawaii. That's going to be their first in 5 or 6. And it's leading right now to a 6-6 half. This is going to be a big round, actually, and to see who gets that footing for the second half. Which of these 2 team comps, Catenator, do you think is prepped for a second half push here?
I'll be interested because we're trying to change the strength for both of these teams. I'm interested to see how Hawaii leverages their double controller. All right, now we get some leverage going in towards shower for both sides. It's been heavily contested pretty much all the way through. Khan will take one back, so SGSU going to win that one out for now. You got to start this retake, and got still a little bit of initiated utility work with your KO to come through. One flash gone, one more to go. 0 point should be about recharged by now as well. So that should really be the go signal for this team. They'll start to break down that wall. Now the gap going to be open. Pop flash has come through yet again for the KO. So nothing left. Now the 0 point back. Sitting in the molly though. We'll swing out for one. A second. Looking for a third as well on the tour de force chamber. Not going to find it. Teddy to fall from sight. You have to hold this thing now. Khan's so low. A sneeze will kill him. Khan will take one. A 3K for him. Prefix has to sit and hold on to this spike. Khan just looking to grab it off the marking. Skystorm glass 20 seconds. It won't be gone before the defuse comes through, but he cannot grab it. It's half a second, and Khan will walk away with the clutch just barely at 7-5 for SJSU. Now we look at the double controller to see what it can find on the attacking side. You got to play very slow if you're Hawaii.
7-5. SJ walks away with the half advantage. Here in map 1, remember this is a best of 3 semifinal of Group B. Well, semifinal number 2, rather. As the winner of this will be awaiting University of Central Irvine for that qualifying spot in the CECC Grand Final. So UCI came through swinging. They're playing great. And Catenator, based on your prediction, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. I think SJSU is sticking it to him right now. I'm going with SJSU versus UCI for a rematch. We'll see how it plays out.
That's unfair,
but
though.
that's just what I'm saying.
You made the decision halfway through the game.
Halfway.
You watch half the game first. All right, man. I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide this one time. You're not wrong. The back end of that half definitely is SJU-ville. But the first end of the half was very much Hawaii-ville. We'll see how they leverage this competition, though. They're going to look for that shower play. They'll take the play straight off the SJU playbook. They haven't cleared. They haven't cleared bench. The Brim's just sitting here. Chris able to grab 2. It's just free. Tested to trade one back finally, but it's too little too late. Nazi will take another frag for the troubles. We'll paint shell off. Tested is able to grab Spike and back away, but it's a 1-on-4. He's got to try to re-hit somewhere. Not an easy scenario if you are the Sova. And it all comes off of nobody clearing that corner. The Sky Smoke sits there. They say, we're safe. We're good to roll. But little do they know there was a piranha lurking, and he's nibbled off them toes.
Yep. Toes in the water, piranha going to nibble. And that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Take high-dose toes.
Pretty sure the president of the United States said that. So, big quote.
7-5.
It's just the same mistake.
Nope. Nope. 8-5 defensive stance on the back end of, I think, triple or double, at least of Chris. Well done there. I love Brimstone. I'm so happy he's in the meta
Man.
right now.
I really do hope that neither of these schools have neither of these players for SJSU or for Hawaii have enrolled for classes yet. I will be adding one more elective to their schedule. It is a how to clear corner. Chris able to grab 2 off of it. Nazi grabbed the last frag off it as well. Come on, boys. It's a 1-on-1.
Now, is this they did map bans, right? Whose pick is this? Is the question. Because if it's Hawaii's pick,
I actually don't know.
Hawaii's in trouble. If it's not, then things aren't so bad. And don't get me wrong, we're still halfway through this game. I'm really just messing around. But so far, we got to give credit where it's due. SJSU has had a spectacular play. This should be a free second round. We see Choboy. He has the what's that gun again? What's this gun called?
Talking about that Bulldog.
Today, Catinator.
Big Bulldog fan?
Yeah, the Bulldog.
You like a little 3-burst action?
Yeah, I like that Bulldog boy. But the Bulldog, he's playing so aggressive in showers because they know they have this free ego round here, which is probably going to trickle into round 3. It's so, if you don't force buy into it, it's so hard to stop the eco round. Or the forced round, whatever you want to call it.
That it is. Honestly, Hawaii just wants a bomb plant. Realistically, we want a spike plant here. Get themselves
that
a nice
money.
little toxic screen guy. They'll throw it down. Look to bait and anchor SJS. It's working so far. They'll move the raise now because they haven't heard any noise. Only thing about you got to be careful about how you try to sell noise to then fake, because eventually you hold them for so long and they go, wait a minute, they're not here, they're leaving. So it's almost like you got an anchor player with you. They don't have a player to anchor right now though, because they are playing off of that light buy, and fortunately for them, that raise comes back, really committed to the A side. The toxic screen comes up once more. Why if they walk into their side? They're doing a great job of executing this one. Look at the plant out at the very least. There's a hookah sky that's going to come through. Teddy might be able to stop this plant just barely, but they will throw it into tubes, so it's all good. They're getting mowed down. They should get mowed down. They got no guns. It's all good. Come will grab one for his troubles. Trade it out now. Just sees the Brimstone. Not going to win this round, but they've gotten themselves the plant. That's what they're looking for, a little extra money. BB's going to try to grab some extra money again off the classic. I'm not going to be had. Your boys got it. End of the round, 9-5 scoreline. Hawaii now going to have a bye to go into what is going to be SJSU's bonus.
Well done, SJSU. Now 9-5 here on this map 1. Remember, if you're just watching at home or just tuning in, this is a best of 3. So will be another map round of discussion after this. And so far, Hawaii's going to find a way back into this one, Catinator, because SJSU is just really standing tall, standing strong. This will be the first round that Hawaii has some weaponry, as they are hovering towards the A side. But what about their comp is gonna? Where's their entry? They're playing off the KO and the Rays.
Yeah, playing pretty heavily off the top flags that will lead the Rays into double satchels.
Okay.
Honestly, the Rays you just kind of bait. Seriously, the Rays doesn't have to get kills if the Rays just gets in the way. Teddy getting in the way right now, stuck all the way up shower. Takes tested, prefix will have the trade. JSU will fill that space though. It's very deep in the shower. They got room to work with. Hawaii going to walk into trademark if they want to push forward in A short. Very good satchel. I saw that actually first round, pistol round for them. Still a fan of it. Satchels over the top of new box breaks trademark, because that's usually where that trademark does go. And it's a pretty wide range of the blast pack as well coming through. So that satchel's killed it. It means they have space. They want to play up A short. They don't have to worry about shooting that trademark. They can just walk their way straight in, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So I was hard to execute.
Go for Mike.
Yeah, and that second blast pack going to go into getting into the actual site itself. Oh, Nazi, the play with the paint shells, the underhand throw. Everybody has to back off the site. That's kill time. And they'll say, we don't want any more. We'll rotate through. There's too many of you here. We've seen stage. We've heard the Rays. We don't know about the chamber, but the chamber's been typically playing that A site. So let's go B instead. We feel like all three of you are there. They're right on the read. We're going to get that B site. Look at the chances to the post plant too.
And it's going to be that rotation of B. Mikey sitting in the corner, prefixing Comey. Wind up finding one apiece. And Hawaii's taking this round, bomb down or not. Joe Boy, the only one left in CT. Still is hidden, but now they'll know exactly where he is. And here comes the blind as Cold Cutie wound up fishing it off. An important round here for Hawaii. They started getting left in the dust. This will keep them in that 3 range and keep them on the board for contention.
Good round for Hawaii. They keep that ball rolling. They can break the eco here of SJSU in the same sense. SJSU was able to break theirs and start rolling. For what was 5 rounds in a row for them, a 5-0 run they took in the middle of the half. Chance to do so for themselves here. They're doing a good job of playing slow, playing this consistent Viper wall to really condition this team. They also have it for if they want to come back and re-hit A later. They have the wall already. Interested to see this orb placement. Is it CT? Oh, it's lamp. Okay.
It was lamps, yeah.
Interesting that it's lamp because you try to play off the screen. If you play screen orb at the same time, you have no vision. So you can't be pushed forward. Like in this sense, if you're going to screen yourself, you screen yourself into lamp so you have the first half of sight and then can execute through to CT. But if your orb is on lamp already, you lose that and you allow someone to actually play either in your orb or directly behind it lamp to play that little cubby. You see that little gap that's still there on your minimap? Someone can play there and then it's going to kill your execute as well.
Right.
I don't know if he has an orb lineup for heaven or not, but they're kind of contradictory in terms of the utility. Good pick from Comey early. Huge opportunity to throw up both of these pieces of utility and fake for this A-site hit. They're going to do just that. Comey will fake the presence. They get the sky smokes out as well. He's going to try to play his way into lamp, and here's exactly the problem I'm telling you about. This is exactly what that does to you. You can't play that lamp control. You're stuck there on an orb. Now he has it.
Perfect play from Nazi right there. Choboy winds up finding another. And Teddy finds one too. So SJSU, one-man advantage, prefix very low. Actually, one single hit, double flash coming out from Ted. Cold Cutie going for that bomb plant. And here comes the dog, quickly annihilated, but the info is there. Prefix on 5. Life gets taken out. Teddy swings him immediately. And now 1 left in the cubby is Cold Cutie. Nazi finished that with a blast pack, and it's a 10-6 lead as now SJSU has the end game goal in range.
Great discipline from SJSU there. The whole time they're getting worked by Comey. He's working his way up through short, baiting the utility. They never move for a second. They keep 2 and 2 on both sides of things. And the 2 that are on B are able to hold down the fort pretty well. Good utility for them as well to make sure they're isolating a bit of 1v1 from the back of the site. Teddy will pop flash his way through to get a couple. And it makes it so that Hawaii aren't able to get an easy push in any regard. That fake does nothing for them. It's the only thing about conditioning your opponent. Eventually, they start to catch on. Second time that Comey's done that now. Good read from them. Not sure the IGL is for SJSU, but very good call to keep the team strong defensively.
As we start round number 17, Mikey with the bomb buddy, Boombot, going to head on into Hookah to get some intel, and they'll find one camping in there. But it's given Mike the space to now encroach it, as they haven't gone Hookah many times so far, Catinator. They've been pushing mostly showers and finding success, but I love that wall, but got cut off there.
I missed the wall.
Unfortunate. A really good spot to sit when Sage just sit up there. I mean, you almost know when you see that they're up there, but still, like, it's a really good fake too.
Why? They'll get themselves into Hookah. The hard part now has come through. It's getting themselves out of Hookah, and they don't feel confident in that right now. Comey still looking for pressure. He hasn't been able to find on the other side of the site. Teddy certainly has down B long. If Tess is going to fall, that's one of the initiators gone. There's no darts. There's no shocks. So they have no easy information going through this back of the site. Oh, Troy.
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
Better. Clean 2K to come through.
Boy, boy.
That's spiked down. He's recoverable. Previous can just grab that thing and walk away with his interact. He'll look for more than just that one. Grab a frag. And Comey will as well. Got both controllers trying to show us this is Meta's boss to see if they can get it done. Sky's supposed to come through. Simbeacon as well. Comey will grab one towards site looking for that trade. Does have it. First pit to go down. Gotta grab the spike though that's not in the Viper's pit and then make it back. Wanna be towards CT, wanna be towards Hookah. Plant's gonna go down. I don't know if he knows about this Hookah player. Well, he'll know now that Showstopper gonna come through. He's gotta find both frags. Time running shorter and shorter. Showstopper through the Viper's pit. Just has the read. Nazi clean on it. 11-6. Also gets a bit of his mini-map there, so that's just some intuition to flick up his eyes to the top left, see the mini-map, see the icon, know where to put that Showstopper bullet. Or rocket, I should say.
Well done. Excellent play there. Nazi with the ultimate, and another timeout here coming from Hawaii. They're going to have to talk it over. 58 seconds, but they'll have 1 minute to get through the discussion. And what are the comms like, Catinator? What are you thinking? You know, if you ask me, they're thinking, look, guys, we got to pull it together right now. We got to be decisive. Let's pick a site. Let's get the bomb down, and let's make the game easy. Because so far, getting entry has not been that for Hawaii.
Here are the comms. The comms are, we gotta stop. We gotta stop lurking controller, guys. This round, we got a 5-man hit something. We got to use all the controller utility. We got to just completely vision denial and get in, because we're looking at Komi every round, guys. He's just dying. We're looking at Komi every round. He's getting caught. They're not moving. It's not doing anything for us. We're stalling time. That's not killing util. And it's not killing players. It's not making any space for us. There's no point. We might as well just burst execute and use all the util we got, because right now we're just getting stalled out. SGS, you have the read on us. We got to change things up. It's not going to work for us, boys. Komi, come with us. Let's see what we can do. Yeah.
6-11. I'm letting it
Oh,
simmer a
no.
little, Cat. You know,
My bad.
Yeah,
It'll be a hard half by here. So
no.
not necessarily you're going to see that come into effect this round, but possibly the next round. I mean, because you take the time out here, you get a chance to think, but you're not really expecting to win your buy down.
Right.
Bugs come through, is caught shower. They are still lurking the raise. So now they're looking the entry duelist. It's going to make it even harder for them to get to site, because they need that to make the spacing.
Right. And it's been reflective. It's been reflective. They have not had an easy time so far. Cold Cutie kind of locked in this short corner. Nazi gonna find him right through the wall. That's an easy pick. Grenade does get duffed a little bit, but stops the possible entry of short A. But Hawaii's not even over there. We're playing a default. I think Cold Cutie was just a little bit overextended.
I think a sweet time for Hawaii, and they're using util to try to sell fakes right now. They're not really taking the space off of it, so I don't know how convinced you get here. Yes, you do move the raise, so it has worked technically. They've taken the space up short. Need to get a little bit further past this wall in order to plant, which means they're gonna have to walk into the bolts of Chris. How many Chris is good for. Toxic screen to drop, and well, the curtain unveiled, and the show is a go. Komi will pick up 2. Nice piece for that Bulldog. For the barking from triple now, as the plant's going to go down. They got some room to work with. 3 will come towards CT. Utility not to be had for Nazi. He's used it in the initial bait out of players to get them through to B long. Prefix grab one with the Marshall. Ooh, lobbing for it. Another to be had, and suddenly Choi Boy's in a 1v4. How did we get here? Hawaii make it happen. Mike will take it. Those are rifles to be picked up. Hawaii walks away with the round. They walk away with a little extra eco in their pockets. And suddenly things look different. The timeout worked even on the ballot.
That's what's great about the timeout. You have them, you use them to your advantage. They totally change the pace. It might only be 60 seconds, but it changes the pace, especially when a team is on a run. And basketball uses it the exact, timeout in every sport or esport is used the same way. It's to change the pace. It's to change the tone, even if it's for a minute. So well done by Hawaii to pick up that 18th round. We're headed to round 19 now, and let's see how Hawaii encroaches this one. And it's going right into the ultimate from KO. There'll be a combat Tim thrown out, and it's going to be a head right into Lamps as Nazi, though, waits with the judge, and SJSU has been using this judge quite a bit. Ooh, again, another. Nazi finds 2 as Tezin trades him out 3-3 now as the A push continues.
Well, even rolling. Tessa will find a 2K. Khan going to fall. New judge bearers. Joyful will find 1. Looking for the res, but has to get tested in order to secure it. We'll do just that 2-piece. You can call it a 3-piece technically, because now he's brought back into this one. Cold Cutie will send 1 back. We'll get the trade, but there's another member we work with now. Flash will come through. It's behind Cold Cutie, though, so he's going to have that vision still. Roomba's going to catch him out. Paint Shell's there as well. We'll force him
that's
HP. And all he needs is a dog. Does 30 HP at max if you're close range, and well, that thing was in his eyeballs.
SJSU compiles their 12th round win and is now on point game here for map number 1. This is a best of 3 series. Let's take a look here as we see the ultimates. And Prefix, he's sitting on an orbital strike and some great ultimates actually for Hawaii. So they should get this round. But still, no slouch here as an orbital strike for Chris on defense as well. And you have the Sky ultimate too on Teddy. So some quality on both sides, 2 apiece.
Hawaii on these ropes right now. Off on the shore, surrounded by water, trying to find their way to the mainland, you could say.
Oh, I like that.
Metaphorically
Castaway.
and literally. Nazi will find the first. Hawaii are just going to try to force the square block into the round hole so they can get that job done. Koki will step into his own fragment, trying to catch Khan off. Tested will catch off Nazi. Comey, same story for Chris. Great shock bolt as well will lead to the kill. That's that shower damage comes through as well. Why? They force their way in. They see all the util. They say, do not matter. We'll find the frag. Show to find one back just as that Sky Smoke is going to clear. So Prefix will fall. His own demise, really. Seeker's available for this retake. I said you are willing. And they are. Go time. Comey's found the first from short. Teddy pushes his way forward. Broken the 0.4 can scan, so he's still going to have flashes to work with, but he ain't got none actually in the tank right now. 30 seconds further there. Jumping will come through towards short. Swing going to come through the backside truck, and he's caught. Tested a good 3K, and Hawaii literally just rammed their way into the site, and it works.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they needed. They're hanging on every single map here. They have to win 5 straight. No easy task against a consistent SJSU team, at least here on Bind. And the composition has been effective at times, but the offense has been lackluster, it seems. It just has not been going the way of Hawaii. And SJSU sitting comfortable. I mean, obviously a second map to go here. So even if they're losing one, it's still not a long way to go. But I would love to know the percentage on teams that win the first map, what it goes to in the best of 3. It's got to be like similar to basketball. I would assume like 70% win rate is the, estimate if they win map 1 out of 3, or 1 out of 2 rather.
It's no team has come back from down 3-0 in the best of 7 scenario for sure.
Ooh, Teddy, nice shot there onto Mikey. It is a long push onto B, and they haven't done long much either. They've really been towards A focus most of this game, Hawaii's offense.
Yeah, everybody's stuck long, and it's a long shot, too, because they have no control. Hookah, there's 2 players just stuck there for SJSU. It's almost impossible to make space on Bind without splitting. Even in the instance where they send themselves into that A site, you saw still one was shower, and it made the difference. It was the reason that Shockbolt got a kill, because they had that shower spray to come through in the player that was playing tank. See, they have no spacing here. And they got to try to now take Hookah control this lane to the round. They got 30 seconds. They got all the util still.
They're forced to go B.
0 points to wall here. Octagon will disable both these players. But it's just Comey has to do the work. Troy by 1 with the short. Traded back, though. One more to side. Teddy's the difference in this round. If Teddy can shut down this planet, it's over. Sets in the fragment, tucks it for so long. It takes both. Looking for one more. Teddy will take them all. We'll find a 4K SJSU 13-8 off of the side anchor. So confident for good reason. He backed up what he was spitting.
Wow, triple kill there. I am so hype. I just pulled my microphone stand right out of the socket. All right.
Like that.
That was awesome. I mean, wow, what a quality play there by SJSU. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here. Comey actually leading the way, 23, 15, and 7 with a 340 average combat score, 3 first bloods on top. So well done for Comey. Nazi, Teddy, following him, Prefix and Tested round out. So it's kind of weird, actually. The combat score and the kills were kind of in favor of Hawaii, but excuse me, had to sneeze. But the overall team of a 5-round win here for SJSU.
It started off so Hawaii-centric, too. Where did the times go? They started the luau too early.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, what were you saying? Luau a little early?
It was a 5-1 scoreline. They were looking very dominant, and they said, and then things fell apart.
You're right. No party did, but SJSU made it a great one. But when we come back, it'll be a short deliberation because map number 2, picks and bans are coming out. Hawaii is not done yet. We have map number 2 coming up next. Can SJSU hold out? The winning team of this best of 3 is going to be going up against UCI for that grand final CECC live position. But when we come back, we have some more Valorant action. Don't go anywhere. Akron had the game. Akron had the game not once but twice where it was right in their grasp. I almost feel like they gave it away, but Northwood could have taken it. That last fight by Northwood was perfect.
Yeah, gave it away is not something they did. They fought tooth and nail for it, inch by inch. It came down to the tiniest of individual plays there in the final moments. And you can't put any blame on them. Akron are leaving everything out on the field. They're making Northwood do the exact same thing. And that is absolutely wild.
Akron had 2 picks in that final fight first to start things off, but was unable to transition it into anything. However, if that's an indication of how the match is going, that's an amazing job from Akron to start things out. Don't give up on yourself. Well, look at this. Stun Ape now over onto the Pharah with the Mercy. Let's see how it plays out but Northwood having that Ash on G-Rock.
Both teams locking the Farm Mercy.
Right.
It's a little awkward for season.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Not like
Gonna
this.
get up?
He gets up.
Very nice. We got booped off just like that.
Oh, no.
That was by Pharah. That was Stun Ape.
Akron, what a punish. Goes up. This is aggressive. Grob's still there to take you down, but Akron still, by all means, are in the lead in this fight and should be able to seal it out. Northwood are going to come back. They'll get a recontest here. Following the point take, I believe. They might be able to contest this. Nope. Stick over to Akron. Grob finds an opening pick, though, and they will at least get a re-engage here because there's no shields in their way. There's nothing to stop Grob from just picking player after player off. And with that, Northwood take before even 10%'s back.
You just got to love what you see from Northwood. When they smell blood in the water, they take advantage every single time, and they have the accuracy to back it up. Their frontline, Cowman and Seasons are just a problem all day long. They will get the first objective. Akron now trying to find a way back in. We might see some swaps come out.
Patience out of Akron. Compositional swap Stun Ape. We've seen this Doomfist before. Wreak some real havoc, and it's a good pick for the composition that they're running into. There's no stuns to stop it from really going off. Reinhardt's now in the back line, though. Health dropping low for Seal. Got to be a little bit careful here. But Nyla finding the opening pick on his feet. There's nothing left to really mess with this back line. Nothing to corrupt them. But with Tyler and Grob being on opposite sides, they've got this beautiful crossfire over point, which is allowing them to just pick Akron apart.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, Akron thought they can just get on the point. Cowman was holding it down. You have G-Rob on the right. You have Soldier on the left. And more importantly, they're hitting their shots as Northwood, which makes his composition just so insanely deadly. It's been working, and G-Rob on the Ash has been a problem. They've got to find a way to get back to him.
Yeah, Akron swap comps a pretty awkward time, too, right? They gave away a lot of the ultimate charge that they had built up. Meanwhile, Northwood are sitting on 4 of their own. If they can budget these out appropriately, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. And with Stun Ape down, I mean, already a 5v6, they're going to try and fight this, likely to try and draw ultimates out. Maybe they can get one. They'll hold their ground at the very least, but it's a pretty ugly look for Akron right now. That application matrix could be what get them back into it, though. It'll deny them from peeking that opposing high ground with the Soldier and Ash. It's just a matter of when do they use it. Dead end by space, amplification matrix out. Insane grab out of Cowman. Oh, he's so creative through the wall, and it's an easy finish off. That's the plays that only Northwood make.
Oh, that was genius stuff there. They wombled it with the Bob right there from the Ash, wind up connecting on everything. Tyler gets a bunch of picks, and they actually, Northwood used 4 or 5 ultimates on that, but it was worth it because now Akron has back against the wall, Northwood with 78% and pressing, and Stun Ape just got trickled out.
It's everything they can want and more, and now they get to continue to hold that high ground. They know they can separate those players a little bit more safely as well. Tyler and Grob can spread themselves out, knowing that they can just continue to play ring around the rosy on the point. Akron now for the next recontest. Just walk right past the amplification matrix. Good stuff, staying calm. Now they've got to find a target to engage on, though. That Soldier's on the left side, but you're never going to catch up to him with the speed he's got. And every member of Northwood just calmly backing away, not giving him anything. Seasons gets taken down, but at the same time, the Reinhardt's dropping so low for both sides. Northwood healthy, though. Both their tanks fully in one piece. Tyler finishes it off. I'm convinced Tac Visor is actually worse for Tyler than his actual aim.
Exactly. The DPS of Northwood is fantastic as they take the first map here. They're amazing. They were not touched at all. I mean, you can credit it to their front line or not, maybe the positioning of the DPS themselves, but, I mean, it was just perfect. You couldn't dive the left side because you had Soldier on the right just blowing you up. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC West Invitational, map number 2, Hawaii versus against SJSU, and we're going right into Icebox Catenator on Hawaii's pick.
That we are, and probably I don't know if you know this or not, but Invitational, we talked about it. There's 6 titles, right? Overwatch going on the other stream right now, and we know who won that one, San Diego. They punched themselves a little ticket on down to that Commissioner's Cup. These teams, of course, trying to do the same thing all over different titles. Rocket League on their stream going on right now. That's Esports U2. And over here, we got ourselves map number 2 to go with. It's Icebox. Lots of new changes here going forward. That was in patch 4.04 about a month and a half ago at this time. So nowadays, teams kind of got a feel for how this map works. There's so many different compositions. Every single one is valid. My favorite, the double controller. I think it gives you way more options. And honestly, it's just not the same. Playing Viper over to the B side, what used to be the old meta for Icebox, it just don't work no more. She's not good enough. She loses fuel too quickly. As soon as her fuel's gone, teams say, okay, time to go, we push, and they just jump into the site. Now, you play an Omen, you allow that Omen to hold all your A site for you, you allow it to come over to help that Viper if it needs to. You can almost float it towards boiler side of things to watch mid. You get so much extra control. So I love the composition for Hawaii. Straight out the gate, I think they look better. It's pretty much mirror match aside from that, and I think it makes a really big difference.
Well, Icebox, we haven't seen this many times on the day so far. And definitely one of the favorite maps for I enjoy watching this map a lot. So as we take a look at the teams, it's going to be Hawaii with the Chamber, Comey on the Viper, Prefix on the Jet this time around, Tess ID on the Sova, and Cold Cutie on the Omen. On the defender side of things, Choboy has the Chamber on his side, Khan on the Jet, very similar team composition, but Teddy on the KO, Chris on the Viper, and Nasi is going to play the Sova this time around.
All right, so here's the crucial micro interaction we're looking for here. This double controller gets absolutely annihilated by one man. Not even one man. One ability. The 0 point ruins it. Straight up. So Teddy's got a lot of work to do to find good daggers that are consistent, which means that SJSU is going to have a good read. Defensively, they had very good reads on Bind in terms of what Hawaii was trying to stagger, what they were trying to set up. Their IGL did an incredible job of having pieces in the right places to be able to consistently take pawns, bishops, queens, knights, everything off the board when it came to Hawaii's offensive side of things. They can do that again. They can find good use of that KO. They can position it properly. We're going to shut down this double controller before it can ever even think about being an issue.
Yeah. And Icebox, where does this rank on the map? Tier list, tier Catinator? Yeah, it's one of the favorites or one of the back end? Like, I know I guess it's hard because Haven and Ascent are so popular, but what do you think?
Well, they're so popular because they're easy. Icebox is a harder map, but I actually really like it. I think it's competitively a very strong map right now, as there's just so many more options now that the B-site got those changes. It makes it feel like you can actually play the other side of the map. Right. It's not just a simulator. I actually really like it. I think it's really fun to watch competitively, and especially at the collegiate level because we get to see these different compositions and see teams really try things. Like this double initiator, double controller setup. We would have never got that back in the day. So it's really nice to see now. Choibo will step forward from the paranoia, able to find the right click, shut down one controller early. Prefix will find clean headshot to get back at him. Choibo still going to he took the mantle yet again. Willing to play the position regardless. A 3-piece. Now to finally rendezvous away. That's clean chamber play you see going forward. Last two stuck towards B main. One stuck to the backside of yellow though. Prefix is taking a little bit of space.
That's really the common side denominator hold is that back yellow position. Now, once you have that bomb close to being down, Choboy though finds 4. You got to give it to him. No, Khan, disrespect.
That's not right.
By his own team. You got to give him the ace there. That's disrespectful.
That's literally your teammate.
You got to hook your boy up, man.
Polyhype, would you ever do that to me? Be honest.
Take it from you? No. No way. Never. I want to see you get the ace. I want to see it.
I like that. That's real. I like that. I appreciate that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's better? You getting the ace or you getting 4 and me getting 1? I don't care about the 1.
I don't know. Some people just really want their 1, bro.
That's sick. That's sick. That's mental. That's sick.
We'll get a split. I like this. You get the double controller. I like to see yourself play towards mid a little bit more. You get that Omen to smoke boiler for you. They get caught by that 0 point, so that smoke can't come through. Which is what we're talking about. Good daggers early makes all the difference. Recognize they want to try to take the mid spacing here. They've got less utility to work with. Nazi now is able to catch here from Mike because he's not smoked off. He's taking all that space. Koki trying to have a Marshall fight down mid. Coming in to jump over the top ropes, and he's caught too. Nazi dismantling him right now. Koki finally going to get one back. KO walking up tube. 2 players going to be staring at it from CT. Teddy out the peak for 1. I believe that Jessica's got a sheriff, so that's going to be the better fight to take. Joy Boy will have a sheriff as well. Take Tessid down B main. He'll keep that space as well. They're absolutely collapsing on this SJU. They're coming in. They're coming in hot. You got to find the skill fast as your B man and then sneak your way in. They've done just that. It's the escape route. Teddy going to walk straight into Prefix. The Prefix not leaving, so he'll fall. Still home goes Cold Cutie. He's confident on that Marshall. First shot not to land. Second opportunity now. He's getting run down by this JSU squad. All 3 barreling down B main. He should hear these footsteps. Big spike plan out for one. He sees them all. Oh no. Headed for the hills. Out yet again on the shoulder. Looking for anything with that hip fire. Gets one, but he's out of bullets. There's nothing left. The 3K for the Omen. A good effort for Chris finally to shut that thing down. Does take out guns for the bonus. Will just be expecting a Bulldog going into it. Now the buy-ups do come through for round number 3.
Wow, SJSU is having a day. They're playing great. They're playing confident, and everything is going in their favor. It's now trickled onto the other side. This is Hawaii's map pick. I know it's early, but I got to stand behind my caster prediction. Of
Oh,
SJSU
when you made halfway through bind? Right.
halfway through.
Can't forget it.
Very true, but still.
How can we forget it?
Very good. You can't
do this. I said, SJSU, man, I think they got it. I'll be honest with you. After reviewing the data, in my own brain, definitely nothing I saw personally, I think they got it.
Ooh. Comey, loved the way he played the rope right there. Drops down, gets the kill over on Chris. Hold that thought, Catinator. Hawaii, you might have just uncursed Hawaii.
Holding on like crypto.
Here we
Going
go.
to the moon in 20 years.
This is an awesome combination. That was a great grenade by Teddy. That was so cool.
Really good fragment to kill time for the front of default site. So no plant's gone down to finally will. Michael take one as well. Jet tries to get greedy to peek towards rafters. No trade still. 3-piece from completely uncontested. And this Tour de Force pop not looking like it would have 2 seconds ago. Not going to lie. Popped just as those two members fell. Able to grab one from the top of 410. Still got to find 2 more though. You're going to be tucked back pretty dang deep. First shoulder, nothing to be found. Got covered at the back of the site. Choiboy gonna look to play into this one. Headhunter out for him. So Phantom right there. We'll step forward. The no scope. Oh, impact so fast. Had a chance to get out the dark cover for a second, but Free Fist will catch the headshot. We'll save the day. It's 1-2. Hawaii will take the inside bonus. Get 2 guns out of it. Be pretty even by going into round 4.
Yeah, but Hawaii gets on the board, and that's where the importance comes in. You don't want to lose that round, be forced to save for another one. Then you're in trouble. So Hawaii getting on the board here is a big one, and they'll hover over towards B side so far, and I love the changeup because they have gone 3 attempts in a row. And B side's going to open up just that thought process of SJSU not automatically thinking where they're going to be and just leave that question in their head at the start of a round. Owl Drone lead the way. Chamber hitting Choiboy on the backside of yellow. Owl Drone was hurt, and it's a quick rotation from SJSU. From at least half the team.
Oh, Choiboy's got the world at his fingertips right now. And we'll take one. Prefix. We'll trade it out before it can grasp any further. So be 4-on-4 here. They get to the back of yellow. This is always the interesting thing. With this yellow box now being turned, it's always you get to the left side, but like you don't really get much more. You're just gonna sit there and wait. You don't really get that space. It's almost harder to get the sight now. It's larger.
Well, you don't have as quality as a line of sight, but you have more protection. I guess it's kind of more protection. You don't. It's weird, right? It's like a better change, but it's actually a nerf to the area of holding it down.
Yeah, not a terrible way to put it. You have to,
well, I only say that because like you don't have it's not angled to the corner, so you don't have as much. Corner protection of this side, but.
Right.
I guess the angle is better, it being long, horizontal.
Well, no, I think here's the point. Actually, just right. Kobe has to grab 2. Steak bites come down to trade for 1. Mike's got Total Force out. Gonna swing wide. We'll grab 1. That's the slow field 2 for Chris, so less time for him to work with. He does get the trade though. Swings out for it somehow and just makes it happen. A little extra spacing, a little inching out. Time runs shorter and shorter. So suddenly you got to start to take strides here. Chris will do that now. We'll find 1 untested. Still a close one. Somebody's got to bait the teammate. Sorry, big dog. Well, Chris has definitely bit it. Prefix will take the fish on home. The kids 2-2 the scoreline.
Well done, Hawaii tying things up, getting them back in the game, and now I love when it's tied up. It just gets me excited. So earlier not, I love when it's tied. But let's take a look here. I'm gonna hit tab. I can't see. I want to see the economy real quick. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. That's my fault. There we go. The economy here. So 2 ultimates for Hawaii. 1 sitting on top of Prefix, 1 on Cold Cutie. And it's going to be a save round here for SJSU. as Colin winds up taking out. They're actually kind of playing aggressive for having pistols and sheriffs, but let's see how this plays out. Mikey finding Choboy. That's going to cause a nice rotation. And they're just going for it. SJSU playing super aggressive. Pistols in hand. Con coming around this final checkpoint. They know they're right there. And Cold Cute is going to put him to bed with a beautiful Vandal shot to the top.
Chris will look for some shoulder peeks of his own. Same results as his teammate. This time around, he's still alive, still cooking. He'll be back to side with his teammate. They can make something happen here. Nazi was going to get drone tagged, so he's back to all the way on up. Now coming back towards screen once again. First round AV title will come through, and that's the push for Hawaii. It's going to come forward. The KO long out of this one. One way onto Rafters makes that angle very hard for Chris, and Prefix make it even harder as he's taking his life. Will take a share for his troubles. They got the plant down. Last two will lead towards CT. No one will swing it for Hawaii. They don't really have the eco to lose the guns here. So they'll kind of consolidate just a little bit to the back of spawn. They'll play pretty safely on this one. Back of sight, I mean. As Mike will pick up the first, Teddy will swing towards Rafters. Nazi will swing out screen. He's caught by Cold Cuties. A flawless round for Hawaii. They keep all the guns alive. Just what you want to do there to start solidifying that eco.
Well done. And Hawaii, you know, and Catnator, it's so hard to keep up with you. You're such a mastermind at game mechanics and talking about where they're going and what they're doing. But your analysis is spot on point. Your play-by-play is on point too. And I say that because so far the games have pretty much gone how they've been called. They've been pretty fair from both these teams. I think Hawaii's actually suffering a little bit of the warm-up feeling because the rounds they win are so convincing. But overall, SJSU has just looked a little better.
Sure.
Con winds up picking up that first kill. Some drop damage from the Prefix falling off the top of that mid-connector tunnel.
Guy's a psychopath. I'm glad he gets out before that 0 point comes through. That could have been really bad because we wouldn't have a dash anymore.
Right.
Can we get on jet POV real quick? I think he just burned his dash to get away from a dart. Yeah, okay. Okay, Prefix. We did all that work mid. You see him jump away, praying for his life on top of Boiler to not use his dash, and then just uses it anyway. All right, man. GG's only. So no dash going to come forward. That's going to make this entry a lot harder, especially into the Viper's pit. Because here you could dash the jet in, make the Viper turn around, and then the rest of the team could push the front of pit if this drone doesn't scan, which is probably not going to because the Viper's smart enough to play around it. So Ring Around the Rosie comes through. They haven't found Chris. They don't have the jet dash to come forward. They got to make this chamber just walk in and hope for the best. But Cold Cutie's in the middle of sight with Spike right now, just hoping they find frags. And they have. They found one. Shockwell's going to come through because they've been in that pit for so long that they're decayed for so much damage. Now he's found two. Teddy's found another. That just leaves Prefix a generator. Good for one out the cloud burst. A little sneaky play, but nothing more than that. It's a double swing to come through. Choi would have shut it down from the bottom of the pipe. It's 3-3.
Oh,
interesting take. Very interesting take.
Yeah, I just love Collegiate. I love Valorant. I love Valorant in general. I think it's such a great game. And then Collegiate Valorant on top. See, I never got into Counter-Strike ever. Never. I was just, wasn't into the tactical shooters as much. I never tried it, anything. So Valorant has kind of been like my Counter-Strike from like a fan perspective. Like, I never understood the game. So now that I'm learning about econ and slow play and wide peak and all this stuff, it just, Valorant's so much fun to watch, adding the use of abilities and kind of this art style and lore-based. Watching these collegiate teams play and just seeing them how they're developing over the year across all the different conferences and landscapes has just been so much fun to watch. And CECC Grand Final in Atlanta is going to be a fun event. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun.
It's fun.
Oh, these teams are playing online.
Right, and we're going to have
them all on the same ping.
Playing on LAN.
Ooh, you get them on land too. I mean, that event might even have a land client going with it. Like that might be different.
It's gonna be different. I'm gonna go down here.
Up there. I know internet issues there.
Ooh,
Teddy Nazi getting involved. Yes, sir. The shock was to come through. That's how you want to play anti-plant. Unfortunately, they don't really play anti-plant because they didn't stop the plant, but they stopped the players, and that's good enough. Means they can get themselves into that defuse. To your point, just barely tucked by Mike. Good call for the back step, but well, he has stepped back, but he bricked the shot. Teddy, a 3K to come through. 4-3 for SJSU. And, man, you're right. Hawaii's round wins have been convincing. But SJSU, they've just looked better.
Just love what I'm watching here. Just so awesome. Such fantastic gameplay. And so far, SJSU, 4-3 on the back. Their whole team's firing off. Let's take a look. 3 ultimates here on a piece. Nazi, Teddy, and Con. Cold Cutie, Comey, and Tess ID have ultimates here for Hawaii. So we have some Hunter's Fury. We have some Blade Storm action. Viper's Pit. We got some different stuff here. Let's see how it puts together. And both these teams, once again in the first half, though, staying within a round of each other.
God, he didn't cancel. He's got baited. I didn't see Teddy's POV, but I know what just happened there. Teddy heard from the shadows. He knew what was behind him. He purposely stays looking B main, turns exactly when the TP comes through, so he doesn't cancel because he thinks Teddy doesn't know. He thinks I'm about to make a cheeky play. Instead, Teddy said, nah, I got you. Get got, idiot. Turns around, banks at home. Get good, noob. Chris will take one as well. That'll leave 3 towards mid chillin'. Hawaii thought from the shadows is going to be our option. Going to get us into the B side. It'll be a cheeky little play. They played off it. I'm sure Teddy's screaming, guys, it's B. Come on, I got it. This is a free kill. We're in. Nah, get got. SGSU has the number, and they're kind of stuck.
Well done here. 4-3, 50 seconds left in this one on the clock. Vipers walls across both A and B, cutting them in half as it's still 5-on-3. So SJSU Choa Boy finds prefix, and now just 2 members of Hawaii remain as they are hovering backside A. Nice shot by Comey to find some entry. This will give them a little bit of space to take over the safe site despite being down 2 men. 4-2. Ooh! Comey finds 2. This third one's going to go down to Tess ID, and just like that, it's all tied up. 2 apiece. Viper's Pit. Comey finds a third. It's going to be a fake plant. And now the full one will go down. Khan, though, winds up using that Blade Storm to take out Comey and finds a second. Just like that, SJSU is going to wind up defusing that bomb. Ooh! And a little bit of salt on top.
He said, wait a minute. Hold up. The round ain't over just yet. They throw the Viper's Pit down. They say, we got it for sure. Khan pops a Blade Storm. You know it's a problem when Khan hits that 1v2 clutch, and he's the bottom frag. You know this SJU team is bad if that's the case.
Yeah, they're playing effectively. And as we take a look, 5-3 now. 2-round advantage. Ultimates still in favor of SJSU. They've got that chamber, and he's actually going to toss his gun and use it this round. Pick up the shorty to go along with. Test ID still got that Hunter's Fury for Hawaii, so if they do get a plant down, high chance of, as long as he stays alive, to convert that round. I think they got to play around that here, Kat, to try to make something happen. Because they haven't been able to. It doesn't seem like they haven't out mechanicked or shot, except that was so sick. But they haven't outshot. I was gonna, like, literally say they haven't outshot or mechanicked SJSU, and then just a really amazing kill that came out for Hawaii. Well done.
Yeah, that's a spacing thing. We'll talk about it after his execute comes through because it's coming through hot. Mike will take one. Prefix has a trade, or it has the first frag. He'll trade his teammate. Is Teddy going to fall back to the site? Tour de Force out for Troy, but yet again, unfortunate for him. His timing on Tour de Force has just been tough. First time he used that Tour de Force, it came through and just he popped it to start the retake, and then next thing you knew, both of his teammates were dead, and he just ended up in a 1v3, and there's nothing he was going to do about it. This time around, it's kind of the same story. He pops it to go boiler, and now suddenly he has to retake with it and makes retake with operator. It's very difficult to do, and he's playing this round trying to play eco to play the Tour de Force, and that means he's got to try to find a rifle somewhere. It's going to make something happen. Now he's got to find frags to really try to open up the window here. And that's a great one-way. That's the Omen difference here. That one-way goes down to box. Means if you start to spike, you actually can't see anything. So his teammate's going to be completely blind. He taps. That's all he's able to get. Now he's able to pick up 2. Good frags. Cold Cutie has a trade, though. No time left. Toibo will walk away, and he's... Okay, he grabbed a rifle. Good. I was going to say he's saving literally nothing here. But he does grab a rifle, so he's saving something. He'll get a Vandal out the round. It's at under 2. He's safe. Next round goes for him. Rebuy is possible to come through for SJSU, and now that the action is over, Paulie, the issue's been, it's just been spacing for Hawaii. They're not really able to leverage this double controller, which just makes it at a point where they have less util, right? Like for SJSU, their retake comes off of that KO. It comes off of not just 0 point, but the 2 extra flashes. It's a thing that you don't see Hawaii have. They got the paranoia, that's it for flashes. They give away the flashes to get their way into sight for the extra vision denial, but they're not really getting creative enough with the vision denial to make the space that it's not really worth it yet. I think they're playing pretty hard for their defense here, the fact that they don't have flashes, but it just makes you work a lot harder on the offense. So as long as they can get 5 rounds, I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Well, so far, 5-4. Choboy winds up connecting with a quality operator shot. The Vipers' wall has gone down over A side, and it's just kind of a, now that Omen has fallen for Hawaii, it's kind of a loose holdback kind of default to try to find a pick. as Choi Boy winds up finding Comey hovering right over mid with that operator, and that's just going to take that line of sight and throw it out the garbage. And Mikey's going to try to contest, but Choi Boy finds a third. And now, again, they're corralled as Hawaii into the back corner of A, and Chris and SJSU are going to pick them off easily here, despite Test ID wind up finding one.
Finding one. Got to find a lot more than that, though. The trades come through for Con. This eco is it's a little broke. So this will be the save that will go forward into what is their buy for last. So it's still okay. Hawaii fans, don't worry. It's a defensive composition. It's good. Relax.
Very wise.
The save's going to come through. I got concerned for just a minute, but it's quick recognition. You know, sometimes you play ranked a lot. You get like the muscle memory just instantly where your full buy is. They've pulled it back. The save coming forward. Buying you some econ damage doesn't really matter. It'll be last round. So this round they're just kind of going to run it down, and that's the right idea. Wait a minute. The free gun. Choboy's with the shot. Gonna get caught from the rear from the Sova. That should be a free dart tag. Rendezvou's away, but they know where the rendezvous is. Just shoot through the wall. That's 2 guns.
Well done here. And this is going to get that bomb down. Bladestorm still in hand for Hawaii. And Hawaii has not had many rounds that have just come easy, but so far this 10th round is, as that bomb is down, 5 are up and intact, and they're all set up situationally. Test ID also taking down Tenny. Well done.
What? There's no one's there for a trade. Crystal fall 2 under 2. They'll just use Con. Good dash to avoid 1. Can't avoid the paranoia, though, because he just burned that dash to get that first frag. Peek back in and think, okay. Dash now back online as he got the 2 frags to go with it. Will dash his way forward under yellow. 3-piece. Updraft towards yellow. 1 caught behind, 1 in front. Gonna tap Spike here. 3 bullets in the gun. Got to find the first and then find a new weapon, but cannot do so. Mike will have it. It's a thrifty round win for Hawaii. They say, we don't really... This round means nothing. Let's just run it down through mid. They just... flood their way through off the Bladestorm, a prefix to go under 2. The first time we've seen them play quick this entire half. And that was the answer for them. Worked incredibly well. Now they have guns to work with once again. Looking to make this thing 6-6. And I guarantee you this team will be a force on the defensive end. So it should be feeling pretty good right now.
Absolutely. And I like what you said there, because you're right. They haven't played super aggressive since the 5-1 opener. And it worked every time, including this round, this previous round. It's worked for them fantastic. So I'd like to see some return to that and a continuation of that. And we're seeing it again as it's more of a B push this time around. But they've already gone and committed to the hallway. So it will come out here. And it looked like SJSU in the Bladestorm is going to have to push around. They're going to go back through spawn. Viper's actually lurking around mid. Comey finds 1, but trades out with Chris. So it's going to be a 4-on-4 push as the bomb goes down B. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Nazi and Choboy wind up finding 2 apiece. Test ID finds another. And right now, Catinator, it just has swung back into the favor of Hawaii, just like that.
Oh, things get close. Tessin can get this plant down. They've given the time of the Cloudburst too. He's got time to walk B main. He's got the Hunter's Fury. That's the play for here. I say they got to make this fast. The Viper's Pit should go down here about towards the bottom of Cubby, which is going to give them all that front of sight space, all that yellow space. So they're going to be able to play for the initial start of this defuse. They got to tap early. That means the Hunter's Fury comes out early. They're going to have about 20 seconds once this Hunter's Fury is gone. And that's the chance to really strike here. You know both these players have to be B main. Prefix, that's the Viper. That's massive. That is the shadows absolutely revealed. Con wide out into the light now. Ooh. Times the dart, but caught by Prefix, who just has the flick straight to the head. It's 6-6. As Hawaii have clawed their way back in. They figure it out with that extra vision to Nile. Now they're in to what is going to be their stronger side, their defensive end. What does SJU have to answer with them?
SJSU has had the fact that they're up 1 map, and that's enough pressure to where Hawaii has to perform. They can't fall down again, otherwise you're going home. So I think that's overall just a lot of pressure. When you look at any competitive game, being down a map in a best of 3 is never a fun situation. You feel like your back's to the wall, and especially when you're playing, I think Hawaii has to, when they let that go and maybe take it a little bit easier, is when they think they start to come alive, because the rounds that they've taken the last 2, playing looser. They're not playing as strict. They're not playing as slow. They're not playing as scared. They're kind of being the ones that cause the reaction versus deal with the reaction. And so far, I think that's playing a lot to them, and they're kind of transferring now into the second half. This could be going quite well in their favor.
CSU will quickly take their way into the site. I like this Viper screen. It means that they're going to be able to find themselves an easy retake to the side of Hawaii because they're going to cut off all that space. So you've got to try to take all this backside control if you're SJSU, which makes extra work. Which Khan has to play forward to Mike, who finds the first. Toby has a trade instantly gone. Coming to grab one as well with the snake bite, which means nobody's been able to get the spike plant down in the first place. Prefix will find Teddy instant trade to come forward for his Viper. Troy Boy left alone in this dark cover. Gonna tuck through, caught by Mike. Head under, good for the headshot. 7-6 the scoreline. Hawaii will take the pistol. Great utility. That's the benefit of the double controller. You can't do that with just an Omen.
Right. And that double controller gives them so much options in terms of when they're ready to take a site or even defend it. And so far, it's worked out in their favor. Hawaii coming alive here right at the most opportune time. This is their map. This is their chance. They have now taken the first lead of the second half and of the game, actually. So well done here for Hawaii. Let's see how this 16th round plays out. 14th round.
Mike will shoot dart late, so they know about Jen. He'll rendezvous away, and he waits for that tag to come through so he can rendezvous without them knowing where his totem was. I like that. Totem's picked back up now. 2 trademarks close. We'll spot enemies. They know this one's coming forward. Ooh, Mike to find the first to 410. We'll back up towards the backside of Rafter as well. Still going to have an angle. We'll have help from Ninja to go with it. SCSU rethinking pushing this one, and I don't blame them. How much utility they just ate on the pistol round. Now to take that against an upgraded team, that's scary. Connie gonna try to take this space dry, and well, that's just how he's come up. A drought for him in this round. Tessa has that one from back of sight. We kind of go towards the back 2. Tessa scanned. Prefix will find one as he swings out towards Rafter. The rotation has come through. Good paranoia. Find another. Tessa will swing through, and he's got a 3-piece.
Wow.
8-6. Flawless. Beautiful defensive hold. I'm telling you, they got so much utility to work with.
Right here, Hawaii's starting to get things going at the most opportune time. They're now up +2. Remember, this is a best of 3, folks. So here, we might see a map 3 in the second semifinal. UCI, University of Central Irvine, awaiting the winner in the grand final matchup. And this is great stuff. Happy to be here. Paulie Hype alongside Catnator 3K on the call for this one. And oh man, this has just been such an amazing, amazing day of collegiate Valorant as we are starting round number 15. And it looks like a right off the rip. We've noticed Hawaii's pace. It's picked up considerably here, and each and every round is getting more and more easy for them as they are converting easier to get the bomb down every single time. SJSU gonna get this bomb down. Excuse me. Hawaii's defense.
Oh, are they?
Untacular.
Oh, you've done it again. You've done it again, Paulie. Tessa takes with the shock pull. Okay, now they do. Now they do. It's all good. All good. All good. All good. 3K comes through. The rest of the team cleans up from sight. That's the difference for SJSU. They know all that utility is going to be there. They have to clear all the way through backside to really have the extra control. They do just that. Con. Speaking of control, we'll sit to the left side of Ninja. 7-8 scoreline. SJSU will take that round number 15. That is, of course, the bonus for Hawaii, though. So now they're back to the gun round. They got to win this one to really start to have control of the half.
Yeah, but that's okay. 7-8. And it looked going well here. The defensive stop probably coming out for Hawaii, but SJSU just winds up putting a couple guns on the ground and eliminating the opposing encroaching defense. And so far, this has been a much better map number 2. Not as carried away. Very tight here into the second half. And once again, SJSU is going to be the initiatory contact. Go right on into A. Not worry about it too much. Use their utility to get the bomb down and force a defensive play to come out from Hawaii.
Comey will find Teddy. They are going to stabilize that core in the Cloudverse. That's huge. Now they pick up one as well. It's just you just taking it to town on the A side. They've upped that tempo so heavily. That no command massive for shutting down the util. Talked about the fact that that's going to be the counterplay. It's all up to that KO. Cold Cutie tested to combine for 2. They're trying to take their way out as Rafter, Nazi, and Choyboy come back for 2 of their own. Cold Cutie will drop towards backside of Rafter, backside of side. He finds one. Teddy with the trade. 8-8 for SJSU. They come back the bonus. They come back in the gun round. They've broken the economy. Hawaii has to save this one.
And this map has been a much bigger stand here. Hawaii gets 1 or 2. SJSU comes back and gets it on back. The half tied at 6-6. And this is where we're starting to see maybe some of that play calling you were talking about yesterday, where it's not just kind of collegiate Valorant. We were talking about a little bit not being as heavy on play calling because the disparity in some ranks and so on between teams, but maybe we start seeing some of that in-depth, fine-tuned play calling coming out here to separate these two teams here. Nice shot by Choi Boy, ultimate from chamber in hand.
Ooh, that's such a scary peek for Comey. Slim margin for error. Is able to get out. Tour de Force v Tour de Force, and Choi Boy, his force a little bit stronger. He'll win that one away. He's been training longer. Prefix will take Nazi. Big shot for the Marshall down Boiler. Choi Boy's taking a lot of space. It's a hard angle to play off of, though, if you're sitting on what is basically an operator. Here's the footsteps. Oh, easy for Choi Boy.
Wow.
Give that man a 4K. Looking for one more towards mid. It's Cole Cutie looking for the ace. He shut it down. One off the hip fire, one off the quick scope. For more with that Marshall, swing back in, and Teddy will have the refrag. 9-8 for SJSU. 3 rounds down in a row for them. This will be the second gun round of the half. Why, you want to win this one, or it's economic troubles, especially Prefix buying this operator?
Fantastic stuff here for SJSU. They went down 2 or 3 out of 4 rounds, and now they've won 3 in a row to bring them back into the lead. Another lead change here in favor of SJSU. Hawaii, though, they're at this 8-point mark, and they can't lose their focus. I know they're on defense, but they're playing so well. They're not rushing. They're not over committing to a site. They're not over-rotating either. Lacan off the updraft winds up finding Tess ID. Easy right there. Mid-ton. Cold Cutie going to trade him out 4-on-4 as it looks like a mid-connector to B push for SJSU.
That it is. And they've been caught out by Comey and Mike. The two come together just for easy frags. Comey will sneak forward. Nazi trying to crab walk his way down B main. And, well, the crabs are not raving. Cold Cutie will take another 9-9. Scoreline, Hawaii get back in the gun round. They come back quite clean. Good adaptation to move that defensive side over. They move just a little bit further. They actually anchor that Omen instead of sending it over really A side, and it makes a difference for them. Now they have that extra utility to work with. That Paranoid was big to come through the backside of Orange to make sure that they're coming when they're coming in there too, but not really seeing much. Not able to see the site player. It allows for Comey opportunities to come swing and then get all the way down into B main.
And 9-9 again, tied after 18. As we are heading now into the upper echelon rounds, this one is going the distance, and Hawaii's got to be feeling the pressure here. I mean, it's starting to climb up. Nice blind, though. Kwan wound up finding Tess ID, and that's the benefit of that KO on the team. But Comey tried to triple, lurking around middle. They try to sneak through again, but Comey finds all 3, and that's put Hawaii now to 1-man advantage coming into the second part. 1:18 left in the round, Catnator.
Round in a row, he's been able to grab that as well. Khan played it all on a right click, and he has folded. The house will win the day up in kitchen. And that just leaves Nazi in that 1v3. Step in front of the dark cover. He's going to have timing on Cold. He's seen it as well. Such a limited angle on that headshot. He just cannot quite land it. One will jump to 2. The other under. The over-under angle is coming into right now. Mike will win it out from the underside of things. 10-9. As Hawaii will recuperate the lead. First time in a bit for them in this map. SJSU, do they force this one? They've got money to buy 2 rifles. That works. Nazi buys lights, they can do it. It's a risk, though. Very big risk. For them, it feels like the goal for this round would just be possibly play Nazi drone early, Hunter's Fury to get yourself into the site if you can get a drone tag, and just Viper's Pit hold on to it. But such limited util for that.
Well, 19 rounds have gone by. Their lead change has happened 4 different times so far, two apiece per team. Hawaii with the latest. Tess ID will find a wall bang on Nas C, which is going to be that primary shooter, primary gun here. Oh, Prefix puts Teddy to bed as well. And this is going to give Hawaii a much-needed late round advantage here in the back end, on the back end of round 20.
This Chamberlain's taking all the space to the backside of yellow. Comey's still watching for it, though. Being very diligent on the angle. So Chobit thinks, there's no way they're here. We've been pushing A for so long. We've been throwing some pressure there. Nah. Still caught out. Comey's patient. That's the Viper's job on Icebox. To anchor towards B, to have the extra utility, to have the anti-plan. Just be there to allow your team time to rotate. Doesn't even need to. Just takes the Chamber Lurk early. Sneak towards B main now. Look for extra information because the A players haven't seen anything in quite a bit of time. Been about 30 seconds for that last recount bullet gone through. the Sova, who is now in fact dead for SJSU. Komi's gonna hear these footsteps. He's got the time in yellow. I don't know if they cleared or not. They don't. This should be a free 2-piece for Komi. He's been very good too. This is actually easy. They're both dead. My fault.
Wow.
That was the first. Out of the cloudburst. Oh, out of bullets is Kami. Kami will pick up one. Dash to try to grab Cold Key to the top of cargo, but it's traded back out. 11-9. The scoreline for Hawaii. No clear to yellow, which kind of makes sense. You don't really feel like you have as much time in the rounds as you do, but you have about 40 seconds on the execute. You have time to sneak around that angle. They think they have the spacing, just don't quite.
Yeah, well, Hawaii's not gonna trip over it. They'll take the round in hand here. After 20, Hawaii now has a 2-round lead, and they're only 2 rounds away from taking map 2. Catenator, I don't know. I'm starting to feel a little uneasy about this whole thing. Hawaii's starting to come alive a little bit, and it's at the perfect time. The end of map 2, possibly heading into map 3.
I mean, well, if we were to make some serious predictions, I mean, where are you going, Paulie? I mean, we started the series.
No. I'm not changing nothing. I'm sticking with SJSU. And in fact, SJSU, if they win this round, they might even take map number 2. We might not even see a map number 3. So 125 left on the clock. We'll leave it down to the digital battlefield to see how it plays out, as it looks like SJSU sitting around B.
Look out, look out. Tessa's got the read here. This is a Hunter's Fury going down mid, baby. First Hunter's Fury is gone through. The second one's coming. These B-main players got to be scared for that exact reason. Choiboy has had the lurk to mid, though. He's been able to shut that down before it can get any worse than it is. So we're still 4-on-4. Choiboy's taking some space. He's walked his way forward to CT. Going to come back to Rendezvous now to get back with the rest of the team. But Hawaii has to clear this out just in case. They didn't hear the Rendezvous teleport go through. They got to try to find this guy. The Anchor's 2 towards mid for quite a bit of time. Now they're going to start to come over. Vibrous gone down in the meantime. SCSU have taken quite a bit of space. They got from the shadows where they can play the B-man to get information. Second Vibrous to go down. This is actually hell on earth for the observer, for everybody on the map. I have no idea what's happening. It's going to come down to just raw gunfire coming into the site. If someone finds Chris, it's over for him. And he's gone. That's the first Viper's pick on. Komi full advantage right now. Cold Kitty will pick the advantage up just a little bit further. It's a man advantage for them. It's a 1-on-4. Con will find one instant trade to come back. Mike has it. It is match point for Hawaii. It is 12-9. That retake is absolutely atrocious for everyone involved. There's so much utility. It is literally just whoever can find the frag. And Hawaii does a good job of pushing as a group out of Snowman. The second group comes through as well to the top of default box. They're able to find it.
That was just a fantastic play. It's point game here for Hawaii. They're looking to take map number 2, and it could be a map number 3. Let's see. All right, so 3 rounds needed. Actually, 4 rounds needed for a win. And they actually, no, they'll need more because it'll go into a best of 2 after 3. So this is not looking good for SJSU, but this is Hawaii's map pick, and it could be a neutral map decision here for map number 3. It looks like it's headed this way. 135 as this 22nd round has begun. And it looks like, once again, Hawaii sticking with the B-side defense due to the fact that SJSU has preferred it. Prefix, though, finds Teddy, and now it's an advantage for Hawaii to close and seal the deal on map number 2, Catnator.
Certainly posturing to do so. Nice one way to come through as well. Never mind, it's a double one-way. Interesting call there, but Prefix will find one with the operator in any sense. Hawaii tucked close towards side. This anti-play is going to be deadly. Or maybe not. Choiboy not so good for those first 2 frags. Cold Key will back up towards Hallway. Going to play for the retake. Good call from him. Wouldn't be shocked to see this tour de force get popped for Choiboy to really try to anchor, secure this round. He's up close cargo. Up close and personal. Paranoid to come through for Cold Cutie. Massive take out that chamber. Now they'll take spacing. Smoke up in 3. Cold Cutie has to be alive to use it, though. Able to tuck through. Able to find one. Crystal Fall. That's a trade. Nazi has it from yellow. For both frags. A confident 1v2. A 3K for the Sova to hold on. 10-12. SCSU will take another rebuys for both sides here. It ain't over just yet.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, spectacular stuff as SJSU staying alive on the back end of a 3-piece by Nasi. And here we are. It's 1 round at a piece. Got to keep your calm, cool, collective. You also got to play with the aggression. And I like what SJSU is doing here, because despite being down 2 rounds and having their back against the wall, they're still playing aggressive. They're still playing fast-paced, and they're not letting the deficit really deter them off their play style or pace of gameplay. So it'll be a quick blade storm here for SJSU, and a slight, they're going right in. There's the updraft to come out. Blade storm from Khan does find 1 or 2. There's poison all over the place. Khan taking this back situation, and it's Hawaii that's congregated just outside the CT here, trying to find a way in. Khan gonna take out Prefix, though.
they are. Khan will back his way back down to Generator. Now he's picked up one as well. Paranoia to come through for Cold Cutie is massive, but it does not tag Chris. He's able to find one just from the backside of sight. Tess is taking 2 back through screen. Gonna have utility to work with as well. Comey, not the same story. Does have that toxic screen though to block off everybody towards the bottom side of 410 and all the way back towards Belt. So SCSU's post plant gonna be a little bit harder. They've got to get the back sight control. Talked about how that's been a bit of trouble before. The 0 point's been helpful for it, but the 0 point now just got used. It's gone out of this round. Plant's gonna go down to default. No more shockballs. Has to come. Recon's there for Tessa. Just looking to spam right now. Oh my goodness! Finds Troy Boy just the top of the head. Comey's found one as well, and it's a 1v2 to try to hold on to things for Teddy. Swinging through. Comey will catch him on his drop down to rope.
Wow.
And it's been done and undone just like that. Hawaii 13-10. They'll take map 2. They'll send it to a map 3.
That they will. First map 3 here of the semifinals. Hawaii bringing it back despite being down at some points during Icebox. This was their map pick, but they've brought it on back. They've won map number 2, and now they're poised for map number 3. As we take a look here at the scoreboard, it was Troy Boy who put up 23, but that does not lead the efforts or say the story, as Prefix, Comey, and Cold Cutie combined for 57. Well done there. Hawaii, map number 3 is coming up next. When we return, we'll have the culmination of the second semifinal. The winner of this next map will be going against University of Central Irvine for the grand final of Valorant. Don't go anywhere. More collegiate esports back when we return. Dynamites. It was just amazing stuff. Northwood going to get that first map here in the winners finals.
Yeah, and these teams have been so entertaining so far. We got the Tor 1v1 in the last one. Let's see how this map starts out here as Bethel tries to take on Northwood, who did pick defense first.
Yeah, good call on that one. And I got to say, I love that a lot of teams have gone into this. Northwood's kind of the boogeyman of this event, so to speak, but everybody's given it their 110%. There's been great sportsmanship, great camaraderie, and that is truly what I believe esports is all about. So that has really been something that I've enjoyed very much.
That's one of the wild parts. Like, Northwood, for as scary of a team as they are within the collegiate scene, like, those guys are so chill.
They're homies,
They're
for
so
sure.
Chill.
Yeah. Oh, no way. Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get my hopes up yet. I'm not going to get my hopes up yet.
I am. They're on defense. They walked out of spawn. That's a confirmation. We thought this would be coming from North.
I'm so hyped.
Only one of them can teleport onto the statue.
Oh, yeah.
There's only room for one Bastion up there.
Oh, yeah. Well, Big J is on Hanzo for the time being, so maybe they TP somebody else. I don't know why they would, but I don't know. Maybe they're going for something real funky here. Maybe Big J is going for, oh, never mind. Zach on the Widow. He's going to go for that King's Row Widowmaker. That's something we see so very often. But, folks, Northwood, even as good as they are, they still love to put on the show, and I think we're going to get a show right here, right now.
And there's the TP. Put the top hat on the robot. There you go. All up. Oh, the bubble.
Oh, the bubble!
The Sigma did get the shield up, though. Will quickly be broken, though, by Big J5. The Hanzo's actually really good for trying to counter this. Because they can take down that Bastion so quickly, you can see he's getting chunked out. He's also getting all of the healing.
Yeah,
his health bar has not moved.
The BAP is just dumping all healing into Zach. I love the Junkrat swap. Junkrat, my personal favorite hero in the game. I love to see this coming out. Does the most damage, rips shields apart, and might be able to find some damage onto this Bastion. However, completely uncontested. Momo, she is at the mercy of Tyler right now. She's not able to engage. Is going to get healed up, gets to live a little bit, but this is going to be one of those slow fights because Bethel can't do much until that Bastion falls.
They can force him to TP out. They put him in a pretty bad position by playing underneath him. It's hard to get
there he goes.
on him. Big J5 angles it down, gets him with a Storm Arrow. Now the push is in. Bethel with a huge damage advantage. Pop an Amplification Matrix and double that damage advantage. But a nice anti-nade out of left actually opens up the door for Northwood to get back in this fight with the flank.
How did Big J have dragons already? Holy cow, he's bringing those ultimates out early. G-Rob, though, on the sim. Microwave is plugged in. Oh, but Jake does pick up that kill. I think we're at a 4v4 for the time being.
Far better for the attacking side because the spawns coming first. Cowman's doing a great job of holding the line, though, and disconnecting those spawns from the rest of the team, so it will be Northwood coming out ahead.
Not even a tick. Yeah, wow. So close yet so far away. When you don't get the full tick, it will tick all the way down to the previous marker, which is, of course, 0% right now. That was tough. They were very close yet so far away.
And the ultimates are starting to come online, not for Bethel, but for Northwood, who, oh my goodness, have a veritable pantry of ultimates. Their economy is more
that's
like a trust
huge.
fund. Tyler goes down though, and that's what they're looking for. Diving to the back line. Seasons has that primal. Like we said, Northwood, big ultimate advantage. They're popping
no.
every last one of them to win this fight. It may be a bit much, but it certainly will let you win.
You know, we asked them to put on a show, and they were doing just that, popping 5 ultimates in tandem and taking the fight to win it. Like you said, they won the fight, and that's all that matters. Half the time bank already gone. Bethel, they might get a Diva Bomb in this next fight.
And, I mean, that's all they're working with.
Right.
The tank transformation from Tyler would be nice. Big J, dude, Big J5 doesn't mess around on this Hanzo. He is low, though, and he should stop messing around to Tyler. Yeah, rightfully gives it back to him. Now down a member, Bethel. Do they go in 5 versus 5 here? Do they want to wait for that Hanzo to get back up? Huge anti, though, from Lep. I'm not sure if that was angled or if that was a set nade. I think it was actually a set nade.
I think so as well. I was just about to comment on those nades from Lep. They have been nothing short of hyper impressive. Perfect timing, at least 3 every time on that anti-nade. And Tyler looking for some ults, but the shields lasting just long enough. Zach finding Lep, so that's star-studded
what
player.
You're looking for. Main support out of the way. A lot of that healing now gone. You still have to deal with the Bastion, though. The Shatter will do just that. Looking to take over the point versus Northwood. The swing through, and I think that's a point A. Give it over to Bethel.
Yeah, Bethel pulling a Northwood there, using 5 ultimates to win the fight, but it looks like they are going to be able to survive. It might be one more re-engagement from Seasons, but he is ripped apart before he can even hit the ground.
You know, this Bethel squad is doing a great job. You got to give your hats off, right? The tanks and
Yes.
supports are staying alive, and the fact that Zach and Big J5 are actively finding just as many picks as the Northwood DPS are is amazing. Though catching a mouthful of metal, not quite part of that.
Yeah, and Zach has recognized that full volley headshot. Unfortunately, not good timing. G-Rob there is going to be able to find a kill onto Big J. Tyler now on the Doom Fist.
He got remeched on while in Immortality Field, so actually it's like 50 HP when it went away. So immediately taken out. Northwood still do get to hold the choke though with the Gravitic Flux. Looking like pretty likely to. Oh no, Cowman, low, 30 HP. What Gravitic Flux, says Quibsy, sets them right and sends them packing.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. Quibsy, that left shift, I don't know if y'all heard, I gasped a little bit because that was such a bold thing to do at the HP Quibsy was at, but it worked out. No idea is a bad idea as long as it works.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely.
Do it again, Quibsy.
No, don't do it again. Don't listen to Dor. He's throwing.
All right, Bethel line up for the next fight. Quibsy looking a little bit lost. Where do they want to engage? Because G-Rob's trying to aggress on the high ground, but another pick from the DPS of Bethel. They just have not been missing their shots today.
No!
Quibsy, he listened. Quibsy Flux is out, and he's in the middle of the back line. Immortality Field will save him. It's well timed by Brandon, and the fact they got that pick earlier is making this a lot easier for Bethel to come back in. Now swapping on to a lot of picks of their own, looking to get the end of point B in just
Another
one fight. Shatter, just to guarantee. This is an insurance policy, Seth Dillon. They want to make for sure, for certain, that they get this point. And with it moving forward, they just have the Winston to contend with.
Cowman, yeah, Cowman goes down there, takes himself out, actually. Seasons is going to be the sole survivor, sub 100 HP, 50 left, 50's going to turn to 0, the bomb from Momo. That's the insurance policy, hopefully. And there it is, folks. The number 5 seed taking the second point of Kings Row against Northwood.
There's no way they get a third, right?
Oh, they've got 3.5 minutes.
Oh,
they just
got
might.
so much time. Ultimates are coming up for both sides, and with Big J5's Dragon in tow, Northwood have to tread carefully, looking for the right opportunity, but it's these early fights where Bethel have been coming ahead, so I'd be watching my head if I was Northwood. Levin landing in the backline, just poking away, lining up, no shatters online, so it is purely stancing for both these teams, trying to collapse this season. Who gets punished again? All the damage going on, and Quibsy connects another charge on another headshot out of Big J5. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has come to put on a show.
Big J5, why is he on anything but Hanzo ever? This has been incredible. Another one! Another one! Big J5 is just ripping Northwood apart. I mean, oh my god, Big J5 head. He's hitting headshots. He didn't even know he's hitting.
Oh my goodness. The huge picks time and time again. You know, he was doing this yesterday on Hanzo, getting that 7K I was talking about. And I think a lot of us think there's no way he performs like that again. Now that the absolute
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup West Invitational. Paulie Hype alongside Catinator 3K on the call for game number 3 between Hawaii and University of California, Irvine. I think I've called him Central Irvine like 10 times today, but California, Irvine. So my fault on that one, but we're taking it over to Haven this time, Catinator. Let's see how the teams shake out here.
Let's see indeed. We got Icebox, a little different coming through. Now we're back to the roots, the basics, the classics, if you will, over on Haven. We're playing those old 80s jams coming forward, and these will be pretty typical. Kind of feels like the 80s back with these compositions, man, coming forward. The Sky, the Sova, the Omen, the Killjoy. It just screams back in the day. That's just you like the young gun who comes up to the jukebox and plays like Lil Nas or something, you know, some new stuff. They bring out the KO, they bring out the chamber. They say, "Look, I get it, Dad. You know, they had some grooves back then, but we do a little better now. The technology has been upgraded. The music engineering, the mixing and mastering is a little bit better. Let me show you what it can do. The KO's gonna have more options. Same with the chamber. You love the chamber, probably hype. You know,
Yeah.
the versatility you get out of this agent gives you that double out potential as well, especially if you're starting on that defensive side. Nothing bad about the classics, but it's just a little less options. A little less options, all I'm saying.
Hey, no worries there, but they'll go with what they feel is best. Hawaii, San Jose State University. Some amazing stuff here. Killjoy coming out on the Mikey, Comey on the Omen, Test ID back on the Sova, Cold Cutie on the Sky for the day, Prefix on the Jet for the day for Hawaii. Over on the defending side, Choi Boy on the Chamber, Khan on the Jet, Nasi on the Sova for today, Chris on the Omen, and Teddy on the KO. And one thing I noticed about SJSU is that they really do change up the roles, the characters of who plays who quite a bit, and it's worked out so far. But do you think there's any consistency in kind of not maining a role or a class or a character, but yeah, I guess having a main in terms of being more of like a flex? I know this changes per map too, so I guess in Valorant it's hard to have like a true main.
Yeah, it really does depend on map. I think also it depends on like what your team is playing, and the ability to flex never hurt anyone. That's for sure. Not even just for
That's true. You're right.
like
You're right.
team play, like ranked play as well. Like if you can flex, it makes your time a lot easier because you can fill roles. And it's sometimes just feeling it, man. Like typically, a lot of players will main not a agent, will main a role. And
Right,
just
a role.
You
Right.
play that set role. The ability to do something else is not terrible. Like we saw last series, we're able to switch around a duelist for a controller. If you're not feeling yourself on the duelist, you can move around, and then you can still have use utility-wise, even if you're not fragging. So there's opportunities like that. Just
Well,
depends.
0-0 as we start out here on Haven. Middle push towards B, even though a lot of chamber detection software is sitting on it. And Jet is going to dash away there from triggering, and that's going to give Teddy here for SJSU an indication. And just like that, you saw how fast Hawaii is now rotating back over to A. That was clutch.
Ooh, Khan will dash out just in time for Dangerous can come forward. And why are you going to look to scale up A long here? Smokes are out. Dog will come through short. Now he's swung to the back of the site. Hasn't found anything just yet. Second shot will come through. Hasn't landed either. Tested to find one. Instant trade by Choi Boy, who's out from heaven. Now gone out the round. Nazi got it all to do on site and cannot get it done. Prefix has a nice headshot a second as well as Teddy gets caught with a 2-tap on the Sheriff. And that has left Chris alone towards CT. We'll tuck the flash. No swing just yet. 1v4. Ghost in front of him, tempting and calling his name. He'll pick it up. Tuck the second flash as well. Good for the first. Can't find Cold Cutie just yet. Out for a second. They're giving looks to him. And now he's isolated 2 1v1s here. He's able to sneak around the front of site box. Is the first look from hell. Hasn't found it just yet. Well, now we'll turn the 180, but not quite. Mike will save the day just barely for Hawaii. They'll live to survive the pistol round. It's 1-0 for him here.
Well done. Well done indeed. I mean, you thought Chris was coming back there to make them a crazy play, but it was really close, actually. Well done by Mikey to peek at the same time that, who was it there? It was Prefix. Prefix got taken out underneath. Well done. So 1-0, and this is going to lead to that force, and this will probably be the B push that they were initially trying to do first round, now having the weaponry to do it. But I like what SJSU's here is at least buying the Marshall for Chris to watch mid, or long, rather.
Was snuck all the way up long as well. The other long. Towards C right now. Cold Cutie was moonwalking into danger. Unfortunately, will survive that. One dog's going to be out. Chobe has to shoot this one to avoid the concussion. He knows he's going to get swung here. He's looking to grab a 1-for-1 trade. Not going to happen. Marshall now for Chris. To the backside of C long. Smokes come up. Nothing there for him. I guess it makes it a little bit harder if your teammate can't bait those players in all the way. Died for that swing could come through, so now he'll find that opportunity he's looking for. Calm with the Sheriff up close. Testing to sneak forwards. Found one coming. Oh my goodness. Tested spray transfer good to find the short player as well, so now he's going to fall. Chris, now that Marshall you spoke about earlier, has found its way to CT. Had to rotate yet again. I don't really know how much to find. So you're going to be dark covered off now. That dark cover will clear up. Has a chance to at least look at the sight lines, but this is feeling like a flawless Hawaii anti-eco.
Yeah, and this is going to wind up letting Hawaii pick up this second round here with pretty much ease.
Oh.
As just one member. Again, it's Chris left all alone, but smoke down for insured measure. All 5 are going to wind up saving their gun here. They're not pressured. Hawaii's not worried here. This second map so far has looked very comfortable for Hawaii on offense. They've gotten the bomb down twice now. They're getting that extra money. Well done. And, I mean, wow, wait. Am I? Yeah, 2-0 here. Well done for Hawaii. SJSU don't want to fall too much behind, so there'll be a full buy here for round number 3. Can everyone buy? Yeah, everybody can buy. Okay, so round number 3, we'll give SJSU their first drill attempt this half, and it's going to be a big-time eco here for Hawaii.
Yeah, Hawaii going to be playing that bonus. It does give them interesting perspective here because Con and Chris are going to be on lights.
Right.
In fact, they buy up just a little bit. Con buys a Sheriff. Chris buys, of course, that Marshal. So there's the potential for these Spectres to get some damage done, especially if they can get up close with these close headshots. Con is fine. The first is a good frag. Make sure they don't have easy grass control. Mike will find one. We'll get a trade back, and that's a gun for his troubles. So he walks all the way into garage now. Has a little bit of spacing to work with here. Be careful how he jumps into window seal because Troy Boy playing this dark cover very heavily. They'll push up grass. They want to get close with the rest of these Spectres. It's a close range spray gun. Troy Boy drops. He's giving it away. He's looking for extra spacing towards garage. He thinks it's clear. He's been caught out. Cold Cutie patience a virtue. Luckily, his teammate called for him to get out of the dog quickly. It could have been a nanostorm scenario for him, but he's out. Now he's out towards site. Chris caught black platform. Pawn to swing his way through. Out of CT has found a 2-piece. 3K into the round now. He's going to tuck to the Omen too. Comey gets caught. He's prefixed with the Marshal. Everything to do in this round, and Chris will wrap things up. 1-2. SJSU have it.
What is with SJSU taking each other's aces? I mean, let your team have it for crying out loud. It's right there. I mean,
please.
I guess they're trying to maintain that tournament mindset. You know, you don't want to mess around and drop around on accident to try to get an, you know what I'm saying? Try to get an ace. So I like what I'm seeing from SJSU. They won the first major important round here. You lose that one, you lose the fourth, almost guaranteed. So, well, let's hang in it here as this keeps SJSU on the board on Haven. Bringing it back to what everyone loves, free side plants.
Get the buy down here for SJSU. Colin's going to play with his ult orb to get Blade Storm immediately. Has done just that. That's going to be online. So, pretty close to a full buy here for SJSU, and they've bought down as well, so they're going to have money into the next. Hawaii, they're playing for aggression. They just got caught from the outside of grass from Con, and they want to avoid any sort of danger again. You see how closely this Sova's watching that dark cover, just in case someone's able to sneeze their way out of it. Con will be up close. So was Nazi. They're taking a lot of space early, so I like this play from Hawaii to default this hard.
They're just being patient. They're not worried about who's pushing, though. Con in the Blade Storm is looking to be aggressive.
They should do that. They should be able to calm that. That alarm bot comes through, they know if that alarm bot's coming through, he's playing for a lurk, right? He's playing for any sort of anti-flank. They should know this is not going to go to A. If they're playing the anti-flank for A, it means that they've got to be going to B or they got to be going to C. Because that's the reason they'd have that lurk presence there. So you see everybody is rotated off. Exactly.
SJSU says we recognize exactly what you're saying, Catinator, but despite that, they're actually going to slow play. It looks like Hawaii will head towards A with this final 30 seconds left, and that's going to be the call here as the rotation does finally come out from SJSU, but not in time enough. 3 members do get on site. Nasi trying to use that recon dart. 3 coming up from short here. Con does have ultimate in hand. Nasi finds prefix, though. It's going to be caught in the blind. Pawn, Choi Boy, Teddy, each finding one, and only 1 member remains. Chris takes him out. It's 1 apiece. Team Ace. And SJSU is going to wind up finding their second round to tie things up 2-2 after 4.
And that's exactly why you leave Nazi there short. He's got early information. He spots those players coming back. He sees the head. He says, I'm out of here. I'm going back to the site. See Choi Boy rendezvous away from C site all the way over to B. So he's there for the quick rotation. Everybody's there in time before the XG even comes through. Great info gathered from SJSU. Great work to take the spacing up both A short and A long early into the round. They calm the play so quickly. They get players back in time because they do anchor 1. Very well played, and that comes off of Nazi not peeking for more there. He goes short, he spots them early, gets 1 shot opportunity on just the sliver of head that he saw, leaves before they can shoot him back. He knows if he stays alive there, he contains the push. He does just that, perfectly played by their defensive side of things. Flash going to come through. Hawaii, they're looking to go to site.
Well done, though. 3 go down. Hawaii forces their way in. Bomb gets planted for long. That shock dart will connect, but it does not matter here. Bladestorm in hand for Hawaii. It'll be a double peek here. Cutie will get taken out. Nazi finds 2, 3 now. Hold on, hold your thought. Here comes an owl drone to find out exactly where Killjoy is. Hawaii's peek down long. There's 4. No way. The bomb winds up finding Nazi after 4. Nazi just brought him back in. It's going to be a double hold, but Mikey winds up getting the ping from the teammates, and it's a darn accurate one as Mikey saves the day for the 5th round for Hawaii. Nazi on the 4K. Jesus. Amazing play there. Nazi almost clutched that one, Catinator. That was so close.
That was very nice for Nazi. Good drone tag to come through to get so much damage onto Mike. Sits there, eats the turret so he can get damage onto the other player, which gives him that 4th kill. I like the half from Khan. Ambitious to go for the whole ninja. Because you know that at that point, once you've got it half, Mike's going to run you down 100%. And you know he's lit already, too. It's a hindsight play for sure. He goes for what he can. Things are good, and the shots come through, though. So Mike's able to save that one. Hawaii's getting a little more aggressive on the default now, looking to take it to him a little quicker. And I like that because you saw them play their default pretty heavily, which allows you to really scale space and allows them to really start to contain them, especially into the later round. They say, okay, we got to get a little bit more space early, guys. The thing is, they use util to take that C long space early. Nobody's really claimed it. You want to claim up towards Cubby there if you're going to use util for it. They haven't done that. So they use util, right? These like 3 or 4 pieces of util at the start of the round, and they haven't got anything off of it. They're right back to grass. It's as if they just started the round.
Yeah, well, they got it. That's where, and everything you're saying is I would assume is what's being talked about in game as well, and kind of how they're formulating their decision. At least you would hope, right? But 3-2 Hawaii. One of the things that I'm liking about their defensive pressure here, offensive pressure, excuse me, is that they are actually defaulting quite nicely. They're not rushing into sites, kind of like so SJSU was, and it's working in their favor. They're being very sneaky, very tactile, and even though it is kind of close, they now know that they're going to be coming in through garage. Choboy, though, is waiting to find prefix with that operator. Either way, the site does get taken by Cold Cutie, and Hawaii now is going to get that plant down C once again.
Lockdown comes through to ensure all that room. They got themselves a plan, and SJSU now out of the timeout, going to play their way forward. They got a tour de force to work with, which is nice when you look at the fact that everybody is playing down C long right now. They're going to play off their Hunter's Fury for the side of Hawaii, and if you're SJSU, you got to know they've got that Hunter's Fury to work with. Papa's going to come through. They got to play this retake very quickly. They'll do just that. You're going to have that one way on the spike to go with it, so that's one player that's going to be immediately out of the play as soon as they start the defuse. They've cleared all of sight. You know, everybody's got to be down long now. Just looking for the first. Shoulder peak not wide enough. Hunter's Fury will come through as that spike plant does go down. Fragment will force Teddy forward. Line 1. Cold Cutie's found a clean little 3-piece, though. 4K on the round for him as he comes through garage. The flank is good. And they've contained for so long that allows that flank to be possible. 4-2 as Hawaii will take the last 2 rounds in a row to give themselves a lead. They'll break the eco as well, so they should have a third in their future. Khan will recognize he'll buy down.
Well, all I heard was Hawaii won the round, if that's what it makes sense.
Yeah, they did.
They played so well there, and it was actually a triple kill coming out from Cold Cutie, who winds up clenching out that round. But Hawaii doing this garage to C type play has worked out very beneficial for them. They have SJSU defensively on their toes, and Prefix is going to get a nice operator shot short, and whenever you get a pick short A, Catinator, you cause a massive rotation, as we're already seeing. Sova decides to go back, though, because he's like, all right, they're not coming, probably.
Same opening for Hawaii, and it's worked. Balance with the first pick. And it is at eco, so if you're going to default pretty heavily, this would be a good round to do it on. But they've got to try to play for some extra spacing, so extra info, because they don't really have much to work off of. Nazi able to somehow just barely avoid what could have been a close call with that operator. He'll strafe around just in time. That dog is not cleared Teddy down long, so he's going to have a chance to get a couple extra kills here. They've cleared him now, though. Kongwi will take it. Hawaii going to take their way into the site. Great execute for the whole team here. They'll come through together. They've got room. Nazi's tucked under the dark cover, caught instantly by Komi yet again. He's doing a great job of checking literally everything. Cold Key to have the wall bang onto Khan, who's sitting up into heaven. And that's left Chris into what is a 1-on-5. He's stuck CT. You know, I think I've seen this before. Maybe once, maybe twice this game. I don't think it's worked out just yet.
Wait.
This one's a little harder, maybe.
Hawaii's putting it down right now. They're playing very effectively, and they're walking away now with already a +3 on the round count, and this one's starting to get away from SJSU a little bit. And I don't mean so much on the scoreboard, but just kind of the way these rounds are going down. It just feels like SJSU is losing a little bit of their steam that they had been working with previously.
Yeah, that can happen when you play so long, right? I mean, is their first best of 3 of the day? I mean, I guess.
Yeah, this has been a long set. We're at 2 hours right now, and we're still kind of towards the beginning of map 3.
Yeah. It's a long set. They've been working pretty dang hard. Got a nail biter towards the end of that Ice Spice game, so it really can start to wear on you just a little bit sometimes, and that could be a factor. So just take a second to chill, to breathe, to think about things. But right now, it's just like Hawaii's been able to kind of get them in mid-round timings. In fact, the SJSU has consistently been playing so far down that almost are taking too much space now and getting themselves in a position where they have to one and done. And there's no trade potential. Like, for instance, they're sending the Jet solo up A long.
Right.
Wait, but if the Jet does get swung by the whole team, I mean, it's 5 people. If anything, you're good for 2, and then you're dead. And then they take the rest of the site off of it. So that's been the one thing. It's like when you do anchor that site player, where do you anchor them at, and how far in are they? Like, we see that play for their retake where Nazi sits towards short, sees the info, and gets out. That's what we need to see more of. So they have the ability to actually contain and then play for not even necessarily their retake, but the ability to hold off with the rest of the defense. They move themselves so far in that they can't get out. They kind of shoot themselves in the foot at the start of rounds.
Well, everything is firing on all cylinders here for Hawaii. We start round number 8. Con, though, finding Comey pretty early. Cold Cutie want to trading out for Hawaii as they start to push in through A site. Coming through long. Test ID finds Nasi. A big offensive target is now taken offline. 2-2 trade, though. It's now a 2-2 affair. And Choboy, but Chris trades out back and forth. And despite the initiatory kills going to Hawaii, SJSU comes through with the defense and just adds another one to the scoreboard. 3-5. SJSU quality hold.
Yep. Dark covers come through. First time we've really seen that Omen utility come into a hold, because they give themselves the room to work off of. You see that initial dart come down and get shot early by Hawaii, and SJSU are like, okay, they're coming. They're coming for sure. This time around, they don't try to take that space. They don't try to take the gunfight over towards long. They take it towards side instead. They make them play through the dark cover, so it's not easy to trade it. And then they come into sight. They're taking raw gunfights with less information than SJSU is going to have. They have way more time to process after they're already holding those angles. Allows them to just let players walk into the crosshair and find frags. So
Choboy.
For Choboy.
Choboy trades off with Prefix. Yeah. Well done. Prefix has come up big with multiple operator shots. Here comes a little wolf action from Sky into the window to clear that out. And this is going to give an opening for Hawaii, who has been pretty consistent going through garage. Test ID going to find one. Nazi will trade out Cold Cutie. 3-on-3. Con finds Test ID from window behind. And now, Con finding Mike. Just one more remaining here. And Prefix will trade out Con here. 2-1 is the remaining player count here. Catinator.
That should not to land. He's going to pop his Blade Storm here. 4 opportunities. Caught by the paranoia. Grab Spike. Uses his last Cloud Burst, move himself away. Still surprised he doesn't grab the rifle there. Oh, that's unfortunate. Nazi will be there in window. We'll hear the stats of Prefix. We'll catch him. We'll grab the op for his teammate going into the next round. So Con going to be happy to pick that one on up. Give it a show away either. Actually, doesn't really matter. 4-5. SJSU will find themselves another round. Slowly starting to make those adaptations. Hawaii still have money. Last round they'll have money on. So look to rebuy here. Tessa can buy one and himself. Prefix looks like he wants the Marshall though. Cold Cutie, probably a different story. Just kind of waiting for that buy to come through. There it is now. Prefix will take a Guardian. Cold Cutie. Have a Spectre? You want a Spectre, little guy? Yeah, you do.
Spectre strong right now. Guardian in hand for Pre. Sitting inside the window. One shot headshot if you tap it. We only have one shot. That's the trick. That's the trade-off. Con Blade Storm behind for SJSU, and he'll just back away.
There we go. That's the difference. That's the difference, right? That's the reason that SJSU started winning rounds again. It's because Con is willing to take that look early and then go, there's nothing here, I'm leaving. Or there's something here, I didn't get the kill, I'm leaving. And that one, I know it seems silly, like the fact that he's just He's still, yeah, he's still picking the angle, but he's leaving the angle after that the initial peak. It's been the difference because it's an extra player alive.
He's not pressing that situation further. Most people would. Guardian kill comes out for prefix though. He's stepping away, letting the option of potentially them coming to him. That's a big
paranoia.
Chris finds 1-3 with the blind, but 1 with the shot in garage.
I killed so much time. No command's gonna come through, so why he can't set up any sort of post play here. They got no util to work with, but it does not matter if Cold Cuties hitting every move with the Spectre close range. He's taking himself a 3-piece. Prefix will grab one as well. And Hawaii 6-4. Operator recovered. That was their op. They grabbed it back. Prefix, rightfully mine, rightfully his. He will take it once more. SGSU, well, their eco's been stolen as well. They're gonna have to buy down into this one. Teddy will recognize after selling that Guardian back. Why just take it to him on B? That's the null command pop too, and it's got nothing. It's got no value.
Right here, 6-4. Hawaii in the lead, and they could potentially add on more. Well done, Hawaii. Nice shot by Prefix on Toy Boy. Oof, caught him lurking.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
What are you doing, man? Caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He eating that orb for lunch. It's a bro. What are you slurping like that? We're right here. We got company over.
Well done.
Like no smoke or nothing.
Right.
You said I'm gonna go for it. Hope for the best. I mean, they've been playing early A every round. Oh, Colin will get down for Prefix. That's a hard shot to hit against, especially against what is an op just holding that angle, but he's done it. And Hawaii, they don't know it yet. This thing wide open. Welcome on home. Hope I said you got a surprise party set up because these boys they're walking straight in the door.
They're going right to C. It's been their comfort zone. Whenever they felt like they needed to get a plant down, C has been there for them. The ex-girlfriend that just keeps coming back. And it worked out in their favor because they're getting the bomb down every time. Mikey, though, Cold Cutie. Mikey, Hawaii's heating up here, Catinator.
Oh, they are heating up indeed. Like that volcano erupting or something. Khan will come through garage. Cold Cutie will pick that one up as well. He's been a player having a huge impact, whether it's the Spectre, whether it's a rifle, it don't matter. He'll pick the op back up as well for Prefix. Always interesting seeing your solo duelist play the operator because it means that they cannot like dash in for you. Because Prefix has been playing pretty far back, which made Hawaii have to play a lot slower. And usually we see that be like a shot in the foot for teams, the fact that they don't have that free space to be made. But instead, it's just Prefix finding little angles, playing aim duels instead of with his rifle, with his operator, winning them out and then making the spacing because he's killed players instead of just baiting himself, which is quite interesting. It's something that doesn't work for a lot of teams, but Hawaii's really making it work for themselves.
Hawaii might be able to finish off Haven with an 8-4 lead into the half, which would be absolutely gigantic here. And so far, Hawaii is just really starting to get a big-time advantage over SJSU San Jose. As we're seeing here, 117 left in the round. Looks to be an A push. Rotation is pretty late to come over, honestly. And if the aggression keeps up, which it will, nice paranoia comes out. Comey winds up taking down Khan. A little miss-aim shot there. Prefix winds up operating Nasi. There goes the 2 offensive prowess of SJSU. This bomb's going down, and it's going to be a tough 3-on-5 push for Teddy, who's sitting upside heaven. Try to get something going here early. Oof, Prefix takes him out, not even thinking about it.
From the shadows coming into this round, this is that last round of the half. So we'll step out. We'll find one with his tour de force. Got to find way more than that, though. Slowfield going to be up right now. And ironically, because where he kills Cold Cutie, the Slowfield going to be in his way. So he's got to wait a bit of time here before it clears. This will be clear by now. Coming from the back of things. Taking the TP. He's trying to stall for time. They just walk past. They haven't even heard his TP. They're too far away. So everybody's through. Oh my goodness. Prefix will find him and he'll find Chris as well. As he's got the Blade Storm popped and, well, he's popping the heads. 8-4. Full line for Hawaii. Dominant towards the end. A 3-0 run for them to wrap up the half. Now into the pistol we go. They look to send themselves to the grand final.
They've really started to turn things up here, Catinator. I mean, wow. You know, they barely squeak out of the second map. But they're making this map look relatively easy, honestly. I know you can come back here. 4 rounds is definitely a hole, but it's not one you can't climb out of. But right now, it's Hawaii sitting at top of the castle, and they're kind of looking down. So that's obviously the position you want to be in going into the second half of map number 3.
gonna be the early push up A long. I'm interested to see this. I don't think you don't expect two tucked. Looks like you're going for the B split here. Oh, SSU. Are we going B to A link to A? I'm interested in that. It's not gonna work if the spike goes down. His prefix has shut it down long. So the Soul's got a lot of work to do to get too short, but I do like this play for San Jose. It's very innovative. Khan's found one. Spike's gonna fall. They get to the back of the A site. Two tucked towards long. Looking to find that spike carrier, but then they know it's gone short. It's walked around them. So SU, unconventional as it is, they found themselves the site. It's a question of now we can figure out what Hawaii are up to, because they'll send 3 on the flank.
Yeah, can they hold it?
They have no idea. It's almost like another Hawaii attacking round. As they're gonna come through, they should have a dark cover to work with to heaven now. And they're literally just playing the attack. They're going to play straight back the same way. Dark cover will go down towards CT. Khan's found Comey, so no additional smokes have come into this one. Teddy's caught tested. He's lurked so far forward. Cold Cutie 2 with the frenzy spray to come down. Teddy's found one. Nazi going to look for the swing on Cold Cutie. 3K to come forward. That's Teddy going to fall. Nazi tucked towards heaven. We'll have the spike all in his grasp. His head has been seen. He's lit for so much. He's barely to survive the wallbang. The repeat Cold Cutie tapping as the peak does happen. So 6 HP. Nazi barely walks out the pistol with the round. 5-8. San Jose still down 3.
That was such a clutch round. I mean, if they lose that, they go down 9-4. They get the bomb down early. They wind up taking out a couple kills. But if you lose a quadra coming through with right there at the end, that's just detrimental. I think that's a demoralizer, and they lose this map at a 9-4 and so on. But right there, Nasi wind up just taking his time, winds up getting the peak last millisecond there, and gets the headshot despite being only one hit. And that was a clutch play. California Irvine was praying on that one.
Oh, no.
Wow.
It's in the dark cover. That's such a hard shot to hit. And Teddy will annihilate him into the site. They go. C going to be the play. The post plant set up quite nicely. Chris will find one through the cover. You like to see that. That's a nice little frag to grab early. I think just a little bit harder for Hawaii's retake. Already it's going to be a difficult one with that lack of utility. Nazi picked up a second as well as they try to jump their way into garage. Cold Cutie, the last one standing in a 1-on-5. Looking just to find Nazi right now. I know he's got to be tucked close, but where I see your head. Looking for the shots. He's found it through the wall. But now through the wall, he will be shot. Choi Boy will take him out as he swings around the door frame. Cold Cutie to fall. 6-8 the scoreline. SJSU, they are taking 2 rifles, 2 Spectres into the bonus.
And that's a big time bonus to say the least. And that's what SJSU needs. I mean, realistically, SJSU was kind of feeling like I was worried they were slipping away, Kat. And I'm glad to see these 2 rounds come back to back because they have played fantastic in map 1. They barely lost map 2. Don't give it away now. You're right here at map 3. You can still advance to UC against UCI where you had a chance of winning day 1. So you got to keep that in mind moving forward here. Let's see how it plays out once again. An aggressive Cold Cutie pushing up long A. Oh, my boy, with the flick of the wrist. Somebody call Ric Flair or Quavo because that was ridiculous. Diamonds dancing. Beautiful play. Does this give SJSU Catenator the opportunity to take a 3rd round in a row?
It most certainly could. Don't get the weaponry off of it. They can't get that far forward is the only thing. But they do get some space over towards C long. This KJ doesn't have utility for it. Does have a nano swarm, but it requires her to manually get the information. They're going to be up towards C long. They'll pop the swarm a little early. But what are you going to do if you're Mike? You don't know. You're just playing off of round timing, hoping that they're here. And suddenly is going to find out they are indeed here. Looks to peek under that flash. Good for one. Does get popped from the back of sight. It just hits a little bit of the left side of his sight line, so he does get caught kicking anything else. So instant trade to come forward. Coming to be towards CT. Has smokes to work with. The 1-on-3 going to be a pinch as well. Let's try to smoke his teammate forward and C long. It's a really good play. You won't expect anyone to be C long in this scenario. Comey to jump to the top of box as well, looking for anything. That second TB scary, but he's found it. Using that dark cover to his advantage, but caught from the back of the site. Colin will catch him. Prefix now walk through this dark cover. Into the corner. He sees Teddy, but he gets caught. SJSU 7-8. They convert the bonus. Those rifles definitely helped in doing so.
Big time play. 3 in a row now for SJ, San Jose State University. And This is what they've actually. This has been a great set. Let's just talk about that. First map 3 we're seeing of the event. Obviously, you know, I know yesterday was best of 1, but first map 3 we're seeing of the event, and boy, it has not disappointed Catinator. This one is coming down to as Nacho Libre would say, the nitty gritty. As I love that movie, but it's yeah, wow, what a interesting start there to just get that quick flash, and it connects, but it's a one-on-one trade. Choboy and Tess ID trade out here, Catinator. 4-on-4 as we press on into the round.
And he kind of whiffed that low key. That was a really good pop flash. That flash 3. The player coming out garage and the 2 grass. One tucked towards Cubby, the other one wide out open, and that's the one that was able to get picked up. So that's interesting open to keep an eye out for, especially when it comes to just enemy conditioning later on. I wouldn't be shocked to see that come later and really catch Hawaii off guard, but that's a story for another round. Just right now, we got Hawaii looking forward for the retake. Got Seekers into this one, certainly won't use them unless they somehow find some miracle frags early. With Sheriff 1000, you never know. You never they're able to find. Drones through, null command immediately going to come through from SGSU. No funny business means no Seekers into this one. Not going to happen. Getting pulsed right now. They have absolutely nothing. Colin will take 2. Crossfire going to be there. Cold Key picking 1 from heaven. Oh, a second as well. We'll drop the KO. No command will last until the body dies, though. Peek forward is Chris and Con yet again on the crossfire to find both. The rest of the KO as well for an extra gun going into next round. 8-8 the scoreline. SGSU will win 4 in a row now. Back to the gun round for Hawaii. What do they do differently? Prefix finally will pick up his operator. That could be the missing touch.
And I just love this. This is 4 rounds in a row now for SJSU. And they're finding something here. It's better. I think it's better to warm up as you're in the middle of a series versus coming in hot of the entry of a series, because Hawaii came in hot. Hawaii picked up the heat mid map 2, finished out strong, came in hot map 3, but now it's SJSU who's hung around, and now they're kind of getting their own steam, but it's at the opportune time, the end of map number 3. 8-8 tie here as we head into round 17.
Near side of drone, no information, doesn't know.
Big Hunter's mark.
Oh, the Shroud set doesn't come through in time, so Nazi is going to find one off of that Hunter's Fury. The drone tag huge to make that one possible. Chris taking one back, but it's going to be a 3-for-2 trade, so SGSU 2-on-3 to take their way through again towards A-Link, and they'll win it. They'll take down Mike. All the KG utility negated, and they'll go to A. Nazi will sit towards heaven. His teammate going to plant for him. We've seen them from this position before. They won it out last go around. This time the same. Seekers are going to make things a little bit easier for Hawaii. They're going to play as a duo as well. Chris setting up this paranoia. The potential from CT spawn. Might just have the goated read here. It does just that. Paranoia stalled for time. The Seeker's useless now. Absolutely negated. Hawaii got to play this one blind yet again. We'll have 2 flashes to work with, though, for Cold Cutie. Kind of back to sight. Now he's picked up a 3-piece, a 4-piece as well. Recon will scan for both, able to swing around. Chris is willing to eat the bullets there to let Nazi set up that play as he tucks around the sight box. Clean peeks, clean shots to go with it. A 9-8 scoreline for SJSU and Hawaii. That's broken. Eco, you buy this one. You don't have the confidence in your actual buy. You don't have a buy for next round. You got to buy down on this one. You got to take another round loss. That's going to hurt, though. It's almost certainly going to be a 10-8 scoreline.
So far now, Nasi and team here at SJSU has found a quality stride.
Oh, it's a collab too!
Mikey, Marshall, double shot, 2-1. And that is a huge play, but it's still going to be Chris who trades out Cold Cutie, and that'll give the A site still over to SJSU. But what a shot by Mikey Catinator.
What a shot indeed. Unfortunately, can't recover those rifles unless they were to flank all the way around. Is that chamber's still alive? They can't get it without activating those trademarks. Shot wants to come down. Plan's going to be under heaven, though, so not going to catch it. Shroud to step over. For the lockdown in this round, Mikey really wanted to solidify. If he's got Nanoswarm lineups, they got Shockbolt lineups. He can throw this to the Cubby, and they can kill this chamber pretty easily. See if that ends up being the case, though. Yeah, you can see him looking for it. Gets to survive. Recon Bolt going to come through for Torres. Caught him through the smoke. That Spike going to pick up a lot of damage. They're trying to hold on to this thing. They got the Spike half, not finished, though. Chorba going to catch it before the trade comes through from Prefix. Looking to bring his way into the site. He holds on to it. Chris can't get through in time. The anchor just long enough. The dark cover going to be there. No one swings through it. So Chris will find the frags. And Hawaii will find the round. They just hold on to the defuse with their dear lives. They've got money back into this round. They'll rebuy. They hold on. The scoreline is tied. They avoid what could have been disaster both economically and in round count.
I love what I'm seeing here from SJSU. And good here for Hawaii to finally get a stop as well. I mean, 5 rounds in a row. At some point, you've had enough. And Hawaii reached that point, wind up finally closing out that 5th round as it's 9-9 after 18, still tied. Tess ID, Odin onto Teddy, and you hate to see that. That was a long-range spray and pray, literally, and wound up hitting the target. Prayer accepted.
Con will take space up towards Archway. That rendezvous film should be heard. Well, the dash certainly has been, and now, oh, the entry duelist just can't quite find that first frag as Mike will take it away. He's been coming up huge, not gonna lie. That's what those extra E's are for, the extra oomph for him into this game, as Comey will find one as well. Top flash for Cole. He's got help from short as well. Prefix the shoulder peek. Joy Boy, and he gone out the round just like that. That leaves Chris in a 1v5. How many times have we said this? Chris is consistently just last alive. What's going on here?
He's been the last alive quite a considerable amount of time. And, I mean, it doesn't really matter. He's not walking away with this one. Hawaii's going to get this 19th round. But I am enjoying what I'm seeing from Hawaii now as they are starting to rebuttal back in their own caliber. And well done. Flawless play here for Hawaii. University of Manoa. They're battling on back, coming back after their little deficit lull. And now they've taken the lead once again and another lead change here in map number 3.
Hawaii. Start this half, lose 5 in a row. Mikey says, enough is enough, Brother Bear. I'm ready to get a win here. I got places to go. I'm trying to cross the sea to Atlanta, you know what I mean?
Through the ocean to Atlanta. Love it.
They're doing it. They're doing it right now. Pop flash to come through towards grass. Con will tuck his way through just in case anyone's pushing on it. Oh, caught from the spam through door. Does get away. That plating goes down. He's able to dodge. His armor goes down as well, but alive nonetheless. About 72 HP. Gonna be on that jet. Recons come through. Shot early, so no info to be gained, except for the fact that one's there. Not really great info, though. That they're still just in spawn right now. SJSU, a very slow default for them. They want to try to play for B. Consistently, they've been playing B and then into Link to go to whatever actual split they want to work on. B will be a scary plant for this round, to be honest. Just because it's very hard to hold. It's very easy to retake. If you're a team like Hawaii, and they've proved to us already that they can get those frags to do so. Good nano swarms early. So much damage going in. The only one who's actually made is Con, and he's been struggling.
They still got through.
Same
but
struggles.
Judy wound up picking up 2 each here. Joe Boy does wind up coming in with that chamber ult, finding Mikey. So Chris, patient flank read there. Choi Boy, does he have the sniper? He does. He had the bomb, excuse me. So he's a bomb as well. And this is going to be an A-side grab as Nazi actually rotated A the whole time. Left his team mid, but secured A site. Beautiful grab by Choi Boy and teleport out. It's going to be a plant down A, and Nazi's in a prime position. He might... Does he connect here?
Yo.
Ooh, Tess ID. That's such a random...
With an Odin, too. An Odin, too, is crazy. You got to spin that thing up and then still get it. Drone shot. The Tour de Force makes the spacing here for this team. 3 bullets left in the Tour de Force to work with. Back aside as well. Oh, just one. Shot the other 2 early. Off camera. Looking for the recon early. Troy Boy hasn't been found. Out the Tour de Force. That's his last shot. It's landed as well. Chris has found one through long. Tested 1v2. Has to work through the slow field. We'll do so now. Catch the first and will be caught by the headhunter. Troy Boy using all the econ weapons into this round and making it work. 10-10 as SJSU. They've tied things back up. It ain't over just yet.
Well done. 10-10 after 20, Catinator. I'm on the edge of my seat here. Which one of our predictions is going to be correct? I don't know. But we are close here. I mean, this still could potentially go another 6 to 7 rounds, if not more. But right here, we are getting down to the end. Map number 3 of semifinal 2. University of California, Irvine, awaiting the winner of this set. I wonder if they are tuned in.
Certainly, right?
I would say.
Certainly tuned in. I mean, well, they were tuned in the match, if not tuned into this one. In their own match, that is. But I'm certainly Gotta be reviewing. Gotta be stunning up. Kana gets studied by that Hunter's Fury. He gets tagged just once. Just the other two, though. Updraft just wasn't high enough. Didn't quite have the hops like that. Not enough vert. Unfortunate. SJSU will keep everybody towards C-Long right now. Eventually we'll say, too many here, too much utility. Let's pull off. The flash could have come through towards grass. Hasn't found anything just yet. The question is now for Hawaii, is that a timing thing? Or is that because they're not grass? Right now, it looks like a timing thing because they are indeed working their way towards grass right now, at least the outside of garage. And that's where the second initiator gets pretty dang useful because they use the drone to figure that one out. They've seen one. They might have also saw the KO, who's just kind of in the gap of the door at that time. So they should have some information to work with. Maybe not, though, because they still have that Sky reflashing grass. And she's looking to move to the A site. 0 Point going to send her back, but it's a big enough gap that SJSU should be able to walk into C.
All right, let's see. 10-10. A big blind, though. Cold Cutie and Kami each wind up finding one. And that's a 5-on-3 advantage. Big time blind on Choi Boy, who's been the slayer so far. With Cold Cutie put them to sleep. Chris winds up finding one. Nasi finds another. Nasi with a double, though. It's 2-on-1. Nasi has done more before with less. As he's pushing now, they're both players on site. He has to grab the bomb. He knows it. Prefix going to take him out, though, for Hawaii University of Manoa with that operator shot and giving the 11-10 lead now to Manoa and Hawaii.
Such an interesting look for Comey there. It really makes the difference. Starts on plat, shoots from plat, shrouded sets to sight. So everybody playing in for CSU are looking for the omen back to plat. He ain't there no more. He bamboozles them. So they blindside early. They grab two, both Comey and Prefix. Or both Comey and whoever that second site player is. Not actually positive who it was. But they both on the first two frags. And then SCSU are just so chaotic in the comms there. They're not exactly positive where to check. The push falls apart. They're not able to find it. This go around, they're not going to let that happen because they're going to push this way earlier. Already the energy duelist is pushing their way forward. This guy is going to go to the back of sight. Comey picked up one again. We'll recognize. We'll try to step straight into the other omen. It's anyone's game. They want a full flash. The flash comes through and Chris going to take that one away. Now they send one back with the Hunter's Fury. Shrouded set to get back to sight for Chris. Plant's gone down for SGSU now just to hold on to the thing.
I mean, this is just turning wild. I'm loving every second of this. This game so far has been spectacular. Bomb's going to go down. 4 members alive here for San Jose State University. And they'll maintain this long position, fully set up. Catenator, this is so hard because you come out and you have to now battle 3 or 4 people long. Actually, Chambers going to have the ability to just flank. They're going to use utility. Oh, and that was just so easy. One more remaining. Choi Boy takes him out. And Mikey's going to fall there, 11-11. And SJSU has tied it up once again. This one is going neck and neck now. 4 lead changes in map number 3 as well.
My goodness, somebody call the electrician. Because this one, it's coming down to the wire, Paulie.
Wire, baby.
It all comes down to the wire here. SJSU, they recognize the fact Hawaii ain't got no money. So they're going to be looking at what is going to be a buy for last, a buy for OT. Unless they can make some shenanigans happen. Cold Kitty wants to make some with that judge, but he'll be seeing. SGSU are going to look to leverage this extra gun prowess to send themselves through early. Prefix was looking for the daggers, was looking for the orb, but he's been caught out instead. Mike's towards short, but he's got a classic in hand. That thing can look like a shotgun sometimes if you right click it just right, but definitely at the disadvantage there. And look, the Sova, he's already snuck up towards window. No one checks Tessid. This could be a free gun. He's turned the flash. Second player stepped out grass, so he's got to be very careful about his timing here. But it could be the leverage in the round. The Omen going to sneak down grass. Oh, they certainly pinch this. It's as if they see it in timing. Tessid looks now. His teammate dies. Did he trade that? Yes, he does.
Wow.
That's the gun picked up. No one's there. They got one gun. They got one gun to work off of here. A little bit of sliver of hope into what is this eco round. Still waiting for the judge guy to come over. They will now as they hear all the steps coming into the A site. But nonetheless, SJSU are going to get there.
This is a huge round for SJSU. They have the weaponry in hand. It's 4-on-3, so not insurmountable. Chris is going to plant this bomb and get it down. Do we have any ultimates in hand? Let's see. They do. They have Teddy. Teddy online here with the ult, but one ult as well. Only the Sky ult. Big blind, though. It's going to be a drop down. They come in with the touch. Cold Cutie. Tess AD. They trade. It's 2-1. But Khan winds up getting a triple. Tess ID gets taken out. And it's now point game for SJ. Point set match for SJSU. And it's going to be up to Hawaii right now, Catenator, to bring it to overtime here on map number 3. Whoa. Yeah.
And it all comes down to one round. Hawaii, do they punch their ticket to 0-2? They keep it moving forward. They'll take a second to think about it. Can you blame them? The nerves got to be on the line. They'll look to stall them for just a moment. They'll look to ice SJSU. They want them to sit in the nerves. They want to get coordinated here. The only thing is, Hawaii's on the defensive. SJSU on the offense. They've been switching up the tempo pretty heavily. Now they have the chance to talk about this round.
Huge timeout. Huge timeout right here, Catinator. I mean, what's the talk about in the comms here if you are SJSU?
If you're SJSU, you're drawing a strat. This is the equivalent of 30 seconds left in the basketball game. Your coach calls the timeout. You're inbounding on the sideline. He's drawing up on the clipboard. He's telling you exactly what this is going to look like. That's what's happening for SJSU. So Hawaii, they get a chance to think about the defense, think about what they think SJSU could be doing here, but they've given so much time, right? Because now SJSU, they don't have to play hurry-up offense. They've got the time to think about it, which is very scary for Hawaii. But look how many ults they've got to work with. They've got themselves pretty much everything in the tank except for a Hunter's Fury. And that they can grab in just 2 orbs. So they should be feeling pretty comfortable. The only thing they got to worry about is this null command. If they can force it out early, they don't have to worry about it for their retake.
And both teams go right into Blade Storm. And ultimately, you're not going to sit on. You're not going to wait for. Recon Dark gets taken out. They have an idea. It's a mid-push. Test ID going to Odin once again, putting his fate in the Odin here with the Sova to shoot through those walls. Trying to put some damage into Garage, but it's going to be a mid-push, and they're going straight in. Here's Khan with the Blade Storm. Mikey takes him out. Choboy takes out Mikey and opens up that whole right side to A, and they're going through A link. They were drawing it up on the board. We saw it in the spectator client. They were actually putting on that they were going through A link, and that play from the earlier round of the half might be going down again with Chris getting this bomb down really early now. Really helpful.
It's in front of the trademark. The chance to walk up long. You can tell the Chamber's thinking about it short. They don't quite know. The Seeker's going to come out here for Hawaii. The null command gone, and that actual push means they got a chance to push with this Yuto for the retake. Kumi's made noise. He'll be heard from the short player. His paranoia could be massive into this round. Where does he angle? He's hit both. He's hit both here with his paranoia. They can step forward. Six knows. He stepped out.
It's overtime.
They all get involved. They'll force it through on the retake. That paranoia from the shadows is the difference maker in that play. It's got the player back sight, fully blind. It's got the player close, Graffiti playing the crossfire to hell, completely blind. They're able to walk in. They find the first. They can easily 180 for the second. Prefix can confidently swing out of heaven. That's from one from the shadows, one ultimate. Honestly, regarded as the most useless ultimate in the game, finally finds use. It's repositioned on its way down. The Chamber thought about it, but just couldn't do anything. Couldn't see nothing.
Wow, well done. Well done. We are going now to overtime. Map number 3, University of Manoa against San Jose State U. This has been a great match, an amazing semifinal here. And it's going to go now to the overtime. So we saw that A-Link push come out sparingly here, but it worked both times. It was executed. Well done and well done and played. San Jose State U now will take the defensive side first, and offense will go down to University of Manoa. Tournament life on the line. University of California, Irvine awaits in the grand finals. Catinator, we have another best of 3 coming up. The best 2 teams of the day will be right after this on Esports U.
I'm nervous, Paulie. Are you nervous?
A little bit. I mean, I'm only watching and I'm a little nervous because I don't know who's going to advance here. These teams are so dead matched. I mean, at least on the day, they're so dead matched. Ooh, Chris, long range. Blind fire shot. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than skilled.
It's smarter to be lucky than it's lucky to be smart. That's what I like to say. Is KJ going to lurk up towards B? Up towards Archway, has some spacing. The Chamber making a cheeky little play, though. Going to be on top of those boxes, and the KJ will back up. They know they don't have a refrag. But look to go into Garage instead. This trademark gets triggered. It's a pop flash coming through. It's going to be a cleanup from SJSU. I'm calling it a cleanup. The cleaning supplies will be out. The trademark is broken quickly, though, so that means the pop flash will get negated. They'll play for the retake instead. It's Chris stuck to the back of the site right now, though. We know what he can do blind. What can he do when he can see? Well, he's good for one. That's it, though. He's taking out the round before he can get blinded again by the actual flash. Chillboy to take one from Garage. He got some space to work with. KO will fall, though, so they got no flashes going in. Shock bolts early on to default. Spike spot will find one, but only one. Waiting for the drone now for the retake. Drone's out. Looking to send this jet forward. Chillboy's found another. It's cold cutie gonna look to tuck towards Garage. Prefix has one tucked by the bolt, though. Has to give so much space away. Second bolt to come through as well. Has to wait for timing. Cloudburst to start things off, and Nazi gonna cross in it. They got a crossfire opportunity, and Connor's gonna hold. Just gonna hold on to this one. Prefix doesn't even have the time to wait for it if he wanted to. Nazi will take it as he shoulders at 13-12. SJSU 1 round away from those grand finals.
Point game, SJSU, and you just got to love the overtime setting here because it's going to be an immediate side swap. And this is like I just love overtime. It's like the perfect thing. Like, you know, offense, defense, you have a strat on one that executes. You might not always have that same execution on the other side. So you got to really have 2 consecutive quality rounds in a row to prove that you earn to win the map in Valorant. I'm really dig the overtime rules in this game set. Final round here potentially. It's up to University of San Jose, SJSU, to clutch it out and try to advance. Manoa, they're trying to bring it to another overtime set to find their own steam.
Pop flash out mid. No one's swung off of it, so no information to begin there for SJSU. Really considering, really thinking about the options here. The look right now is going to be a drone goes down towards short. Should spot this KG utility. Should at least see the nano swarm. And it will. It'll pinged as well, so they know there's going to be KJ util here. Are they willing to fight for it? One good 0 point means all this KJ utility is going to be useless, and they can walk their way straight into sight. They got to think about timing here. 0 point comes through. It's not the KJ. Just not the KJ. It's to find raw frags now. That's all that util's gone. They push their way forward. Mike will find one. Teddy has to trade back now late on the player heaven. Nazi has the read. Mike's going to fall. Bolt to go back of sight here to CT. Tess is to push through with the Odin. He's ready for the spray down. He's poised. He's set. They're not out just yet. Everybody is rotated for Hawaii. If you're going to leave, this is the time for SJSU. They've cut noise. They've got Hawaii guessing. Jets played away. Choiba's caught one with the operator. Now's the go signal. Now's the time to go. They've got to check this close left, though. They haven't checked it. Tested for the spray down. Going to find himself, too. Prefix has one from heaven. Choiboy, op, V-op, 15 seconds. This is to take the game. Plants close box. He's right on the open.
Wait, no. Playing for short. Choiboy doesn't know exactly where Prefix is. It's a one-on-one situation. Bomb has gone down. Choiboy's slow. They're passing each other and they don't know it. Choiboy finds the angle and wins it for SJSU. What a set. The best one of the event so far. But it's San Jose State University that's going to be moving on over the University of Manoa here in the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Invitational. Wow, what a game, Catnator.
What a game. Came down to the absolute bare bone. All the skin off, all the seasoning gone out of that one. Just came down to raw grit. At the end of the day, Choiboy had it at 3K. Make it happen from the chamber, who had an absolutely phenomenal showing. 3 first bloods on the Sentinel is crazy. Phenomenal showing. Same story for Prefix, man. MVP of the server still just couldn't get the job done. Tried as hard as he could, but it was not to be. It was a 13-8 game one for SJSU, a 13-10 on Icebox, and then a 14-12 to wrap things up. And it's a grinder of a series, Polyhype.
Yeah, now, about it. I'm almost surprised to see Kami down there at the bottom here for this third map. He had such great maps earlier in the series, but you know, Catnator, the stage is now set. University of California Irvine versus San Jose State University. We saw that in Pool B. It was the best match of Pool B. Came down to the wire right then and there, but that was a best of one. This time we'll see him in a best of 3. Predictions before we head out to the break.
Okay, predictions before we head out. I'm gonna say UCI because UCI, they went through, right? Very quick series for them. They do it pretty heavily, right? So they got this time to cool off, relax, to watch this entire thing, get the reads, you know what I mean? Other side of the coin, SJSU had to play real hard. They had to work their absolute hardest, won this one in OT. I think if these boys ain't got that stamina, it's going to be a struggle for them. but they look still pretty strong to the end of the half. Especially Choi Boy coming through on the execute, finding that 3K that late into the series.
Right.
I don't know. I think maybe they come through fresh. That's the question, I guess.
Yeah, to me, it's does SJSU roll in with the steam coming off an absolute sweatiest set we've seen so far, or is it UCI who's been watching, kind of understanding how SJSU plays? They've had an entire 3 maps to absorb information and just talk, and I think that's very valuable. But when we come back, we will have the grand finals of Valorant at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Invitational, with the winner joining us May 7th and 8th at the Gateway Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. When we come back, Collegiate Valorant returns for the grand final. Don't go anywhere.
He is only giving the Shatter.
Perfect, it's a good Dragon. The Dragon peeled for the Shatter though. Forces landing off, but there's just enough follow-up coming out of Grob. Northwood fight their way back in. You know what? I don't think they're playing around anymore. They're coming back. They're coming back with full force.
You know, that's almost a compliment in its own right. You know, Bethel, they worked hard enough. They did well enough that Northwood's like, all right, turn it back up.
Gloves off.
Yeah, come on, gloves off. We got to go. We're slipping a little bit. But yeah, no, actually, Bethel, this is the number 5 seed. And I've got to say, they're giving Northwood a run for their money right now.
It's good to see, but let's see how they fare against Northwood when they swap on to the Reinhardt Diva. A lot more to work with, and with that Transcendence online for Northwood, it's all about timing. First pick out to either side. Cowman's out. It's the main take down.
Big J got solo shattered.
Feels bad, man.
Does feel bad. Definitely feels bad.
This is still a fight that Bethel can win. The spawn's a lot closer to them. If they speed out there, they could be looking all right. They will at least get this corner for it because the main tank is gone. Rightfully making their way forward. Not enough heal coming in for him right now, though. They're forcing the Immortality field out just with so much damage going at the shield of Cookie. It's really hard. Big J5 again, though, finds the pick they're looking for. Deadeye's open here. It will just be using space. Still finds Landon hiding behind the cart. And you're not winning that one today. Trying for a flank charge. Cowman is going to get punned. He gets away with it.
Zach's collateral. Zach is completely collateral. We saw Quibsy step out of the way, and Zach just did not get the memo in time. Now, this Reinhardt Cowman caught in the back line.
1v1.
G-Rob returns to point. Let's see who walks away.
1v1 on cart. Hanzo, Big J, G-Rob around the side, regroups with the rest of the team, connects 2 arrows, and the Reinhardt's back. No longer 1v1 Big J. Looking to take out the flankers who have quietly taken out the rest of Bethel's squad.
Yeah, Bethel's got one more chance. 44 seconds left on the clock. They've got Dragons, they've got a bomb, and they've got a dream. They have made it all the way to 2.5-ish of King's Row, and they are ready to try one more time.
Flank shatter.
Ooh, Cowman's about to rip their dreams out.
He flashed the shield around the corner. I don't think they saw it.
They didn't see it.
His shield was poking up. They bait around the first. They have to know Cowman's
They have to.
Bethel are too smart of a team to let this shatter go off. Cowman makes the charge happen anyways with 20 seconds on the clock. There's a bomb over. And a bomb does get an immortality field up. It's pretty good value. Bethel will have a way back in with a bomb and a dragon of their own. Cowman, the one under pressure, does have a shatter to his name though. Drops it. It doesn't find much. It's Bethel winning the fight away despite the best efforts of Northwood to end it early.
The Dragons, the bomb, is everything they needed and more. Northwood, I think, got a little too confident using 4 ultimates at once. Bethel has finally got the wheels of the cart moving once again. Northwood making a couple of swaps. Landon coming out on the Ana. Zach buying as much time as humanly possible. They want to get as close to this 3rd point as they can. Bethel, they're trying to take Northwood all the way to map 3.
Quibsy, you've got 1 shatter. Make it count. And he just catches a mouthful of shield. It's not what you're looking for. Stuck now on the Reinhardt. Quibsy's down. Cowman gets the better, but not before Lep goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but main tank's down is not good with the overtime. Wick burning off. Big J5 comes up when you need him most. 2,
let's go!
Make it 3. This Hanzo's on the warpath.
They did it!
And he gets him across the line. Drags him through King's Road, through fire and brimstone. He makes him get there.
Bethel is putting in the work right now. This team is fighting tooth and nail every single time. Northwood is pulling 0 punches, and Bethel is hitting just as hard. Now they have to do just as well, if not better, on the defense.
And you know what's crazy? I don't even think that was over-aggression from Northwood.
I don't think so at all.
They just needed to win one fight, so they went for it early. They tried to catch Bethel off guard, but they calmly backed away into their spawn. And I'll tell you what, I don't know what Big J5 ate for breakfast. We got to get this man on a box of Wheaties or something. It is too much sauce, though, that he's dropping on Northwood. And now Northwood have to equalize, which is something that I didn't think I'd be saying this morning.
That is, I mean, I'm so flabbergasted. I'm so dumbfounded that Bethel, this team has shown, win or lose King's Row, they have shown an insane amount of potential. They just showed that they have so many cards we don't even know about. This is the beginning of what could very much be a very strong team.
And I don't mind the composition they're locking in here either. I think this is pretty good, right? You're trying to leverage those pokey DPS. You're getting so many picks from them already, you might as well lean into it, right? Run the double shield, give them the best opportunity and the most time that you can, as well as the most distance to actually find those picks. But Northwood, back to their old stuff.
Now, what I don't like about Bethel's comp right now is I love the comp itself. They need to be playing as a team. They're separated right now in 2 groups of 3. This comp is more of a poke burst-ish scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally acceptable. With Momo on the high ground, it's more to control. You make sure they can't teleport up there. You can see they're controlling so many of the high ground. It really is kind of the modern way to play King's Row, and even with double shield.
Oh, there it
now
is.
they're going to have a lot more angles. They can't shield all those angles on the Bastion. You see how much harder it is for Northwood to actually deal with, and now they can wrap around on point. They don't have to worry about that high ground anymore. And now at the halt, looking for more picks. Bethel, the one thing they don't have is speed to get on top of this. So despite finding that first pick, it's very difficult to find much more without doing it manually. Lepto, he's doing what he does best. He's on the Lucio in the back line. And despite Big J5 finding the main tank, Northwood has spawn cam now. Oh no.
The spawn camp begins. Bethel, they've got to turn this around, and Zach might be just the one to do it. Finds Lep with that headshot, and that might be just enough to scare Northwood back into spawn.
Northwood are still in their spawn, I think, actually. Yeah, there are still Northwood players back here. So Bethel have to fight their way back on the point, but the fact that they got the picks on point, this is incredibly awkward. Ultimates are going to be what clear things up, though.
Of course.
We're looking at the amplification matrices to come up first, as well as Big J5 working his way towards that Dragon Strike. Bethel regrouped on the high ground, though, and the turret's going to town. Zach, over from the side angle, has wrapped them entirely. Northwood has managed to regroup with the rest of their team, and it's very unclear how they're going to push with the Hanzo on the high ground. With the Sigma, the Orisa's going to be staying alive for so long. She still does have that Fortify. Tyler trying to poke Big J5 off the high ground. Probably going to challenge him around the corner.
Wow.
Key pick coming out. And Zach gets a little too over-aggressive to drop the Molten Core on the point. That's 2 for Northwood going up. J5 still alive, but that's not going to do it for him.
Yeah, that was going to be a great opportunity. I think Zach got a little bit overzealous there with sub maybe 30 HP. Decided to commit that Molten Core. Brandon bringing out the Amp Matrix, trying to make up for the missing Torbjorn. Just not ideal, so to speak. But Bethel, they've got plenty of chances left. They actually capped with more time than Northwood just did, which is Bethel's still in the technical advantage.
Yeah, they've got a lot of stuff to work with. Northwood making a quick push forward, looking for the Shatter. Quibsy is the one pretty far out of position because the team's been taken down behind them. They didn't group up to 6. It forces the Immortality Field out, and it's just so uncomfortable. The Tracer's in behind. Big J5's doing his best to play security guard for the rest of the team, but Northwood just don't stop moving forward. Trade out for Cowman, though. Without a main tank, it's a lot harder for Northwood to bully Bethel like they are right now, but you hate to see the Transcendence go with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The Transcendence is something, in Ultimate, that Bethel's definitely going to want back, especially with a Shatter making an appearance, Rabbinic Flux making an appearance as well. And they have an Immortality Field for one of those, but now they don't have a response for whichever the other one is.
Could be a bit of a problem. Big J5, though, has got a Dragon. They've got Bongo to work with, and they've got a decent position to work with as well. Zach up on his high ground. Look at him. Tyler. Just catches a whiff of him around the corner. Is able to recall out of the way before things get too bad. Quivsy drops down. Immediately the Bongo's there. Dragon Strike separates away the Reinhardt from the team. Excellently played fight so far from Bethel, but it's not over quite yet. It never is against Northwood. Grob catching out Big J5. Quibsy's got to find a way forward aggressively at that. This Tracer has not been removed from the high ground virtually the entire time. And around the corner, they completely just hide. Quiver in fear at the thought of walking into that amplification matrix, but that's the right call. They just need to be finding those picks. You're looking at Zach, you're looking at Big J5, who's coming back from spawn in just a second to try and make them happen. With that cart nearing the end and Seasons on the flank, they're running out of time to do so.
Momo goes for the heroic play of the Ravidic Flux, and unfortunately that's an ultimate that Bethel is most certainly going to want back. Now they have an Amp Matrix to hopefully make all the difference, but Northwood there going all the way to the spawn door.
And they've got a sound barrier that no longer needs to be saved for Gravitic Flux. More importantly than anything else, Lep can pretty much pop this whenever they want to make the engage as successful as they want. Cowman's in a... I don't know if you're supposed to be there. Either way, Tyler into the back line he goes. Somehow gets out on Tracer, but Bethel with that main advantage is going to be coming ahead. Shows him a little bit of why he shouldn't be back there, and Cart stops here at the beginning of C.
Big J, he just finds those headshots so effortlessly. Like
it's graceful.
It truly is graceful. They're so calculated. They're cool and calm as well. Bethel, they're able to stall. They need to get rid of 4 more minutes off the clock. That is roughly between 6 and 8 fights available.
Well, that's a start, Zach. Catching out Seasons, throwing a right click his way, and now they want to push their way in. An attempted shadow by Cowman doesn't find much. Sound barrier coming out though by Lep. They're trying to make this fight the one to end it. Charge all the way into the back line for Cowman. Not much support for him back there, but with Big J5 out of the way, there's not much damage either.
Yeah, absolutely. So now it's going to be 3.5 minutes coming through, and Bethel, they're going for what they're going to call a tactical reset in these final moments. It's going to be 3.5 minutes available. I would say they've got at least one more solid attempt to re-engage, especially with Big J finding that Baptiste.
That's a big one. Sports out of the way. Dead from the side from G-Rob.
Amazing.
2-piece to him. Now looking for one more. Momo. How long can you know? Not long. Not long at all.
I mean, they burned maybe 10 more seconds, and we can hear these dragons actually getting quite a lot of damage, but unfortunately, you know, Seasons doesn't fall soon enough.
And you know what, Bethel, it's drawable, if anything else. I'm curious to see whether or not that Bastion comes back in. It has been pretty well shut down by Bethel. They're not taking Northwood messing around at all. They're making them swap to competitions. They're making them play some proper Overwatch if they want to win this thing, and they're going to make them burn themselves out before that winner's final. Let's see if they lock in here, though, to try and make that second push happen.
I feel like Northwood's not going to go for the same bold choice of that Bastion, right? I feel like they're going to come out with something a little more consistently. Bethel has taken them all the way to the edge. 3-3, we are in overtime, extra innings, so to speak. So I want to see what's going to come out here. This is a lot of interesting choices already.
I'm hearing that Bethel is about to put it all on one player.
Yeah.
Do they? It takes Brandon's got to go all the way back to spawn, so it'll be a second to see whether or not we actually get.
Oh. Mercy boxing, perhaps?
They're going for everything. Momo's got it.
Momo is on the Diva, unfortunately, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any Mercy from her.
D-Mech counts. No Ana 1v1. Wait, what? Agree on something. Bethel, Northwood, get it together.
Ana 1v1,
This is for the whole Chalupa. This is for everything.
The Chalupa's on the line. I mean.
AI, right? Northwood, though, are the ones.
Torb 1v1 for map win? Big J's putting it all on the table.
Where do we do this? I think it's back to the Ana. It is the Ana on point A. Couple of pot shots being taken. G-Rob.
G-Rob decided he doesn't want to put his faith into Torbjorn again. It didn't work out super well last time.
Northwood. Oh my goodness, are they faking him out? I think we're just playing regular Overwatch now. Question mark. Quibsy finds Seasons though, and that's what you're looking for. Freezing him up on point. Bethel do have a different composition than they brought last time to try and make this hold happen. With G-Rob having that high ground, that Ash is all the harder to deal with. Quibsy though, main tanking it up on this point. Doesn't have much support to help him out anymore, unfortunately. It's going to be a hard time staying alive on Reinhardt right now.
Yeah, if you lose your main tank at the beginning of an engagement, you're going to have a bad time, and nobody's going to be able to touch. Northwood does take the series in 2-0, but my goodness, did Bethel give them the fight of a lifetime.
3 Cap Kings against Northwood and the Torb 1v1 winner.
I mean, we've got a real winner. We've got a moral winner. You know what I mean?
Look, hey, Northwood looking credible, though. They're as monstrous as ever heading into that winner's final. Give it up for both the teams, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. Northwood, I mean, just living up to the name of Northwood Overwatch.
But I think for both these teams, it's actually going to be a real test of the level of flexibility that they have, because you might see some maps where they can't run the brawl as successfully. On Oasis, I don't think that's nearly as much of an issue. It's playable on Gardens, it's playable on University, it's also playable in City Center. So I think both of them are probably going to come out with what they want. I'm curious to see whether or not we get the Symmetra version of either of these compositions, because we did see it played a little bit yesterday.
Yes, Symmetra has been a pick that's come out quite a couple times, actually. Surprise pick, but has always been kind of devastating. The nice thing about playing Control when you start out here in Overwatch is you get this, it's all team fight mostly. You don't have to worry about too much about pushing payload, doing so on. All you gotta do is play the point, win the team fights, and get the percentage. So let's see really which one of these two teams is gonna set the tone here on Oasis.
Yeah, and the compositions really do make sense, right? Running a pretty modern rush composition, Reinhardt, Diva, Baptiste, Lucio, no surprises. They're running alongside a Mei to try and win that brawl mirror, because I'm sure they both think they're going to brawl. The Mei makes perfect sense. Normally you'd run this with a Cowboy, and you see Ninja Curly Fries running it. But Big J5 been on such a tear, so on fire with the Hanzo today. It's absolutely a fitting pick.
Yeah, I mean, Big J5 is just one of those momentum players. He is just rides it out as we head on into the point, followed behind the Lucio, Ninja Curly Fry on the Cowboy as they head up top. Right here to start up this first team fight against Bethel.
Rightfully so. Bethel just a little quicker off there. Lucio's going to be looking for a Duke of Petparks, the one under pressure. The wall lands from Zach, but it doesn't result in a main tank kill quite yet. It does get an immortality field out from both sides, though. And this fight's going to land more on a nice edge the longer it goes. Their supports start to run out of the resources that they're offering. Us waiting for the right opportunity, wait for that point to unlock. To try and press underneath, trying to get their team on. The wall does connect, but not onto a main tank. Instead, it is still Ball State locked back in this room. Penpark's been sent flying, careening off the map as Bethel now runs over the team without a main tank.
Yeah, beautiful job there, and it's actually a wipe here for Ball State as Bethel plays it perfectly. Team kill, and they will get the opening initiatory percentage here and the setup for Bethel. Coming from the 5 seed, Bethel is just spectacular here throughout this event. I love what I'm seeing here. They play for each other, and you love to see it.
It's been so good. Ball State's actually showing us something completely different. Finally, locking in their namesake of Wrecking Ball. It's the first time we've actually seen them run it, I believe, as well.
Okay.
Afara to boot. They're running, this is a composition that I know a lot of teams call Air Force One, right? 2 flying, 1 supported by the Mercy. It is very hard to deal with if you don't have the accuracy, and that's trying to punish Big J5, and they do exactly that. Fly in, and it's the focusing team taking him down. Now looking for the main tank. They would love nothing more than to get the Reinhardt out of the way, but Jake's the one under pressure, so Lucio out of the way. Still one of those flyers left up in the air, and as Usmiller goes down, Ninja Killer Fry is back up. The damage threat just seemed endless here for Ball.
Yeah, Momo is going to have her hands full here. She's going to have to deal with 3 flyers. It's going to be really hard to deal with as we're seeing Wrecking Ball. Here comes Big J as we switch over to him. Comes on in. 2 go down in favor of Bethel. And right now they're going to take this point once again. They have 50%. Great job by Bethel to control that team fight and still win being behind.
Fabulously done, and they did it with Ultimate Spook.
Right. And, you know, talking to your composition, this is so interesting, this triple flyer. Now, I've been out of commentary here for about a year or two, but it's really nice to always see the new Overwatch compositions that are being ran as Ninja Curly Fry finds one. I'm loving this Air Force One comp we're seeing from Ball State.
It's so hard to deal with because there's no hit scan for
Right.
Bethel, right? Big
If
J5
the Hanzo
on
misses,
Hanzo. He's got good aim. You gotta be something else to take out all 3 of those players.
Sure.
But Bethel trying to fight back, use the amplification matrix to try and allow themselves that little bit of breathing room, but Usmiller up in the air hasn't been dealt with. No one can reach this far currently, and as Ball State look to push the point, 85% ticks over. This is last fight territory should they lose it, but it looks like they're just starting to get it buttoned up.
Yeah, Zangbeast also, he's going to be on the Ana right there. And finally, US Miller going to find one. Hornbach finds another. Self-destruct is online for Horn. And finally, Ball State going to take this point and clean up as they'll get their first percentages here on Oasis.
Took a lot to get there. Bethel coming in strong, though. How do they want to deal with this double flyer? They do lock in a soldier and a cowboy to try and counter it.
Which is honestly great rotations here. Not trying to be too cocky. They're at 99%. They didn't have to rotate, but that's going to help so much to lock up that final percentage. Great rotations and awareness by Bethel.
Bethel trying for a sound barrier engagement on a double flying composition. It's not super effective. Most of those players can kind of just leave when you pop the sound barrier. So it's Ball State, we're feeling pretty good about this one. Zangbeast and Hornbach coming up with some. Big J5 looking for a flank on the Soldier 76 here. And with Quivsy low, the time's running even lower. Penn Park with 2 off the back of the mines. Ball State reestablishing their dominance despite that double hit scan being locked in by Bethel.
Yeah, right now Ball State has this set up as they are up top. They have control of the point as well, 38% and ticking in. And you just love the positioning here by their team. They've taken to the air. Bethel has been unable to respond as of late, but Bethel has about still 2 more attempts here left on the objective. So Bethel still has in the lead and still has a good chance at this one as they congregate here towards the double doors.
Every one of these fights so expensive. You know Usmiller is looking for this barrage, waiting, lurking above the top. There it is, barrage in, catches one. That's Baptiste out. Does get hit by the bomb though of Momo. It's not enough to equalize though. The Farah is not the entire team. And with that, Ball State make it count for 1 more.
Ooh, that was a wasted Earth Shatter right there. But it's actually going to be a nano boost as well. Zangbeast up top, all over the place. Lands the, hit me with the grenade, I forget.
Biotic grenade, it's not too bad. Big J5 coming in from the flank, looking for a little something on the side, but not able to pick up much more than that. And as they line up, they get 1 more shot at this point. Ultimates have been thrown out by either side, and this is going to be high and dry as far as the economy is concerned.
You know, Dor, what do you think here? Why is Bethel, despite having the counter pick on Soldier and Cowboy, why are they having a hard time getting in? They're up to 91% as Ball State, and the time is ticking away fast.
It's a great point for Farah, and it's a great point for Ball State right now, but they have swapped that Farah off. It's over to an EMP now. They're trying to rack it up, get that Sombra. No, no! Oh, not like this!
Oh, they got off the point! They got off the point, Dor!
Yeah, that's no better than the 3rd place match to get a C9. I think it's a miracle we made it through the weekend. We made it this long without getting one.
It didn't happen you're right, it didn't happen a single time. I mean, that match was coming down to that final fight. You have to be kicking yourself if you're Bethel right there. Just missed the awareness. Unfortunately, that first round's going to go over to Ball State, but if that was any anticipation of what we're going to see here, that was an awesome first round as it went to 99-100.
Definitely goes close, and they're going to have to swap up a lot of the compositions to try and make this one work. Ball State actually swapped off of the Wrecking Ball. Bethel bringing in one of their own. More concentrated composition out of Ball, right? Very clear dives with the Winston Diva. They want to get onto one target and make that target die instantly, whereas Bethel are going to sustain for a long time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Invitational. We are here at the grand finals of Valorant. I'm Paulie Hype alongside Catinator 3K, and we have the University of Manoa. University of Manoa is just eliminated. San Jose State University taking on University California Irvine for the grand finals. Catinator, whoa, how you feeling, baby?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. And hopefully San Jose, they got a little 10, 15 minutes to rest, get recomposed. Hopefully they took a little walk, got some water in them, because UCI, they've been chilling for the last 2-3 hours. We know how hard they sped run their first semifinal in San Jose. They made it through. They muscled on up, but now they got the big dogs, the big guns. When you walk into the gym, these are the biggest guys in the room over on UCI. So we'll see what we've got cooking right now. The composition's going to be pretty standard. Flo thinking about the Reyna. Now, the Reyna's scary. The double duels is scary. We don't typically see it as often anymore. Just typically we see people running that KO because it's basically a Reyna, but it's got extra utility. But hey, if you feel confident, and we know how confident UCI was feeling, the Reyna might just work out for you.
And it very well can. And this is going to be interesting because Metro Thig wasn't playing with SJSU today. He wasn't day one. But I don't. Who was he playing the whole day? I don't think so.
No, it was not.
They subbed him in. He won day one against UCI.
Okay.
UCI beat them both. They almost won. They almost won against UCI. They were within 2 rounds or so with Metro Thig on day one. So they'll bring him back here, which is interesting. I mean, I'm sure he's been playing offline on his own, but to stay warm. But he's called into the action here, and this is going to be a different SJSU than we've seen here against University of Manoa. I wonder if that's going to be a positive or not.
Right. I mean, hopefully.
We'll
see what it brings to us. Our first map, of course, going to be Ascent. You can tell we're on the dang map right now. Our second map for sure going to be Breeze. And if we get there, it'll be Icebox to wrap things up. But it all starts right here in map number 1, UCI. Are the flames cooled off just a bit? Are they still feeling just as hot as this morning? We'll find out here as they're looking to split themselves into mid early. Might be that B main split going on. That's what we saw SJSU running on their Ascent, ironically. So it might be the same sort of thing back. They're used to it. 0 point comes early. Information for Thig. Great pop blast, but he's caught by the one player, not blinded. It's Cowpie who comes out the dark cover, saves the teammates. Paranoid to come through. They're going to pull off this angle, take the mid space. They take their frag, and UCI still so patient on it early.
UCI winds up getting that first pick. And Teddy sitting on A site. Follow along here. Make sure I got spectator mode going properly. Oh, I don't see. Cowpie following alongside here. I know, sloppy. Coming alongside here, long A. And this is going to be a slow push, and UCI is going to be a whole different tempo and pace than Manoa had. As it's going to be a rush in here. Teddy does find one. Stormtrooper, though, is the star stud here for UCI. Kyle trades out 2. It's 2-on-3 with UCI still in the lead, 1 member.
So was trying to tuck that dark cover, was thinking about it off the recon, changes their mind, wants to wait for Choi Boy to get around. He'll get reconned as well, so information's going to be there, and Stormtrooper looking to play off that info up the scaffold. He'll get caught. It's a 2-on-2. Kyle very low HP as well, so he's really got to be careful with what he's doing here. Dark covers come down. It'll be on jump up. Snibbler looking to swing, literally just looking to bait Kyle here. Both players will quietly jump their way down into Garden, and that makes Hell so much more dangerous to play here. It's going to be hard for them to get out of it. Recounts come through. It is not scanned.
Nice shot.
That's Kyle gone. It's
Joy with the pistol in hand, looking like 007, coming out of the side. A generator winds up popping both members of UCI, and Joy Boy, who on the day has just been a gun for hire at hand here for SJSU as they take this first round.
SJSU on the board first, and they'll buy some Bulldogs up here. They'll get all the way into this thing. So if they do come around and win Santa Eco, which we definitely have seen them do and would not be surprised if they did, they'll be able to take those into the bonus. But gotta work with this round first. Stormtrooper, Cowpie both gonna have sheriffs, and they both have been good for some sheriff frags as well. You can remember that series so long ago. UCI back into mid. They're gonna look to play this mid control pretty early every round. I'd like to see them start working through into Archway to get that alarm bot. That'll be for the future. Right now, they're going to work towards Cat. They're taking the spacing early. Flo jumping in there. He's tying the pop flash quite nicely, but he gets caught nonetheless. Thig will take him. Stormtrooper has a trade, and they'll dash their way into the site. They do manage to get there. They don't have the spike with them right now, though. Kyle going to take out. They got that trade. That's the Spectre being picked up. If they can find Teddy, but they cannot. The Bulldog's been good for 2. Shut down now by Stormtrooper. Looking at 180 for Nazi, but caught from Cat. He comes out the dark cover, finds both frags on the Sova. 11 HP, but that's all he needs. 2-0 for SJSU. Both Bulldogs recovered as well, so they got those once again into the bonus.
SJSU takes the first 2 rounds, expectedly after the first, but takes the second as well. And UCI, you know, having to sit, it's one thing to play, be able to, I mean, I guess if these guys are playing so high, you can queue ranked and maybe get a quality game out of it. But still, playing coordinated 5s is always going to be a different match pace and tempo than even playing a high rank game. So, due to coordination of teams, maybe UCI coming off the back end of watching for over, I mean, we casted it for 2 hours. They watched it for 2.5 hours. So it's going to take them maybe a couple rounds to get warmed up here. It's very early. We're in just map 1 of this best of 3. Winner will be joining us in Atlanta May 7th and 8th for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup LAN event. Teddy finds Stormtrooper 86. Stormtrooper's going to fall. Big shock dart takes Kyle, who's sitting inside garage, peeking for UCI down to about 50 life. And 5 members of SJSU are still alive. Nazi's Owl Drone will peek into garage. They will get a hit detection confirm on Kyle, who will bunny hop his way out back to mid.
Ooh, this one shots before it pops. So Flo's taking all the space. They know about A main though. They stuck so far into it. Chris will grab 2 with the Bulldog Teddy to finish it off, and that's a flawless bonus. Perfectly played for SJSU. Clearly are feeling pretty dang tight right now after what was a tight series for them. The question is if they're gonna have stamina or not. Clearly they do. They don't look out of gas at all. Just on to the next station for them, really. That train keeps on pushing. UCI will buy Sheriffs yet again. Stormtrooper will buy a Bucky. We're going to send this thing down B main pretty early. The KJ utility's been over towards A, so we're thinking B's going to be the option if we want to rush on the eco, but, well, SJSU's, they've read it. They've moved Choiboy over. He'll have that util here, so they're going to be in for a surprise pretty early.
Nazi finds Flo for 2, for 3, for 4. Almost finds the ace, but no go. Stormtrooper does go right into Blade Storm, but even with all the shotgun prowess, only 9 life is not going to be enough as Chris finishes him off. Nasi, gun for hand. This man is straight up cooking here. It's 4-0 for SJSU, and UCI was the first team to make it into the grand final bracket, but SJSU, I'm telling you, Kat, that match with Manoa has them so warm, playing, strat calling, everything. UCI coming off a cold series, I don't know. This could be dangerous.
This could be dangerous. It absolutely.
That's it.
I give them the. You know what? We'll give them the Sacramento State difference. We'll give them the love too. We'll give them the room. We'll say they got the first half to warm up. We'll give them the first half. Past that, I don't know what to tell you. Great pop wants to come through. Nibbler still finds the frag. Just has the intuition, but he don't know what we know. He'll get caught from B lobby as Nazi comes with the whole gang. They come down on his block, and well, he's out of the round. They do get the site though. In the meantime, UCI will take it on the other side of things. They're into A. We'll have a certified plant to go down. B main will get smoked. Like it matters too much for this team, though. It'll be gone before it really makes a difference. Hunter's Fury going to be out here to stop plant for a moment. Flo will pick up Choiboy trying to swing the scaffold, take advantage of this. Hunter's Fury dismissed away, but not out of danger. Chris will take him through the dice box. Cowboys traded one back, though. Look at Senna's lockdown. They can just swing onto this thing. They've done just that. Thing will kill it. We'll step forward in a generator. We'll find a 2-piece. Just to find Stormtrooper. No clue where he is. We'll see him hell now. We'll make contact. We'll dodge it as well. Has a 0 point if he wants it. 7 HP to his name. Stormtrooper will walk around generator. New angle. Can't see the barrel from there. An interesting swing. Stormtrooper has the shot. We'll find it. We'll take the first round for UCI. 1-4 the scoreline.
Does that wake up UCI? Stormtrooper put easy in the chat. He put easy in the chat. You're down 4-1. Now that's getting a little wild. I can't lie there because you could dig yourself in a hole. You're starting to talk trash. That's fine. I like it. I encourage it. But you don't want to dig yourself in a hole where you're behind too much. You know, so we'll see how this plays out. But nice job by Stormtrooper, starting to rile a little bit of emotions. Didn't say nothing too crazy, just a little easy in the chat. You know, throw it in. So we'll see. 4-1 now. SJSU still in control, but UCI maybe warming up a little bit. Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness, it's just action to come through Gelato so early. Fragments come and stall for some time. Have to play away off of this one. Thinking about cutting the noise to the side. Nah, we're going to push. We're going to make it happen, and into the site they're going to go. Ooh! Jet up close towards dark cover. Got to get activated now. A Stig will come through scaffold as well. It's a 3-piece for them, and Nazi will come through to finish off that 4K of players trying to make their way out of A main. SJSU 5-1. Immediate bounce back. That was not the spark they needed. Very sorry, Paulie.
Nope, it was not. But that was SJSU is just fantastic. They look good. They're coming off. They're all warm. It's a 5-1 lead right now. But it's a 5-1 lead, but so far everything's going in favor of SJSU. I just can't lie here. Let's pull up some ultimates though. Let's see where we're at. 3 ultimates for SJ. That's a big number.
Yeah. I struggle to get there sometimes in math class. Teddy gonna walk through this alarm bot, will make some space, but his teammate's gonna get shoulder peeked, so Stormtrooper gonna fall. They're not able to find that refrag either. Now he's found one close towards lobby, another to go with it. A 3-piece for him yet again, looking for the 4K. He is the certified defender of the B site. Don't even think of it as an option. If you're UCI, only A from now on. B's not real. If Nazi's there, you can't have it. I'm sorry.
Wow. And 6-1 plus 5 now. I am just loving this craziness from SJSU. I mean, that I just got to keep attesting it to that series versus Manoa. I mean, it was so intense. It was just so well played. It is very difficult for UCI to come in cold and match the intensity that was happening from SJSU in that last set. Manoa was the perfect warm-up here. It would have been, I think it would have been either way, to be honest with you, because Manoa would have been warmed up the same if they had won in advance. But Teddy finds Stormtrooper with that operator, and each round, it just seems like SJSU is getting that advantage early each round.
Critical take flow. Good pop flash for Thig to find Nibbler as well. Was trying to find the re-swing. Teddy will catch one. The cow pie trying to get out A main. It's just Kyle, and another good pop flash. Good KO play from Thig, and 7-1 scoreline for SJSU. They went hard on the Rainer for UCI. Hasn't worked just yet. Still 1-8 is Flow. A player who needs to step up. He's going to be playing that support frag duels. Just hasn't been able to click the pieces together.
Yeah, and so far, we take a look once again on Ultimate Economy. It's 3 Ultimates sitting here for SJSU. As it's Metro with the KO. We have Killjoy, as well as the Omen Teleport in hand. So, 2 Ultimates for UCI, Stormtrooper. And Stormtrooper really had just such a fantastic day number 1. Oh, big boy flash, but Metro Thig does wind up getting taken out, and it's going to be a cat push, alerted heavily, but Toy Boy's right there with the Odin to ward off Garden.
Chris will take Flow, trying to find his way through that dark cover. Nazi gets around. He'll find one to the backside of Cat before they can even get the swing onto Toy Boy. Last going to be Bay Main. You're going to hear this running coming through. Nazi's heard it all, and he's there over the top of the angle, just over the gap. He's got that little bit of curb to work off of, and he'll find the headshot angle over the dice. 8-1. Your scoreline is SJSU running away with this thing early. They've got the lockdown of Nazi utility and frag-wise on the B side. Good for 2 4Ks now from that position. They've got the op of Teddy in mid. They've got Choi Boy's utility over towards A. They've got the dark covers from Chris for the A main push if it comes through. They got the KO flash of Thig for Cat itself for the actual push through Cat, and now the push through any sort of mid control. UCI have nothing on the map. They cannot go anywhere right now.
No, and they need to find some way to get in somewhere, somehow. But it has not been in their favor. It's been a struggle, to say the least. And SJSU has been dictating the pace of this match for now quite some time. Flow does wind up finding Teddy. Metro Thig with a quick trade-off. Stormtrooper going to get Blade Storm activated. But Metro, and get them into B, is Blade Storm. Chris finds, ooh, Cowpie and Storm. There we go. Starting to warm up a bit. Kyle's getting this bomb. It's going down. And just like that, UCI has found their second round. Well done, UCI. They're back on the board.
Yeah, maybe it's time to play Marshall only. These boys put the pieces together on the Thrifty. They just run their way into sight before that util could even be an issue. I will say there's no cage that you have to deal with there. There's no early dart, or there is an early dart from Nazi. They smoke it immediately though, so there's no tag, no information. I'm interested to see they smoke dart and then immediately start running anyway, but it's one of those situations where Nazi feels like that's somebody throwing a lurk, doing something cheeky, there's some shenanigans going on there, so doesn't get the rotation called soon enough, which means if they're able to come through, they find that pick, they get the spacing that they absolutely do. See a late player caught towards mid with a Marshall because he's so late to get the tiles because of when that call comes through. So interesting little early round. Paranoia from UCI. Looking to bait for A early here. They got 3 to the site already. Take an anchor. Potential. They just lock down for the fake. Hunter's Fury, they get out as well. Got to be careful not to get tagged here in the meantime. They do. Lockdown will get broken. Choi Boy's caught the play. He's read it like a book. Stormtrooper gets caught trying to get into B, and well, the play is kind of down to fiddle.
Right here.
See, I finally able to get mid at the very least. It's been Thig most of the time, pushing out all the way out of Cat to have that mid control. This time around, not going to give him that spacing, so that's an interesting change to look at. Alarm bot to move themselves forward here. They get all of this room mid. They'll break door down. Second lockdown of the round, and now go through for SJSU. So hold off the CT stare. And UCI just going to play this timing here. They've got 35 seconds to work with. Still enough time to do something. As Kyle will find one from Tile. It's Nazi to fall. But still, they've got mid control. They still don't have any room of extremities. They still don't have a single way to actually get into the site. Teddy going to make that point proven as he's got Cowpie going through the back of the side. Another to go with it. Kyle with a trade back. But now another one from Tree, and he's caught by Crystal Fall regardless. 2 rotates in a row. Neither of them work out. Good lockdown from Cowpie late in the round, or from Chulboy later in the round for B to make sure that Execute's not able to come through.
I mean, look at SJSU here. They are just storming ahead, and this could be a 10-2 round. I mean, is that insane?
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, SJSU just so warm right here. They are just snowballing ahead. They're playing consistently. They're playing confidently. They're hitting shots. And I just can't believe what I'm seeing. I mean, well done by SJSU as Flo winds up finding a way in. And this could get, I mean, look, any round UCI is going to take. Now, I want production to just confirm here, if they can, is this UCI's map pick or is this SJSU's map pick? Because that tells a massive part of this here. Well done. And once again, Metro going to peek over. Fine Stormtroop. 86. Nice flash and entry.
Whoa,
Metro getting 2. SJSU says, I don't care if you're in. There's a shock dart that will put some damage.
Oh.
Fine. Metro finds 3. And all members are down. It's a 10-2 half for SJSU.
This should be UCI's map pick, but honestly, if you're picking Ascent, it's basically everybody's map pick. Because no one doesn't know how to play the map. It's kind of funny. Like, it's the safest option for your first pick, but you should know, regardless of how you feel on Ascent, your opponent's going to feel just as good, if not better. So there's no comfortability there. It really comes down to, for the most part, who's playing better. And I think the difference right now is the fact that Fig is playing a KO, Flo is playing a Reyna, not finding value. And it's hard to find value on Reyna nowadays anyways. The reason you see her drastically leaving the meta for KO. KO has more options. The 0 point's been big. Just imagine the fact that all that utility for KJ that's been towards A main, that's been towards Cat, Fig's pop flashes, 1 0 point, he doesn't have any of those. That's their avenue, their way to get in. Right now, since they don't have that, they can't find a way to get into the actual site.
Wow, and you're right. And it's like that wall is just stopping their whole momentum. It's just cutting their offense off at the head. And so far, I mean, the offense has been overwhelming, to say the least, by SJSU here. But even in the first, it's just getting started, excuse me. But that first half was just not in favor of UCI at all. I know it's only map 1. It's a best of 3. We're not going to exactly, close curtain them just yet. But this first map has been a quick little shock to the central nervous system if you're UCI. SJSU has just looked phenomenal across the board. No hiding it.
Oh, okay. Flo will take a shot to the head of Teddy and get one back. More work to be done, though, is the eco, of course. SJSU going to look to flood into B. Fig to swing CT, caught by Stormtrooper. The pinch as well to come from CT Stare with the Sova. Looking for more. CT Stare, Stormtrooper caught by Choi Boy. Start to make their way into the site. Paranoia going to come through. There's nothing to be seen for Choi Boy. The retake comes through before the plant's even gone down. Kyle and Flo will connect for 2 more. Nazi in mid, 1-on-4 to try to win this pistol round. Not going to happen. Nibbler has it with the frenzy. 3-10. Your scoreline, UCI, a much needed pistol. They're going to take it. The curtain remains just barely open. A small gap is definitely there. What is this look for San Jose? Defaulting spike outside of B lobby. Sending the other 4 towards cat. I'm gonna let this play develop because there's a lot of options here. I'm gonna let this play develop just a little bit. Turret's gonna go through to make sure no one's able to peek early B main. Dart's broken early. Spacing taken by the KJ. I don't think if you die at the KJ here, it's hard to get that spike back. So you gotta be careful. You do take mid control here, so that guarantees at the very least no one's able to find a flank to absolutely annihilate this play. I mean, you get a flank there, you get spike, it's over just like that. Maybe they're gonna play off the alarm bot here for paranoia. It's a matter of timings here, really into this round. Steps heard towards A main, so Nibbler's gonna know about this play, gonna know about the potential here for this team. Turret will give just a little bit more info. Just heading in a step forward. Almost at alarm bot. Dark cover's gone down to make sure that A main split. Not going to be an easy option. Oh, Choibo tried to take orb and got caught by Kyle. Shot through. That's a good wallbang angle. Good heads up play. Just speaks about how long he's been grinding. That angle you just have to know by heart. Alarm bot broken. Paranoia now the cue to go out from Nibbler. He's going to look to swing towards Cat. Cowpie's got another. Looking to swing yet again as Nazi. He's caught by Stormtrooper as the trade comes through just as quickly as his first kill. Cowpie will finish Chris. That'll finish the round. 4-10 for UCI. They're able to convert on that anti-eco. Now looking to take the bonus. The bonus will be big for them. It will give them a chance to really put themselves back into the game.
Wow, I mean, well done, UCI. And now leading, let's see, if we take a look here at economy and ultimates and so on, Stormtrooper starting to get cooking for UCI. 11 kills for him. Cowpie's over on 9. Now, the KDA feed still massively in favor, obviously, of SJSU being up 6 rounds. But they won that round and they couldn't even full buy out? Oh, they are in the weeds right now. UCI is going to need a series of rounds here to get back into this one. Oh, what? What?
Ooh! Caught by the one-way. Gets caught by the judge of Teddy. That's his face to be made early A main. Second dark covers come through now, though. Gonna stall for time. Late drone to come through for Kyle. No tag, but info. Look to back up in this Reyna running, hustling, Usain bolting their way down into what is attacker spawn, trying to make a big play here in Flow. A player who's needed some plays, hasn't found any just yet. Now's his chance. First contact to be had, and well, not this time. Next time, brother. GG's only. Choibo will take him out. Chris will find one. You found Vandal, gonna push his way forward with Kyle from door. We'll throw the recon bolt. We'll scan one, looking to take it through the dark cover. Hasn't found it just yet. Cowpie does find one on the scaffold, though. A second as well. Now traded by Nazi. Kyle good for one. Nazi will trade that one as well, though. 11-4 for SJSU. They'll plant the spike for a little extra squeeze.
A little extra quiche, yeah. 350. Coming out 300. Coming in. And the only 2 rounds away here is SJSU from taking map number 1 of this grand final. And both these teams competing once again for that spot. $1,000 scholarship fund. Second place will get 500, but the winning place and the winning place, first place only, will receive that invite bid for our grand final LAN event, CECC Atlanta. That'll be taking place on May 7th and 8th. Tickets are on sale now. CECC.GG for those. Can UCI bring it back? They need 7 rounds to tie. It's quite the That's quite the mountain.
Yep.
They did pick up 2 though, so they're on their way. But this round will be a big tell, because 12 to 4, I'm calling over. 11 to 5, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
This light. We'll see how bright that light does continue to shine.
Not very.
Continues, yeah.
I didn't say it was a big hole at the end of the tunnel. I just said it was there.
Yes, you have mid. And they're going to take all that space, leverage it as well. Nibbler not jump peeking at this moment, so won't know how far up this jet really is. 0 point for info. Recon as well. He's just going to back up off this angle. Doesn't want to risk it. Interesting call on SJSU. Might be the lockdown play to come through to B. They've started to zone just a little bit. Now they'll send that jet up once again. I like this from them. Opportunity to split. Dark covers come through towards B main. He's going to go. You'll go now. The pop flash out of it. Good paranoia as well. We'll find the CT stair player. Recon bolt will come through to help out the Silva to the back of the site. Second paranoia to come through. That's blinded 2 towards CT. Some room to work with here. Lockdown will go through mid-market. We'll cover all this mid-control. Means no easy rotation to come through. It does not matter if these players are getting frags just like this, but it's traded back the other way, and SJSU able to bring it into a 1v2. Plan to go down for Chris from back of sight, and that lockdown does shut down the timing for UCI to be able to come in. So SJSU get that fight on even numbers, even this late into the round. Not even here, though. It's a 1-on-2 for Chris. These players looking to posture their way towards lane. They'll play it as a duo. Updraft to come through. They're looking for information. They're trying to find him early. Chris so composed. Jack gonna start this defuse. Cloudburst to be gone. He does get the half for free. Cloudburst gone. Chris to pick up one. No idea where this KJ is though. Doesn't know if he's in the smoke or not. Here's the drop now. To shoulder the first. We'll lose him now as he sits behind that box. We'll come back out for him. Calpie will pick it up just barely. We'll have the defuse to go with it. It's a 5-11 scoreline. UCI. They're able to find that 4th round.
And the operator too. So Calpie, big time clutch play is Calpie. And they wind up getting that operator, which will go out to, I believe, through the jet there. And this is a big play. I mean, look, there's no way to sugarcoat it, right? We can say whatever we want nice about UCI, but they're 6 rounds behind. It's going to take a multitude of rounds to even bring them back into the discussion. It's only 2 rounds away for SJSU, at least here in map number 1. But I do like what I've seen. UCI has won 3 out of the last 4, so they're on the right track. Let's see if they continue the uptrend.
Just a quick push come through from SJSU. They'll flood their way in. Teddy's good for one with the shorty. Big Spectre for his troubles is going to have the Blade Storms out as well. Stormtroopers found one under Nazi. Right in his hands. Calpie's caught Teddy. So that shut down what was going to be that lurk presence, that disruption in the backline. Stormtroopers disrupted big, trying to get his way into the site. Pops his Blade Storm, gets confident, takes Troy Boy. Chris has a trade. Lockdowns come through. Chris, he had no choice but to swing this one. We use the ult into this round. He's going to B. He's trying to make this play, but all he's got is a sheriff to work with. This is not an easy one to win for Chris. Chris, reminder, just lost the 1v2. Vandal in his hand. This time trying to do with nothing but a pistol. Can he make it happen?
Omen's a monster, man.
They know where he is now.
Omen's a monster.
They know that he's got to be up lane now because of where that dark cover comes from. You can see the trail come off.
Right.
You could swing this in pre-fire.
Right.
Yeah, that's easy.
That was, they knew right away. It was a quick little peek. And even if he didn't know, right, there's not many areas that he could have been on B. They knew he got down. He knew they were somewhere in the box. One peeked the right lane, one peeked the left. You have a third for the backup on either side. You're not walking out of that one. That's too tough. But you thankfully for UCI, and Omen burned ultimate there, so that's a little bit of utility as well. 11-6 here. SJSU still in a commanding lead, but it's been 4 out of 5 for the trailing University of California, Irvine. Take a look at some ultimates. Metro, only person for SJ. They do have a Reyna, and they have an Omen of their own, UCI.
Recalling my out of charges.
Stormtrooper going to look for this early peek with the operator. They'll cover one away. We'll give him some room to work with. He has shot already, though, so SJSU, well, you'd have to be a fool to peek through that. And now they use that drone early to now come take this space. They can scale up if they choose to, and they definitely do choose to. 0 point will go towards wine. They spotted one towards door. Dark cover come back through the other way, though. With no command going to be the call for them to try to get their way in. Paranoia's come through. Stormtrooper can't dash away. You're stuck, buddy. Teddy going to take him out. He'll fall out of this round. Fig has another before being traded up by Nibbler, but that is him and his ultimate, so he can have this core stabilized. They throw the dark covers to make that possible. Nibbler's found Nazi as well from door. Another to go with it. 3K on the round for Nibbler, and he's also got the KO down, so basically a 4K. Chris is going to find one. Can't revive that teammate. There's just no way to make it happen, but it does not matter if he finds the frags. He'll catch Kyle from door. Nibbler awarded his 4K, but not awarded the round win. It's match win for SJSU. It's 12-6 here in map 1 of Ascent.
Great stuff there. Point game for SJSU, and I gotta say, I think they closed out map 1 here with that victory. You know, if that trail kept happening for UCI, then I start to believe. But right now, I say no. SJSU goes up map 1, and it's going to be UCI to the drawing board right after this final round here. But until then, SJSU loading up into long A. It looks like they'll play this. They've been able to be a little bit aggressive due to the round lead, and that's transitioned to more wins. Nice use of the bot there to get some info. Long A. Quick rotation. Slow play for Cat is SJSU. They look to engage here. It'll be a Teddy, aggressive peek. And it's going to be a dash in. Here comes the offense for SJSU. And this is going to be 2 down. Kyle will find one with his Hunter's Fury. Calpie trades off again. But SJSU still in control here, Catinator, as they take side A.
Plants going down on a generator. Now these found flown. That just leaves Kyle. 1v3 to keep map 1 alive. We'll find the first. Make it a 1v2 now. Drone going to come out here. Should have been found both and will indeed off the drone. Tag to come through. Can't wallbang though. Too far back on Generator. Swing for the first and not quite able to land it. Choyboy has it. Take down Kyle. 13-6 is your scoreline for map 1. SJSU. They pull off UCI's map pick.
Well, that was Ascent. And Ascent has came, but Ascent has gone. SJSU 13-6. Let's take a look and run us through. Will you, Catinator? Let's take a look at the scoreboard here.
So now that we know how much value he was able to find, even on the Sova, to come through 304 combat score, not typically seen. 11 assists means that he's getting all that value, because that can come from not just getting damage, it can come from your utility as well. So in terms of drone tags, dart scans, and shock bolt damage too. So he gets a ton of value there. 300 combat score, had a phenomenal game. Locked down the B site. Like, for everything it was worth. 8 kills just from B site 1v4ing. A massive play from him. 106 econ rating shows you how good the utility usage was to go with it. An all-around phenomenal player. The difference maker all the way around. Flo gets nothing. No value at all. 125. The combat score, 35 econ rating, which means there's nothing really happening with the Leers. He's not getting his devours because he's not getting kills. He's a 716 score line. You try to play for the Reyna. He feels confident. I like that. I like a man who feels confident, but you can't back up the confidence. There's no point. The KO's a safer option for them there. They don't roll with the KO, and I think that's the demise for them, because we saw them consistently get stuck after stuck after stuck on every single main, on every single crossfire, because they don't have the utility, specifically that 0 point to shut down what is that killjoy of Choyboy, who finds free value because he's chilling easy breezy without having to worry about his utility getting shut down.
Wow. Well, 4 out of 5 in the top 5 here for SJSU, who just walked away with map 1. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be map number 2, SJSU versus UCI in the Valorant Grand Final of CECC West Invitational. Don't go anywhere. Collegiate Valorant when we return.
Pretty rapidly, so it's more a battle of attrition for Ball State if they can't make their first dive count.
Absolutely. Brigitte here going to make her way onto both of these teams. She'll come in for that big shield and stun bot mentality. Tracer versus Tracer here as we see Ninja Fry going in. That first kill going over to Momo, and Bethel looking to establish early dominance as they take the first objective. But here comes Big J5. He's in the back line. He's not worried about nothing. He is playing Tracer perfectly, hawking this Ana, and will wind up catching her out.
And that's what you're looking for in the back line. Bethel do come out in the head with a win, and a whole lot of ultimate charge to boot. Not before Us Miller, though. Gets up to 75% on EMP, so this is actually not that bad of a fight for Ball State.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Ball State is right back in it. They're going for the Ana once again, and it is an amazing job here by Bethel. They are isolating the squishies of Ball State and those low health targets. Ball State is having a hard time getting organized here, and Bethel's going to take the first 15% easily, as Ball State's going to have to regroup here for another push in.
And the question always stands, right? How many people are going to get EMP'd here? It's really hard against these hectic ball competitions to actually catch more than 2-3 people, but you're really looking for that Zenyatta. We mentioned targeting down one person. The second that EMP hits, he's down to only 50 HP, unless maybe Jake hits a stun here, but no. EMP's out, hits just enough, the dive is in, and what's the follow-up look like? It's pretty even for both sides. Big J5 taking it upon himself to win the fight. Another pick for the Tracer. This man just doesn't stop. Make it the Diva as well, and that is, by all means, Bethel holding on.
Here comes that ball slam back and forth. Quibsy and Momo going to wind up double teaming Penn Park there, as Penn Park's going to fall. And right now, Bethel is just looking in control. Quibsy does have Wrecking Ball ultimate online, and there are no ultimates on the side of Ball State right now. So a little bit of control from Bethel is in order, and they still have the objective. So Bethel looking so much cleaner here this one door. What do you think Ball State's got to do to get back into this one? Because they've been kind of struggling despite having the round lead.
I mean, I like this. They just lock the far back in, right? There's no hit scan on their side to try and shut it down. There's an Echo that can maybe put a dent in them, but without a Mercy to pocket it, this Pharah really can do some real work. And the problem they've had is getting players off the high ground. The concussive rocket actually offers them up a tool that they can use to get them off of the high ground and really make them a lot more vulnerable. So as they approach the high ground, immediately the rockets start coming in, throw an anti-nade on top, and you've got a recipe for success. Diving down on top of that Ana, trying to get away desperately. Zangief is staying alive. It's just long enough to keep Ball State in it, but not before Bethel again come up big with the goods. Big J5 and Zach throwing all the damage they need to get this one to 90% with 3 more ultimates in the bank. They look what they've got, what it takes to get it across the finish line as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many times here where you're seeing Bethel, and it just seems like as they take this round here, Bethel is losing the fight. They lose 2 guys, but then all of a sudden you see the kill feed, 4 red names in a row, and Bethel just winds up coming back, bringing it on. They are playing so together right now, and they're playing as a unit, as one. That's a 1-1 round count. This one door is coming down to the final match, and that switch over to Farah has not worked so far. Bethel took that one cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little
It was a
late,
late
so
game,
it
right.
was late, so there's no ultimate, so you're getting off the high ground.
Sure.
If it was a little earlier, maybe it works out for him, but the far is no longer. We're here to get down and dirty. We're here to get a little up close. We're here to get a little rowdy for some more brawl on University, and this is going to be, like we said, up close and personal. I love this pick from Ninja Curly Fry, though. Bring back out that Symmetra, massive amounts of damage. Maybe they swap off it, but you can see Big J5 respects the opportunity for them to run another flyer, locks into hit scans.
Yeah, it's going to help deal with multiple targets, but it's also a late game switch here from Ball State as Ninja Curly Fry actually went on to the Reaper and brought it out early, late. So here comes a dive in by Hornbach. That Diva in the back line, just shredding everybody. They're unaware, and therefore Reinhardt's going to go down. Quipsy in trouble. He'll fall, but it's Bethel still cleaning up the kills, and they're still in control right here.
I'm giving a lot of credit to Momo right now, peeling away that Reaper for so long,
Right.
put the defense matrix exactly where it needed to be, and is giving Bethel a real shot at taking this point. But there are still members of Ball State lurking around, waiting for that opportunity. Hornbach comes in from the backside and will be there on the Baby Diva, appropriately not quite taken down yet somehow. There it is, staggered out from Jake, and Ball State, they don't want to take this one 5 versus 6.
Yeah, and that point is once again going over to Bethel, so we're going to see nothing changes for Ball State. They'll just regroup here and try to come back in for another team fight, maybe flank around the back or the right, or either way, Bethel is in control, and they've got to get some way to get on this objective, and it looks like they might try to go up top, but no, they'll head on into the main fight for another. Ooh, missed charge there by
They're getting pretty close up on this amplification matrix. Zanbeast could actually give them the entry back into the fight they're looking for. And there it is. Pop pushes him right back off the point. Bethel are going to try and fight back on with one of their own. That's a flank McCree. He's coming from the back. They got to look out. Diva immediately dives him. Excellently played by Hornbach. Immediately knows where that sound cue is coming from. And Bethel forced back towards their own spawn. Forced back even further now by the Blizzard. And I'm a little apprehensive about that. That was a lot of ultimates for one fight out of Ball State.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind that when you're playing Overwatch, ultimate management is just as important as managing your kills and deaths and so on. So to use that many ultimates to get in, yes, it does get you the point, but you know what, Doris? Sometimes you just got to get in and get the objective.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Invitational. Paulie Hype on the mic alongside Catinator 3K, and we are here for map number 2 of San Jose State University, taking on University of California, Irvine for the Valorant Grand Final. The winner will join us, the winner of this best of 3, will join us at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup LAN in Atlanta, Georgia, May 7th and 8th at the Gateway Center Arena. And partner with Skillshot Media, of course. And here we are, Kat, on Breeze. Why don't you bring us through some of the strategy and character picks here that we're seeing early?
Oh, wouldn't I love to? Stormtrooper trolling us right now. He will never in his life play a Phoenix, I promise you.
Right.
So we'll wait on that one. The chamber going to come through. Pretty typical. Hallway controls phenomenal on this agent. Has the ability to quick rotate. Haven't seen a lot of Cypher on Breeze in a while. It's been a long while. It's been about a month since we've seen it. It's not terrible. Hallway control is pretty good. Also has some good trip options for the back of A site for Cubby, if that's a concern of yours, which is typically where the default plant spot is. So there's opportunities there. It's been a while since we've seen it though. UCI are going to stick around with the Reyna and they'll give it to Stormtrooper instead. So they want to play double duelist. Stormtrooper's been the big fragger for the team, so if there's a player to put on it, it would be him. I'm surprised to see them not go for a double initiator here, or a Sky or a KO. I mean, I just think it's a better option, especially because Breeze kind of plays a similar way to Ascent, where you're looking to play mid control, and then you're looking to execute off your mid control to take extremities. And if you couldn't get extremities with the Reyna, it's interesting to see the Reyna come back. Vibers for both teams, it'll be solo controller, so that's going to lead to a lot more initiator prowess getting you onto the site, a lot more flash is necessary, and this team not going to have a true flash. UCI, that is, not going to have a true flash, as we're going to have the Reyna that has Leers, which are near sights, same way Omen works in the fact that they can still technically see you. It's just they can only see you if you're a certain radius away from them.
Right.
With Thing is going to have an actual flash. So that'll be an interesting concept. That's really the big difference here, is once again that KO Reyna issue, where I think we could dominantly say that the KO was a better option on Ascent. Maybe it's a different story on Breeze. I don't know.
I'm not complaining. I love watching KO personally. And what I'm like, and we haven't seen much Breeze at all today on the day, actually, is what I was trying to think. Was hitting my mind there for a second. And this is going to be pretty interesting. I'm excited to see the two strategies that come out from these teams. But what I am more excited to see is that, does UCI have a fire lit under them? They just lost that first map 13-6. You got to go down swinging. There's an invitation to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup on the line here. Okay, you want to be at that event. All right, I promise you, you want to be at that event. It's going to go down May 7th and 8th in just a couple weeks. We'll all be having a blast here as Cal Pie on defense here for UCI. SJSU kind of mapped out their offense there, but I think it was a fake because they're going the opposite direction with a focus kind of over towards A.
I don't think SJSU even know what they want to do right now.
they
actually don't think
are
they have a call right
slightly. They're kind of defaulting actually by nature.
Oh, here comes the fake. Okay, so drone's going to come through. Toxic screen's going to come back up. And then they're going to look to hit B. It's a matter of if they can pull this Viper off or not. Teddy's good for one. Oh, okay, we're walking into a new issue. Never mind. Flo will pick up one with the shorty, so that's stun that play. So I was going to say we're going to walk into the issue where they're going to get every frag on the site, and then Spike's not going to be here. That won't be the issue. They're able to walk through. They've caught the Viper, so the fake has worked. They've done it. They've anchored two. They brought just Cowpie left over onto that B site. They've won it out. They got the plant down. They'll have Orb, and they'll have 2 snake bites to work with for their post plant. And the rest of the team going to work their way over. They'll be there before any sort of retake can happen. They've done it. The fake has worked. Took them a second to figure it out, but they did.
And right now, it's still a slow play round. SJSU ahead in the kill count. Their guns are on point. Metro Thig finds Flo. Bomb is down. 4 members, and there's the 5th. It's Choi Boy with another triple to start round number 1 for SJSU. And they're going to walk away with the Catinator. Now heading on to a push round here. Round number 2.
All right, so we were going to get the anti-eco to come forward. SGSU should be pretty dang solid on the anti-eco. It's pretty easy on Breeze. It's a map that has a lot of wide angles. The weaponry makes a massive difference in all aspects here, and no one from UCI going to buy Sheriff. So, well, there's one now. Stormtrooper will take one. So that's the one opportunity they're going to have. Troy might get caught off on the lurk here. Stormtrooper wants to push cave, but he will not. He'll vibe just a little bit. Trips will go down to back of things. Uh-oh. They solo lurk the spike, and it's been caught. So Chris is going to fall. That's Spike in control right now, but the Chamber's going to walk away from it. Doesn't feel confident holding it with just the headhunter, and I can't blame him. Trying to come through to get Kyle or away, but Nibbler has just grabbed 2 with a classic down tunnel while they try to deal with that Sova. Now caught out from Cubby. Wow. Choiva will take him with the Bulldog. So still SJSU able to get into that site. We got that plant down. Kyle picks up a Bulldog. Recon up an 8. Now he's taking 1, so now that leads the 2-on-2.
And this so far is, yeah, I mean, what a comeback. 2-on-2. Flo actually Sheriffs. But it's against the Bulldog here. And
32 health.
That's right, very low. Flo, though, misses the angle, and Choi Boy finds it quickly. 0-2 once again, and UCI was going to steal that round. They were looking right there, so close. I like what I'm seeing from UCI despite the loss. It feels natural. It feels like they're coming back. It feels like they're warming up a bit.
No, most certainly. Most certainly, especially on their anti-eco.
Right.
Now you put them onto a rifle round. You got Thig on nothing but a Sheriff. Could buy Spectre if he wanted to, but we'll choose not to, so they can almost force in the next round. We'll see what that looks like for them. We're going to go with that quick 0 point. Going to play for an A split, which should work pretty well. It's 2 duelists holding A, and they should know about that as well because they've had a little bit of lurk presence. You've seen the Reyna. Utility trying to make its way over from that Sova. Interesting screen, a deep screen. It gets all of orange as well, so it's hard to actually find a peek over. Stormtrooper will peek 1 from the front of headshot. Drones come through. This play completely snuffed out. There's no way to make it through mid door now. They'll recognize, they'll back up. I say you're going to have to think about a rehit.
And that'll exactly be
what... Teddy walks through inside. Yeah, completely free from hallway. There's nothing there. They moved. The Sova was playing hallway. He moved over to site to help, and now he's away. But luckily, he's going to get the frag from site anyway. Trade it out now. Flo will grab one in the meantime. He's going to grab more than that, though. Stuck towards default. Nibbler will fall, so that's his help. The second help not going to come till mid door, and well, not nearly enough time. Nazi will find Flo. That's a massive play to come through from the Jet to make this possible in the first place. Cowpie will sneak through mid door, but he just threw a snake bite. They know exactly where it's going to be. We kind of come through and recognize he's still tucked deep. He'll throw up his toxic screen to try to cross inside, which is a good call because that is where that Jet's going to be. But you see Nazi going to use that toxic screen to step himself forward. Screen's gone down now. Timing. Oh, timing's going to be huge here. Teddy. Oh, he hears the step. He jumps. He misses the jump. He's a little too short on the hop, and Nazi will find a 3K. Teddy opens up that play. He walks straight through inside, and it's because of the play from Kyle to walk through to help on Overlook and then to jump down all the way to Orange. And there's no trademark set up there for hallway because instead those trademarks are going towards B main and tunnel because the Chamber is playing all the way on B site.
Well, SJSU is just making the Cypher work and making it work on offense nonetheless. Imagine what happens when the defensive prowess comes. And I mean, I know Cypher hasn't been picked as much, but I just simply love having a Cypher on my team. I just, especially on defense, I feel like they can hold one Cypher by themselves for the most part. And it's just, I feel like a relief off your shoulder despite not being maybe the highest of tiered at the current meta moment.
Well, that's the thing too, right? Even if they're not in the meta, and to your point, if you like it and you can make it work, ain't no reason not to run it. Because sometimes you run something off meta and it surprises the opponent just because they ain't seen it in so long. And that's always a potential as well.
Right.
Not so much on the offensive side, but I think we can definitely see that value come through on the defensive end when you kind of learn at this point where those trademark spots are, but you don't know where Cypher tips are going to be nowadays.
And yeah, and they're different, right? They're forever changing, especially with these maps kind of getting some minor changes and tweaks. Not all of them, but some changes here and there. Every patch we seem to get one change somewhere. As it's going to be a push into B site here. Cowpie does Marshall Chris. Teddy, though, and Nasi wind up taking out Nibbler and Cowpie in the return. And just 2 members alive for UCI. Bomb is going to go down with Jet and Sova of UCI rotating over from mid and backseat T. But just like that, SJSU 4-0. They are going off right now. They have yet to lose a round.
Going off indeed. Rebuy to come through for UCI. Flo gonna pick up that operator. And I'm just gonna call it out early. We're noticing the same sort of thing we saw in Ascent. Stormtrooper right now 1-4. I will say to his point, or to a bit of leeway for him. He's playing a Rain on defense, which is historically not going to be good for him. It's so hard to play Rain on defense to find value. So
right,
we'll let it slide just a little bit, but it does feel like UCI pulled out this Reyna yet again to play hero play because they feel like they just need to do something because of how that last map went for them. And right now it's just not looking at.
Reyna on defense winds up losing. You have to rely on your gun. You no longer get the flash entry. If you get the kills with your gun, you can kind of make some things happen, but you can't do anything without getting kills, which is where her whole meta changed from on offense. And she loses all of her value and utility. Cowpie, though, for UCI, will find Showboy, which is a great
again.
Now finds 2, and this is great here for UCI as they might be able to get their first point on the board and anything despite this bomb getting planted regardless. Ooh, Nazi finds 1, 3-on-2, but still, this is going to be in favor here, UCI. Let's see if they can close it out. Uh-oh.
No way, Chris. He's bought time, too. Just stay alive. And now Nasi's going to be here by tunnel in enough time. He might not even need it. No one's hit the shot. Tour de Force finally going to come through. He's caught it. Ooh. He has to turn the tunnel. He doesn't hit the shot. Nazi's around. I was about to say, guys, is it worth the fake if you lose 3 on A site? At that point... What's the point of the fake if Chris is alone on the B and everybody's dead? But I guess the point is that he's got an easy 2-piece, almost a 3-piece to come with it. He is very close to catching Nibbler with that Tour de Force as he tries to shoulder peek him from ladder. It's a 5-0 scoreline for SJSU regardless. The same fake to come through yet again. The early execute towards A, the early screen, and everybody says, oh, well, it's got to be A. UCI, they're getting a bit jumpier as well as these round counts start to go up and up and up because they get more and more nervous. And with that, they're more prone to being sold for that fake second time we've seen it come through.
Right. 5-0 here is the round count, and there's been 2 or 3 rounds so far that you thought Irvine was going to take themselves, but it just has not worked out in their favor. Stormtrooper and Flo wind up finding 2 here early. Chris and Teddy, though, quick rebuttal. Teddy and Bladestorm, and Cowpie trades out with the poison gas. Wow, so bomb's going to get planted once again, and the amount of extra money, 5 rounds in a row, Teddy with a triple, but 5 rounds in a row of 300, 1,500 extra bucks here for SJSU. They've gotten just from bomb plants, getting down every single round.
It's so easy.
1,500 times 5. Go ahead, Kat.
It's so easy for Teddy.
In Bladestorm, definitely.
It's not cool. It's not cool how easy it is. Like we're trying to see a good, clean comment. Okay, it's so hard for Teddy when he just sits in the middle of the doorway and doesn't move. Nibbler to pick up 1. But there's nothing you're gonna do here. You got an operator in your hands, you got no dang money. You can get the kill. That's pretty good. We like a kill, makes us feel better. Good flick as well from Nibbler. We'll go save the operator. We'll head out the Spike Blast Radius. 6-0 scoreline right now for SJSU. Absolutely flawless in terms of that score. Op save for Nibbler. They got to think about forcing around this now. We're not really going to find the value they want in the operator. They'll try to force. That makes a scare eco play. They don't win this round. They break eco again. They certainly go down 8-0. So this one's a must win.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, it's just been a quality day of Valorant, even though UCI, they haven't been able to clutch it out as much as I'd like to see. And I'd like to see them get back into this game, but it's looking so far like there's been 2 sets in a row where the maps have not aligned for UCI. SJSU just seems like to be operating at another level right now, Catinator, and I don't know if UCI really has an answer for it. They haven't so far yet in Mat 2 whatsoever.
Kyle will get nothing from mid, and there we go. You get the mid control, you get the utility to play yourself forward, and they step through the extremities. Kyle will be full flash. Fortunately, Teddy gonna eat that team flash as well, so does not get shot just yet. The second flash not gonna come through. They'll just swing the angle dry. Nazi has it. You got both players to go with it. Neither the Oppie saved in the last round. Suddenly thinking about saving it again. He's got himself a trademark to get out early after this first shoulder peek, but will not have a chance to get us. Nazi's hit a 3-piece, has come through around CECC Archway and has done the deed. 7-0 going to be your score line. That was a must-win round. That breaks eco yet again. They want to force this. They can, but it's the same sort of problem. They don't get full utility. They got to think about not buying full armor either. Honestly, you're down 7-0. You probably do force it, though.
It's going to be a tough call. It's going to be a timeout, though, by Nibbler and the defenders who are sitting on goose egg. And you hate to see it. You don't want to be in it. You don't want to be the team that's a part of it. But it's happening. And SJSU is forcing it. And they're playing very confidently. They're playing very accurately. And so far have not dropped a single round. It's been at least 3 or 4 rounds where UCI have had it right there in the bag, won the round. And it's been some outplay by SJSU or a slight mishap by UCI. And just like that, it's a 7-0 score, first to 13. I mean, there's not much more leeway here, Catinator, for UCI.
Yeah, there's definitely not. At some point, I think you can almost chalk this thing up to they got to win a round.
Well, I mean,
Like,
and
they just
timing
have to win a round in Valorant, man.
Timing-wise as well, like, if you don't pick up this next 1 or 2, I mean, now is the last it. You have to finish a 7-5. You got to go in with a fighting chance here in the half. Got to win this next round here. This is going to be a big one.
Yeah, the only thing I'll give them here is that technically, with the double dual sin of the Reyna, they have an offensive composition. So technically, if they're under round count, even 8-4, they should be okay because they have an attacking comp. But I mean, their attack wasn't great on the end either.
Okay, well, right now they're headed for a 12-0. So let's.
That's what I'm saying. They just need to win like 1 round, Polyhype. Just 1 round.
Let's see if it comes out, Catinator, and Chris is going to get that bomb down once again. Oh, he'll have to get held off here. Stormtrooper flanks from behind for UCI. Winds up picking Joy Boy. Nazi, Stormtrooper Nibbler. There we go. The first round might be coming to fruition, and there it is. On the board is UCI. Well played, well done, and well executed.
It was the voice.
Probably.
Kidding,
I wouldn't put it past him. I'm trying to give him a little hype, you know? I'm trying to bring it to him.
I like that.
There's a reason for it.
Honestly, I'm trying to pinpoint what the difference is that round is, and I don't really have an answer. I feel like they just hit the shots this time. I actually feel like the difference is that they just, this go around, they peeked mid to stop the tunnel push and just hit the shot.
Now that's hype.
I think that was the difference. I'm not gonna lie.
that would be pretty interesting. You know, well, here's the thing. I don't think UCI is being out necessarily played. I just think, like I said, well, I mean, all right, Catinator. Yes, they are.
I'm sorry, Paulie. I do.
You got me. But here's the
lie to
thing.
you.
There's 3 or 4 rounds that they lost within 1 kill. They're getting the kills. They're just losing that final last contemporary hold or push. So far, they've got to figure out a way to get these earlier rounds. Maybe it's defaulting a little bit longer, right? I don't know. Metro Thig traded it out, though. It's 4-on-4 here in this round 9.
Well, I'll go further with it just so you don't think I just hate
Okay.
Californians.
I'm not from there.
Yeah, no, but like I don't just hate their school. That's why I'm saying that. Like,
Right.
it's not just that they're getting mechanically outplayed; it's that they're getting outplayed strategically too. It's like the fact that SGS, you look how much space they take on the map consistently, and then they're able to execute off of said space. Right? It's not just the fact that they're getting out aimed; it's the fact that they're losing space, and that's why they're getting out. That's why they're dying. It's because they don't have any space to work with. I mean, look how far into the heaven Kyle is. He can't get out of that. He just sits there into a fragment has nothing to do because SJSU every single round have all that mid control, and they're either take that and levy it over to send one to split B main to take B, or they send it to go take A through mid door. They always have that option. So much so that they don't just have the option to go to either connector of a tunnel or mid door, but they have the option to go inside and then take spawn or take overlook. Once you start giving a team inside control consistently, it's basically wraps because they have the whole map to work with. They can flank you and you're immediately pinched.
Right.
The one change you can make here for UCI is instead of putting Nibbler on B site, because you already got the Viper there, you already have a controller there, let them use a util, put a trip in mid. Put a trip heaven. At least you'll know when they get there. You just let Nazi and Teddy walk there for free every single round. There's no punish. They're going to keep doing it.
Well, it's also, Nazi and them have the Cypher. So it helps a ton. And the single play here. You feel me?
No one cleared that. No one's cleared this jet yet.
Still on the peak here. Close side, Cat. Flow.
And there we go. Nazi will have it. Chris will take another. Welcome to the site.
Ooh.
Yeah, yes. They go find another as he's already up so close. CT. Nibbler to find one back. And, well, they've got hallway control. They can walk behind. It's a knife kill for Teddy. It's a 9-1 scoreline. SGSU will lead by 8 rounds.
Jeez. Really tough game here. Really tough game here. And it's hard because it almost feels out of the hands of UCI because SJSU is playing that keen right now. They're playing that perfect. They eliminated Hawaii to come into the grand finals. Let that sink in. Okay? Let that sink in. They're going against UCI, who played a phenomenal tournament. I'm shocked. I'll be real with you. I'm shocked by the outcome of this. I did predict SJSU. Thank you very much from day one. Not day one, but day one earlier today. But I did not think it was going to go down like this. I thought UCI was going to be putting the boots on the ground.
Teddy looking for a world of spacing and will be caught by the Guardian of Cowpie. Good headshot there. Taking one back and good recon to catch Cowpie back to the site. Chris, all you got to do is shoot through that wall bang and we'll do just that. Recon will come through for Kyle, but he's not recon. Toy Boy sitting in his own cage. He's found one, looking for Soren Trooper as well, and we'll have it a 2K for him. They will grab the last on site. 10-11 or 10-1 your scoreline. Definitely not 10-11. That would be crazy. It wouldn't make any sense. Match point or my last round of the half, Paulie. It's last round of the half. It's not match point.
Last round before the swap, 10-1. 10-1 is the scoreline we're working with right now here at the grand final. UCI has disappeared here more in map number 2 than map number 1. I wonder why. I wonder what it is. I mean,
just swing the drone, bro.
Swing the drone.
He can't shoot you. He's got a robot in his hands. Neither will find it regardless. Troy was going to pick it up from Chop Shop, so I guess it would have been a refrag their opportunity. SJSU will show us how much so they have hallway control. They just ran through it and took spawn and are walking to B. This is a thing that should never, ever, ever happen. Ever. And they've done it quite easily, I would argue. Flow with the operator will fall to Fig. Space open. Pop flash into mid. Cowpie blind. Fig will make him pay. Good 2K from him yet again. Consistently finding it. KO difference. I guess not really a KO difference if you're playing around on the other side of things. Like a downgraded KO difference, maybe. Nibbler 5 HP. World on his shoulders. Gonna have to push for this one because it is last round.
And it's been perfectly executed last round. And it looks like it's going to go over to SJSU also. Only one member of UCI is alive. And sitting on, looks like it's just Nibbler. Sitting on just a low amount of life here. Down to 1.
Oh, they're gonna knife him. That's so sad.
Ooh! He's only at 1. There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, you can tell on the minimap there, Chris saw him as he walked to clear back castle. The moment he does that, you see the knife come out, he says, I know what I have to do.
Right.
I don't know if I have the strength to do it. He did. 11-1 will be the score. Switching sides here. Well, if there's ever a must-win pistol, it's this one. It's certainly this one.
They need to do gentleman's knife round.
It's like a face it game.
Yeah, the
Side
finish off
pick.
the event.
It's a
Gentlemen's night.
respectable thing to do.
Nibbler wants out. Nibbler wants out, he says.
This Serena pick better be insane. That's all I'm gonna say. Serena pick better be insane. They sacrificed so much on the defense for this Reyna. Please jump, bro. Bro.
Okay.
They traded back. Kyle and Flo will make it happen. Into the site they're gonna go. They get the plant down as well. Now a chance to play the post. The Reyna was lurking. He's come back here to help elbow instead. Trademark not gonna go up. Chamber's dead. Oh my god. Teddy's
Oh my
found a
God.
top of the box. Has found a dink as well. Fig's gonna grab himself one. 3-on-2 now. The retake suddenly has merit. Fig will swing. Will find one cow pie. All the work to do, and Fig will hit the one cap. See you later. It's a dizzle dink for him. It's a 3K on the round. Fig keeps coming up big. He's a mountain in the server. It's 12-1. San Jose. They said all we need is one more round.
Wow. Fantastic stuff here. SJSU has been firing off. They made it through the gauntlet in the semifinals. That was almost like the grand finals in a way. That match was sweatfest down to the overtime of map number 3. And I gotta say, it really probably having that length of warm-up behind you coming into the grand final with UCI coming on in cold is just too much to overcome. It's just too much to overcome, at least right now. As you can see, reflective of the score here. Map number 2, map 1's already gone to SJSU. SJSU looking to punch their ticket to CECC Atlanta with Teddy taking out Flo. It's going to be Metro Think, though. Gets a little cocky. Chris trades off. Still in favor. Stormtrooper winds up getting one. Cow Pie trying to get some Marshall shot.
Stormtrooper to find a 3K. Needs the 4.
Oh, no way.
Technology with the trade. Cow Pie Marshall 1v2. Player coming from cave. Drone right now. Does he know about Choi Boy's flank? He's arrived just in time. The shot. Flick not quite there. That shot to be found. In moat. Stuck on the recon right now. Now knows exactly where he is. The swing around. It's the jumping right click. It's the step back jumper. It's the fadeaway shot to wrap it up. 13-1. San Jose make a statement that does not just shake up what is the West Invitational. It shakes up the teams who've already punched their ticket to the Commissioner's Cup. If you show up in Atlanta, just know the earthquake is caused by these guys.
No doubt about it. San Jose State University has come through the Western Invitational, and they will be the ones that represent the West. Well done. Excellent gameplay right there. And I can't believe, Catnator, what we saw. It was just a flood of offense and defense. They played fantastic. Hawaii was so close in the semifinal to making it to the grand final, but that holdout by SJSU has allowed them to punch their ticket to the Commissioner's Cup May 7th and 8th in Atlanta, Georgia at the Gateway Center Arena. Catnator, key takeaways from what we just saw in the grand final.
Don't play random, man. Kale's better. He's been better. There's a reason people play him.
Wow.
That's all I got.
That's all you got. All right. Overall thoughts before we close out here. We're going to be heading to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But before we close out here, final thoughts on the day, Catnator, day 2, CECC West Invitational.
I love Collegiate Valorant, man. I love to see what these teams bring to the table. I love to see new things. The Cypher pick was interesting. Work for the anti-lurk as well. Nice job from them. And also, we saw the prowess it had on the defensive for the B side. It's been a long time coming since we got to see it. So it was nice to see.
Well said, Catnator. It's been a blast to cast with you, brother, on the day. That's going to do it for Paulie Hype and Catnator 3K. Coming up next is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with Killa Miles and Cadence Pika. So when we return, we'll be jumping over to the FGC for some fighting game, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Don't go anywhere. The closing out of CECC West Invitational coming back right after this. Welcome back, everyone. We are here with Nazi. Winning team of SJSU has gone off across day 1 and day 2, playing fantastic. Nazi, I'm just curious, what's the emotions running through the team? You've punched your ticket to CECC Atlanta. You'll be joining us May 7th and 8th. How do you guys feel?
I mean, this is just another dream come true. Everyone dreams to play at a LAN, play in a big stadium. We've done it once going to Spain last year in Red Bull Campus Clutch, so we're just ready to come back and do it again and show everyone what we're made of.
Congratulations, man. Well done. You guys played fantastic.
All right, Nazi. So you guys come through. You beat UCI, right? Who a couple folks were talking up. They said they were the best team in this event. They beat you yesterday, 13-11. You came back. You swung on them. You clapped back in a major way with these score lines. How does that feel for you?
I mean, yesterday I feel like we just were a little discombobulated. Not too much warm up. Comms were down, which happens, off days, on days. Today we got the warm up game. We played Hawaii before, so we got those games out of the way. And once we played UCI, we knew after the first 3 rounds of Ascent, we knew this was going to be a quick 2-0.
Fair, very fair. So let me start you on Ascent, right? We started with the fact that the only thing that we saw UCI really get on their attacking side was mid. Other than that, it felt like they could never make it into Cat. We know because you were over on B, they never had a chance at B, 1v4 consistently. Do you guys feel like you constantly had that pressure on every extremity?
I feel like we are comfortable with leaving our mid open and kind of retaking the space. And I know me, Thig, we kind of play the Cat and B main role, so we're both comfortable in taking these 1-on-1, 1-on-2s. Even if it comes down to 4 of them, like we'll be able to kill them all. And then outside of that, we have the Choi Boy, our sentinel, so he gets the rest of the map. So we're comfortable in giving spaces and retaking them.
Sure. Yeah, it looked like the space given was definitely very coordinated. And I'll ask you, when it comes to space taking, we saw consistently well-placed 0 points, well-placed pop flashes as well to get the team in. Do you feel like in both these compositions, we got to see Reyna's both times for UCI. Do you feel like the Reyna into KO was the difference for you?
I'm just going to say this. Reyna is troll in any match you're ever going to play. There's always a better character.
Right with you.
I think they're more of a puggy team, so they just want to try to kill in, because Reyna's a very great pug agent, but when we're so mechanically constructed that the KO definitely benefits us better.
For sure. That's exactly how I feel about it too. Just wanted to, touch your head, see where you were at, because you seem like a smart guy. Are you IGL for the team?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Who's the IGL? Come on,
we have Teddy and Choi Boy. They kind of like co-IGL.
Co-IGL. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. We like that. We like that. And we don't waste too much of your time. So
for sure.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations to SJSU once again. They'll be joining us in Atlanta May 7th and 8th. And thank you to all the teams that participated. You guys put on a fantastic show for the Valorant portion of the CECC West Invitational. When we come back, though, we'll have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the first semifinal match of that, coming up next right here. Twitch.tv/esportsu. Don't go anywhere.
But as much as we think of Death Blossom as a big, powerful ultimate, there's a stun and a defense matrix on the other side as well as an immortality field. There's a lot of things that can cancel it. So Ninja Curly Fire has to time it perfectly if they want to win. A Shatter will be blocked. Those Reinhardt's put under a lot of pressure. Blizzard's out. And under a lot of pressure are Ball State, who are being frozen up just outside of the mini room. Frees up just enough field for them to get the push out. Bethel looking good for it. And without that Death Blossom in tow, there's not a clear way back into the fight. Good wall as well to make sure that Amp Matrix doesn't get value.
Yeah, Reaper does have the Death Blossom online. We'll see the self-destruct. Penpark, US Miller winds up taking out 2. And that's going to actually lead to some more kills. But Bethel still gets the objective as they will contain it. It is contested. Here comes the Death Blossom. It'll be from the backside. Lucio boosted as well. Ninja Curly Fry only going to find 1, though. Looking to clean up more. He does find Zach.
Excellently played by them. They get back in, make sure that Death Blossom, we mentioned how hard it is to get it off, but when you have that much shield, it makes it that much easier. Big Shatter, though, online for Quibsy. Does it connect? It absolutely does! Lays out the Reinhardt, establishes the MTD, and Penpark sent a packing as Ball State recap the point.
There we go. Ball State now 72%. Bethel just recapped it here, so 45% and climbing for Bethel. They are down 30, but that'll be made up quite quickly. However, you have US Miller with an Avalanche coming on shortly.
Yeah, pretty lacking in ultimates outside of those mates. So you're looking kind of at the Divos to find the Big Eats, right? They should know these are online. It's been a while. They've had time to charge. Momo and Hornbach are the players to watch. This fight lines up to engage. It's a slow start for either side. Uses the wall, forces away Zach, who hasn't quite charged up that Blizzard first. Us Miller, who gets first dibs at the table, trying to freeze him up and speeds it up, but not enough ammo to get 1 pick. This rest of the team, though. The rest of the team's just there to help him out.
May is just such a headache in the right hands, freezing so much control as we just see every member of Bethel wind up falling down. But keep in mind, Zach also has an ultimate as well.
Yeah, ball's in the other court, and now Bethel have the opportunity to answer, and Hornbach's the player you're calling upon. The ultimates still aren't really up online. There's no sound barrier in sight for either of these teams within the next little bit. It really does come down to the mate, especially on a map this close. Take a look at how the walls break down as they push the fight. Bethel down on the left side. Ball State playing very far away. This is because they know that Blizzard's online, right? They put themselves up on the high ground where they won't ever have to deal with it, where Ball State can't actually follow up on this, Bethel. So they will push out of the point just to contest, but no opportunity for a Blizzard. Again, holding onto the high ground as strongly as they can. 99%. It's a dive off the back of the wall, though. The Blizzard's thrown in to try and capitalize. Big J5 catches out the May in the back line with Penn Park out. That's virtually it. No May, no main tank. The only way you're getting through this one is fragging, but Bethel are the ones doing that.
All right, there, Hornbach tries to mitigate some damage, but 3 members of Ball State do go down. Hornbach trying to come back out. Diva Mech is offline, and he'll get taken out too. But it's at the worst possible time because 98%, 99%, it's now overtime, and Bethel's in control.
I don't even know how they got the overtime. That's a statement shatter if I've ever seen one. But ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Bethel coming away with map number 1.
That was amazing stuff here. Wow, Bethel. No, it's still in overtime. They're battling back and forth, actually.
There's
Jake winds up finding one. They're still doing it. Zach does find the second on Finna, and the ball, Wrecking Ball trying to get enough, but Hornbach's going to fall, and that overtime meter will take out as Bethel has won the first map here against Ball State. The winner will advance once again to that online invitational tournament. So Bethel up 1-0 against Ball State moving forward.
And they had to fight for it. Ball State gave them everything they had, and this match is every bit as close as we want it to be. The 2 loudest teams we've got here, the 2 having the most fun, and you know what? They're laying it all out there.
Look at that Earth Shadow there coming out right in the stairwell. Quibsy winds up finding 2, and the whole team cleans it out. What a play of the game.
They want to give us some classic Overwatch, and they guaranteed me they'd be giving me some Brawl. They want to show us the old school stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just Kings Row, my personal favorite map in the entire game. As a Reinhardt player, I can't not love it. I adore this map. I think it's great. And Ball State, Penn Park in particular, when they had the Earth Shatters, we saw some huge ones. And Kings Row built for huge shatters. So Penn Park, absolutely the player I'm keeping an eye on here. Unless he goes Winston and everything I say is just tossed out the window.
It's all right. They're in the attacking spawn. Let's talk about what Akron are running, though, because we saw them do this on Kings Row as well. This is the composition that they brought out for their full, well, not a full, they got taken on point A and then spawn camped them for 6 minutes.
Right.
It was brutal, which, again, is not even BM. There is a very deadly spawn camp here if you timed it. And I was talking to Stunape about it. It's something we've seen in contenders before. It's really, really powerful, and this guy's knowledge is just so good. But the point A success wasn't quite great for them. They got jumped on pretty quick, and Ball State are going to look to do the same thing.
Yeah. And, you know, Ninja Curly Fry probably, it looks like they're going to swap, but I was going to say, I always call that the Kings Row Widow. You know, you look for a headshot, you don't land it, you just dip. We've seen it on a couple other maps as well, but usually Kings Row. It's going to be a high ground engagement from Ball State. It's going to be interesting. I wonder if they're going to try to go for that collapse comp, if you will, just kind of rush in and try to make some noise. I'm really not sure what Akron's trying to do here, trying to get some third-party information. Probably going to go for a May wall here, but when you rotate through the hotel, the May wall becomes a little harder to pull off.
I love that rotate there from Ball State. They caught Akron off, and now with the wall being down, they get to use it to their own advantage, force Akron to go around you, and then start working on that Reinhardt shield. Now with both teams playing Ring Around the Rosie on point, let's find out just who's the winner. Both Reinhardt's under a lot of pressure. Ninja Curly Fry, though, chunking out that shield. An appropriate wall used beautifully by us. Miller catches out the Reinhardt, and that's a lot of pressure. Akron have got to find a place to take a breather. They will back around the corner.
Yeah, they've got to take a breather. The shield, I mean, we can see it. It's cracking. It's almost down entirely. So it's going to be these slow rotations. It's all who loses someone first.
Yep, fights back up. Great disengage by Akron, and now they get to find a re-engage with an application matrix of their own. Good wall by us Miller to counter exactly that, but it's Stunape coming up with the goods for Zangbeast out after a very long and prolonged pre-fight. They've got to find a way back in, but without a main support, it is so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, that was just absolute cleanup crew there. Stunape hit the ult fire of a lifetime, killed with a headshot, and then Ball State crumbled. Like you said, no main support, probably no fight win.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. Stunape has been okay with the walls, but it's been the right clicks where he really shines. You can see 30% ahead of us Miller right now in ultimate charge. That is not an insignificant amount, but Akron have a big lead here, and I want to see how little they have to use to actually win this. So start out with the Deadeye, look for the Shadow in the back lane. It's 2 of the 3 ultimates out, and the Blizzard looks to finish things off here. Ball State going 1 for 1, though, aren't in the worst place until finally they get collapsed on here. But having taken out 2, That's some decent spawn timers, and with all 3 of those ultimates from Akron being used, they're going to be in a good position for the next fight.
Absolutely. Eric almost just got demeched by Hornbach remeching. That was almost very bad, but no. They were able to dash away. They were able to booster away. Nylon finds that baby diva kill, so you get, 10, 15 seconds extra credit here.
This is going to be pretty fast from Ball State. They know they have the man advantage. They should go in here 5v6. It's not even 5v6. They have the man advantage because the players from Akron are taking so long to get back, but they wait for the baby diva nonetheless. So it's going to be just in time. Zang Beast out, though. Another big problem for Ball State. Going to calmly back away, use that wall, just wait for the support to spawn. It's 10 seconds off the clock, but at least you're not giving any more away.
You hit the nail on the head as clean as Stunape is hitting these headshots. It's these old fires making a world of difference here. I mean, this has been the second fight in a row. Stunape is the reason that it's won for Akron. There's hardly a fight afterwards. Now, Ball State going to have 5 of the 6 ults moving into this. They might just have to press Q already. One of them down the drain. Here comes that Blizzard. Going to have to make a difference. Finna dropping the beat as well. This is all about that impact, and it looks like Ball State maybe has finally cracked this fight open.
And the Blizzard was huge. I gotta give props to Stunape. The wall was absolutely perfect, but when you're trying to counter ultimates, you need some more ultimates to do it. It was a great fight by Akron, but Ball State, with that ultimate advantage, come ahead.
It took them 75% of the time they had, but any time is good time, right? And they're going to get additional time as soon as they cap that point. Now, the thing I'm going to be focusing on is I always call the first part of the Streets phase Kings Row 1.5, because we always see teams get stalled there. And I'm afraid if Ball State loses this engagement right now, we're going to see another spawn hole.
Yeah, they don't want to get held at that choke point right now. They'll have to back away. Akron taking it aggressively. They're trying to utilize that Deadeye. This is a great, amazing amplification matrix.
Yeah.
Forces them right back, trades ult for ult, and gets you space to start working on that cart. And now, space to charge up more ultimates.
There was a spot in there. Penn Park was sub 100 HP easily. I really thought Ball State was going to lose the man take, and that would have spelled nothing short of disaster. Hornbach isn't going to be able to find some kills, but a Blizzard and a beat from Akron, I mean, that's going to crack it wide open. The Blizzard's huge.
But we're in the same position we were a couple fights ago.
Right.
Akron have only a shatter to their name. Ball State are coming off of Blizzard and a shatter of their own, so no one's really on the same timing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're seeing quite an interesting spawn cam. We did predict this if Ball State was to lose that fight. Akron, they're just going to get up close and personal. This is almost what I call the Havana hold, right? You go into spawn, you just be that general nuisance. Any time is good time.
Y'all ever play Tiny Overwatch?
True.
Very similar. Seal just lays them out. The shield under so much pressure. A perfect immortality from Zang Beast. It buys you a couple more seconds, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, I mean, when you're stuck in a Reinhardt and he's staring you in the face, each of those swings doing, what, 85 damage a swing? Something absurd like that. So, I mean, just Akron, like you said, Tiny Overwatch at its finest. They're going to try to TP out here.
I think it's the right call. They're going to have a quick way in, TP out, jump on that cart, and get that thing going through the choke point. Akron decides for the engage. Shatter connects on to 3 on the ground. Blizzard to follow up here for Ball State. It's an easy win for them to take this one through the choke point. And now, those staggered ultimates that we were talking about, how now none of these ultimates are coming up on the same time for both the teams, are really helping you out. They're getting through that tough choke point.
Absolutely. Now, Ball State, we talk about this. We see us Miller and Stunape are complete antithesis of one another. They are complete polar opposites. Every time one of them has Blizzard, the other doesn't. So we really want to look at the Blizzard from Stunape here, because if this Blizzard isn't successful, Akron kind of throws away that small lead.
And you know what? There's a good chance that it might not be. Ball State have 2 support ults on.
Yes.
Great count. Wait, Ninja Curly Fry. Throws a teleporter up. Is anything going back behind them?
Might be a bait.
It's just a bait.
Yeah.
Just a fake out. Amplification Matrix is going to buy them space. Stunape looking for the angle to get the Blizzard in here. But now it's segmented away from the rest of the team. Stunape has to be very, very careful. That's the wall. That's also the ice block. The Blizzard has to come out, but the E just isn't quite there. Hornbach tried his best to get it, but it was just too late. Akron find the engagement off the back of the Blizzard, and they're going to take another one away.
Yeah, lucky enough, Hornbach was the one to eat a lot of that Blizzard damage, kind of caught out Stunape, but unfortunately the team still just took too much damage. Now this is specifically my Kings Row 1.5, is this corner right here. We have seen World Championships end on that spot right there. So Ball State, they've got maybe 2 more tries, but I think we're just looking at 1.
Not that ultimate enough to do it either, right? We're missing the Blizzard. We've only got the sound barrier. A bomb Akron can pretty much equalize that. The amplification matrix is going to be so good for them. You got to get pretty creative here, and they're working their way around the high ground to do exactly that. That amplification matrix will line up nicely with the end of this high ground, but they shouldn't use it too early, otherwise Akron are just going to back away calmly around the corner. It looks like they want to drop directly on top of them, but it is very tricky to do. Both teams having the sound barrier up, though, if this fight gets hectic, the Lucio that uses it second is more than likely going to win their team the fight. Ball State now for the engage. Let's take a look at how they want to get this done. Turrets out for Ninja Curly Fry. They start the push. Sound barrier out first from Pixel Star, then Finna, both early though. And the bomb from Hornbach finishes off one. Shadows out from Seal. Not sure how many people end up on the ground there, but Ball State looks to be doing pretty all right for themselves. Seal with the follow-up though, through the amplification matrix, finds himself a win.
Yeah, Penn Park, insult to injury here, able to find a double Earth Shatter. It's going to be Seal. Penn Park finding 2. Ball State, this is their time to shine. It's Penn Park.
They kept the perfect 3 players up. They kept the Baptiste, they kept the Symmetra, they kept the Reinhardt. 1 support, 1 damage, 1 tank, everything they needed to fight their way back in.
And that Sim, I mean, she was plugged in. That microwave was full power. She was just roasting people, cooking them to shreds. Yeah, I mean, Penn Park, I'm confident to say Penn Park just won that fight for Ball State.
And now Ball State have got not much, but they do have more time, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 90 seconds. I mean, that realistically, they're probably not making it to the end, and if they are, it's going to be in overtime. 90 seconds is not enough to complete this. Here's a high noon from the Cowboy, rootin' tootin'. Let's see the shooting. Penn Park will go down. Now a blizzard from U.S. Miller.
It's a flank blizzard, though, and it comes after Ball State have already been taken out by theirs. It's just a little too slow. Question is, do they want to back out? The Symmetra's charged up, and with them being taken out, yeah, it is one more fight.
Yeah, last fight territory. I mean, maybe you get 2, but if you win, if you win, you're going to get maybe 1 more. If you lose, you'll get the second one, but I don't know if the card's going to go far.
Look, for Ball State, this is it. This could be your last map on the stage should you lose this game. And you know what? They'll get to play a little bit later, but they want to make the statement win. Akron and Ball State, like we said, have been at each other's throats this whole weekend. This is a statement piece for them. They want to put up as much fight as they can on the attacking side. Walls out from either side. Ultimate's up for Akron. The shatter from Seal is what you got to watch. Connects onto 2. It's an all-right shatter, but Ball State have a counter push. This is perfectly played by them. And Stunnife oversteps his bounds. Amplification makes to try and buy a little something, but a perfectly put up photon barrier for Ball State gives them the space they need to charge up that microwave and get to beaming.
Yeah, gets a beaming indeed. 1 turns into 2. Hornbach does go down, but the trade clearly in advantage of Ball State. Ninja Curly Fried. That's got to be it. That's a double DPS headshot kill. Microwave unplugged. I think Ball State's going to lose this one.
This is problematic for Ball State. They'll back away for a couple seconds, waiting for the re-engage. Who's touching? Finna. No chance at the touch. Penn Park out as well, forced into the line of sight of that Deadeye. And Akron hold it point C, but I'll be honest, if I'm Akron, if I'm as confident as they were going into this match, I'd be a little shaken up. That's some good distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, things looked good for Akron at the beginning, right? They got Ball State all the way down to a little over a minute before first point cap even happened. Akron really had that positive advantage, that great momentum moving forward. They were looking for a full hold. And then Ball State, they picked up the ball, and it just kept rolling. It just kept going. Every fight they were supposed to lose, they found a way to win it, and they made it all the way to third point.
Yeah, and, considering what we saw happen to Cincinnati yesterday, which was, tough to see, it's hard to break that funnel. Ball State doing it with ease. Teleport out, they get their ultimates up, they use it beautifully. Now they get to set up their own defense, and I am all but certain we're going to be seeing the same compositions.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing was they didn't just TP to get out. They stuck to the sim. They stayed on it. That was so interesting because I don't personally consider Kings Row a Symmetra map, right? Now, you don't see her very often. She's usually utilized more for her teleporter than anything else. But Ninja Curly Fry, I mean, made it work. I mean, it was so impressive.
Yeah, and I really like the Reaper.
I agree.
The Reaper's been fantastic for them. Not having to run the Cowboy. The Deadeye's nice to have for them, but the real damage threat that they're offering up to Eric and Seal has been problematic, and I have a pretty good feeling that they will swap off of whatever 6-man they're running right now back to Brawl, knowing Akron. And having talked to them earlier on in the match, I think they're down to run the mirror again.
Oh, for sure. And Nylon going for, what I called that King's Row Widow. Probably going to look for one headshot. Probably won't find it because people know people do that, and then swap onto something a little more realistic. It looks like Seal's going to be sticking to it as well. Full rotation from Akron here. I suspect Nylon's going to follow suit.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, there is a small weakness here for Ball State. Like, Farah could be a real problem.
Oh, absolutely.
Farah's not bad on this map. I don't know whether Akron want to swap or whether they just want to, honor the mirror matchup here, because that really was something they were concerned about when the Brawl comes out. But let's see if they can win the fight to start things off. Stunnife with the second wall will be throwing up the counter. Ball State looking for an engagement here, but with the shield going down, the Reinhardt forced back into the immortality field of Zangbees. And Akron have the advantage because they have that immortality field up, because the Reinhardt shield is going to be a little bit better off. And now because they're the ones who have a Mei wall, whereas Ball State used theirs to get back in, this is a tough re-engage for Ball State to make, but they have an amplification matrix now to do it. Pushing them back, Penn Park goes down, and not enough damage being thrown through the amplification matrix makes it significantly harder.
Yeah, and I want to point out, other than the Lucio, everybody on the side of Akron is charging their ult notably faster.
It's so quick, and that's finally the immortality field out, but at what cost? Akron are clearly above and ahead in resources in this fight.
What?
They will slowly be ending, and Ninja Curly Fry does take out a main tank, but not before the point gets taken.
They capped! That's gotta hurt for Ball State. They were there for the whole fight until the very end. They just weren't on point. Akron, I'm confident that Akron got that for free.
And they're gonna get to break the choke for free as well, because the Mei was the last one to go down. Even with the Lucio Taxi, it's gonna be pretty hard to get back in time.
Yeah, that was devastating for the time bank here against Ball State. We're over 5 minutes right now. That is more than a minute they started with. This is a really good spot for Akron. 3, almost 4, nearly 5 ultimates about to make an appearance. Ball State, they are going to have a couple of their own there, so I'm not ready to write them out quite yet.
All right, let's see how this fight goes. Seal gets walled up, beautifully placed by us, Miller, in a bad position for Akron. You're stuck between a rock and a very icy place. Throwing out a Blizzard in counter, though. Akron tried to fight their way back in, but unless Stunit and Nylon can come up with something big right here, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to. Zangief is in the back line. Is now stunned out of the ultimate, though, and Tasmino taking it upon himself to dish out the damage. Still, a couple members of Akron floating around here, and just enough to finish off the fight.
Absolutely, Akron, they're able to turn that one around. They used the high noon, and that was really all they needed. The stun on the Ninja Curly Fry, it was the turning point, right? That Death Blossom would have been nothing short of colossal. I think it would have found both supports and probably the Cowboy, but it was just stunned out, and Ball State crumbled underneath it.
And we're fast approaching that yellow box to victory. Ball State needs to get a fight in here before this point is captain. You can tell they want to, but it's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of forcing. They're going to be running into an application matrix down a long corridor. This is not where you want to be, and I think they've thought the wiser of it as well. Taking this corner fight is going to be the last one they get to try and stop Akron from running through them. Few ultimates up, and Hornbach around the corner. Application matrix used, frozen up, don't take it down. Ninja Curly Fries out, Shatter lands onto a few members, but Sound Barrier used to counter that out of Akron. Follow-up is all there from Akron. And you know what? They don't need much more than that to finish off a fight. They had all the ultimates up. The Shatter landed, and the Sound Barrier just icing on the cake.
Yeah, it's just all Akron all day. Now, Ball State, they've got one more chance to re-engage, and that's if they kind of speed boost. They've got the Sombra out, which I'm not a huge fan of because she's not going to get
the ball's in. This is desperation.
Yeah, this is desperate.
Hornbach and Penn Park, the main tank's going to be taking a lot of damage. The brunt of the force. Wisely, though, backing them off. Now Hack onto the Reinhardt. Seal's in a very, very uncomfortable position. It will be taken out. It's not too bad for Ball State, but they've got to find the picks. And with Ninja Curly Fry taken out of the fight, it's all up to us, Miller, to do the damage here. Otherwise, it's just spawns for Ball State, and the spawns aren't spawning long enough. Akron up 2-0 will take down Ball State.
Yeah, and that was just... They went for stall swaps, excuse me, but then they got to a point where they could only stall because their swaps were Wrecking Ball and Sombra, so they had no damage available, and they weren't going to live long enough for somebody to catch up.
It was a great hack on Seal, but
absolutely.
I mean, all we can do is tip our hat to Akron. And Ball State, I mean, going into this, we knew Akron was the number 2 seed. We knew they were coming in strong, and Ball State put up everything.
Just a bit. We are going to be jumping into this in just a moment. I'm super excited to see this because a lot of these players, I've gotten to talk to both these teams a lot actually. When I'm looking at these names, I'm like, wow, I think I've spoken to all 6 of these folks. So this is super exciting. This is going to be for all the marbles. It's going to be just kind of like we've been calling it a show match. It's time to, put their money where their mouth is a little bit, go up against their designated scrim partner and just bring a lot more fun to the LAN atmosphere. Keep the game going, keep the momentum going. And of course, after this, we will have those winners finals.
Yeah, this is for bragging rights. This is 100% for bragging rights and be like, yo, we beat you and it's recorded right now. Like, you do not have
we beat you on main stage and it's recorded.
Yeah, you don't have a choice. You lost to us, maybe 2-1, maybe 2-0. Either one works. And you can't say anything about it until the next actual show match that we ever play or like the actual inter-tournament match. Like, that's all you can say. So it's going to be a good time. And again, these two teams, I think they were in the lower bracket at that time. Both teams unfortunately lost in their first rounds. I think Louisville lost to Northwood 3-0, and then Kentucky also had unfortunately fallen to
Akron?
the University. Yep, Akron, the current 2 that I believe will actually be facing off in the finals. So this is a pretty good indication, I think, of just the general skill that's come out here in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is super exciting as well because we touched on it a little bit. We unfortunately didn't get to see them play a lot because they, like you said, lost their first game and then the second game was played off stream or, as the roster, that's the word. The bracket got moved around a little bit. So yeah, I'm glad we do get to see these teams making an appearance here on the main stage, even if it is not, in that general roster bracket situation. Still, they're going to be having a grand old time, having a ball, if you will. It's going to be Louisville versus Kentucky, these scrim partners, these good friends, as far as I've been told. So I really want to see, is this going to be a little more BM perhaps a lot more demolitions than normal? Just, are they looking to kind of, have some fun with it?
I will say yes. I want to say they are going to chance for a Rule 1, which will be hilarious. There's also there's not really that many other rules, but Graydon goes ahead and takes the first goal and is, of course, going to get all the glory for it.
Yeah, Graydon there really gets that prime opportunity, if you will. It's going to be coming through, able to find some great value, and it was almost like a double tap. You know, it was like you blocked the one defender, and then you were in the exact spot to catch the ball again, so you got it through, almost a quadruple tap, if you will.
So this is another facet of Rocket League that you don't normally see in any of the like professional matches or any in the tournament. There can be BM in the chat.
Yes.
It's very, very entertaining. So for those of you that are just tuning in and maybe don't watch Rocket League as much or play it as much, there are quick emotes or quick lines that you can kind of post in the chat. There are about 3 that will regularly get you flamed back and said, don't ever type that or don't ever put that in the game ever again. But it's very entertaining. I love it so much.
Yeah, I'm personally a fan of what a save.
Yes.
What a save.
Yes.
What a save. You know, I think that's always funny, especially when it's in like the middle of something, nothing important happened, and
Yes.
somebody's just, what a save. I always get a kick out of it. I think it's hilarious. But now, Kentucky finding themselves up 1-0, half the round already gone. And this is a best of 3, so they only have to win twice, right?
Yep.
Even if they win by a single point, that's going to be a great startup because 1 point makes all the difference. I said that a lot yesterday. We'll bring that back today. It's going to be that 1 point is all a team needs to walk away. So Kentucky could very well win this 1-0.
Yeah, and in your famous words, it's a first to 2, right? It is a first to 2. It is
Never going to live this down.
No, you're not. No, you're not. This is listen. We are in a show match. This is the best time to flame you, my casting partner.
True.
Here. It's great.
Very
It's
true.
great. We love it so much, and we might have some choice words in the parking lot after this. It's
Maybe,
great.
perhaps. We are leaving at the same time. Don't forget.
Please don't fight it. All right, but we are getting underway, and I will say, for all the battling that's happened in that 1 goal that did occur, Louisville and Kentucky are actually putting up a lot of beef both ways. It's so much fun to watch because they're going so aggressive. At any one point, all 6 players are on the exact same location each time,
Right.
and it leaves so much open for the rest of them.
Absolutely. There's another demolition there onto Ryland. The goal left wide open. Oh, psych. There's come Matt around the corner, able to find that block for Louisville. So it's going to be that 1-0, 80 seconds left on the clock. Louisville constantly 1 goal short, just 1 even half-decent play away, right, from finding that goal and putting that first point online, forcing perhaps our second overtime of the weekend.
Yep, it's a chance of it, and it would be very, very interesting to see that because, again, the first overtime that we had, it lasted about 43 seconds, and it was almost an immediate goal into the top corner. And normally when you see that, you get 1 of 2 things. You get very aggressive teams that send it all or nothing, 30 seconds, or you get teams that also play still very defensively. They don't want to make that mistake in the overtime. The pressure kind of builds up, and we can see it. Oh, this is a dribble. This is a long dribble. It's going to go.
Ryland!
Oh! Goal to goal, Ryland!
This is a whistle. Oh my god, right down midfield, juggles it, goes up. Rhino there to catch Graydon out. Unfriable Apples cannot catch up fast enough. Ryland, it's a show match indeed because Ryland's just putting on a show single-handedly. What a save indeed, Ryland. Absolutely. Coming through here, 44 seconds left, and Louisville, they are all of a sudden back in the swing of things. It's going to be tied up, only 40 seconds to determine if we jump into an overtime here. But honestly, what a play.
I love it. I love it so much. We're gonna see all this BM start spamming through, and it's so good. Whenever Rhino, come on, Rhino. No, okay.
What a save.
Don't actually do it, please. Don't do it. I'll get in trouble for it. Dang it. Okay, we're getting it. Anyway, again, a fantastic goal from these 2, and both. I'm loving it.
I've created a monster.
We
so
both
sorry.
have. It's so funny. But both of them, honestly, were able to showcase. Again, I want to go back to Ryland's goal. It's very difficult to pull it off. I want to stipulate how difficult it is to be able to run from. All right. Now they're just.
Now they're just setting each other up for greatness here. I mean, absolutely amazing. That is incredible. And I do want to try one more time to jump back to Ryland's goal here before something else happens. We're going to try one more time. But there was that intelligence to knock the ball up right at the end there to get past that first defender, because if you had just walked forward, you would have slammed right into somebody from Kentucky. But Ryland's game knowledge, their awareness to just bump it up the slightest bit made all the difference for a very clean-looking goal, a very great goal for Louisville. And this game was 1-0 45 seconds ago. And now we are tied up 2-2, almost another guaranteed overtime here. 3 seconds to make all the difference. Let's see what happens.
All right, they're going to go for it here and just bounce it off the wall and it already hit. So overtime. We're going to have some fun here. And again, these guys are going at it. This is crazy. I love the fact that in a show match, all inhibition is basically taken away. There is no feeling of rushing. So you're feeling free to go for these, and that's it.
Never mind. There's a rush.
8 seconds. Rhino said, I'm charging straight through. You can't stop me. Oh, man. Look at that setup.
Rhino living up to the name. Like you said, charging in. 8-second overtime goal. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal performance there. This was just been quite a match. Louisville was down almost the entire game, and then they clutch it up in the overtime. Such a phenomenal performance coming out from them. They've only got to win one more, right? This is a best of 3 first to 2. So they only have to win one more game. I had to go through, I was walking through that more for myself than anybody else, I'm going to be honest. I had to do the numbers a little bit, kind of get that figured out. But yeah, we're going to be jumping right back in just a minute. They've been insta-queuing these games pretty quickly, so I assume it's going to be only a couple of seconds. But that was a great game. Super close, super entertaining.
Oh yeah, and that's the best part about it. That's how crazy they actually can get. But the reason that we saw this match kind of go off the rails is that's actually how players want to be able to play. So there is something, if anyone's played in any competitive setting, it's the same feeling you get once you step on that field. It's totally different than playing in practice. It's totally different than playing in a certain style. And I just want to highlight that these are players that are looking to be in that competitive scene. These are teams. These are teammates. And just like that, Invader says thank you very much.
Yeah, Invader invading Louisville's goal there with a phenomenal shot. I think it was a pass as well, but I didn't catch the player that passed the ball for Festive there. Just a great start for Kentucky, feeling reminiscent of game 1. Right? Kentucky finding themselves up a point early. And honestly, I love the fact that we're getting at least this one show match in, because it takes away kind of the nerves of that competitive edge, right? So these players, they get to play a little more at their own speed.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC Northwest Invitational. I am Keela Miles here with Cadence Pika, and we're getting ready to go into seeing who is going to be qualifying from the West for the CECC Atlanta Championships. Now, we didn't quite have everyone get on into this bracket just because of the whole timetable, but we do have 3 strong teams remaining here in the second day. And we're opening it up with CSUMB taking on Sacramento State.
Yeah, I mean, it really is the best problem to have, right? There's too many events in your schedule. So, best of luck to the players that weren't able to make it today, but I'm really excited to see the matches that we are going to get to watch.
Yeah, and right off the bat, Sac State is a team I am quite familiar with. They've played in a couple other online collegiate leagues, and, well, the way this format works, it's going to be best of 1. It's just going to be 9 stock crew battles. So 3 players, 3 stocks each. Stocks carry on between matches, and then whoever team takes the other's 9 stocks first wins.
Yeah, I love me a good crew battle. I mean, it's definitely way different from your standard meta you'll see in a tournament. A lot more counter picking involved, a lot more deciding, okay, we should send our team in this order, so this person counters X strong person on their team. We got to look out for them to counter us with person Y. It's just a whole different meta altogether, and I really love seeing a good crew battle, so I'm excited.
Yeah, it's always a good time. And as I was saying, like you were saying, that 3-person format, so good for bringing player counter picks into the mix. A lot of these teams, I've seen them where they have to bring in 7-person rosters or 5-person rosters. With only 3-person rosters, these teams are only sending their best of the best in to compete with us here in the CECC West Invitational. And that right there is an exciting prospect for me, because you don't always get that. Like sometimes teams, like they've got one very strong player that they have as their anchor, or they've got 3, but no. In a format like this, you can make sure you have a very selective roster, and that is very important coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen crew battles where a person only is hanging on with 1 stock left, and they'll take 2 more people down off of that 1 stock. So it's like not just every game matters, but literally every stock counts. So the stakes are a little bit higher than what we're used to typically seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we're jumping right into it.
Yeah, we've got Sudden Janny coming in from Sac State, taking on Smurfy from CSUMB right now. And, well, we did get to see Sudden Jammy the other day on this Marth. They were one of the anchors, and they're actually repping the Sac State colors as well with their skin.
Yeah, starting off really strong already with 39% right off the bat here and pushing the advantage right now. I know the one thing Sora struggles with is being a floatier character. He does not really like getting down versus swords, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, well, it is actually Jammy who's having a little trouble getting down, but he's able to get down to the ground eventually. But again, Sora's ground game is nothing to be scoffed at. I mean, Marth can maybe slightly outspace him with his aerials, but if you whiff that outspacing, which can happen online, you're going to eat a lot of damage with that 3-hit combo as the Sonic Blade puts Jammy off stage.
Yeah, that down smash that Smurfy did was so scary, almost popping Jammy's shield right there. Ooh, gonna go for the F smash to put Smurfy off stage here into a ledge trap situation. Ooh, gets blizzed out of the corner though.
All right. Now here in the corner, let's see how they're able to get on back.
Okay, yep, looks like he's holding shield and trying to react to him getting off ledge with an option, but the problem online is going to be, of course, that your reactions are a few frames delayed.
Ooh. I do like the attempt at a counter right there because of the way the Sora's counter works, you can actually get that Gimp where a lot of counters will just miss Marcina recoveries. As now you get the freeze right there and they wait for the timer, get the up air right out of there. The first stock goes the way of CSUMB.
Ooh, just going to run up with an up smash to take the stock himself, though. Evens it right back up.
With that?
Okay. Yeah, Smurfy really likes his spell pressure. He's going a lot between the Fire, Blizz, and Thunder.
And that's perfect for them as they're getting a lot of good shield damage in there. Run right in with Double Edge Dance, and they get that more damage, but they don't get a tech chase out of it, and that's going to hurt them a lot. I mean, Sora, his ability to recover and get off ledge are, I mean, top 5 in the game. And so Marth is going to have a lot of trouble keeping Sora there. So you want to tech chase more than that with everything.
Yeah,
they just let that rip.
And that Sora F smash is going to be weirdly safe on shield. It's like you can't even drop your shield for a few frames after it hits. So really is not able to get a punish, but going to go for a strong shield breaker. They are both just swinging for the fences right there. Uh-oh. Ooh, surprisingly drops the punish on that laggy Thunder the wrong direction.
And now you got to get off ledge. Reads the roll, but doesn't get the real punish on it. A lot of rolls right here to get out of these tricky scramble situations. The wave dash back doesn't actually get you much, even though it does get you away from the grab. But getting knocked up into the Thundaga right there, right off the top of the clouds, that's Jammy stock.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It takes so much vertical space up that you really can't be jumping around because you're just going to die straight from that. Exactly how we saw. Uh-oh, pushing the advantage is Smurfy here too. Yeah, that Sora side B just so difficult to punish. He can just be on the opposite side of the stage by the time you're able to drop your own shield.
Yeah, now going straight to ledge. Oh, and that's the classic Sora ledge get off option, but you get caught by it sometimes. And now Jammy, again, the ability to delay off stage, man.
Oh yeah, Smurfy is showing us exactly what kind of stalling Sora is capable of. And then, unfortunate right there, gonna fall out of the Dancing Blade because Marth is not the character he used to be in Smash 4, and that Dancing Blade does not like to confirm into the final hit. Up throw probably is not going to kill yet either because of Town being a tall stage.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the classic Marthritis people like to talk about. Here at ledge, I mean, a forward tilt, an up tilt, they will kill. Yeah, like you called out there, up throw will not kill.
Yep, even with forward DI, still wasn't enough to kill. Uh-oh, got the down tilt here. Maybe he can get that counter he was looking for earlier this time. Nope, not going to go for it.
Yeah, I do like the lack of overcommitments. If you're just able to keep the ledge trapping going, it's nice. And that's what I say in theory, but once you get up to 190, that's when it becomes like, okay, consistency, you're finally able to get the up throw kill. But now you want one of these earlier Marth stocks that you know you're capable of getting, starts the juggle, but doesn't finish it.
Yeah, I really respect Smurfy hanging on to that last stock for as long as he did. He got a ton of mileage out of it, starting this one at basically 80 and climbing on Jami right now. Oh no, is that going to kill? Wow. Great frame trap right there. Just the super active Thunder hitbox.
Yeah, and the fact that it carries you out as it hits you, it's like those uppies out of shield that put you closer to the blast zone like Samus. It gets so dicey every time you get hit by one of those. Oh,
especially when you're that far off to the side of the stage, it's like, where do you even DI? Because if you DI out, you're going to die off the side. If you hold in, you're going to die off the top. It's definitely an unfortunate situation to be in, but great capitalization. Like I said earlier, he really enjoys using those Sora spells and puts them to great use.
Yeah, and you called out the ledge stalling too, and a lot of people hear ledge stalling and they're like, oh, stalling. They draw on, angry eyebrows. But no, that's not what they're going for there. In this case, stalling just means delaying when it is you actually grab the ledge. Like, Sora has so many mix-ups off stage, the counter affecting his movement, spells letting him hover, up B into side B, that's a whole nother thing altogether. It means that he can choose when exactly he grabs the ledge, as opposed to other characters like Marth. You push the up B, you're going to ledge. Like, you're just snapping right there.
Yep, and Sora puts out so many safe hitboxes before coming to ledge that it's like you take 30% just from trying to ledge trap him if you're not on point with being ready to deal with those options,
Yeah, 100%. So with that, with the fact that Sora or Smurfy was able to utilize those spells, utilize those ledge options, they're gonna be putting you CSUMB.
There we go.
There we go. Which is, of course, the California State University of Monterey Bay. But they prefer that acronym because, well, it's quite a mouthful.
It is a mouthful, especially when we're trying to do play-by-play, right?
So yeah, CSUMB is gonna be up one stock in this crew battle, and again, this is a best of one. Sometimes in the regular season we do best of three, but no, because of the time constraints now, it is a best of one, and it is going to be a round robin format. So all these teams are going to be playing each other, so you want to get this early win under your belt.
Yeah, so the other two Sacramento State players right now, I can only imagine, are saying, well, are you better versus Sora or am I better versus Sora, you know? And then they're looking further down the line to see who comes next. Very tough situation, especially if you're not super familiar with the opposition's characters and who they have coming out.
Yeah. I mean, Sac State, if we're getting confused with just CSUMB, 5 letters, Sac State could turn the entire script on us because they do have a player named Sora, presumably picking their tag before Sora was announced. And they run a pretty mean Rob. Like, they're frequently, I mean, Rob's ability to just steal stocks away makes him so valuable in crew battles. Like, even if you have one stock, the Rob is still a major threat. And that is why we sometimes see Sora either come in first or last as either a batting ram or an anchor.
Yep, no, that makes sense. I mean, I personally picked up Rob over quarantine because he's such a good Wi-Fi character and you weren't able to play any offline games, you know what I mean? And he is just such a menace in the meta, both online and offline. And I'm sure that we'll see that happen right now. As you said, Sora versus Sora taking place now.
Yeah, so the score is now 6-7. And, well...
Guess we weren't going to Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah, I guess not. We'll call it a button check. But Sora on this Rob against the, well, actual Sora that's being piloted by Smurfy. Oh, give me 1 second. Let me get the Windex on here. But while we're looking at that, what is the sort of... What's your goal right here as Sora?
Well, are we talking as Sora the character or Sora the player?
You got me again. I'm back to continue this argument. But... like, when you're the Rob, how are you avoiding any of these... How are you avoiding getting caught in the same pitfalls that ended up catching suddenly earlier on? Like,
so, personally, I think this is a kind of tough matchup for Rob. Like, I don't really think Rob loses a ton of matchups, but I do think this is a pretty difficult one, mainly because Sora's shield pressure is so good between the Nair and the forward airs on shield. And if he does get one of those hits on you, he can loop it for a very long time, and you take a lot of damage off of that. So we might see that play out right now.
Yeah, I'm expecting to, is taking away the ground game with those spells, but going in with that landing Nair. But Smurfy far outspaces it, using the disjoint that the spells provide them. But one Nair, that's all you need. You cover the tech with the laser.
Yeah, this pressure is on from Sora, the Rob right now. I mean... shoot, the gyros, the fairs. You get hit one time in the wrong spot, and that could be your stock against Rob. So, good tech chase there.
Wrong hit right there.
Up air.
Floatiness gonna hurt you. They get the DI mix up, and they cannot survive. Smurfy's out of there, and just like that, it's an even score between Sac State and CSUMB.
Yep. I mean, the amount of times that I've heard complaints about Rob up air, my friends ask me all the time, how do you DI that move? They're like strangling me at the throat. You know what I mean? I'm like, I could not tell you. I die to it all the time from DIing it the wrong way myself. It's just literally so hard to tell which way to go. Rob himself has influence over which direction to send you. And visually, it's just very hard to see which side of his body you're on. Very broken move. I can't even deny.
Yeah, it's all about how you drift. If you get popped out of one way, you have to, like, you called it out, the DI mix-up based on how Rob controls it. And if you're caught, you pop out on the wrong side of Rob, you're DIing the exact wrong direction. And in that kill screen scenario, with the kill screen freeze, you can't even change your DI afterwards. So you're, like, straight up. Straight
to the blast zone, yep, one-way ticket. And I have seen some criminally early stocks off that, like 60, 80%, just way earlier than people should be dying from a Rob up here. You know what I mean? But Sakurai said, let's not change anything about Rob for 12 patches, and I am okay with that.
You know it. As now you're faced with the prospect of facing down this Rob. Now, we didn't get to see CSUMB yesterday, so it's tough to say what exactly is resting in their back pocket, but in general, what characters would you love to see coming out to face down this Rob?
The scariest characters to fight against Ezrob would be like a Pyramithra, a Game & Watch, a Pikachu, basically anyone who can just keep you in disadvantage forever and take advantage of the fact that, yes, Rob is big. Rob struggles to land. If you're able to parry neutral air, you know, if you're able to deal with projectile pressure with, say, a Foresight or with projectiles of your own or a counter like Game & Watch has. Honestly, if someone has a Pocket Game & Watch, that is a terrible matchup. Don't even get me started.
Oh yeah, Pocket Game & Watch. I think Game & Watch is probably the best Pocket character to have. Because it's not, I mean, he's difficult, but he's not tremendously difficult, like, compared to the rest of the cast. Like, even if you're not getting, 70% off of one Nair, you're still going to be playing the Game & Watch's strengths, and that's what we'd love to see. Is, again, we don't quite have CSUMB's full roster, so I'm excited to see what else they bring to the table. That's why we're doing all this speculating, everyone in the audience.
Either way, though, I mean, Rob is a character that can get blown up by anyone, and he can blow up anyone. Now, this is unfortunate, though, because your gyro is basically off the table in this matchup. So definitely going to see Pocket come out as soon as Sora decides to use down B, and then it's probably going to be going for the rest of the game. Uh-oh, getting a little bit of lag, though.
Uh-oh. So, for the moment, it's going to be the Cadence and Keela Miles podcast as we try and figure out what just happened there. If they all just got disconnected or it just was us getting booted from the lobby. But either way, at least we have something to talk about. You talked about the gyro being gone from that matchup, but in general, I mean, with just the laser left, how do you feel Rob does in that range game?
Yeah, so a lot of people will just accept their losing gyro in that matchup and then take advantage of the fact that laser isn't going to get pocketed, you know what I mean? And just use that for all the space it takes up. I only like to play Rob because, crazy gyro combos go burr and it makes my brain happy. But I think your up tilt can still cover a lot of space. I think your forward air can still cover a lot of space. The problem is going to be Villager's slingshot, honestly, because you don't really think about it this way, but it is such a big disjoint. The Villager can put that thing out from so far away and you're not anywhere near him. It's very, very good zoning, and honestly, Villager already has anti-zoning tools, so he's like the anti-zoner zoner, you know what I mean?
Yeah, as we are just going to be getting them to restart. Since we got kicked right at the beginning of the match, there wasn't even a percent done. We're just going to get right back into the match as soon as we can. So everyone in the audience, I appreciate your patience as we're getting all these kinks worked out as early as we can so we can just move on through this bracket instead of, trust me, we've had it before where it's last hit, last stock, we're getting into it and it disconnects and there's nothing we can do except say, thanks, Nintendo.
Yep. Thank you, Nintendo. Very cool. Fix your game, please.
Yep. But while they have not, we're doing our best to get you all through this. As again, it is going to be this Rob versus Villager matchup that we're hyping up all the way. And it may not be actually Smurfy coming in here. I think they're all playing on the same tag. So while we do have their names, we don't have hard confirmation which player this is. So I'm just going to stick with CSUMB.
Yep. Getting right into the match, though, because, of course, no stocks were lost against Sora the Rob. So Uh-oh.
Ooh, I do like that side B, the way it's able to... Oh, they delayed
no.
the stage, but a little too long.
Really unfortunate there.
Yeah, forced SD by Sora. So much ledge pressure.
Oh, yep, you see him bringing out the pocket right there, already looking to get the gyro. Yep. You really got to make up for lost steam right there, though. I mean, losing the stock that early in the match is really unfortunate, but... maybe he's got something in the back pocket, no pun intended, to take care of this.
Yeah, I mean, you see them threaten the gyro occasionally, but it's more just that anti-zoner zoning that you talked about. So as the Rob, They want to get that landing there, but Sora keeps getting caught by anti-airs, the up tilt, the up smash.
Oh
But
no, and you're
that's all you
dead.
need to get the stock off so early. That is why Rob is so powerful in these crew battles. You make one mistake,
Yes.
and that's the stock.
A single mistake of not air dodging at the exact perfect time when you're off stage, you know what I mean? That side B is just such a threatening tool.
Yeah, it certainly is. And now the gyro is pocketed again, but as we've seen, Sora's combo game is already formidable enough. As they get that nair, it pops them out. They're trying to go for the recovery again, but the recovery is covered by the Lloyd Rocket, so CSUMB's players able to get back to the stage.
Oh man, that was really scary. Almost lost another stock to the side B there, but was able to just get around it, threatening a bowling ball.
And now, ooh, they get caught by the laser.
Yep, and there we see that the pocket is not going to come into play against Laser. This back there is probably going to kill, though, able to get at least one stock off before the end of the match. Now, you know, like I said before, we've seen it happen. Maybe this villager can make some magic. Oh, almost going to catch the down air.
Yeah, not quite, though. Ooh, bopped out, though, again. I really like what we're seeing so far. Ooh, the side B right at ledge. I love how they drift back with it. Kind of confusing Smurfy as they try and get up.
It's just so active, too, that you don't even really have to time when they're getting up. If they just get up into it at any point, it's going to hit. And this might be death. Yep.
Yeah. Even the quickest mash in the world, I don't think would have gotten them out of that one. I mean, an air dodge, maybe, but you know that up smash was coming out immediately.
Yeah, I mean, once you reach a certain percent, that down throw might as well be a kill confirmed between up smash, up tilt, up air, just going regular up air. There's so many different ways you can guarantee you're going to get the kill off that up down throw.
Yes, right now, Sac State is holding a steady lead, 5 stocks to 3. And with Sora's Rob being the wall you need to clear to even get to Sac State's anchor, CSUMB, they got to put a lot of faith in their anchor. Now, I was doing some digging on the players before this match, and I saw they're all going to these locals. They're all getting some good placements, but T2 is probably up there. Probably this anchor. They are consistently getting top 4, but 4th place is not even like a good placing for them. They're like, I didn't get 2nd this time. Ah, shucks. Well, I'll get them next time. Like, they're consistently in 50-person brackets getting all the way to 2nd place. They are getting there, and unfortunately weren't able to quite figure out what character they were running, but I would expect that if anyone's coming in, it would most likely be T2.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, that's part of the excitement for me right now for how hyped up they've been, just to see what character it is that's getting these results, you know, because everybody in any ultimate bracket is good at this point. Even when you're playing your round 1s, your round 2s, you're not playing, you know, people that don't know what they're doing. It's talented people the whole way through. So for him to be getting 2nd, 3rd, and then 4th to be like an off day for him is definitely extremely impressive. If I had to guess, this person's probably using the top tier.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the West is, I mean, I don't think there's any region that you can say is not competitive at this point in the metagame. I mean, even regions that were historically weaker, like my home region, Philadelphia, everyone used to look down on Philly. They're like, yeah, I'm going to Philly to farm. Now we've got like a couple like top 100 players coming out there. We've got players who are getting, you know, top 20 in regionals, nationals. Even the formerly weakest regions are now coming out swinging in a big way. So the West is definitely one. I mean, the West has historically been very good at Smash Brothers all the way back to Melee. So a lot of high hopes here.
You really cannot sleep on any region. You see top players get flown out to various places all the time and get upset round 3 or round 4, and it's the you know, the talk of town on Twitter for the next 2 weeks. And maybe it's a Steve player, and we get banned Steve, or we ban Kazi, or for whatever reason. But really, no one is safe no matter what region they're competing in. Everyone is good.
All I gotta say is all this panic over every 0 to Death DLC character that comes out, Luigi is slipping by very, very easily. Yeah, you called it. It's the top tier coming out. We don't know for sure if this is T2, but we do know the Joker from CSUMB is gonna be their anchor. Oh no!
Not another one right at the beginning of the match though. So hopefully they know not to go on.
Oh, thanks, Nintendo. Now, I would imagine this roster is not entirely present for Rob. I mean, any character with good combo game is a little bit better against Arsene because you're able to actually beat the Arsene out of them. But with all of the hitbox shifting, how hard is it to actually get these infamous Rob combos on Joker?
Now, this one I really don't find to be as bad of a matchup. If you remember when Zachary was really in his Rob era, he used Rob against MK Leo a lot of the time to very great effect. And they would always have like these really close game 5 sets where Zachary would just lose in a heartbreaking way. But he seems to think that Rob does well in the matchup. I personally think one of the biggest boons is that you can kind of just run away from Arsene if you really don't want to engage. You know, you can just use your up B and literally just go to the top last zone and be like, I'm going to be up here for the next 15 seconds. And when I come down, you're going to have half the Arsene meter you did in the first place.
Yeah, the ability. We talked about all the mix-ups in recovery. Rob was the OG. I can do whatever mix-up I want. The fact that you're so actionable while you're in that up B state, and I mean, people are like, oh, go ahead.
Oh, he flies. Like, he literally is a character that can fly. He does everything he wants out of his up B.
Yeah, exactly. And again, people talk about, I've seen like Rob players are like, all you need to do is just learn how to edge guard booster. You got to learn how to time it out so you get that fuel out of there. And I'm like, how many times have you seen Rob run out of fuel? I have seen like 20-second aerial battles with a Jigglypuff off stage. And listen.
Oh, yeah. No, he definitely is stocked up on fuel. A lot of the times Robs are just lying to you. They want you to come out there so they can reversal you anyway. You know, you're trying to edge guard me. Maybe I'm going to jump side B, or I'm going to jump back air. I'm going to stage spike you. I like to have gyro in my hand when I'm recovering and then throw it up to be like, get away from me, or shoot a laser when people are coming at me to try and stage spike them off stage. But he definitely has a lot of reversal options. So the LOL just edge guard is not exactly the greatest advice, you know?
As LOL just edgeguard is kind of a factor with Joker. I mean, tether recovery is infamously hard to get, especially Joker's. The fact that it is so much vertical distance is so hard to deal with. I mean, Joker can be in the blast zone and zoop, right back to ledge. But if you're able to get him far enough from the ledge without a jump, he might just be dead. And that is the question. I feel like the ability to snipe the recovery with an option they may not see coming, like, let me think. What are some options that Rob has to snipe recoveries? Well, let's count the ways. You could either go out and actually hit them. You can throw the gyro from across the stage, which at a pretty angle, you can get that. Throw the gyro up, that'll knock them out. Yeah, I mean,
there's laser, there's forward air, there's side B. The list goes on and on. And honestly, specific counterplay for tether recoveries is that you can Z drop the gyro while people are hanging on a tether, you know, and so it forces them to come up because they're going to get hit and they're not invincible while they're tethered, you know what I mean? And then you side B while they're coming up, so you have a couple different zones covered doing that. Rob honestly deals with tethers pretty well when it comes to edge guarding.
Yeah, and like that, people talk about zoning a lot in Ultimate, and again, everyone in the audience, like we said last time, in case you're just tuning in, we had a disconnect. We're trying to get it back into a game as soon as we can, so we thank you all for your patience as we try to figure this out. But anyways, again, the Kilo Miles Cadence podcast continues because I feel like Rob's ability, like the thing that makes Rob so good, because obviously Rob is big, Rob loses 30 mid-tier matchups, blah, 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 blah. I feel like that is kind of invalidated by the fact that how are you going to get these combo starters when Rob has pretty much unreactable ways to control so many like zones at once?
I mean, you know, it's a zoner, but once you get in on Rob, he's going to outbox you with his frame 3 down tilt or his frame 2 jab or his out of shield forward air, you know, like there are so many ways to where even once you get in on him, he's not scared. And in fact, he might be in advantage just by being up close to you.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It was actually Sai. I know you've casted a lot with Sai before. Sai was the one who convinced me, who gave me a TED talk in between matches of why Rob is top 5. I'm still not sure if I quite put Rob in the top 5, but I understand now. The fact any character in this part of the metagame that can make up for their losing matchups, that doesn't really have any walls in bracket, that is definitely a character that I think can be in that top 10. Like, the only walls they might have, I mean, Zamba is like, oh, Aegis is a wall. There's nothing you can do against Aegis, despite having beaten many of the best Aegises in the world in the bracket. Yeah.
That really is the truth of the matter, is that he's got bad matchups, but they get mitigated by how easily Rob's able to secure a stock. If you have a gyro while you're holding shield, touch your shield the wrong way, and you can potentially lose your stock no matter what percent you're at. Or if you're off stage, you can get your jump sniped somehow and potentially lose your stock no matter what. Or as we saw in the villager match there, they decided not to air dodge the impending side B because they didn't react in time, and they lost their stock in a millisecond at 50. Just so many ways to force the issue himself. So, yeah, Rob is kind of busted. Not going to lie.
Very busted, and, well, let's be honest, so is Joker. And we'll be able to get into that soon enough, as we are going to go to a very brief technical break. When we get back, we will be continuing and perhaps finishing Sac State versus USCUMB.
Really been fun. It's added a lot of unique dynamic here so far. They've been able to really enjoy the game that they practice so hard every day for that competitive nature. Now they just get to play what they love and have a great time while doing it.
It's not just that. Again, in this tournament format, every team was already seeded, so you don't really get a chance to play against everyone like sometimes a round robin would occur.
Right.
So being able to face off against someone is like you were looking forward to it. You really want to play him, but you can't do it. So having a chance to do this in front of people is always such a large blast here. But again, Kentucky with that early goal is going to feel pretty nice about the setup here. So Louisville are now going to try and bounce back. So now we're starting to see a little bit more competition though, and the challenges coming out in the midfield are helping out a bit. Matt so far is going for the arrow, is going for the long, but can't find it. Festive is going to take that one away and is now going to try and bounce back. Open goal, but that's a little shot too wide. Bouncing right back, this ball has not really touched the ground, so it looks like they are going to go for a little bit more of a mid-range battle, which I really, really like. I want to see someone hit that top aerial ropes. I want to see someone maybe pinch against the ceiling. That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see a little bit more aerial gameplay. I definitely agree. Take the ball way higher than you need to, right? Go for a bit of a flashy play. I think that'd be really fun. A reticence, if you will, from that goal we saw earlier today. Taking it way high up, be able to find some great shots. Now Matt trying to look for a shot there off the top. The double tap from Rhino knocks it right in. Going to be able to charge it in. Louisville tying things back up 1-1. 3:05 left on the clock.
Oh, plenty of time to make some crazy plays. And look at that spin. Great angle to have. And something that I haven't pointed out the entire time, and it's been tough too, is some of these goals are also optimized to the fact that you have a blocker jockeying everyone out of position, which is a lot of fun to see. So it's going to be a good time. So I hope we get to see a bit more of them. And still, in these last 3 minutes, it's going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we definitely want to see what Louisville is going to bring to the table. This is going to be difficult to see. You know, they were able to keep things tied up for just a moment, and it's going to, you know, they keep it tied up. They were able to find the win in the overtime last game, but now 1-1, 2.5 minutes. We're not even in the second half yet. This is going to be a difficult scenario. If Louisville takes the lead early here, it doesn't guarantee them a round win the same way that last overtime goal did, because Kentucky, they'll still have X amount of time to find a goal of their own.
Yeah. It's anyone's chance at this, and so far it's been pretty much dead even. Graydon, unfortunately, not being allowed to boost any longer. It's going to come down. I don't think these teams are aiming too much for a ground game anymore. They're really trying to clear it every single time. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is going to go for that aerial bout. You know, two strikers trying to aim for the same ball and just kind of going at it tooth and nail. Happening so far, it is going to be Kentucky getting a few better angles on it and keeping it on their own attack. Up in the air they go. So a management game of sorts is going to come out here until someone gets a firm handle or an open goal comes about.
Absolutely, trying to find that opportunity. It's going to be Rhino setting up the team, going for the double, tries to turn it into a triple, but Graydon will be able to find that there. Matt disrupting all momentum, able to slam Graydon, find that physicality when they needed it most. Here comes Rhino toward the midfield again. Ryland tries to find it, dodged out by Unfriable Apples. It's going to be Festive Invader all day long, setting it up for the goal. Here comes Graydon, but no, the double defense block from Louisville keeps them alive, tied up 1-1, 83 seconds left on the clock, and an open goal for Louisville, picking up that second point, giving them a lead with only 82 seconds remaining.
that is the perfect example of you went a little bit too far and you paid the price, but I think it's well worth.
Yeah,
I think it was well worth. They came so close to scoring one of their own that you're okay with that. You're absolutely okay taking that chance, and I want to see more of it again. Louisville, though, up currently 2-1, up in the series 1-0. And it's...
Welcome back to Sac State versus CSUMB right here. It was initially, we did drop out in the beginning stages of that game, but the players have elected to let us restart so we can see what could be our final match, and the Joker did end up losing a stock right off the bat. So it's going to be CSUMB down a stock right here, 2 stocks left to keep them in this.
That was almost down another stock right there when he hit that gyro in air. Wasn't quite able to finish the 0 to death, unfortunately.
I do like that laying on the ground to avoid the laser is now at this point. Ooh, Sora gets an opening. That could be big right here. They're just boxing out everything the CSUMB wants to do.
Ooh, Arson online, though, makes for a much different animal. I mean, this is really scary, but going to go for the down tilt chains and shield pressure. Is this going to... Oh, okay. Did not get the up there.
Just the constant pressure from Sora Cadence. It's so hard to deal with smothering them. But CSUMB's players able to find an avenue out through these projectiles of their own, but now that Arsene is gone, they're not getting quite as much perch.
Yeah, exactly. That opportunity was kind of theirs for the taking and wasn't quite able to get the stock off of Rob. Still able to get a lot of damage on the table, though, but might even have to wait for another Arsene activation before they can even kill Sora here.
Yeah, as, get around that, and playing under the platform here, very intelligent, especially as it lets you hang on long enough to get Arsene again. Here at Ledge, they delay that get-up attack so long to be able to hit the final stages of that side B. I love that. As at this point, CSUMB's player, with that dash attack, they might be able to get another stock off the board here, and if you're able to get a stock lead as Joker here, that could be huge. Forward tilt not going to kill yet, but they go deep off stage. No? I like how they don't try an edge guard. We talked about that.
Yep, very smart.
Oh,
gyro into the laser, not going to quite kill.
202
Joker's living to 200.
Against Rob.
Rob almost has a little bit of arthritis himself here, honestly, though.
I love that. They get the stage spike as well. The confidence that they have playing at this percent. They die to a stray nair, but how much extra percent they managed to tack on there. Catch the gyro as they go. CSUMB, they're heating up here on their last stock, but that might not be enough right now.
Yeah, really, they got to make this last stock count. You know, step one is getting this stock off of Rob before you lose your own at this percent. Honestly, you are at kill percent right now.
Jumping right back to Ledge. You've got to be aware we've seen Sora steal these stocks before, but I'm not sure that's going to be happening quite now with the way that CSUMB's player is going at it. Able to get the Rebels Guard, and now you've got an Arsene here. One stray aerial will kill, but trying to go for these landing nairs is going to get you punished. Finally, the back air will connect.
Arsene back here definitely going to take the stock, no doubt about that. And now, not a terrible position here if the Joker can put on a lot of percent.
Yes. Get that back air, scoops them up, forward tilt, sends them out. I love this. With that Arsene, they were able to stack on an extra 60%, and they, with how long they lived before, a chance at another Arsene too if they get one Rebels Guard. At this point, I like their chances, but they're still at a deficit.
Gyro at the edge is a tough situation, though.
Down smash covers everything. And now the side B, is that going to send out?
Good DI, excellent DI, honestly.
One Arsene deciding the fate of CSUMB. Can they make this work? The grab right here, the down throw. Is it just true? The mash out gets you right into an up smash, and that is it. In the first round of our round robin, it will be Sacramento State College who will be going on, getting a 1 point on the board in this round robin format, which is so crucial. Like we said, only 2 of these 3 teams are qualifying for the finals in Atlanta.
Yeah, if I had to guess, the Joker was probably mashing counter out of the grab, you know, just the safest option to not get hit by whatever comes. But unfortunately, counter is not frame 1 because everyone would complain about that move if it were. And so Rob was just grabbed him at the right percent and was not able to do anything to escape that down throw up smash. Like we said earlier, it's basically a confirm once you get past a certain damage threshold.
And I do like how we talked about, you don't want to get too aggressive off stage, but once you get a read on their habits, then you can feel a little more comfortable going off stage. Like, we saw how they went for that lower recovery, and, well, Sora wasn't throwing out an aerial as they're rising as much. That's a mix-up that Rob's used time and time again to make sure anyone who dares go off stage against them is punished. That's not what we saw that much, and so I liked what we saw CSUMB doing there, going off stage, but the initial deficit that they had was too much to overcome in the end.
Yeah, so unfortunate for them, but it's not the end of the world in this round robin format. You know, it's not like there's a losers bracket to drop down to. If you win your next 2 matches, then you're looking at your stock record, your game record to determine who's the winner at that point. So definitely anyone's W still.
Yeah, definitely is. And we're going to be seeing even more of that round robin format as we're going to be getting into our next match soon enough. So don't go anywhere. The CECC West Invitational will be back soon enough.
To try and maybe I would say in about 30 seconds, I think that's when they're really going to try and turn it on and really try and push a little bit further into the goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got 55 seconds, Kentucky. They're kind of getting to that racing against the clock more than they are racing against Louisville kind of moment. So we have to see what's going to be brought to the table. They're really going to have to pedal to the metal, maybe look for a bit more physicality, some demolitions. Rylan trying to find some great ball control here. Festive Invader goes for a shot of their own. Unfriable Apples above the goal with the double block. Once again, Rhino and Matt, right place, right time. Here comes a tertiary attempt, trying to make an appearance, but no, unfortunately, no reaction coming out quite yet. Rylan able to save the day. Here we go. Braden has ball control, 30 seconds left. This is a now or never moment for Kentucky here in our show game.
Yep. Getting close to what could potentially be the end. And oh, just off the back ropes and a nice little slow tap. A challenge at the goal line and a nice clear out by one of the Kentucky members. And they're chancing it, but that's the goal. Rhino goes ahead, finishes it off with 11 seconds left. That is going to be a rough chance to come back in this game.
Yeah, Louisville, they were trying to find an end, but Kentucky fighting for that new beginning, right? They want to force us into that overtime and try to take it all the way to a game 3, but with only 11 seconds remaining, we need an immediate kickoff goal and then another one immediately after. An incredibly difficult thing to do. Festive does get ball control, but it's immediately torn away there. Matt, the one to do it. It looks like it's going to be here. Kentucky might find a goal.
Ooh.
4 seconds left. The dream is still alive.
That is a crazy fast one, and that came off the fact that there was a demo right off the bat. They couldn't set up any of the middle territory, and it ended up with the goal being open. Rylan zipping right in. And that, just one more. All you need is one more goal, and you can force it. 3 seconds left. They're going to roll through. Oh, they're going to make it.
Oh, it's going to be up now in that garbage time. The second it touches the ground, it's over. Unfriable Apples able to find the ball. Rhino goes for the spike, but can't find it. Graydon picks it up, but no one's there to catch it. Around, up onto the corner, past the goal. Here it comes. Oh, there's the first tap. Festive Invader goes for the catch. It's going to be on Graydon here to not let Louisville find the spike, but no, just not fast enough. It looks like Louisville will walk away from our show game victorious. Right.
And with how short these are, it is going to be those first 2 games. It takes probably about 10, 15 minutes to actually acclimate. So, again, both these teams should have that stance now. And we're going to see how quickly these teams are going to ramp things up. Again, Northwood in that blue and Akron in that lime green setting. And so far, already putting up a pretty good challenge here. Again, Northwood is the team to look to be here. Pretty crushing there. Northwood with a really close first shot.
Yeah, buddy going for that double tap there. His name always makes me laugh, but that's the one thing he's not. When he's on the field, he's not your buddy. I mean, he is nothing but your opponent here. So he's really trying to, he went for that double tap early, less than half a minute was off the clock at the time. Northwood trying to set that precedent, right? They want Akron to know we are looking for nothing but shots on net. That is kind of the primary goal, so to speak. And now Potato going to be able to find a little bit of momentum. They get the ball kind of shuffled a little bit, ends up right in front of goal, but Northwood, they're able to separate it, go for a double tap of their own, falls a little bit wide. Nothing going to be happening quite yet. Just a lot of back and forth. It's truly, for the first time in a long time, felt like that feeling out period, but as quickly as it came, it has already gone. Pirates going to find that first goal of the winners finals.
Yeah. As you go through the tournament, the feeling out period gets shorter and shorter, right? Because feeling out period is more for the opponents in general, get a good grasp of how you hear. And the Northwood at this point have already said, listen, we know that we are a strong team. We know that we can play to anyone's tempo and force them to play to ours. So for them, it's not so much feeling out, it's how quickly can we score on the opponent. That's kind of the game plan. And the way Akron can actually combat that is you take some of those harder battles, you try and aim for some of those scenarios, you don't allow them to get that aggressive. But I love the combinations and it works again. This is Northwood showing off a bit here. That was a triple attack. coming out here, and that is what you'd like to see from a team. Nice little tipper right there, drops it right in the middle.
Yeah, and alley-oop at its finest. I mean, truly just a great scenario there. We saw Northwood looking super strong, able to find some great momentum already, not even in the halftime yet.
It's going to be moving through those paces and very slow lob all the way into Akron's side of the field. Thus far, again, one of the things I really have to give props to Northwood is they do not single shot it. They do not wait for only one of their teammates to go for it. They always have a game plan, and it's something that you will notice very, very often. A really difficult thing for defenders to do is obviously position. It's very hard to redirect yourself in this game. So you have to send multiple defenders at points, so you try and throw one at a time over and over again. That was a close one. But Northwood always have a second or third shot lined up already in the air flying. So I really, really appreciate that from this squad. They always try and ensure that they will have multiple clean shots on goal.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Potato is going to be able to get demolition. That's going to open up the goal just for a moment here, trying to find at least a sub-primary opportunity. Hockey goes for that double tap, and the alley-oop comes through once again. Pirates hitting a hat trick here in game one, still not even in the second half.
I'm telling you, this is exactly how you want to see teamwork to a T. The rest of the teams all had a star coming out. That's what we had over and over again. Akron as well did the same, and I think that was, I'm not sure if that's a vehicle that I thought it was, but that's pretty entertaining. But Northwood, they're a team of, I don't want to say superstars, but well-coordinated stars. This is something that it's very difficult to pull off because generally there is one person that excels at certain things. This is a team of all-rounders that have ascended to a much higher level of play.
Absolutely.
And it just turns into a phenomenal style where it's just, you don't worry so much about a single individual player. You just know for a fact they're all going to show up at one point or another.
Oh my, did you see the backspin on that thing? Potato caught it, but just didn't have the momentum to steal it away. Watch, we can watch this happen here, kind of in slow motion. Catches it, just a little bit of tap, and the backspin brings it right in. Nobody's there to get in time. 4-0 currently in favor of Northwood.
Yeah, it's only going to keep moving forward, and if you are Akron, you have to start realizing this is going to happen over and over again. This chances of the double shot, the triple shot even, if you will, it never ends, and you have to rely on breaking up that chance. Start forcing Northwood to only take one shot at a time. Try and bake up the constant combinations. It's a difficult call. It's so difficult to be able to do, but they're working off the fact that it's combinations. It's the fact that they are allowed to line up 3 of their play and be able to continuously take shots from midfield over and over again. It's never stopping, and I love it so much. So Akron going ahead, flying up, and that's going to be another goal. And Potato this time takes it home. Look at this ramp up. That is going to be a flip off a little bit of an execute, and off the top wall is going to aim it straight in the center. Splash indeed. You know what? Game one, great way to start coming back a little bit in this game. So Northwood goes ahead and says, all right, you want to play hardball? Let's play hardball.
Absolutely, they are ready to play hardball, and we can talk about it as well. Even if Akron loses this, they found some momentum. They found some opportunity. They found a goal, more than some teams have been able to say up against the powerhouse that is Northwood. But now, 1:30 left on the clock, 30 seconds of goal. Akron could tie this up, but my goodness, would that be quite the feat. Going to be able to get it out. Reticence there, who's got the closest name to my own that I think I've ever seen. It's really caught me up quite a few times, but Reticence is going to be able to get that block, keep the ball out of goal. However, they're struggling to get it out of their back third. Going to have a great setup toward the middle, and a phenomenal shot from Pirates. Now, I didn't catch if Pirates was able to, or was the one to find the 4th goal, but I know they found the 5th, so I mean, that is well over a haul at this point. The hat trick, looking for a 2nd one at this point. I mean, this is amazing.
He found the treasure trove and kept it all to himself is what he did, and it's not stopping at all. And there's a vehicle here that I saw that I think is one that is not used very often, so I'm very curious if Akron, is that the one that I think it is?
I don't know the name of the vehicle personally, but I know that it is, I don't, it's not that traditional. It's not the Octane or the Dominus kind of defaults, if you will. It's I don't know the name of it. I'm not sure I've ever seen it, to be honest, but to bring it out here in a grand final, certainly making a statement, or excuse me, in a winner's final, certainly making a statement. So we really want to see what Northwood, or what Akron, excuse me, kind of brings back from that. What they can turn around with, will we see a different vehicle in the 2nd game, so on and so forth. It's going to be kind of trying these new momentum shifts, but unfortunately, will be demolition. So it's going to be a great block from the man himself, returning from the dead, able to find that block, keeping this scoreline at that 5-1. Now 30 seconds left. We're looking at a score per, like, I don't know, like 6 seconds here to keep this fight alive. But Able to pick up that second goal for Akron. Talk about momentum. That is the Lions' share. Moving into game 2, Akron finding 2 goals here. Probably the last one of this game as well.
Yeah, that was a shot of shots, and I have to give props because they went for a double challenge on that. They went ahead and just slammed it home. So being able to manage that is going to be a little bit of an icing on the cake. It's nice to have in your back pocket, of course.
Right.
Still Northwood up miles ahead.
Of course.
And they have, again, there's a reason they are the favorite. So 10 seconds left here in this round. It is not going to stop. And so hopefully they will be able to manage here in game 2. But this is a great start. Akron being able to at least not go out, zero goals. Making it 5-2 to me is a very strong telling show against Northwood specifically, who in their junior semifinal quite literally shut people out in the first 2 games.
And this would be so hard to explain to anybody who doesn't play kind of like an esport or a regular sport. 5-2 just doesn't feel nearly as bad as 3-0.
Yes.
Right? Like it's still 3 points both ways.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC West Invitational. We are here in our second match of the day. We're going to be seeing a new team come out here, Newmont, who we got to see yesterday, if you were tuning in then, against CSUMB once again.
Oh, and we're getting straight into it here with Terry versus Inkling. Not going to lie to you guys, I don't think I've seen this matchup play out before, so do you have any insight on it, Kill Miles?
I mean, right off the bat, if you're going to be playing grounded a lot, the roller becomes a lot less of a huge commitment and more of, okay, maybe this, like, the chance of connecting roller are higher, but the confirms that Inkling that Terry has cannot be denied. Oh!
Speaking of which, there's one right there, right off the edge at 100.
Yeah, Mamba right here opening up in a big way. Mamba is on this Terry against 9-10's Inkling. And, I mean, for me personally, the way Terry is what people wished Inkling was in the beginning, when people were like, oh, Inkling has all these awesome confirms. Terry will jab you and kill you at like
easily.
70.
And it's very hard to escape, and it's a very consistent confirm, honestly. Jab, jab, power dunk, or power geyser, anything really. And the go meter, which just came online, is much, much scarier than the rest of the time you're fighting against Terry here. We might see it come online right now.
And Terry just also doesn't move like a traditional Smash character. The way he has weird up and down diagonal moves, the way back shoot will get you in, or crack shoot rather. Like,
right.
There are just so many different ways that Terry moves, and they're not crazy mix-ups, but they're still enough to get you back to the ledges. They get that gimp right there. It's almost like... Yeah.
If that was good, if that was intentional, that was such a good stage spike with up B, because I was thinking like, okay, he's got this edge guard on lock, but then Terry was still able to make it back with up B in that last little bit of Inkling's own up B, but then just going to come through with another one of those and just seal the deal right there. 2-1 right now for Newmont.
Right off of the invuln platform, they're still able to get that much damage, but I like that. Landing on platform and shielding, not overcommitting. Right now, 9-10 is keeping themselves in this. Another jab right now.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we've really seen a lot of ink on the Terry here, and it's already dissipated without really being able to get much percent on him.
Yeah, Terry's just kept them in disadvantage for so long, and these stray hits are not enough to shut down Newmont. The CSUMB, for the time being, they're trying to play this carefully, very carefully, but that landing back air is going to put you off stage again into a situation you really don't want to be as Inkling, where you need to play a pretty much perfect game.
Yeah, Mr. Terry is just looking for stocks right now. He's going for that option at ledge quite a few times because he knows it got the last 2 stocks off. Why not keep going for it, right?
And
oh,
all of your regular
which,
habits. Oh,
why not keep going for it? Because he got all 3 stocks with that option.
That burning knuckle right there is going to be yet another stock. 8-6 right now in favor of Newmont, as CSUMB is in quite a pickle. If they end up losing here, they are down in terms of total set count, and that might be their entire chances gone. So with 9-10 falling, they're looking to find another answer to this Terry. And one thing I do want to say, we called it out, since we're probably going to have time between this character switch. I do know Inklings, like, they almost treated it like a shine spike, where, like, their up B off stage, it has that little hitbox that has a very weird angle. So you jump off and you have that little bit of invincibility when you up B. Oh, Inklings love to get that stage spike.
Yeah, no, it's such a sneaky little way to just get a stock in there off the edge guard like that. Like, I had already accepted that Terry made it back to stage, but then nope, like you said, just that little shine spark there at the end just to clean it up. Honestly, though, you can tell Terry is a character that not a lot of people have matchup experience against. He's got such strong options that there hasn't been a ton of, intentional counterplay be developed for, since he's not at the top of majors or anything like that. He's not really seen as a threat by a lot of people. So I think he kind of slips under the radar in that regard.
Yeah, it certainly does, as we're going to be seeing this Sora come out again. We saw this Sora do some work, able to get an initial lead for CSUMB last time. So against Mamba's Terry, we'll see if they're able to make that same magic work again.
Yeah, so just gonna taunt and get right into it here. Okay, so Sora, of course, being floaty is probably gonna make it harder to get those very long extended Terry combos, but the confirms are not going anywhere. Jab Jab, Power Dunk, Power Geyser is still gonna be on the table.
Yeah, it definitely is. Using that landing mix-up to get back to center stage, and I mean, any FGC character on Final Destination is a terrifying prospect. You lose a lot of your defensive options, but Sora does have the tools to keep Terry boxed out with disjoints and spells. It gets out of the Jab Jab Power Dunk into the immediate Sonic Blade, but it's not enough.
Yep, going for the Burning Knuckle again to force Sora off stage here. Oh, looks for the back air. A move you don't really see from the Shoto's FGC characters very often, considering the auto turnaround. Their back airs usually you just can't line it up, but very strong and meaty move. I'm going to get that stock off right there.
Yes, it is. And with Burning Knuckle again, they're able to get even more damage racking up right here for Newmont.
It's crazy to me that Jab Jab Power Dunk is a kill confirm, but it's also like Terry's low percent bread and butter combo. Like he's going for this at 30%, he's going for this at 90% to kill, and it just works all the time. Oh, if that down air would have sweet spotted, that was his life.
This is all-purpose canola spray, and you're looking for even more of that towards the ledge right there, but now Go is online, so T2, you're keeping them all the way off stage. You don't want to contend with that in the slightest. Is that shield pressure? No, they're able to get out of that so consistently right now, using a combination of defense and Sora's lightweight.
Oh, yeah, see, that Power Dunk is getting him put into the lightning fairly often here. That's how he lost the last stock.
And with that disjointed hitbox, they're knocked away from the ledge. If you're not able to get this stock right here, that's going to be CSUMB with a size. This will be very good. But Newmont's still able to continue their lead right here in a big way.
Okay, so I'm going to opt to just go for some spells right now, try and keep Terry out, because you're definitely losing in the close-up match here.
This could just be Newmont running away with this.
Oh, my lord.
CSUMB isn't able to do anything. Oh, it's getting
so
really
much
dicey.
Damage, yeah. Honestly, at this point, any 1 or 2 more hits and you're at kill percent is Sora right now, so definitely very scary.
Certainly is. Using that Burnal Knuckle as a landing mix-up, not entirely safe, but clearly CSUMB was not ready for it. Here at ledge, one down tilt is your death, and they knew that immediate shield.
Yeah, just going to go for it again. Oh my gosh, and then Power Dunk his way to victory right over the Thunder that time.
Yeah, we talked about that before, how that Power Dunk was getting you caught in the Thunder repeatedly. But this time we saw Mamba mix up how they were using that Power Dunk, going way high above the Thunder, and you're in so much lag from it that the Thundaga gets you killed, and that will be that stock. 7-3 right now.
Yeah.
That is
not really looking good for CSUMB, right? Kind of getting run away on right now. So hopefully the final person, was it the Joker last time that they had? So hopefully he has some Terry matchup knowledge and then has matchup knowledge on whatever other 2 characters we end up seeing after that, if he's able to get that far.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel that they will be able to get some work done. However, it's not a guarantee. It's definitely not a guarantee coming in here. We didn't see Sac State and Newmont play yesterday, so I have a little bit more of an idea of what could be coming down the barrel, but if you're not even able to clear this Terry, the Terry is the main threat. You got to focus on the opponent in front of you, not a couple chairs back.
Right, you have to walk before you can run, and right now walking is getting this Terry off the screen, so we'll see if they'll be able to accomplish that with their anchor person here, the Joker player.
Yeah, most likely the Joker, and, well... playing this matchup, I mean, on theory, I feel like Joker wins. The fact that you're able to keep Terry at a distance, and also when Joker gets an opening with a landing nair, with even a down air ledge trap, you're able to convert it into so much. And down guns in particular, oh, I didn't even think of that. Down guns might make this matchup go from, 55-45 to 6-4, 7-3, just like that.
That's what I was going to say, as well as the down guns is going to make it so much easier to get out of disadvantage as Joker. You don't have to worry about getting clipped by power dunk, the tilts into all these confirms. You can just land for free with your own little hitbox and have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, you can. As they're looking to get into that soon enough, they're taking their very careful time to get these stage bans underway. In general, I feel like you want to avoid as many of the...
Oh, actually,
Okay.
a Captain Falcon instead. So forget everything we said. This is a manly man match right now.
Yeah, and just closing the distance, a very small stage, and oftentimes, I'm never entirely sure how I feel about that, but I do like this. You don't want that Terry playing that spacing game. You want to get right in their face, and Terry wants you there too. But whoever this Falcon is confident in their ability to make this work. But
yeah, pretty clear that neither of these characters are going to be camping each other at all. It's just going to be straight into the action, both people holding forward, trying to get their combo starters off and kill you off of a single hit, right?
And that's what they're trying to do. Oh, the charge up smash, that's not a connect. As I love this so much. The jab power dunk, it's able to keep the shield pressure going. One stray hit could be enough, but to get a combo started, but already it looks like CSUMB's first stock could be gone. Going to the ledge there, an intelligent decision, and an opening with the Falcon kick. An opportunity right here for an edge trap, but committing with that down air is too much. The burning knuckle.
Once again, the burning knuckle. That is his certified favorite stock closer. He uses that to get 90% of the stocks we've seen. And, I hate to keep talking about Wi-Fi here, but I do think that Captain Falcon struggles a little bit to play at the tempo he would normally want to in the Wi-Fi meta, because you're running around looking for options, doing nairs on shield, down air 2 frames, and that stuff is just much harder to pull off when you're working with a few frames of delay. So I respect him for even giving it the try right here, and he's putting in a pretty good effort as well.
Yeah, but getting clipped by that back air reversal right there is going to make this even harder. Oh, I love that little bit of nair shield pressure, but it's still not enough. Oh, down tilt, is that enough? No. Captain Falcon is so heavy, but another dare.
No. Did not buffer the up B in time. That is so unfortunate. Really not how you want to see one of the final stocks potentially a CSUMB go down.
Yeah, as we're on the brink of possibly seeing a full sweep right here.
Oh, no, that's it.
Oh, no, they go too
SD.
deep. Oh, as CSUMB falls down. I mean, this was more just Newmont running away with it than CSUMB making too many mistakes. The fact that the Terry was so consistent in their combo game, the Mamba, they are coming out, proving themselves to be probably, one of the players to watch on Newmont. The fact that you're able to get through any team without dropping all 3 of your stocks, that is amazing.
Yeah, incredibly impressive for him to just solo an entire team by himself. Also, pretty unfortunate coming out from Asylum 14's end, though. I'm sure he didn't want that double down air to play out that way. If he got the stock, he would have been fine because that was the Terry's final stock, right? But since it did play out the way it did, going to drop his own stock, the final one of the team, in a very unfortunate fashion, and hand that win over to what was the name of that team again?
Yeah, that was Newmont right there.
To Newmont, thank you.
And again, Newmont, they've got quite a few different players. I mean, their captain didn't even come out. I feel like Mamba is definitely one of their stronger players. Yesterday, we saw them end up 2-stocking Sora's Rob, which is, you saw Sora. They're nothing to be scoffed at. So I'm excited to see how these players end up panning out as we're going to a brief break soon enough. When we return, we're going to be seeing the final match of this round-robin format, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be seeing which 2 teams qualify for the CECC Atlanta Championships right after this quick break.
Many teams haven't been able to do that this weekend. Northwood has been, 7-0ing, 6-0ing, so many teams. So Akron, signs of life in Game 1. Great progress already. The Lions share moving into Game 2 as they found the last goal. I'm really curious to see if Akron can take a game off of Northwood here. This could be this could be the start of a seriously insane matchup if Akron can continue to play to that par they brought out right at the end of game 1.
Yeah, it's the climb of Goliath, you know, trying to take down Goliath. You don't really have a slingshot now. You got a short sword and a little dinkly handle on there, and you're trying to make it work. Yeah, that's the momentum, that's the feeling that you get, and it's honestly, you know, we talk up all kind of the underdogs, because everyone was an underdog, but the Giants reign supreme for a reason, and I'm very, very fascinated at this fact. So again, Northwood coming in here, so far sitting at 1-0 in this best of 3, and so far still on the aggression. So right now they are ramping it up. Great demolition right off the gate. That was a little bit of a rough one. If you think
May and Cowboy a lot of the time, the snipers really do start to come out on this map where they don't really in a lot of other places. I know Tyler and G-Rob are both ecstatic and really happy to lock in a Hanzo or a Widowmaker. So this really is just whatever you want for both teams.
And that's totally fine with me. Leave it all out here as we are potentially in the last map of the CENC Midwest Invitational. Akron has got to get a win here if they want to bring it to a map 3, as we see the opening compositions potentially coming out here.
Yeah, I like this from Northwood. I actually really like this from Northwood. You're putting G-Rob on a comfortable character. Tyler is a very, very good aimer, right? You're talking like an old school 4.5K hit scan player, now a Valorant player, I believe.
Yep.
This guy just doesn't miss. And in the hands of a Widowmaker, I think this is a pretty deadly setup that they've got going for themselves. Hog Sigma as well seasons a very, very solid Sigma we've been seeing at the entire event. Cowman has probably the scariest Hog in contenders, which I feel like is like a really weird accolade to hand out, considering we don't see Hog that much. But if there was one, definitely Cowman. Left and Landon be throwing in lots of poke damage as well. This is a very hard composition to approach.
All right, well, we'll see the composition here for the other side. Akron, you got Hamster here on Seal, you know, Tracer from Nylon, and Sunapes on the Hanzo. So interesting stuff to play it out, and got a nice little support composition for Zenyatta as well as Brigitte as well. So it is now Akron here on the offense trying to push out, and we have so far Tyler on the sniper, but Cowman once again getting that first pick over on Eric, and that hook landed perfectly and wound up connecting.
Yeah, I'm expecting composition swaps likely from Akron here. What they wanted to do was try and isolate those DPS, right?
Sure.
You were talking about disabling them, taking a lot of the tools out of their hands. And so they're trying to dive them with the tanks and then poke at them with the snipers.
Right.
But those tanks can't really get in. Seal and Eric can't get past the tanks that Northwood have set up. The Hog and the Sigma are so good at holding them off. But since they got the early pick there onto G-Rob in the fight, they're just following up, right? These are default picks that you would expect them to get following an initial pick. It's a question more so of how far out can Northwood get, because if Cowman goes down here, it's a pretty deadly stagger.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Akron needs. And Nylon going to wind up finding G-Rob, though. Nice snipe shot, and the position here for Stunape as they do get this payload finally moving. 250 left. Go ahead.
G-Rob's a majority of the damage here for Northwood, right? That's a huge pick. It's why they lost the last fight. It's why they have to respect them right here. They're going to back away with an Matrix by a little bit of time. And with Cowman still coming in on the flank, Akron have to be sure that they actually do respect that.
As Tyler and Cowman each find one, it's just as soon as Akron gets going, it's just Northwood immediately comes back. Landon winds up getting a kill, but so far Nylon for Akron on the Widowmaker has been fantastic, hitting a couple of shots here and landing some kills. That's always going to be in favor of Akron here, but Northwood is just staggering them perfectly.
It really is the staggers that are doing it. We've seen the Widows go pretty much 1-for-1, but Cowman's been problematic around silence. This is something that you see him do in contenders. Just like, how does he get away with these ridiculous hog flanks, even at the highest level? It's so hard shutting him down. It looks like he's just like no brain flanking, but there really is a lot of thought going behind it when Cowman's playing, and we know he's an incredibly smart player.
And he's just reading the rotations perfectly is what it gives him the flanks. He's understanding the way Akron is playing, and that's what's allowing him to walk around different areas of the map. He's also getting out of the fight, as we see right here a little bit. And look, right here, he comes in, he doesn't miss the hook, but still gets some damage off, and he uses that beautiful bottle to get his life. A huge sustain here on the Hog.
Yeah, Tyler diffs Landon, but Tasmino trades it back with a diff on the Landon. You hate to see it. Widowmaker is still up, though, for Northwood, which is a big problem for them, that the sight lines are so long, and Tyler just gets free reign. One more onto Stunape, and like we said, this Widowmaker just doesn't miss. If you're given the sight lines, Tyler is going to take advantage of them. Now popping the sights as well, can pretty safely peek that spawn if they want to, because Cowman's up there, and there's no chance that anybody really denies him a space. And even if they don't get the picks, they're just holding on to the cart. It hasn't moved in forever. We're down to a minute left on the clock, and Tyler's just picking them out.
Yeah, and this is that chokehold. This part of Hanamura is that chokehold where it is almost Havana, which is almost impossible to get through when Tyler is just hitting snipe after snipe down this long hallway. They have to figure out a way to get to Tyler. Either Nylon's got to shoot him or something's got to happen because Tyler has just been picking off member after member. Widowmaker will activate here her vision on the side of Akron, and 2 ultimates here for Akron might be able to get him in. They need something going here, Dor.
I'm really looking at Nylon right now. It feels like the answer, right? It would take take all 5 other members to get on top of this Widowmaker otherwise. But if Nylon hits the shot, it only takes 1 person. It's a tall ask, but he hasn't quite done it yet. Tyler's found another pick. The Reign of Terror continues to rain upon him and tries to go for the 1v1. Tyler's just too good. A 3rd shot out from the Widowmaker, and all of a sudden the Havana hurting him even more. Cowman's going to finish off with 1 more. I mean, there's 15 seconds left on the clock. Those spawn timers are brutal. They're going to be coming back with just 5 seconds left, and those players are pretty slow. Yeah, Stunny just got taken out in the late side trickle as well. Nylon, though, does find Landon, so this might be the one opportunity. 4 seconds left. It's not going to be a big one, but they've got to find some way to get on the card as that overtime has now ticked in. Can Nylon hit another? And he will! That's exactly what they need. I know it's late, but they still have an opportunity. Out goes Baptiste, chunking out the Sigma as well, which allows Tasmino to pick up that last one. Despite Tyler being pretty quiet, Nylon shows up for another! The Widowmaker wins when the clock strikes noon. That was a beautiful shot by Nylon, and he got going a little bit late, but going late is better than never going at all as it winds up connecting, and now Landon's getting some kills here as Stun8 does fall, but either way, Akron is starting to find their footholding a little bit. They're playing fantastic. Ultimates come out here, Dor. And it's a gravitic flux, so critical from Eric. Everyone's down to half HP. Same thing goes to the Northwood side, though. Seasons chucks it out and is far more successful. Low HP, though, on the Northwood side. Not quite enough. It looks like Akron's out, and it looks like Northwood's finding not a wait. Car cross? They got the car cross. Oh my, car cross. Just in time. Just in time. It literally moved over in the overtime meter. It'll give another 2 minutes and 13 seconds for Akron. The grace of the Lord has given them some help here as they're actually in this one. But you know what? There's a good in here because Nylon has started hitting some shots. He's starting to get going. Feeling good.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC West Invitational. We are here with the final match of our round robin format. Winner of this wins the entire bracket. So Newmont and Sac State in this rematch are going to be going hard. And we're opening with 2 of the heaviest hitters. Sora on the Rob versus Mamba's Terry, who just OCV'd the other team.
Yeah, you just mentioned earlier that Sora the Rob actually got 2-stocked by this Terry yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Sora's got some matchup notes written down, you know, some adjustments to be made here for this run back, because otherwise I doubt they would just send him straight in, assuming they know that Terry's coming up first as well.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a vendetta. And we talked about, you talked about any character that can just keep Rob in disadvantage is a very hard matchup, and Terry isn't always that, but 2 disadvantage states against Terry, and Rob is probably dead.
Easily. And gonna see that auto turnaround be something difficult to deal with as well, because Robs will like to get behind you on your shield and then start down tilting, so you don't really have as many good options behind you. But a character like Terry is just gonna turn around immediately and still get a down tilt of his own, like we just see there. And I think that poked. I actually think that poked his shield.
Yeah, Sora did not get the angle right there, and now you're going to be down a stock, and Go is online, so they really wanted that side B, but now you've got to deal with Go, but they roll right on through that Buster Wolf.
Yeah, perfect timing on that roll, because that was going to be 1,000,000%, and the follow-ups could have led to death as well.
Yes. Oh, they force them into the corner. Yep. They make it back. Yeah, that disjoint. Oh, that hurts.
Right through the ledge of PS2.
Yeah, it's juicy, but the jab power dunk knocks the gyro straight out of their hands. And now we can see, I mean, once again, Sora being boxed into this corner, but they're definitely looking a lot more aware than they were yesterday.
Yeah, I respect Sora after getting jab power dunked on his shield. He just held shield the whole time and then didn't even go for a punish afterwards. He just rolled out of the corner. It was like, okay, I'm going to let you do your thing. I'm going to take stage positioning, and we'll talk here in a second.
Yeah, Sora looking so much more prepared today, and that is coming in a big way, because, again, we didn't even get to see the rest of Newmont. So if you're able to get this crucial advantage now, Sac State could be stamping their ticket to a big old prize pot.
Yeah, Gyro was buying Sora some time there to get back from the edge as the Terry Mamba was trying to get just to center stage, and Gyro kept saying no, no, no. Up tilt, not going to get the up air, able to jump out in time, but going to go for side B, a little over committal because he could have punished that landing otherwise, but the back air is still going to clean it up.
And with that back air, Sora takes the lead, and Newmont, they're on the verge of Gas trying to pull out another player besides Mamba. It's unheard of, right?
I'm excited to finally see who else is on their team.
But Mamba might have something to say about that, as they do get that jet power dunk at ledge, gonna confirm on Sora, but the up air start the juggles.
Yep, jab power dunk, that kill confirm / combo starter / combo ender / anything you need it to be. Going for another power dunk in the middle of the stage there.
Yeah, and take a look at this. I love the way preemptive options from Mamba are stuffing out a lot of these nairs, because nair is amazing, but it does take a second to come out.
Yeah, a big thing with Rob is if you're nairing into people, you're going to have a little bit harder of a time. It's going to be less safe. You really want the very tip of the nair to be hitting people's shield to actually get that -3 that it's hyped up to be. So retreating nairs are more so what you're looking for, but then those don't combo start as hard. So at early percent, you kind of have to get in there a little bit more dangerously. Down tilt into the what, okay?
Look at this. That disadvantage state. They get the air dodge through that up air, but it's still going to be a deficit right here. Go is now online.
Ooh,
they get
wow.
Jab landing, jab power dunk, not going to kill yet.
Rob up smash is incredibly fast out of shield, and he still could not punish that power dunk on shield with an up smash. That's kind of crazy to me. I would have gone for the same thing. That might be it, though. Oh, nope. Actually, great DI on that move that we were talking about before being infamously hard to DI.
Yes. It's getting so close for them.
Yeah, this is really scary, especially with go meter on the table right now. I mean, you really just want to keep leaning back and shooting your projectiles as Rob. Like, at this point, he's accepted he's not punishing power dunk, and he's just hanging back when it happens. It's essentially a bait from Mamba at this point when he power dunks.
Ooh,
oh my gosh.
Again.
That move is OP, apparently.
Yeah, I don't blame them. They were going for a gyro setup right there, and I guess they were assuming that it was just going to hit, but no. The tricky movement from Mamba is going to get that stock off, and Mamba once again wins their rerun against Sora, but not without bleeding. Not without bleeding at all. I mean, this was already so close.
Just really showing off the strengths of Terry there. That power dunk takes up so much space, and it's at such a weird angle coming up to the right and then down to the left, or vice versa, you know, to where it's like really hard to avoid, because a lot of things you're starting with, Robert, with a falling nair, right? So you jump and then fall with that nair, and power dunk's going to catch you on the way up when you start the nair, and it's going to catch you up on the way down too when you land. So honestly, pretty good counterplay to Rob in general, just to go for power dunk over and over, and we saw it really work out.
Yeah, and when you fall back and commit on those in the projectile warfare, it's only a matter of time before there is one slip up. And when you're at that high percent, that one slip up is just death. Terry's kill power is unmatched, and Mamba, with the way Mamba moves, I mean, we've seen there are a lot of Terrys out there who are B button enjoyers, but the way Mamba moves with their B buttons, they're able to use that crack shoot, able to use the power dunk as actual movement options that get around people's traditional ideas of how a platform fighter character should move.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because in the last set we just saw Mamba play, and he was using a lot of the burning knuckle at the ledge to seal his stocks, right? But this time it was a lot more power dunk oriented. So it's very clear that he knows which tools are better in which matchups, which is pretty impressive in the mark of a very versed player of their character.
As again, we need to stress that whoever wins this match will end up winning the round robin bracket. Now, I believe both these teams have already qualified, but that don't matter. Just because you've qualified, you still can get even more money by getting first place in this bracket. And so, you know, both these teams fighting hard to win that prize pool for their schools, but, you know, for them too. You want a little pocket change?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people fight for their lives over a free tournament where there's no prize pot. They just want the recognition of saying that they got the W, and they want their name first place, you know? So a lot of people, even if money's not on the line, which it is, pride is still on the line as well, which is a big deciding factor for a lot of competitors.
Yes, certainly is. As thinking carefully about who this next player is going to be. We've seen a lot of Sac State's roster, and it's going to be Robin coming out here. I knew they had this yesterday. Omar, I'm not sure if that is their official tag, but we'll stick to that for now.
I consider this an interesting choice, honestly. Just with Robin's notoriously slow ground speed, I think they might find a hard time getting away from all of Terry's buttons and get a little overwhelmed.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of a struggle for Mamba dealing with projectiles earlier, but it was only a temporary measure. So you got to get in and scrap eventually, using that disjoint, the Levin sword, to make sure they think twice about entering your threat range.
Okay, but gets grabbed once and immediately takes 43. So Terry, you really do not want to interact with him in this matchup. Just trying to zone him out as hard as you can with, like you said, your huge aerials on Levin sword, and then once those disappear, you're going to want to just shoot projectiles until it's back online.
Yes, they get forced right on out of there. Avoids that dash attack as well. Right here, Omar. This ledge could be where it's all decided. Then Nair catches their jump, fully read by them.
Yeah, Levin aerials can be so hard to deal with, honestly. Rising fair, landing Nair is something that a lot of Robin players like to do, and that's just so hard to get in on because of how humongous and strong the hitboxes are.
And look at this. Mamba already looking to continue that lead that they built. I mean, they already did. It's already going to be 6-5 minimum. But if Omar is unable to find another stock right here, that could be huge for them.
Yeah, Mamba looking like the MVP today, easily. Soloing the last team by himself, and now he's about to take, what, 5 stocks so far on his own?
I mean, he's on the warpath to do just that. As right now, Mamba... Oh, they just go for the hard up smash read. They get caught by 11 sword instead, but now Go is online. Land with the power dunk, but there's not enough lag on that to get that up smash punish. Omar keeps Mamba at the ledge. They're able to get and jump off, but finally the Thoron will finish them. Only 4 stocks for you.
Robin ledge trapping is a very tough beast between the arc fire at ledge. If you pick any option other than roll, you're getting smash attacked. But then if you do pick roll and the Robin elects for Thoron, like we saw right there, just about everything's covered. You know, at that point, it just comes down to when you choose your option as opposed to what option you choose. So got to wait for Robin to throw all her stuff at you and then stand up afterwards, I suppose. Going to definitely fall for that trap, though. Great awareness from the Robin player Omar to go for such a trap.
Yeah, that was honestly fantastic. And from what we saw right there, it does look like Newmont, they put a lot of faith in that for a reason. And it makes me wonder, because I didn't get to see the full set yesterday, if it is the sort of thing where Newmont, they put their strongest player first, they use them as a battering ram to get through everyone, or if they still have more killers left under their belt. I mean, they did put on a very respectable show yesterday. Not just respectable, they ended up winning. And Sac State, after that win, they're looking to see how they can make this more even again.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone on Newmont's roster is to the same caliber as the Terry we just saw, that washed an entire team and then got 4 stocks into this crew, then I think that Newmont is sitting in a very good position to take today.
Yeah, they definitely are. And thinking about it, Omar, I did like the way that even though they got smacked around quite a bit, lost their first stock, almost lost their second, they didn't lose their composure. Like, sometimes all you need to do, like, I think of it almost like a rhythm game where you're waiting for your one moment. You're waiting for a tech chase or a grab or a ledge trap scenario, and then it clicks, and you're like, okay, all I need to do is do this thing I practiced 1,000 times, and I can get this. And they don't let their snowballing mentality get to them. No, Omar was able to set up a simple, consistent ledge trap and get that stock. And that right there shows that they do have the resolve to maybe make this an even scoreline for Sac State.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm staring down the barrel of a Terry with Go when I am in a crew battle like this, I'm definitely not keeping my composure that well. And that really is just a testament to how strong Omar's mentality is, right? Because so many characters can just hit you with something like that, and you lose your stock no matter what percent. Does not even matter what your percent is. So excellent composure coming out for sure from Omar. I'm sure we'll see that playing a role in the coming matches.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you right there, as it looks like, oh, they're actually going to be pulling out a sub. Newmont maybe showing us something we haven't seen before. It's going to be Monty coming in right here for them, and I am excited to see what they're bringing in because, I mean, Newmont, they've already shown incredible versatility, incredible depth, and if they've got one more sub, one more mix-up right here for the side of Sac State, that's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how this is a repeat match from yesterday. Assuming it's a sub, they probably weren't involved in the match yesterday, so this is going to be new territory for both teams.
And we ended up going to FD right here. Not a lot of teams start out on Final Destination. But between the Terry and the fact that they are constantly getting this counter pick to FT, I'm not shocked to see it, as it's going to be the Nest coming out against this Robin, which I have to assume is a pretty good matchup.
Now, this makes a lot of sense as a counter pick because, all of Robin's energy-based projectiles are just free reign for a Nest energy absorption. Going to heal a lot of damage off of that. Healing is something that becomes even more impactful in a crew battle, right? Because you're really trying to preserve each stock. And not even to mention, the most menacing thing about Ness is his smash attacks at ledge. Those up and down smashes, if you're off stage without a jump, you really have nothing to do about it.
Yeah, nothing at all. So trying to space these projectiles, use that little bit of disjoint you have to get around that PSI, but it's not enough. Getting caught by the PK fire into consistent grabs right here.
Yep.
Monty
Already
doesn't
looking
try
for
and
that
chain too
smash
much.
attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And here's an edge guard attempt. Uh-oh.
Ooh, that's
Big
the wrong
read coming
smash
out.
attack, but it still almost got the stock. But I love that. The preemptive arc fire to get rid of that yo-yo is going to be there, as the Nosferatu evens things up.
Yeah, speaking of healing effects, we didn't even talk about Robin's very own healing effect. It comes up a little bit less often, but no less strong of an option.
Yeah, any command grab. Oh! That's
There
the
it
Nest
is.
Classic right there.
Yep, that is a free confirm for Robin, the arc fire into a smash attack, and you can kiss your stock goodbye at 60. Look, goes for it again.
Ooh, they get
Pretty
it again.
close to the blast zone at 40% right there.
Yeah, right now, Omar is showing that ledge trapping is their forte, beyond their forte. Omar, their ledge trapping is almost untouchable. I mean, anytime Scruffy goes at ledge, they're taking 40% minimum.
Didn't quite space the yo-yo right there to where it was hanging over the ledge. I think that would have been a guaranteed stock if they had.
Yeah.
Oh, shield break!
They get the shield break, and that is already a lead right now. Sac State showing what they have got, as Monty in this, what we said could have been a very favorable matchup. Already 44% right here. This is huge, and even though you're out of durability on a lot of these options, still, Omar holds on.
Yeah, Omar went in for a second there, taking the stock and then immediately putting on 44% more, and I'm still thinking about that shield break. Robin down smash does so much shield damage, way more than you would ever anticipate. If I were the Nest, I thought my shield was safe too there. So I'm going to try and make up for lost time right here with the PK fire into a fair, into an up B, chasing them down.
Yeah, but ooh, they're going to survive for the time being. Ooh, the Dark Fire doesn't connect. They go for that PK flash. An even game right here, as Monty has found a way to even this out. Ooh, popped up in the air by that jab. Can they get any more? They get the healing right there, but as they go into punish, Omar isn't able to get anything.
Yep, didn't have 11 sword right there, so could not get the kill confirm off the arc fire, but still pretty good damage. And this is a scary position to be in regardless. Wow, going for a big F smash is Ness.
Oh, and they're actually able to get up attack straight through that yo-yo. They're able to snap to ledge.
Yeah, that is
great. They run right
counterplay.
through that.
Oh my gosh, this is a scary position. Both players just trying to hold on to their stock, but of course, the huge hitbox of Levin neutral air are going to take it out. That move is very hard to get around. I know Robin isn't an incredibly common character, but those that know, Robin there is BS.
And now, after an insane performance by Mamba in both this game and the last, it is going to be Omar completely making up for that, as Sac State now holds a 4-3 lead. Sac State on the verge of getting this run back right now, and that is a lot of money on this one crew battle right now, Caden. So you've got to put a lot of faith in this anchor right now. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought that the mid-tier character, or even considered by some to be low tier of Robin, would be the hero of Sac State right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
So
speaking of the hero, yesterday the anchor was a hero player by the name of Ultima 7, who is also the one communicating it with us, so it may be possibly their captain. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ultima 7 come out as the anchor once again, though based on how they used Monty right there, I feel like Newmont, they want to go for more mix-ups. They don't want Sac State to know exactly what they're coming up against.
But then on the other hand, if you're really feeling like leaning into the RNG, Hero can just make up whatever he wants to do. He can really make your day in a crew battle scenario, honestly. Let's say a whack comes up at 30, if whack comes up at 70, magic burst on the next stock. Like, he genuinely can just spin the wheel and perhaps win the crew battle for them if he pulls out Hero.
Yeah. But if you have to take 4 stocks, you might want to go for more of that consistency. And
I would
that
agree.
hero can do. With the tools like Retreating Thunder, you're able, or Zap rather, Retreating Zap, you're able to actually use that charge shot. I mean, a lot of people forget Hero even has a charge shot. No, and it's an amazing multi-hit charge shot at that. Hero does have a great tools without even rolling the dice. Like, he's a like B+ tier, A tier when he's played normally, and then you add in RNG, and he can shoot up and down that tier list wherever he wants.
Yeah, and I mean, when you do add that RNG into a Wi-Fi scenario as well, I hate to keep bringing it up, but the extra frames that you can't react to truly do matter in situations like these because, you know, you're reacting not only to what Hero's animation is, but you're trying to react to the little text box in the corner of the screen to see what spell he's even casting right now, right? So those extra few frames are going to really be to Hero's benefit at that point because he has a lot more time to where he knows what he's doing before you do.
Yeah. As it looks like we have our players locked in. They're all R, and we are getting into this right now. What could be the final match? It is going to be Ultima 7 on that Hero taking on Omar's Robin. All you need is 1 stock off this Robin right now.
Yeah, 1 stock should be a pretty easy feat, but if the Robin's able to put up the wall they were the last game, then who knows? Maybe they'll just take this whole thing.
Right away off the edge, and here we go.
Gonna
Omar
do a
trying to hold
taunt
on
and
to
get
the
right
one
into
stock.
it.
Oh, and immediately just run in with that jab. I like the way they're playing this range game, and you get hit by a thunder? No, I didn't. Nuh-uh. You didn't see that?
Yeah, he is sending out the spells right now. Strong lead right now, 82% to 13. Honestly, both these characters kind of have a sort of similar game plan between the energy projectiles and just walling you out with sword aerials. Kind of interesting to see it play out.
It's also the durability. Look at this. Now you don't have any sort of MP, so you've got to get in there and scrap. Well, Omar has not quite run out of durability on many of their tools. Here at the ledge, though, they're able to get bounce online. That's so crucial. It's going to become so much more scrappy.
Bounce going to cause some big issues for Omar here. Going to have to rely on his 11 aerials and no B buttons at all, really. Okay, it's offline now, though.
And the Xapple getting right through there. Already. Oh! Get caught by that backer. I get scared anytime I see 11 sword hit. That chunky hit.
And if you're Omar, you want to at least clean up 1 stock before you go, and he just is just that right now.
Yep, already a sizable advantage for Omar, even as you fall to just a stray forward air. Oh, maybe trying to get the dash away and DIing out. Either way, that will be stock and a 3-2 scoreline right now. 1 more anchor for Sac State against Ultima 7 for Newmont.
He said, okay, I put the hero at 2 stocks. I did my job. I'm leaving it up to our anchor to take care of the rest.
And, well, this is already looking way better for Sac State than we saw yesterday. Even though Ultima 7 was looking pretty strong on that hero, they only had to take 1 stock yesterday when they came in. 1 stock. Now they've got to take 3 stocks while only having 2. What a difference. What a different path we have taken through this set compared to yesterday. And you know Newmont is sitting there scratching their heads trying to figure out, because this isn't a terrible scenario to be in. Many crew battles end in this exact place, but you've got to keep your head on your shoulders right now. Even if you're not having the same insurmountable lead that you had last time, Newmont can still make this work for them.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, this is still anyone's game to take because at any given point, you know, if hero goes for thwack or whack enough during the course of a game, it's going to hit eventually. So we might as well call it 3 stocks to 2. It may as well be 2 stocks to 2. You know, just throw 1 stock away to hero RNG, count yourself at 2 to 2. I see this being a pretty even match. Anyone can still take it in my eyes.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you right there. This could go down to the wire or could be a runaway situation. I'm excited to see who they will be sending in now. Coming in. Ooh, let's see. Just checking in on what the players are talking about. Okay, it didn't look like they quite announced the player, but they've already picked. It's going to PS2. Where else could we end it? 3 stocks for the side of Sac State, 2 stocks for the side of Newmont. One more game to decide it all, and it's going to be Jami. They dropped the Marth going onto the Lucina.
Very interesting, honestly. I think that Pokemon Stadium is going to be more to the benefit of Hira than Lucina, just because of how wide the stage is, how much room our Hira friend is going to have to work with. He can really just sit on the other side of stage with menu open and zone you as hard as he can, because Lucina cannot do anything until she's within range of hitting your shield. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely get that, but I like this Lucina coming out. We talked about the consistency right here. The fact that Lucina is just so many more kill confirms than Marth, with the down tilt, down smash, and like single hit nair. Like, there are so many different tools you can employ. As out of hit stun, they just throw out that up air to reverse that situation when it looked like maybe it was Ultima 7 getting an edge. Sac State poised to maybe take this.
Yeah, taking advantage of Hira's pretty mediocre disadvantage right now. If the Hira player has no access to something like, what is it, Zoom, where you go up to the top corner of the stage, his disadvantage and landing options are pretty few and far between.
And now you get the grab. This is looking very good for Sudden Jami, but you've got to be aware of how easily the situation could turn on its head.
Yes, one thwack, one whack, one magic burst, one oomph. The list goes on and on and on, and this could be a very scary situation. But just going to keep applying, safe pressure, get your nickel and dime damage here and there, start the ledge trap situations again.
Yeah, I love this pressure right here. Side B puts them off ledge again. This could be it, a 3 stock right now. This is the exact situation Sac State had to deal with yesterday. How does it feel, Newmont? Because Newmont, after getting that win earlier, this is showing adaptation for Sac State.
Yeah, this is Sac State's time to strike right now. His MP is only at 18, so you really know you're not going to have to deal with much menu shenanigans.
Yeah, forward air sets up for another edge situation. Sudden Jami, they wait, but they don't get caught up in that. The bang goes out, forces a high recovery right now from Sudden Jami. Ooh, the oomph coming out. An opportunity, but just an upbeat out of shield. And they catch the cross up too, crucially. That could have caught a lot of players off guard, but not Sudden Jami, not Sac State. Coming back, winning the run back, and Sac State winning the round robin bracket is going to be your winner of the CECC West Invitational.
Yeah, big congratulations to Sacramento State right there, and a really clutch up out of shield coming from Jami, just knowing that as soon as you touch my shield with that aerial, it is unsafe. You crossed me up, so now you're even closer to the blast zone. I am more than happy to let this rip and send you straight to the blast zone.
Yeah, really good stuff. I loved how much Sac State adapted from seeing how Sora was able to overcome that Terry matchup and make it go down to last hit, last stock, to seeing the consistency, dropping the Marth, going to the Lucina, knowing that you have both those tools in your back pocket, though I'll be honest, I did love to see the Marth. So many awesome storylines coming out for Sac State. And to wrap up all that, we are going to go to a brief break. When we get back, it's going to be Paulie coming back to wrap up this whole night. But for now, I have been Keela Miles. This has been Cadence Pika, but we may actually have a little bit more, as we're just getting this figured out as we're getting this coming in towards the end. As again, turning back to this matchup, how do you feel about that adaptation we saw?
I mean, it was honestly impressive. There's nothing better than seeing a match that started out a blowout, the first set that people play, becoming a nail biter down to the wire. Anyone can win it set the second time, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, it was Newmont that got the W yesterday.
Yes, it was. And Newmont, like we said, they went down, and it was Mamba who built a massive lead, getting 2 stocks all over the place. But then it was only 1 stock. I think it was just who was it we saw last? It was just suddenly Jami coming out, who was able to preserve that. They only had 1 stock left, suddenly Jami, and it was Ultima 7 they came in. So that was actually a run back we saw, but it was on the other foot. Last time, it was Ultima 7 who had 3 stocks against suddenly Jami's 1. This time, it was suddenly Jami with 2 against Ultima 7's 3. That's such a massive difference that, sure, you played them before, but was it really that consistent?
I mean, you even see stuff like that play out at top levels sometimes. You know, you'll watch a summit, ultimate summit, and MKLeo will lose to someone in their pools day one, and then he'll come and win the whole bracket on day three and act like it never even happened. You know, like those day one events, those day one matches can just be information sometimes for those better players. They get the download on you and they say, okay, I know what went wrong during this lower stakes match. Now, when the stakes are higher, I'm going to turn it up, and I'm not going to be slipping where I slipped yesterday.
And we can ask a lot more about how they fix those slip-ups, all about that adaptation, because we're going to go to a brief break. When we return, we're going to get an interview with Sac State.
Because Northwood has just been stifling that the whole game.
Cowman's just in their spawn. He is in their spawn with a whole hog right now. And this isn't cockiness. This is just Cowman being smart. He knows he can do this. Uncontested. Akron have, rightfully so, backed away to try and hold a little bit further along the side. Cowman hasn't dealt with yet. The hog's still there. He's just sitting by their spawn. Eventually goes down to Eric, thankfully enough. But Tyler's got a nice little off angle here that they've got to worry about. And that Orisa, very chunkable. You know what? I am very surprised you got that res off. That is not often that Tyler misses a shot like that.
I was going to say, that was...
Akron, and thanks to the reprieve that they've gotten by Tyler missing that shot, they make their way forward. This is not as good as dead. Yeah, he's out of there. Cart continues forward, and Akron are going to get the high ground for that.
Yeah, and that was a great actual, normally you don't want to see the off-tank go out and peel too much, but to pick up a support, that's more than worth it. So Seal doing a great job, and that's going to lead to Eric and Stunnape finding another two, and it's G-Rob and Tyler. When the DPS are down, push that payload. Akron starting to find their footing a little bit here in this one.
You want to keep finding these picks. You want to keep looking for these players. They know, they have to know Cowman's coming from this lower left side. It's Cowman. He's playing aggressive. He's taking off angles left, right, and center. Just stay safe with your shields, and you'll be looking all right. Don't lose anybody to the Widowmaker. Nylon holding their own place, just backing away calmly. Should probably regroup with the tanks pretty soon here. Otherwise, Eric getting picked off. Tyler charge went up, but just not enough charge. Landon's the one to finish it off, though. His bomb goes up and over top. Trying to buy some more space here for Akron, but it might be too little too late. And Implication Matrix used just in time alongside Bongo to really amp up that damage. It's just enough to get Akron through this fight. Lep is giving it the beans right now. Oh my god. How long is Brick gonna live? There's no way.
He's got so much.
He has taken it upon himself to win this fight.
He's still in there.
There's only... Brick can't out-damage any of the supports on that team. There's no way it happens, but damn, he was trying.
He was fully committed, no doubt about it, as we're now seeing Eric. And Akron is actually getting a little bit of momentum here. Tyler does find Nylon, so the better of the 1v1 there again, but the res might be coming out. Mercy does get Nylon up, blocked out by the shield, and now it's pushing along. This could hit the second payload, and they're in overtime once again.
And the hook misses. Deadeye is available. Stunnape wants to stay on the cart underneath this Widowmaker so they can't pick off Nylon again at the 12th hour. Shows up. Landon pulled off the high ground. A huge one out of Seal. Leaves the Baptiste up and available, but the picks are coming out for Northwood. Deadeye over top looks to end things. Huge defense matrix, though, just before the mech gets knocked out. Eric comes up with a big one, but they need more picks. They need to finish this off. The spawn is closer for Northwood, and the whole hog's going to push him off just to the end of point B. But Akron put up a pretty good fight, considering that point A was so rough.
Right. Point A was rough for them. They had a hard time crossing it. They almost get point B as well. But again, it's G-Rob who's just in the perfect positioning, sitting up top, being so difficult to take out here.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here after Sac State's victory with Sora from Sac State, that amazing Rob player we saw earlier. Sora, how you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Yeah, we're doing pretty good after watching all that. And the first thing I got to ask is about that adaptation. Yesterday, we did see your two teams face off, Newmont and Sac State, and Newmont came out on top, but this time you were able to bring that. So what was it like in between these two matches?
Well, for Newmont, it was really challenging with their Terry, of course, because the Terry has very good advantage states on my character. So I had to really take time to think from yesterday's when we played against them, and they played a lot better against me on that day. So it took time for me to look at videos, see what I can do, play a little better. Of course, they still took my stocks, but I was able to this time actually push them to make it close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, being the first one to go in the crew battle can be stressful because you have to set the pace for your whole crew, right? And I'm sure that you were like, oh crap, this is the guy that took my stocks yesterday, so I got to shape up now.
Yeah. And I did make mistakes and stuff, but overall, still my team picked it up. They brought it home for the win, and I'm thankful to them.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to you and your team, right? You navigated quite a few matchups that are like quote unquote rough for Rob today, right? How do you what do you feel like was your hardest matchup to fight in today?
Hardest is actually the Terry.
Mhm.
The other matchups are actually fairly straightforward and very simple in terms of like my play style. Villager, as an example, that when I went against for for the other team, they had a villager that, oh, he can take my gyro and then I can't use it. But at the same time, from doing that, I still have laser, and as well as I can still box as a character, as
Mhm.
villager can't really box. So I'm able to just push advantage and push the gap and push them off stage to then make it to force a mistake.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
exactly what you did. And in a big way, helping lead your team, though, again, like you said, it was not all you. Your team did a lot. So now, with this win, you and your team have qualified for CECC Atlanta. So that's my main thing I got to ask. How are you feeling about getting the chance to play in an in person bracket that you qualified for?
I feel honestly extremely excited and extremely happy, as well as like a lot of emotions, because I haven't played in really an in person. The last time I've played an in person tournament, a big tournament, was back at the original Evo in 2019.
oh wow.
So before then, I haven't played an in person really. I've played one local, but besides that, I've been also everything online, and how, if you know, like, difference between online and offline for
Oh, yeah.
characters is astronomical. So like matchups change, tier lists can change on what characters are better or worse. So I feel a lot better going into offline, because then you'll see a lot more, not just my team, but like any team as well. You'll see a lot more of their potential and what they can do.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
we
that's
can't. Yep, go
go
ahead.
ahead. I was just saying that's very impressive that you've been a Wi-Fi warrior for going on 3 years at this point, right? Because it's like we all say pretty much like the training weights come off in Ultimate when you're offline, right? Because you deal with so many frames of input delay plus just terrible connections on Switch in general. So I salute you for putting up with Smash Ultimate Wi-Fi for going on 3 years now.
Yeah, it's been rough. It's been rough, but I'm glad with COVID coming to an end by the looks of it, that a lot more in-person tournaments are going on, and I'll be able to also go out and do these offline events that I haven't done in a long time.
Yeah, and we can't wait to see you there. It's going to be fantastic. But for now, again, congrats on this win. Thank you for your time and good luck at all those in person events.
Thank you so much.
It was really a pleasure watching you today.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to be completely wrapping up here, but we're not going to be doing all the wrapping up. We're going to be going over to Pauly Hype now to wrap us up, bring us all the way home here at the end of CECC West Invitational.
Thank you so much, Miles and Cadence Pika. You guys did a fantastic job commentating Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That was some hype stuff. Hype approved, if you will. But, like always, we've only just begun, but the weekend also has to come to an end. So day 2 of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup West Invitational has been fantastic. Let's take a quick rundown at the schools that qualified per game real quick for CECC Atlanta 2022. So for Rocket League, it's going to be the University of Colorado Boulder. They have officially been invited to CECC Atlanta. Sacramento State for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. You guys have officially been invited to CECC Atlanta here on behalf of Esports U and CSMG. University California of San Diego for Overwatch. Your team has officially been invited to CECC Atlanta. And once again, San Jose State University for Valorant. Your team has been invited for CECC Atlanta. So the bids are in. You guys saw all the action, all the competition. We have had an amazing weekend so far. Thank you to all the casters, players, production, TOs, schools, universities that have taken part in CECC West Invitational starting tomorrow. That's right, tomorrow, Monday through Friday, we have the next Invitational, which will be the Mid-Atlantic. That'll be starting tomorrow at 5 p.m. EST. right here on twitch.tv/esportsu. Without further ado, my name is Paulie Hype. That's going to do it for CECC West Invitational. We'll see you tomorrow, 5 p.m. EST sharp for the Mid-Atlantic. Thank you all for watching. On behalf of EA Sports U, the Collegiate Sports Management Group, and all of our partner conferences, we'll see you next time for Collegiate Esports right here in the home of college esports. See you next time.